Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Robin, I'll leave it to you to deal with Sky Island in the future, but the Kahn Chamber of Commerce will establish a stronghold in the small town of Gaia Island. In the future, the proverbs of the Ark will also be handed over to you. Don't you know the text of the history? Still no joy. After hearing Kahn's words, Nico Robin looked at the records brought back from Sky Island, and replied, because the historical text is not the part one want to know, but fortunately, I got a lot of clues, so I am very happy. At the end, a smile flashed across Robin's face, but then he regained his calm and said, there is no joy because there is an unscrupulous boss who keeps using intelligence to squeeze his subordinates, and even asks his subordinates to massage him with devil fruit. While enjoying the massage, Kahn said indifferently, this is the role of information, Robin, I am teaching you the secret of becoming stronger in a short amount of time, right, I will give it to Enel's 4 subordinates first. Strengthen your body, and then you will lead them in bonus to occupy the small town of Gaia Island. Nico Robin was taken aback after hearing the words, and asked again, is it all occupied? It is considered an illegal area, and there are often big pirates with tens of millions of rewards passing by. What kind of big pirates are tens of millions of bounties? Bonus and they can beat the sand crocodile to death as long as they have information, so whether they can clean up the town of Gaia Island depends on you. The role of a minister of intelligence, if not, I will also lend you the fire dragon. Kahn said casually, no matter which world the battle is in, as long as the gap is not too big, intelligence will always occupy a large proportion. What's more, the chief conductors of the former Pakistani lock studio have good potential, but the fruit ability development is a bit stupid, especially the booger. In addition to completing tasks for these people, Kahn also arranged fruit ability development plans for them. Study hard, at least there is no threat in the first half of the Grand Line. Nico Robin nodded to express his understanding, and then continued to ask, I understand the boss, but I heard that there may be other pirates supporting them. If you can't solve it, come to me, and I will find a way. Kahn needs to get the Thunder Fruit Serum first, so that his strength can be improved a lot. In the world of pirates, the fruit version is eliminated by the hockey version, because most of the people who eat devil fruit are uneducated pirates. With the right development path, the fruit ability is definitely above hockey. There is one last question, about the whereabouts of the next piece of history text. Hey, Robin, I don't know much. If you want to know, of course it depends on performance. Wait a minute, how about a massage? Nico Robin said without looking back, now I have to deal with the Kahn Chamber of Commerce and the arrangements for the 4 priests. I'll wait until next time for the massage, boss. The transformation of the Rainland City has been completed smoothly, and it is only a little bit close to finishing now. With the help of 100,000 people in Alabasta, the Rainy City was transformed in just a few months. Not only was the Rain Banquet in the center of the city changed into the headquarters of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, but also a large military factory and underground research base were built behind the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce. It can produce 100 million rounds of ammunition and 100,000 assault rifles a month, and there are other production workshops such as Gatling and rockets. If it supplies equipment to Alabasta with all its strength, it can make all the weapons in the hands of Alabasta's standing army within 4 months. Replacement. However, the most important customer of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce is Marine. In the future, 80% of the arms produced each month will be given priority to Marine, and the remaining 20% will be Alabasta. Cobra also understands this. Anyway, Alabasta has a new 7 warlords of the sea resident, and Kahn is not a pirate. There won't be any pirates who don't open their eyes recently. It doesn't matter if the weapons are slower. The income from the military factory alone is worth hundreds of millions of Baileys every month, and it has also brought a lot of jobs to Alabasta. After the replanning, the City of Rain Banquet has expanded a lot, and the Kahn Chamber of Commerce is also listed on the World Economic News. Up the ad. This is the only chamber of commerce in the world that sells Sky Island specialties. This alone is enough to attract many people to Alabastus Rain Feast City. Sky Island is just a distant dream for the people in the first half of the Grand Line, and it is even dismissed as a lie by many pirates who can't find it. But now that items unique to Sky Island are sold by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, it is enough to prove that Sky Island is real. Commander, will other pirates come to Sky Island by chance and compete with the Kahn Chamber of Commerce for business? There is no such possibility at present. Gonfort and the Shandya have agreed to only sell Sky Island specialties to the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Others can buy some as souvenirs, but it is absolutely impossible to buy Sky Island shellfish and seafood on a large scale. Ah Wu waited for the 4 priests to strengthen their internal organs with super soldier serum by Kahn, and then they were thrown into work under Nico Robin. However, super soldier serum is a tasteless product for One Piece world. The people here are very strong, and some of them are of normal size. Kahn suspects that those who are born with strong bodies have something to do with the magnetic field of life, so they have asked Nico Robin to go buy some slaves of different races. He is going to get some flesh and blood, and then ask his men to try to develop a new human-enhanced serum, or develop a strengthened serum based on the flesh and blood development of Sea Kings, but he is letting the Red Queen figure this out on his own. If it gets stuck, take it back and let the people in the Biological Research Center do human experiments. Or use the T-virus and the flesh and blood cells of Sea Kings to develop an evolutionary serum of the T-virus. However, Kahn's current focus is still on Devil Fruit, especially Thunder Fruit on Enel. After Enel was hit by Kahn's killing curse, his soul seemed to be broken in half. Now even if he doesn't use Seastone handcuffs, he will not have any ability to resist. However, after Kahn studied the cell genes of Enel and his superhuman fruit ability users, he made a big discovery. The 3 bloodline factors of Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan all change the genes in different parts of the human body. It is difficult for Logia and Logia to coexist, but the 3 different bloodline factors of Logia, Paramecia, and Logia can act on a certain period of time at the same time. The complete gene only needs to be able to resist the side effects of Devil Fruit. Kahn's face was full of joy after getting this result. He could get rid of the side effects of Devil Fruit, so he could inject 2 kinds of Devil Fruit serum. As for Zoan, Kahn didn't think much about it. This kind of Devil Fruit is generally very good for hand-to-hand combat, but he rarely does hard training, and animals are ugly after transformation. Unless there is a kind of animal Devil Fruit that has a great blessing on the movement of the bed, then Kahn will think about it. There is also artificial animal Devil Fruit that can be used by subordinates, but Vegapunk's technology seems to have a lot of flaws. It cannot be completely successful, and even Caesar is not perfect. Kahn's accumulated experience in human experiments is not weak, with several worlds of research experience, otherwise he would not have relied on the Red Queen to research Devil Fruit's bloodline factors and defects so quickly. Now he just needs to bring back the samples and test data, and let researchers from Marvel World and Biochemical World conduct research. Let's make the Thunder Fruit serum first. Kahn looked at Enel, who has become a vegetable. After Kolak Dal, he thought of a way to make people who have been drawn out of the Devil Fruit ability survive, but he would not choose this if there was no special need, otherwise the Devil Fruit ability would be drawn out. The technique is exposed and he's sure to be in trouble. After the red, this time reduce the amount of information transmission by half again, and then increase the transmission time to 10 times. Understood, Master. After receiving Kahn's order, the Red Queen directly started data transmission, but even if it was reduced by half, the huge information flow still caused Kahn's head to generate a crackling current, which almost collapsed into a ball of lightning. Then the Red Queen's voice sounded in the house, Master, the transmission was interrupted at about 53%, it seems that it can only reach this level at present. Kahn calmed down his naturalized head, then rubbed his temples and said, it does look like this. When I become more proficient in the future, I should be able to receive more news. But these are enough for me at the moment. As for other delays after extracting the Thunder Fruit ability serum from Enel, Kahn injected the serum into his body without hesitation, thus gaining the incarnation and the ability to control thunder and lightning. Before injecting the Thunder Fruit ability, Kahn asked the Red Queen to summarize a lot of knowledge about the development of fruit abilities. When Kahn could turn into a thunderbolt, he asked the Red Queen to convert the information into an electromagnetic wave, which quickly spread to Kahn's head inside. However, this is the first time he has received such a huge amount of information. Even if it is reduced again and again, the huge information flow still makes Kahn a little unbearable. The boundaries are directly elementalized in specific parts, and he may be rushed into an idiot by the huge information. According to the original plan, what you receive now, Master, is only 0.5%. This plan is on hold for the time being. I may need a long period of exercise to slowly receive the remaining knowledge. Kahn rubbed his temples. At the beginning, his thinking was too naive. Any devil fruit ability needs to be exercised after it is obtained. For example, although he has learned from the Red Queen how to create strong electromagnetic interference to achieve the effect of EMP, but his head knew it, but his hands couldn't do it. There is also a deeper electromagnetic field that adjusts the air density and viscosity coefficient around the body to form an electromagnetic shield. Kahn is very clear about this principle in his mind, but he feels that it will take at least 100 attempts before he can use it slowly. The name of the rainy city was completely resounded in the first half of the Grand Line, and Alabasta also received a lot of benefits. One of the 7 warlords of the sea magic mage, Kahn Pinter site, together with the Sky Island specialty production site, has almost caught up with the Sabaody Archipelago's reputation in the first half of the journey. The benefits brought by the great reputation are naturally many. Hotels, food and other industries are developing rapidly, not to mention that the Sandora River is not open to pirate ships. If the pirates dare to come to Alabasta without conflicts, they can only hide the flag. Dress up. Generally, there will be no stupid pirates to make trouble. Even if there are a few batches of blind ones, Alabasta's standing army with replaced equipment is enough to deal with them. For every 100-man squad, equipped with 10 Gatlings, 10 RPGs, and the rest are all AK assault rifles, the trained standing army has been able to empty magazines and ammunition in seconds, which is what Kahn taught them usage method. It can not only effectively deal with pirates, but also increase the frequency of Alabasta's purchase of ammunition. Of course, what Kahn said is that all this is for the benefit of soldiers. It is better to use more ammunition than to let soldiers be injured when dealing with pirates. Cobb, after hearing this sentence, R.A. agreed very much. Kahn, the newly promoted 7 warlords of the sea, how much he hates pirates, almost spread in the first half of the Grand Line. In addition to the world government's propaganda in the newspaper, there are also a bunch of Kahn's demon fruit power men, in the destroy the pirates that haunt Alabasta day and night. It has slowly spread among pirates. Pirates who want to go out to sea from the first half of the Grand Line have to go through 2 deadly checkpoints, one is the Marine, and the other is the 7 warlords of the sea Kahn resident in Alabasta. 3 people with unusual identities came to Rainland City today. They are the cadres of the Don Quixote family, Diamante, Gladius and Baby, 5. All 3 of them are demon fruit power. They came to Alabasta today to talk to Kahn. This new 7 warlords of the sea has a business deal. But not long after arriving in the rainy city, Gladius felt something was wrong and asked, "Didn't it say that the rainy land is the best tourist destination in Alabasta? Why are there dark clouds and thunder for a while? The weather around here is strange, like the climate in the first half of the Grand Line." Just as Gladius finished complaining, there was another thunderclap in the cloudy sky that hadn't dissipated. This thunderclap was not far from the rainy city, and it made him shiver. The locals of Alabasta passing by saw this, and couldn't help but reminded with a smile, "Don't be surprised, there will be thunderstorms during this time in the last month, and the 50 miles southwest of the rainy land has even been designated as a restricted area. I heard that Master Mage is practicing. It's time to decide." Cultivation. You say this is the effect of that new Shichibukai's practice? The cigarette on Baby Five's surprised red lips almost dropped, and such a loud sound could be heard from such a long distance. What kind of scene would it be if they got closer? The civilians of Alabasta proudly replied, "That's right, that is the Lord, our Alabasta's patron saint is so strong." Afterwards, the commoner wanted to tell Baby Five and the others about other glorious deeds of that Lord, but Diamante still had business to do, so he called the other two to leave quickly. Marine's replacement of equipment could not be concealed, and was soon discovered by several arms dealers in the underground world. This new type of arms and equipment has aroused the interest of many people, and some people even got a few guns specially, which is indeed more generally, flintlock guns and muskets used by pirates are better. They didn't get the cannon, but I heard that it is better than other artillery fire. According to reliable sources, after the marine and other firearms are updated, they will gradually replace all the artillery fire on the warship. When the time comes, the shells will be fired farther. More powerful. If marine popularizes all these, then it will become an extreme. The miscellaneous soldiers on the pirate side will no longer be useful, and then they can only fight against the strong with marine. And if the number of guns is large, it can threaten the big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. That situation will be a devastating blow to the pirates and the underground forces. The number of pirates going to sea will drop sharply, and the dark forces will shrink. Many people can't sit still, and they also want to get a batch of such guns, and then manufactured and sold to pirates and underground forces. However, they don't have a supporting production line. Even if they can research it, it is a new type of firearm polished by the craftsman's exquisite craftsmanship. Flintlocks and muskets. Simply put, it cannot be mass-produced, but small-scale production has no effect on the status quo. Doflamingo was the first to act. Although he runs many underground forces, he is clearly the king of a country. With his status as 7 warlords of the sea, he should be able to cooperate with this new Shichibukai. So he sent 3 cadres of the Don Quixote family to Alabasta. The 3 of them saw a lot of good things along the way, especially the flying art proverbs. After Gladius saw the spaceship in the sky, he was jealous and wanted to snatch it and give it to Doflamingo, but he still had reason and knew that it would be wrong to shoot here. What to face? However, the news of the proverbs of the Ark was also recorded by Diamante, and he planned to report it to the young master after seeing the person. A ship that can fly is an extremely exciting news for any force. Flying in the sky means completely isolating the dangers from the sea. As long as you avoid celestial disasters, you can get huge profits. As a loyal supporter of Doflamingo, Diamante thought of the benefits of the Ark proverbs to the family in a short time. The 3 of Diamante came to the headquarters of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. After seeing the reception staff of the Chamber of Commerce, they said directly, "We are members of the Don Quixote family of de Rice Rosa. This time, we want to discuss with Mr. Magepent a business. De Rice Rosa is the subordinate of Lord Shichibukai. Please wait a moment, I will inform Lord Robin." The reception staff covered their mouths in surprise when they heard the identities of the 3 of Diamante, and then went to inform Nico Robin, the vice president. Now she has completely changed her identity and her name to Robin, because Kahn often shouted like this. Then Nico Robin came to the reception room of the 3 of Diamante and asked with a smile, "Mr. Diamante, what business does the Don Quixote family want to cooperate with the Kahn Chamber of Commerce?" However, Diamante didn't see Kahn, and instead said to Nico Robin with some displeasure, "I want to see that mage, and some things can only be told to him alone. Don't you understand the weight of the Don Quixote family?" "It's not that I don't understand. Because of some reasons, your idea has a high probability of not being successful, so there's no need." "Hey, this is Baby 5 from the Don Quixote family. Paramecia weapon fruit ability." Nico Robin, who was just about to reject the 3 of them, suddenly noticed the person on the list beside him, and couldn't help being a little surprised. He didn't expect that she hadn't looked for him yet, and the other party came to the door on his own initiative. Rounding off, it is also her Nico Robin's credit. "It's me, what can you do with my old lady?" Nico Robin smiled at Bay 5, my boss needs you. Need me? Is your boss planning to propose to me? Baby 5 immediately became coy after hearing the words, and after Nico Robin saw the award, she was even more sure that she was the one Kahn wanted. But Gladius on the side slapped the table angrily and said, hey, are you going to take action against the cadres of the Don Quixote family? And hurry up and call out your boss, it's just defeating a sand crocodile with a reward of 87 million. Hee, don't get excited. I'll inform the boss right away. Come with me to the basement meeting room first. It's more spacious there. Nico Robin covered his mouth and chuckled a few words, then took several people to the underground conference room, and took out the phone bug to notify Kahn on the spot. Boss, Don Quixote Doflamingo sent his men to look for you. It seems that he wants to talk to you. The person you asked me to pay attention to in the arms business has also come. How does she know our purpose? After Nico Robin ended the phone bug communication, Gladius asked curiously, it seems that they haven't indicated their intention yet. Diamante said angrily, shut up, you idiot. The next second, a person suddenly appeared in the conference room, followed by several lightning bolts. Diamante clearly saw that those lightning bolts directly entered the body of the person in front of him. If there is no undiscovered electricity-controlling paramecia fruit, then the ability of this mage is Logia's Thunder Fruit. Diamante thought of this answer instantly, and then raised the importance of Vice Admiral Kahn in his heart. The strongest Logia Fruit ability user appeared, and it seemed that the sand crocodile was defeated by Thunder Fruit. After Kahn appeared, before Diamante could speak, Baby 5 covered his face and asked, that's you, do you need me? Of course, I need you very much, Baby 5, come to my side. Kahn said with a chuckle, and then gently raised his hand to Baby 5. Such an elegant etiquette coupled with his face and temperament made Baby 5, who was eager to be needed, sink directly. Baby 5's eyes almost turned into a pair of red hearts, and immediately nodded like a chicken eating rice. Okay, I agree to your marriage proposal. Hey, shut up, you be asterisk 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 D, we're here for a deal. What kind of marriage proposal? Baby 5, are you going to betray the young master? Diamante roared loudly in an instant, and then said to Kahn solemnly, Your Excellency, we are here to discuss business with you on behalf of the Don Quixote family, not to send off the young master's subordinates. Baby 5 is a cadre of the Don Quixote family. It is impossible to leave the family. Don't be so absolute, forget that, it's not important. I know what your purpose is, it's nothing more than the two things of military equipment or Sky Island special products. Kahn waved his hand and used magic to bring Baby 5 to his side, then continued with a chuckle. But I hate your Don Quixote family very much, so I don't want to make a deal, but I also want people. You can go back. Hearing that Kahn was so rampant and despised their Don Quixote family, Diamante couldn't help but gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, What did you say? Boom! Before he finished speaking, Diamante suddenly fell to the ground with his eyes turned white, and at the same time his whole body twitched, foaming at the mouth. The power seems to be a little too big, Kahn thought in his heart after seeing Diamante's reaction, but he still didn't remember the name of this person. Fortunately he said directly, Take this guy and get out of here, or stay and plant trees. Diamante's strength is not weak, it can even be said to be among the best in the first half of the Grand Line, and he can also have two kinds of hockey. It's just that Thunder Fruit's ability is too perverted. Kahn just manipulated the bioelectricity in Diamante's body, causing a strong impact on his internal organs, brain and blood vessels throughout his body, directly making Diamante faint. This is only the most primary method. Kahn has been training for a long time to achieve this level. If he can control the bioelectricity in a more subtle way after he is proficient, he can change Diamante's 5 senses, consciousness and memory, making him a puppet. Diamante fainted suddenly, which shocked Gladius on the side. They represented Doflamingo, but one of them was detained and the other was knocked unconscious. You are so brave, we are the Don Quixote family. Don't leave if you talk nonsense. Crackling. Kahn calmly interrupted Gladius' threat, and at the same time, 4 solid thunderbolts appeared around Gladius' body, which immediately made his heart skip a beat. Then Gladius thought for a while, picked up Diamante, who was lying on the ground and was foaming at the mouth, and ran outside, shouting as he ran, "I will definitely report this to the young master. The Don Quixote family is not afraid I will let you go. How dare you threaten the boss before you leave? Do you need me to get rid of him?" Nico Robin stepped forward to ask. She lowered her eyebrows and glanced at Kahn, and found that he had reached out and held Baby Five's hand, making the cigarette girl so shy that she didn't even care that her companion was hit. The strange woman met the sadder boss. Nico Robin thought in his heart, maybe the boss searched for this person not for her devil fruit ability, but for herself. Leave them alone and let me know when Doflamingo shows up. Kahn waved his hand and said, it would be good to leave someone to pass the message. He is now very much looking forward to Doflamingo coming to his door. In the past month, he has practiced a lot of applications of lightning and magnetic fields, among which the most effective is immunity to physical attacks and electromagnetic barrier for mind shock. Now he desperately needs a conquerors to test the power of the electromagnetic barrier. As for the means of attack, only electromagnetic guns and lightning attacks have been developed so far. A while ago, Kahn paid more attention to the development of the magnetic field. There are too many places where thunder fruit can be developed, and Kahn can only slowly increase the magnetic field. Control. Young master, he will deal with you. All my previous fiancés were killed by him. You have to be careful. After Baby Five heard Doflamingo's name, she held Kahn's hand back very worriedly. Her eyes were still in the shape of red hearts. It was the first time that such a handsome person needed her, and her appearance and temperament were similar to Kahn's. Then, those people used to look like sea kings. Kahn said indifferently, it doesn't matter, I will deal with him. By the way, would you like to see the room I prepared for you? If you want, I will also ask Robin to send you some of the most fashionable clothes. After finishing speaking, he stood up and put his arm around Baby Five's shoulders. This woman was shorter than Nico Robin and just about the same size as Kahn, so it was quite appropriate to hold her shoulders. And Kahn also wanted to see if Baby Five would refuse, but when he walked out with the woman on his arm, she didn't mean to refuse at all. Instead she looked at Kahn a little bit shyly and worriedly. It's really naive and a little too much. Kahn feels that he will not refuse after a little coaxing and going to bed. Of course, he is interested in Baby Five's weapon fruit ability, definitely not the slender white thighs, round snow-white plumpness and sexy red lips. Robin, help Baby Five choose a closet of clothes that fit. Forget it, I will take Baby Five to pick out in person later. I see, boss. After Nico Robin heard Kahn's words, she sighed helplessly. She suddenly wanted to buy the fashion clothes in Rainland City first. Dover, we failed, sorry. After waking up, Diamante immediately took out the phone bug and reported to Doflamingo what happened to them in Alabasta, but after a while, Diamante drooled and began to speak incoherently. But, it may be the sequelae. Yeah, thank you for a while, Dover, he may be thunder fruit. Gladius continued to report to Doflamingo when the sequelae of the bioelectrical disturbance in Diamante's body occurred. After listening to the two people's words, the phone bug showed Doflamingo's appearance, and said with an evil smile, you are saying that this new Shichibukai not only rejected my transaction request, but also withheld Baby Five, and wounded you in the end, Diamante. Yes, Dover, this guy seems to have been eyeing Baby Five very early. They didn't want to see us at first. But then that person notified Mage after seeing Baby Five, and then. After resting for a while, Diamante calmed down. The promotion of bioelectrical disturbance just now made him extremely uncomfortable, and he felt that the whole body did not belong to him. The first time you face him, protect yourself with armament hockey. Dover, let's go to war. The other party is so contemptuous of the Don Quixote family. It's because they didn't take you seriously. I have recovered now, and I will teach this new Shichibukai a lesson. The phone bug showed Doflamingo's cruel smile and said, Diamante, do you think we should go to war? Certainly. Diamante gritted his teeth and said decisively, this guy despises you so much, and even robbed the Don Quixote family, even Marine can't say anything, Dover, we can even get the secrets of the opponent's arms factory. Then let's go to war. I can't refuse the reason you said. Besides, I also want to know what kind of expressions those people in world government will have after losing 2 Shichibukai in a short period of time. He, Diamante, I'll be in Alabasta in the shortest possible time. After speaking, Doflamingo ended the phone bug communication. Diamante showed an excited expression, and then said to Gladius, let's go find out about this guy's munitions factory, as well as Sky Island and Arc Proverbs, these are things that can strengthen the strength of the Don Quixote family. After the demon mage is killed, these will all become the property of the Don Quixote family. No problem, leave it to me, Diamante. There were cruel smiles on the 2 faces, since this new Shichibukai is so unflattering, let this so-called Kahn Chamber of Commerce disappear completely. It was the custom of the Don Quixote family that revenge was never overnight. Because of this, the Don Quixote family can become one of the underground kings of the New World, involved in slave trading, arms and other businesses. Baby 5 also knows the horror of the Don Quixote family. In the past, none of her fiancés survived the next day, but this time she does not want to see Kahn, who is so suitable for marriage, die under the hands of Doflamingo, so she keeps reminding Kahn. Mr. Burnt, Doflamingo is very powerful, I will protect you when the time comes. Before Baby 5 finished speaking, the rhythm was interrupted by the strange hands on the waist that kept climbing, and then changed the subject and said, Mr. Pent, we are not married yet. But I need you badly, Baby 5, stay and break away from the Don Quixote family and come to me. Baby 5's eyes turned into red hearts, she felt Kahn's strong need for her, this feeling of being needed almost made her faint with joy, yes, but the young master him. Kahn interrupted Baby 5, leaned into her ear and whispered, it's okay, I'll take care of it. Baby 5's strategy difficulty is the lowest level. Basically, a man can successfully propose marriage. What's more, Kahn's appearance and temperament have a lethal bonus to women. Faced with Kahn's request, Baby 5 simply cannot refuse. Boss? Robin, can't you see that I did it on purpose? The world government established 7 warlords of the sea to help them fight pirates on the Grand Line. As Doflamingo said, if 2 Shichibukai die in a short period of time, even the world government will be extremely troubled. Nico Robin glanced at Kahn, and then said, there is news that the Don Quixote family is returning from New World to the first half of the Grand Line. It is estimated that they will arrive at the port of Alabasta in half a day. They dispatched at least 5 family members at the cadre level, and hundreds of combat crews. Kahn took Baby 5 off his lap very naturally, then stood up and asked. Nico Robin was a little relieved when she heard the first half of the sentence, but when she heard the last sentence, she suddenly wanted to make her boss suffer a big loss. Kahn resolutely refused and said with a smile, if I can enjoy a long massage after I return victoriously, maybe I will remember the whereabouts of the 3rd historical text, and if Marine comes to look for it later, you can help me get over it. Don't worry, I won't lose. You can stay here with Baby 5. The 3rd watch, ask for votes. There will be another update in a while, don't worry, there must be 4 updates. Absolutely not, Robin. Therefore, after receiving Doflamingo's movement, Marine will definitely try to stop it, but Doflamingo's identity is difficult for them to dissuade, so Marine will probably find Kahn here. Kahn finished speaking with a smile, and the next second there was a flash of lightning in the room, and he appeared behind Robin, and gently patted the shoulder of the woman who was a little taller than him. Suddenly another person's voice sounded in the room. Kahn looked up and found that it was Nico Robin who came in at some time. Nico Robin said with some concern, Boss, in fact, the world government can intervene in the battle between Shichibukai. Robin, when did you come, what's the matter? Kahn laughed and said, he came pretty fast, let me know when he arrives at the port. Alabasta is developing so well, it's better not to start a war in the territory. Boss, why don't you tell me the whereabouts of Doflamingo before the fight? Hey, what's going on? Why is Doflamingo taking so many people to the first half of the Grand Line? When Sengoku received the news, Doflamingo had already crossed the holy land of Mariehua with cadres and combat crews. The General Shichibukai did not pass so fast, but Doflamingo was an exception. He had the most privileged pass of the world government, even the Marines could not get it. Quasi-Doflamingo's whereabouts. Now Sengoku just wants to know the purpose of Doflamingo. The Don Quixote family generally develops in New World. What is the purpose of bringing so many people to the first half of the Grand Line? Xiaohe, do you know? Sengoku raised his head and asked Vice Admiral, who was sitting on the sofa in the house. His old teammate had played against Doflamingo the most, so he should be able to guess some. After thinking about it calmly, Crane said, with so many people, who should I plan to fight with? In the first half of the Grand Line, apart from Marine, there is only. Sengoku was reminded by the Crane, and he quickly thought of the answer, but he asked a little incomprehensibly, Mage of Alabasta? He has only been a Shichibukai for less than a year. How did he conflict with this guy Doflamingo? He calmly took a sip of tea and said, this is beyond what I can guess. It is nothing more than profit or personal enmity. You should ask the CP agency of the world government, but the most important thing now is to prevent the two Shichibukai from going to war. It is not a glorious thing to spread the internal struggle of the world government. Doflamingo can't be dissuaded at all. Crane, you go there. Crane refused without thinking. I refuse, my warship is still being repaired, unless you give me the Garp warship that damaged my warship. Xiaohe, my warship is also being repaired, that's why I'm rubbing against your warship, ahahaha. Sengoku was furious when he heard the words, and threw the teacup in his hand to Garp, who had been stealing his senbei all the time. So it's you, Garp, even if you swim, you have to swim to Alabasta to organize the fight between the two of you. You are too embarrassing, Sengoku, this is simply impossible, let Kizaru go. Kizaru Kazan and none of them are in the headquarters, you be ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** temper, Sengoku found that only Vice Admiral was left in the headquarters, and there was only a branch near Alabasta. He remembered that there was Smoker, who had repeatedly contradicted the headquarters. Not suitable. Let Momosaji go. Crane put down his teacup and said, the only one who can stop Dover in this department is Momosaji, unless you can persuade Garp, but if this idiot goes, it may turn into Marine beating Shichibukai violently. Just Momosaji, Crane, you go and inform Momosaji, I'll let the branch Smoker cooperate with her. Sengoku decided on the candidate without even thinking about it. Between Garp and Momosaji, although the former is more powerful, it is more troublesome. Doflamingo was only found by Marine when he passed by Eni's lobby. The flag with the clown logo and the huge pirate ship, even though he didn't stop much along the way, was still spotted by some people. After some pirates discovered the news, they even sold it to the World Economic News. Shichibukai Heavenly Yiksha Don Quixote Doflamingo returned to Paradise Route. This news was spread to many people by the World Economic newspaper in a short period of time. Hey, that Heavenly Yiksha is back in the first half. What is he for? The Pirate Creek, who is known as the Admiral of East Blue, couldn't help showing a cruel smile on his face when he saw the news in the newspaper. He happened to be planning to go to the Grand Line. If possible, he could get some news from Heavenly Yiksha enough. Creek never thought he was worse than anyone else. The reason why his bounty was so low was because East Blue had no chance for him to make a name for himself. On East Blue. Ajin, set sail immediately and go to Gaia Island, we will meet Heavenly Yiksha. More than 5,000 people, 50 pirate ships, such a huge military force, coupled with his own terrifying power and indestructible armor, made Crick feel that he could communicate with Heavenly Yiksha on an equal footing. Except for Crick, everyone else showed a lot of interest in Doflamingo's behavior. You must know that the first half of the Grand Line was quite quiet. Doflamingo's return made the quiet for a long time paradise a lot of fun again. The port of Alabasta Rapeseed City has cleared an open space. Although Cobra wanted to send a standing army with new weapons to help, Kahn refused. The new arms and weapons are used to fight miscellaneous soldiers and those garbage pirates with tens of millions of bounties. They are completely useless against pirates like Doflamingo who have conquerors. When Alabasta is equipped with long-range laser weapons in large quantities, it may be able to solve Doflamingo. When the firepower is strong enough, even Logia will not be spared. But Baby 5 at the headquarters of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce was very worried about Kahn's safety, but Nico Robin got an order not to allow this woman to leave here. Nico Robin looked at Baby 5, who was constantly changing body parts into weapons, and couldn't help but sighed, "Don't worry about the safety of the boss, why don't you worry about Doflamingo? Are you not afraid that the boss will give the young master you said to me? Did you kill it?" Baby 5 replied in surprise, "What are you talking about? The young master is impossible to lose." "What if? There is no chance, the young master will definitely win. It was like this before. No matter how many fiancés I find, the young master will kill them secretly." Having said this, Baby 5 immediately sank down, but clenched his fists again in the next second and said, "But this time, I will never allow the young master to attack Mr. Ponte." Nico Robin said speechlessly, "How long have you guys known each other, and you have become so affectionate than Jin Jian? Have you done it?" "Hey, what?" Baby 5 asked suspiciously after hearing Robin's words. "That's the kind of thing that couples will do after marriage. Don't you want to marry the boss?" Nico Robin asked plainly again, and then gestured with his fingers to make a piston, but when Baby 5 saw Nico Robin's action, his face flushed instantly, and he waved his hand quickly and said, "Why, how could it be possible? This kind of thing. You also said that it is after marriage." Nico Robin suddenly felt bored and said, "I didn't do it before, forget it, if you are worried, you should worry about Doflamingo, maybe you will die this time." "How come?" After hearing the words, Baby 5 dropped the cigarette from his lips in surprise, and then said firmly, "If this is the case, then I will stop them even more." Nico Robin said helplessly, "Don't go, I need you to stay here." Baby 5 couldn't refuse immediately, "Hey, I need me, then okay." At this time, the pirate ship of Doflamingo was also approaching the port of Alabasta. The pirate ship of the Don Quixote family had a very advanced power system among the pirate ships. With a clear goal, it soon reached the sea area of Alabasta. Kahn had been waiting a long time to see the clown pirate ship. There was a long distance, but both of them found each other, and they were facing each other from afar. In addition to the clown banner pirates that were getting closer to the port, there were many other pirate ships in the distance, but they did not approach, but observed the movement here from a long distance. Perhaps the rest of the pirate ships won't approach until Doflamingo docks and lands. When the Joker flag pirate ship approached, two people suddenly jumped out of Rapeseed Flower Port and shouted at the pirate ship Doflamingo was on. "Dover, he's the only one here." "That's right, young master, we've even found out the Arc Proverbs and the munitions factory." The two who jumped out suddenly were Diamante and Gladius. After seeing Doflamingo, their courage suddenly grew, although Diamante felt that he would not be knocked down so easily if he used armament hockey in advance. Doflamingo shot several invisible lines from his hands, hooked directly to the ground of the port, and then pulled forward, and the whole person quickly flew along the lines to a position not far in front of Kahn. "Heh, did you hurt the new Shichibukai of the Don Quixote family? In fact, this incident makes me more angry than rejecting the deal, Shichibukai magician." The corners of Doflamingo's mouth turned up, revealing a dangerous smile. His words also moved the other cadres of the Don Quixote family, and they all cried out, "Dover," and "Young master," in tears. "Where's Baby 5? Hand over my family." After Kahn heard this, he interrupted Doflamingo with a smile and said, "Don't think about it, she is mine now, and you will personally expel her from the Don Quixote family in a while, and then your kindness to her will be completely dissipated. You said that I will expel my family from the Don Quixote family? Doflamingo suddenly showed his iconic smile as if he had heard some joke, and then said with a cruel smile, "It seems that you don't care about it at all. Understand the meaning of family." "Of course I understand, but I really want to know, under the threat of life and your family, which one would you choose?" There was a gentle smile on Kahn's face. Compared with Doflamingo, he was not a strong man at all, but the information Diamante gave made Doflamingo dare not take a peek at the new Shichibukai. "If I beat you half to death, and then asked you to choose whether to survive yourself or drive baby 5 out of the Don Quixote family, I wonder which one you would choose." Boom! A domineering aura erupted from Doflamingo's body in an instant, sweeping in all directions like a gust of wind. This domineering aura overwhelmingly oppressed Kahn, and even purple thunder exploded in the void. "Out, here it is, the young master's conqueror's haki, a natural kingly appearance, only one person among millions can have it." The cadres of the Don Quixote family all burst into tears after feeling this domineering and shocking momentum, but they suddenly found that Kahn, who was opposite the young master, seemed to be unaffected, and still had a smile on his face, and it was even more exuberant than before. Chapter 4, Ask for Votes. Finished. Tomorrow, the morning after waking up, is still the third watch, although it is a bit late, but the number will not decrease. Hey, what's going on? Why is Doflamingo taking so many people to the first half of the Grand Line? When Sengoku received the news, Doflamingo had already crossed the holy land of Mariehua with cadres and combat crews. The General Shichibukai did not pass so fast, but Doflamingo was an exception. He had the most privileged pass of the world government, even the Marines could not get it. Quasi-Doflamingo's whereabouts. Now Sengoku just wants to know the purpose of Doflamingo. The Don Quixote family generally develops in New World. What is the purpose of bringing so many people to the first half of the Grand Line? Xiaohe, do you know? Sengoku raised his head and asked Vice Admiral, who was sitting on the sofa in the house. His old teammate had played against Doflamingo the most, so he should be able to guess some. After thinking about it calmly, Crane said, "With so many people, who should I plan to fight with? In the first half of the Grand Line, apart from Marine, there is only..." Sengoku was reminded by the Crane, and he quickly thought of the answer, but he asked a little incomprehensibly, "Mage of Alabasta? He has only been a Shichibukai for less than a year. How did he conflict with this guy Doflamingo?" He calmly took a sip of tea and said, "This is beyond what I can guess. It is nothing more than profit or personal enmity. You should ask the CP agency of the world government, but the most important thing now is to prevent the two Shichibukai from going to war. It is not a glorious thing to spread the internal struggle of the world government. Doflamingo can't be dissuaded at all. Crane, you go there." Crane refused without thinking. "I refuse, my warship is still being repaired, unless you give me the Garp warship that damaged my warship." Xiaohe, my warship is also being repaired, that's why I'm rubbing against your warship, ahahaha. Sengoku was furious when he heard the words, and threw the teacup in his hand to Garp, who had been stealing his senbei all the time. "So it's you, Garp, even if you swim, you have to swim to Alabasta to organize the fight between the two of you." You are too embarrassing, Sengoku, this is simply impossible. Let Kizaru go. Kizaru Kazan and none of them are in the headquarters. You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* temper, Sengoku found that only Vice Admiral was left in the headquarters, and there was only a branch near Alabasta. He remembered that there was Smoker, who had repeatedly contradicted the headquarters. Not suitable. Let Momosaji go. Crane put down his teacup and said, the only one who can stop Dover in this department is Momosaji, unless you can persuade Garp, but if this idiot goes, it may turn into Marine beating Shichibukai violently. Just Momosaji, Crane, you go and inform Momosaji, I'll let the branch Smoker cooperate with her. Sengoku decided on the candidate without even thinking about it. Between Garp and Momosaji, although the former is more powerful, it is more troublesome. Doflamingo was only found by Marine when he passed by Eni's lobby. The flag with the clown logo and the huge pirate ship, even though he didn't stop much along the way, was still spotted by some people. After some pirates discovered the news, they even sold it to the World Economic News. Shichibukai Heavenly Yiksha Don Quixote Doflamingo returned to Paradise route. This news was spread to many people by the World Economic newspaper in a short period of time. Hey, that Heavenly Yiksha is back in the first half. What is he for? The pirate Creek, who is known as the Admiral of East Blue, couldn't help showing a cruel smile on his face when he saw the news in the newspaper. He happened to be planning to go to the Grand Line. If possible, he could get some news from Heavenly Yiksha enough. Creek never thought he was worse than anyone else. The reason why his bounty was so low was because East Blue had no chance for him to make a name for himself. On East Blue. Ajin, set sail immediately and go to Gaia Island, we will meet Heavenly Yiksha. More than 5,000 people, 50 pirate ships, such a huge military force, coupled with his own terrifying power and indestructible armor, made Crick feel that he could communicate with Heavenly Yiksha on an equal footing. Except for Crick, everyone else showed a lot of interest in Doflamingo's behavior. You must know that the first half of the Grand Line was quite quiet. Doflamingo's return made the quiet for a long time paradise a lot of fun again. The port of Alabasta Rapeseed City has cleared an open space. Although Cobra wanted to send a standing army with new weapons to help, Kahn refused. The new arms and weapons are used to fight miscellaneous soldiers and those garbage pirates with tens of millions of bounties. They are completely useless against pirates like Doflamingo who have conquerors. When Alabasta is equipped with long-range laser weapons in large quantities, it may be able to solve Doflamingo. When the firepower is strong enough, even Logia will not be spared. But Baby 5 at the headquarters of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce was very worried about Kahn's safety, but Nico Robin got an order not to allow this woman to leave here. Nico Robin looked at Baby 5, who was constantly changing body parts into weapons, and couldn't help but sighed, don't worry about the safety of the boss, why don't you worry about Doflamingo? Are you not afraid that the boss will give the young master you said to me? Did you kill it? Baby 5 replied in surprise, what are you talking about, the young master is impossible to lose. What if? There is no chance, the young master will definitely win. It was like this before. No matter how many fiancés I find, the young master will kill them secretly. Having said this, Baby 5 immediately sank down, but clenched his fists again in the next second and said, but this time, I will never allow the young master to attack Mr. Ponte. Nico Robin said speechlessly, how long have you guys known each other, and you have become so affectionate than Jin Jian? Have you done it? Hey, what? Baby 5 asked suspiciously after hearing Robin's words. That's the kind of thing that couples will do after marriage. Don't you want to marry the boss? Nico Robin asked plainly again, and then gestured with his fingers to make a piston, but when Baby 5 saw Nico Robin's action, his face flushed instantly, and he waved his hand quickly and said, why, how could it be possible? This kind of thing. You also said that it is after marriage. Nico Robin suddenly felt bored and said, I didn't do it before, forget it, if you are worried, you should worry about Doflamingo, maybe you will die this time. How come? After hearing the words, Baby 5 dropped the cigarette from his lips in surprise, and then said firmly, if this is the case, then I will stop them even more. Nico Robin said helplessly, don't go, I need you to stay here. Baby 5 couldn't refuse immediately, hey, I need me, then okay. At this time, the pirate ship of Doflamingo was also approaching the port of Alabasta. The pirate ship of the Don Quixote family had a very advanced power system among the pirate ships. With a clear goal, it soon reached the sea area of Alabasta. Kahn had been waiting a long time to see the clown pirate ship. There was a long distance, but both of them found each other, and they were facing each other from afar. In addition to the Clown Banner pirates that were getting closer to the port, there were many other pirate ships in the distance, but they did not approach, but observed the movement here from a long distance. Perhaps the rest of the pirate ships won't approach until Doflamingo docks and lands. When the Joker flag pirate ship approached, two people suddenly jumped out of Rapeseed Flower Port and shouted at the pirate ship Doflamingo was on. Dover, he's the only one here. That's right, young master, we've even found out the Ark Proverbs and the munitions factory. The two who jumped out suddenly were Diamanti and Gladius. After seeing Doflamingo, their courage suddenly grew, although Diamanti felt that he would not be knocked down so easily if he used armament hockey in advance. Doflamingo shot several invisible lines from his hands, hooked directly to the ground of the port, and then pulled forward, and the whole person quickly flew along the lines to a position not far in front of Kahn. Heh, did you hurt the new Shichibukai of the Don Quixote family? In fact, this incident makes me more angry than rejecting the deal, Shichibukai magician. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth turned up, revealing a dangerous smile. His words also moved the other cadres of the Don Quixote family, and they all cried out, Dover, and young master, in tears. Where's baby, 5? Hand over my family. After Kahn heard this, he interrupted Doflamingo with a smile and said, Don't think about it, she is mine now, and you will personally expel her from the Don Quixote family in a while, and then your kindness to her will be completely dissipated. You said that I will expel my family from the Don Quixote family? Doflamingo suddenly showed his iconic smile as if he had heard some joke, and then said with a cruel smile, It seems that you don't care about it at all. Understand the meaning of family. Of course I understand, but I really want to know, under the threat of life and your family, which one would you choose? There was a gentle smile on Kahn's face. Compared with Doflamingo, he was not a strong man at all, but the information Diamanti gave made Doflamingo dare not take a peek at the new Shichibukai. If I beat you half to death, and then asked you to choose whether to survive yourself or drive baby, 5 out of the Don Quixote family, I wonder which one you would choose. Boom! A domineering aura erupted from Doflamingo's body in an instant, sweeping in all directions like a gust of wind. This domineering aura overwhelmingly oppressed Kahn, and even purple thunder exploded in the void. Out, here it is, the young master's conqueror's haki, a natural kingly appearance, only one person among millions can have it. The cadres of the Don Quixote family all burst into tears after feeling this domineering and shocking momentum, but they suddenly found that Kahn, who was opposite the young master, seemed to be unaffected, and still had a smile on his face, and it was even more exuberant than before. Chapter 4, Ask for Votes. Finished, tomorrow, the morning after waking up, is still the third watch, although it is a bit late, but the number will not decrease. Some book friends said that there are a lot of typos. I'm sorry, mine, because I used the error correction several times, I thought it would be fine, and there were a lot of writing, so I was a little rushed. 7 Warlords of the Sea is a system created by the world government to combat pirates. Neither the Marine nor the world government is willing to see the 7 Warlords of the Sea fight each other. Before Guion finished speaking, Kahn interrupted with a smile, Guion Vice Admiral, this is Alabasta, Marine and world government will never let me stand still and let him kill me when I face the enemy, if you really want to avoid war, it shouldn't be me who persuades you, but... Speaking of this, Kahn shook the Doflamingo in his hand. At this time, the bioelectricity of his whole body was taken over, and his mouth could not speak because Kahn was trying to use the bioelectricity in Doflamingo to control his behavior. I know this is unfair to Mr. Burnt, but Doflamingo has a special status. If possible, Naval Headquarters hopes that the battle between the two of you will end here. Guion was a little embarrassed and said to Kahn that she did not show up when the two sides were not fighting, but one side had already won. At this time, Marine came out to persuade them to make peace. Moreover, Shichibukai who were originally businessmen were targeted, and they rejected the forces that proved legal plundering. The justice of the headquarters has a relatively high acceptance of Shichibukai like Kahn. Husband, young master him. Baby 5 came to Kahn with tears in her eyes. Although she always wanted to kill Doflamingo, it was more because of her anger after her fiancé was killed. Now that she really saw Doflamingo's life hanging by a thread, Baby 5 was a little worried. Can't bear it. No, I didn't intend to kill him. Kahn comforted Baby 5 with some headaches, and then gave Nico Robin a look, telling her to pull him away quickly. This guy had absolutely no intentions, maybe he let him out on purpose. After hearing Kahn's words, both Guillaume and Baby 5 breathed a sigh of relief, but then they heard Doflamingo speak again, and the voice was very sharp. I was wrong this time, Baby 5, and, Monet, from now on, you two will no longer be members of the Don Quixote family, and stay in the Pent Chamber of Commerce. Apologize. Whether it was Baby 5 on the side, or Monet who had just been rescued from the sea by other members of the clown pirate ship, after hearing what Doflamingo said, their eyes were about to pop out in shock. Especially Monet, she couldn't believe her ears, and asked loudly with disbelief on her face, "My lord, I don't want to leave the Don Quixote family, I want to." "Stop talking nonsense, just listen to me." Doflamingo continued to yell sharply, but this time the sound was much better than the previous one, at least it didn't have the harshness of fingernails scratching glass. "Dover. Little lord." Diamante, Gladius and others couldn't believe that it was Doflamingo's words. He always attached great importance to his family, but the situation in front of them forced them to believe that everyone heard it clearly. This was Doflamingo's decision. If it wasn't for the high-quality sunglasses, they could see Doflamingo's almost supercilious look. After Doflamingo finished speaking, Kahn directly cut off the bioelectric control in his body and made him faint, then he threw Doflamingo to the people in Don Quixote with a smile, and said, "I agree with this attitude of apologizing. Come to make trouble, next time you will not have such good luck." Doflamingo was caught by Diamante and others standing on the broken deck on the sea surface, and then stared at Kahn, the enemy of their Don Quixote family, through gritted teeth. Kahn didn't care about other people's eyes, unless they had a chance to heaven-defying to worship under the famous teacher Kaido, otherwise the future would be like this, and there was no threat to him at all. Then Kahn stretched out his finger, and the sea water near Monet was controlled by magic, and a big hand of 3 or 4 meters instantly transformed into a hand that grabbed Monet and sent him to Kahn's side. Control the seawater. This doesn't seem to be Thunder Fruit's ability. After seeing this scene, Guillaume couldn't help showing surprise on her face. She seemed to remember that no devil fruit could directly control seawater, because seawater would invalidate the devil fruit's ability. Diamante and others shouted in panic after seeing this, "Monet! Why are you so surprised? Aren't you going to obey Doflamingo's orders?" After speaking, Kahn pushed Monet in front of Nico Robin. The latter took out the phone bug and called people over, and then he did not forget to ask them to wear a pair of seastone handcuffs. Seeing this, Diamante and others could only grit their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. Even Doflamingo was severely injured. No matter how unwilling they were, they could do nothing. Doflamingo's decision, they can only ask the reason after the young master recovers from injury. The Don Quixote family is packing up and leaving. They will definitely go to a nearby town to buy a boat first, and then return to the kingdom of de Rice Rosa after Doflamingo wakes up. Kahn turned to Guillaume and asked with a smile, "The matter is over, Guillaume Vice Admiral, what are you going to do with those pirates in the distance?" Marine only came with 2 warships, and there were at least 7 or 8 groups of pirates in the distance, and one group of pirates had the largest number of pirates, with 50 pirate ships occupying a full position. These people, it's a bit embarrassing. It's definitely unrealistic to catch them all. It's not very useful if you catch a batch of them. Can I ask you, Mr. Pinter? Guillaume let out a peachy chuckle, matched with her beautiful appearance and slender figure, it was as if she had eaten the fruit of charm. If that's the case, then I'm not going to be polite. It just so happens that the Kahn Chamber of Commerce needs some coolie slaves. After finishing speaking, Kahn directly separated several shadow clone. This ninjutsu surprised Guillaume and others again. She realized that she knew too little about Kahn, suspected Thunder Fruit's ability, not afraid of Seastone's fire control ability, as well as controlling sea water and the special clone just now. Gion suddenly felt that Naval Headquarters should treat this new Shichibukai more cautiously, and defeated 2 Shichibukai in a row, and in the attitude of fighting pirates, the purpose of the magician Mr. Pent and Marine is the same. Robin, King Cobra, please take care of these pirate slaves. The thorns will be sent to me, and the rest will be handed over to you. When Kahn was speaking, cloudy skies and thunderstorms had appeared in the sea a few kilometers away, and none of the pirates who were watching the show from a distance ran away. Among these gangs of pirates, the one with the highest reward was tens of millions of Baileys. After the value on them is drained, the Marine reward place is their final destination. Yes, boss. Nico Robin said weakly. She felt that this was Kahn's retaliation for her not being optimistic about Baby 5, so she found so many things for her, those pirate ships in the distance, at least thousands of people, arranged for so many people. Well, she'll be busy for at least a month or so. After arranging things for Robin, Kahn asked Gion again, Gion Vice Admiral, would you like to sit in the rainy city for a while? Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Burnt. I am also very curious about the special products of Sky Island, so I will trouble you, he. Gion smiled softly after speaking, her voice contained a mature and seductive taste. Baby 5 on the side was very nervous. Could it be that the fiancé he just found was about to be seduced by this big man? It's an honor for the Kahn Chamber of Commerce that Gion Vice Admiral can come, but I may have some work to do next, so my deputy will receive you. She knows everything about Rainland City. Kahn said to Gion with a smile, and then directly took Baby 5 and Monet back with apparition. Seeing the ability that suddenly disappeared, Gion thought that this should be a change similar to the space ability that Smoker said. The magic mage is becoming more and more unpredictable. Gion shook her head secretly. This should be a headache for Marshal Sengoku and the others, and then she relaxed and prepared to take a stroll in the rainy city. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Robin. It doesn't matter. Nico Robin was smiling but said Kahn several times in his heart, let her bring a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, this narrow-minded boss is definitely taking revenge on her. Big event. In the Shichibukai War, Mage has won a big victory. Sweeping the paradise. Shichibukai who hates pirates the most. The results of the match between Kahn and Doflamingo spread across the entire Grand Line in an instant, and Doflamingo's defeat surprised countless people. On the front page of the World Economic News, it was the photo of Kahn holding the scorched Doflamingo with one hand. The Seagull reporter who watched the battle from a distance even wrote down the detailed battle situation. After this battle, although Doflamingo is not dead, his reputation and status have been greatly reduced. The underground world of North Blue will definitely have another twists and turns, but this is a good thing for Marine. Marine is happy to see the dark forces fighting each other, and the Don Quixote family's use of Shichibukai's name to expand their power and support the pirates is also a headache for Naval Headquarters. Due to Shichibukai's privilege, Marine has nothing to do with Doflamingo, and now seeing someone who can teach him a lesson is naturally the best thing. Naval Headquarters. Gion played in the rainy city for 3 days, and at the end he was a little reluctant to leave. In order to let the Vice Admiral of the headquarters leave early, Nico Robin gave her a lot of Sky Island specialties before sending her away. One more day around her would make Nico Robin feel bad all over. After returning to the headquarters, Gion immediately received a summons from Sengoku. Besides him, there were Tsuru Vice Admiral and Kazan. Garp was kicked out by Sengoku because he was useless. After listening to all the reports from Gion, Sengoku said, although there is already a lot of evidence that Mage doesn't like pirates, Marine still can't take him lightly. After listening to Sengoku's words, Kazan couldn't hold back and asked, "Ah la la, Marshal Sengoku, do you still need to monitor Mage? He doesn't seem to have done anything illegal." Crane said from the side, "Kazan, this is not Sengoku's decision. Yes, this is the order of the world government, that is, the 5 elders." Sengoku is also somewhat dissatisfied with the 5 elders' decision, but their orders to naval headquarters will still be carried out. Although that's what I said, Marine just needs to put on a little show. Based on our analysis of him, apart from being interested in some rare items and devil fruit, he is currently most committed to fighting pirates. It can be said that he is very similar to Marine. The purpose is the same. Let them decide what the world government will do. Anyway, Marine doesn't have any extra troops to monitor a Shichibukai. After Sengoku finished speaking, Crane said, "Let's pay attention to the dark forces in New World next." The reputation of the Don Quixote family has been greatly reduced, but it also exposed something. They seem to be trading with the Beast's pirates, one of the 4 emperors. After talking about this, Sengoku looked at Akiji and said, "Kuzan, this matter will trouble you. I will send you some people. Beast's pirates are existences that need to be treated with caution, especially their leader." However, Kahn discussed with Cobra, and finally distributed more than 2,000 pirates to Cobra to plant trees and build roads for Alabasta, while Alabasta sent 30,000 standing troops to watch over these pirates. A lunatic who wants to commit suicide, Marine has caught him, but there is nothing he can do, but now it seems that Beast's pirates is not as simple as it seems. Nico Robin listened to the door with a calm face for a while. She felt that the sound would last for a while, so she left with breakfast. Even if it's demon fruit power, you can't use it like this. You have to talk to the scumbag boss. Either reveal the whereabouts of a historical text, or cut jobs. The second update. But since Kahn captured such pirates as hard labor, most of the citizens of Alabasta have been liberated. They have easier jobs and don't have to do this kind of hard work that hurts the body. As for the resistance of the pirates, there must be some, but the strong and powerful pirates were picked away by Kahn, and whoever dared to make trouble, Alabasta's standing army directly shot with machine guns, and in serious cases, they would even wash the ground with rocket launchers. Planting trees and building roads in the desert is hard work, and Alabasta lacks slaves, so it used to be hard work for the people to do this kind of tiring work. After killing 3 batches of troublesome pirates, the remaining people calmed down. The sudden influx of thousands of pirates into Alabasta is no small test for the country. Nico Robin is exhausted every day, not only to form an intelligence department, but also to collect some scarce materials according to Kahn's order, such as Sea Kings and Bao Shu Adam, etc., and to be in charge of the business of the Chamber of Commerce. End of this chapter. After Kazan heard Sengoku's words, he felt that he had made the worst choice today not to leave with Mr. Garp. After monitoring the Don Quixote family and the Beast's pirates, he managed to rest for a while. Nico Robin thought about it and decided in her heart. She carried a plate of breakfast and walked slowly towards the room where Kahn lived. It was prepared for herself. She would discuss with Kahn while having breakfast. The hardest one during this period was Nico Robin. After Kahn gave her a lot of orders, he hid directly in the basement of the Chamber of Commerce headquarters and stopped working. But as soon as he came to the door, Nico Robin heard the fierce and sometimes low voice of Baby 5 coming from inside. He could also hear some faint sounds of physical collisions. After a little thought, he knew what was going on inside. "Husband, let's do it again. I like that strong sense of being needed." Kahn shook his head and said, "No, today you have to learn all the blueprints and operating principles of these weapons, as well as physical exercise, blood tests, and serum body enhancement, etc. You can't always indulge in such things, Baby 5. Kahn, who entered the sage mode, decisively rejected Baby 5. His current impulsiveness has been reduced to the extreme with the bullets running out, so he planned a lot of things during the time before waking up, although he will Baby 5-5 coaxed it, but her need was too strong. But Baby 5 fell in love with this kind of thing with a longing face. It was a feeling of being needed and comfortable. It was the first time in her life that she had this kind of experience. It was simply wonderful. Baby 5 wanted to fall asleep in this comfortable feeling, even if there was only a little strength left in her body. She hugged Kahn tightly with both hands, clamping his strong and powerful arms in her arms. Then, for the last time this morning." Seeing this, Kahn suppressed the impulse in his heart, and then seriously said to Baby 5, "I need you to become stronger now, Baby 5, and the Kahn Chamber of Commerce will still need your protection in the future." When Baby 5 heard this, his eyes turned red and he put his heart on his cheek and said, "Yes, I need me, then I will go to practice right away, and I will protect my husband in the Kahn Chamber of Commerce in the future." Seeing Baby 5 change his words, Kahn was relieved. Meeting such a woman who is excellent in every aspect and is also very obedient, it is really difficult for him to break free from this big bed. In the end, Kahn and Baby 5 agreed that when she can control a weapon with the fruit ability, she will be rewarded once. The more difficult the weapon to control, the more rewards. Baby 5's weapon fruit has great potential, and she is so obedient. As long as she has enough physical strength, she can even become ancient weapon Pluton as long as she knows and memorizes the operating principle of Pluton. Baby 5's current strength is so low, it is purely limited by her vision and cognition. The most powerful weapon she can transform into is a missile, and the power is not great. Most of the time, she will become a cold weapon and cooperate with Buffalo. Enemy. It's so reckless. The upper limit of many fruit abilities is very high, but people in One Piece world can't use them at all, and few people who eat fruits concentrate on developing fruit abilities, and finally develop Haki. But it is also understandable, Logia Devil fruit is recognized as the strongest, and Haki can capture the Logia entity, and the top powerhouses rely on Haki to fight against the enemy, and few rely solely on fruits to fight against the enemy, only Marine and Admiral. But for the fruit development of Baby 5, Kahn has already formulated a set of detailed processes. When it comes to the understanding of weapons, no one can reserve more than him. There are hundreds of weapons. Moreover, those with weapon fruit abilities will not be injured by the weapons they transform. If Baby 5 is strong enough, he can even transform into a nuclear bomb, bringing a wave of self-explosion tactics of the highest mystery. If Baby 5 develops the fruit ability well, her strength represented by the amount of bounty offered by the pirates will be at least 800 to 900 million Baileys, and Kahn will also help Baby 5 make up for its weaknesses, fly into the sky, replenish physical strength, etc. If there is no thunder fruit, Kahn will always consider the weapon fruit. The development level of the weapon determines the strength of the fruit-capable user, which is really convenient. But right now, Kahn is hoping for a munch fruit. Now Kahn does not lack the development of combat means, but lacks a little auxiliary ability. Munch fruit is his first choice, and it is also the best available at present. The scientific and technological achievements he obtained in the future, 50% of the reasons for restricting the realization our materials are not up to standard. It is precisely because of this that Kahn became interested in Wakanda. If he can get a lot of vibration gold, he may be able to make breakthroughs in materials, and he will be able to produce many advanced technological products. However, munch fruit is not bad. After Wapol was kicked out of Drum Country, he was able to establish Wapol Group because he used munch fruit to create a new alloy. Robin, how's the news from Wapol going? Kahn came to Robin's office very leisurely with a black tea in his hand. Now most of the experiments are being recorded by the Queen of Red, so he is rarely relaxed. I have already found out, but I think it's better for the boss to think about the matter of taking action against the king of a country. After saying this, a few hands stretched out from the desk and moved the documents away, and then Nico Robin behind the Chamber of Commerce documents was revealed. At this time, Nico Robin was wearing a slim and well-fitting small suit, and his temperament looked very refined. Don't worry, others won't find out that I did it, and I won't take his life. Leave the headache to the world government. Kahn waved his hand and said to Nico Robin, with ninjutsu and magic, One Piece world can have a few people who can see through his identity. Nico Robin held his forehead helplessly and said, okay, Wapol is still in the Drum Kingdom recently, and the permanent pointer has been prepared for you, boss, but do you want to tell me about that? I don't know much, and I was emptied by you so soon. There is a piece of historical text in the forest of the Fish Men Island. Even if you know the remaining historical text, it is very difficult to get it. It is better to develop the strength of the Chamber of Commerce first. Bar. The Fishmen Island. I understand, but thank you, boss. Nico Robin said with a smile on his face when he got the news, and then used flower fruit to grow 2 hands on Kahn's body, helped him straighten his collar and knocked on his back. The permanent pointer will be delivered to the boss later. As for the other items you need, there is news in Sabaody Archipelago. I will get someone to buy them back as soon as possible. Nico Robin is talking about the local specialties of One Piece world, some rare resources, slaves of special races, meat and special delicacies of sea kings, treasure tree atom and so on. Now that you have come to this world, you must bring a full space backpack. Among other things, he has prepared a lot of shells for Sky Island, such as platoon shells. As long as it is matched with Jinjin to make a set of armor, it may be able to make the most of the impact of platoon shells. The impact force is absorbed and then released in one breath. The impact force of the platoon shell can destroy a building. Even the Green Titan can't withstand this level of achievement. In the future, this shell will be the standard equipment of Umbrella's elite warrior. In addition to Robin, the underground research room of the Chamber of Commerce headquarters has also made a lot of progress. Kahn did not hesitate to use these vicious pirates for human experiments. In addition to collecting some human body data, he transformed all the powerful pirates into G-Virus Warrior and Z-Virus Warrior. These 2 virus serums are different from the Super Soldier Serum and the T-Virus, and they are not helpful to the evolution of the human body. They are completely used to make the biochemical mechanical warrior, so that the injector's body will continue to undergo upgraded strengthening. A common person can turn into a tyrant with more than 10 tons of power after injection. These powerful pirates. It's a pity that this pirate world can't make memory nanoalloys, otherwise they will get the most terrifying enhancement. There are 53 pirates with a bounty of more than 5 million and who are more violent and disobedient to discipline. All of them were transformed into Z-Virus and G-Virus Warrior by Kahn. The body is full of metal bone armor and the command chip of the Red Queen. The weapons equipped on the body are very advanced beam cannons, lasers, etc., and there is also a self-explosive bomb inside the body. Well, there is no other candidate but you. Smoker is the worst fit for this kind of job. He will scold the world government severely. I'm not sure about this, but Sister do you know why the world government's attitude towards Mage has changed? With a smile on his face, Gion held a piece of information left by Marine, showed it to Vice Admiral, and continued, the last clone of that Shichibukai demon mage should be a ninja's ninjutsu. Wanakuni has dealt with and gathered some intelligence. Ninjutsu, it really fits, but apart from this point, Mage doesn't seem to have the characteristics of other ninjas. Could it be that he got the training method of Wanakuni ninjutsu? After Kahn got the record pointer and the information about Wapple, he directly used the flying spell to rush to the Drum Kingdom. These 53 biochemical mechanical warriors are the cards of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce in One Piece world. More than 20 are enough to destroy a country. 53 are dispatched together, and they can touch everyone in the Don Quixote family except Doflamingo. Finally found it, and I said that looking at that move is a bit familiar. Sister look at this. After Crane received the information Gion found, he suddenly remembered who recorded it. At that time, this person was still her contemporaries, but later served as Vice Admiral, a branch of New World, and was killed by Beast's pirates. After all, Kahn can't stay in One Piece world for a long time, and the development time of the Chamber of Commerce is still too little, but the reputation of the 2 Shichibukai and the 53 biomechanical warriors are enough to ensure the safety of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Especially when the opponent ate the thunder fruit of the strongest Logia. Crane asked with some doubts. Except for ninjutsu, Mage's other moves are very compatible with thunder fruit's ability. Sengoku has decided to do his best to win over Mage. Let me go. Crane smiled and said, what she meant was to remind and not to be too obvious. It is rare to meet a Shichibukai who is not a pirate. If he is forced to become a pirate by the world government, it will be a big trouble for Marine. Tsuru took a sip of tea flatly, and then said, because of Doflamingo, his identity is a bit unusual, but that is a stupid decision made by the world government, and Sengoku doesn't want to do it. Gion, if you are free, you can go to Alabasta to remind Mage and let him know Marine's attitude. Next is the fruit of the door. Gion asked curiously. He obviously wanted to win over this reliable combat power before, but suddenly wanted to spy on him. Kahn returned to the Marvel world after spending more than a year in One Piece and harvesting a lot of good things. The largest number is the Sky Island shell. He is going to let the researchers analyze the principle of the Sky Island shell, and then enhance the ability or change the shape. There is also the flesh and blood of sea kings, to analyze the medicinal function or whether it can make gene serum, but Kahn saved a lot for cooking, because the meat of sea kings has a really good taste, and you can feel the excellent taste after a little cooking. Moreover, the meat of sea kings has an excellent effect on restoring physical strength. If the meat of sea kings is used as an energy supplement, it is estimated that Pietro can recover all his physical strength in a few tens of seconds. The human body is harmless. In addition to these, the most valuable things that Kahn obtained were the San Fruit Ability Serum and the Bloodline Factor that Monet extracted from Monet. Devil Fruit's ability cannot be deprived frequently. If something happens to Monet again, I'm afraid someone will guess what it is. There are many smart people in the pirate world. If they know that Kahn can even deprive Logia's ability, then he may become the target of public criticism. Middle. Moreover, he also wants to study the ability to replicate devil fruit, or at least develop a short-term ability potion, using the blood of the capable person to create a short-acting ability serum. This research project has been assigned by Kahn. Now there are hundreds of researchers in his biological research center, divided into 5 research teams to conduct different research. After the underground hive is built, all will be relocated there. Kahn reckons that the war against Wakanda is about to start. With the military size of the United States, if it is a common African country, they only need the Secretary of Defense to sign a military action order, which can be implemented in a few hours. Fight against sanctions. That is Wakanda. The intelligence is unknown, and the military strength is unknown. Even if Hydra doesn't know much about Wakanda, it only knows that the opponent's technological level is very high, definitely surpassing the United States. Therefore, the United States must be prepared. This war against Wakanda will win. And we must win smoothly, otherwise America's international status will drop again and again. Not long ago, the president was deflated in the Middle East, and the president confidently announced to the entire American people that their assistance to the Middle East would not exceed 10 days. As a result, half a month later, they got a list of casualties that they couldn't bear to look at directly, and even the super soldier squad was completely wiped out. Although the second military operation completed its mission, the first hip pull has attracted a lot of people's abuse. If there is another stumble in the small African country of Wakanda, the president's resignation will not happen, but his popular support rate will definitely become the lowest in history. Kahn turned on the TV and looked at it. All the mainstream news are broadcasting this incident, claiming that Wakanda is the devil murderer who killed the American Air Force soldiers. They are planning a series of ulterior secrets behind the scenes, just to start a war. Destroy the peace America is trying to build today. He even saw Stark on the news, who had just escaped from the Ten Rings gang. The wound on his face hadn't healed yet, but he opposed the war and hoped for a peaceful solution. It seems that Tony Stark has become Iron Man, but just these few words he said before the live TV broadcast can cause the shares of Stark Industries to plummet. Arms companies hate arms. What is the difference between this and Kahn, a biomedical giant, who has cancer? Tony Stark has woken up a lot after experiencing an accident, but his behavior has planted a lot of disasters for the company. If he decides to close Stark Industries' weapons department, then Kahn just took advantage of it. After Kahn saw the news about Stark, he immediately contacted Carl and asked him to short the Stark Industries stock with all his strength recently. There are many ways to make money from wars. What Kahn values most is Stark's weapons department. If he buys enough shares after the Stark Industries stock plummets and becomes a major shareholder of Stark Industries, he will have the opportunity to take over Stark Industries, the arms sector of the industry. And Tony Stark's comeback hope is nothing more than to develop new energy sources with the arc reactor and enter this field. However, the Pent Group will definitely announce its entry into new energy sources before Stark Industries, and the research of Vank and his sons has already been quite effective. In this Wakanda war, the military's elite troops were even equipped with new energy weapons, but all of this was confidential, and Stark didn't know it at all. After shutting down the weapons department, Stark Industries couldn't be saved in the new energy industry. In addition, Kahn has been hitting Stark Industries stock. It may be difficult to annex this arms giant, but it's still possible to bite off a big piece of meat. In addition to Tony Stark, Kahn even saw interviews with Betty and Laura on the TV news. Pent Group is also a relatively well-known military enterprise, and their views on war are enough to influence the views of many people. It's just that Betty is much smarter than Stark when facing the news interview. When facing the reporter's interview, she only answered that she is on the side of the American people, and no matter whether there will be a war or not, the Pent Group they will spend $100 million for charitable relief in the post-disaster area. Although Laura is the CEO of Pent Group, many people know Betty's identity, so they believe that she can fulfill this promise. At the New York airport, Kahn was driving a sports car near the landing site. After a while, Betty's private plane landed nearby. Seeing this, Kahn drove the sports car over and waited for Betty to get off the plane. After the plane door opened, Betty saw Kahn sitting on the sports car waving to her, and immediately smiled and walked down the plane escalator and asked, "Why are you here?" "Your father is leaving the day after tomorrow. He calls you to go back tonight." "I want to go too." Kahn smiled and said to Betty, and then told her assistant and bodyguard not to follow. Then Betty got into Kahn's sports car directly, the speed soared all the way, and soon drove to Ross's house. This dinner was made by Thaddeus Ross himself. Although Betty ate happily, Kahn found it very unpleasant. Since he became rich and powerful, he hasn't wronged his mouth much. But tonight, eating is the second priority. Ross called Kahn here, mainly to tell him about the military's battle plan. As mercenaries, Umbrella's soldiers boarded the Indian Ocean Fleet half a month ago. This time, the United States and 7 countries including Britain, France, Germany and Italy will attack Wakanda from 4 directions at the same time. In this war, tanks, aircraft bombing, and missiles are the main means of attack. If the energy barrier of Wakanda is not broken, then attacking it will have an effect. But Ross and Kahn are not worried, because the US government has collected a lot of information on Wakanda, so Congress approved $60 billion in military funding, and this is the first batch. The missiles carried alone can wipe out a large country in Africa. No matter how strong Wakanda's energy barrier is, it can't resist a month's energy baptism. Once the energy barrier is broken, the military and Umbrella's super soldier squad will break into Wakanda and harass and decapitate. The discussion lasted until 12 o'clock, and Ross told Kahn almost all the military operations he knew. Although it violated the regulations, Ross knew that he wanted to go further and could only rely on his daughter and Kahn. A few years ago, Kahn Pinter was just a lucky boy in Ross' eyes, relying on his daughter and extremist virus serum to get the military order. But Kahn's power is developing faster and faster, not only becoming a giant in biological medicine, but also becoming an important partner of the military after annexing Osborn. I don't know if the Wakanda war was planned by him, but Ross feels that Kahn must have been involved in this matter, otherwise Kahn would not let him persuade other people in the military. Now Ross can only hope that Kahn will not fall, otherwise, once Kahn's actions are exposed, even his general will be scrutinized. There is still not much monitoring news, but it can prove that the target has long known about the Wakanda war. Coulson. Why do you think Fury thinks that the Wakanda war has something to do with the target? Sharon Carter took off the headset and asked the person on the other end of the video call, Phil Coulson, who had been promoted to the 8th level agent some time ago, was almost one of the highest-ranking agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. There are only 2 10th-level authorities, and no more than 10 people with 9th-level authority. The rest are 8th-level agents in charge of affairs around the world, and Fury actually sent an 8th-level agent plus his team to assist her the mission. And the mission is a little off course. I have turned off the signal. The signal was cut off after Betty Ross returned to Brookwood Manor last time. Fortunately, I prepared a substitute in advance to say that your team hasn't analyzed what is the reason there. Fury suspects many people, and he is just one of them. As for analyzing the reason of Brook Forest Manor, at least you have to go in and check it out. Coulson said with a smile, and then passed the received information to the team who specialized in data analysis. For the purpose of the mission, Coulson almost applied for the highest support from S.H.I.E.L.D., and he will go to S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau Academy wants 2 geniuses to join his team. Don't worry for now, Agent Carter, I will recruit 2 professionals to join the team after a while, and I will be able to analyze the reasons in more detail then. Sharon Carter raised her forehead and asked, S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy? Hurry up, Agent Coulson. With these equipment alone, I feel like I might be discovered every day, and I suspect that the Pent Group also has one with Tony. Stark's Jarvis is about the same artificial intelligence. Did you find anything, Agent Carter? Red Empress, use S.H.I.E.L.D. to look up this name. If the Pent Group doesn't have this employee, then look up where it is from, or if it's a person. Sharon Carter finished speaking, and then continued to ask, what about the investigation of the super soldier serum? Coulson was quiet for a while, and it took a minute before he said, continue, both at the same time. The war is about to happen soon. The American Army and Marine occupy 2 directions to attack, and the remaining 6-nation coalition forces occupy the other 2 directions, but among the coalition forces, there are also staff guidance from the United States, and the direction of the coalition forces is a place that is easy to attack but difficult to defend. The easiest place to attack Wakanda must be occupied by the United States. The Super Soldier Squad and the assault force equipped with new energy weapons are ready. After the rear firepower smashes Wakanda's energy barrier, they will break into it. Go in. The United States did not disclose too much information about Wakanda. If the Xinjiang mine spreads, the benefits will definitely not be distributed. They have to quarrel for a long time about the internal allocation. The military, Hydra, government and other departments all want to ask for more quotas. How could it be possible to bring Britain, France and Germany into the war before the war? Even after the war, they have to hide it for a period of time. It is really impossible to give up a little interest in the Middle East, which is enough for them to wag their tails. Internationally, the News Corporation headed by the United States is still pouring dirty water on Wakanda. The tripartite alliance of TV stations, newspapers, and the Internet, except for remote mountainous areas where no signal can be received, almost everyone thinks Wakanda is a sinful country. They supported terrorists behind their backs, carried out extremist organization activities, and used despicable means to assassinate the heroic soldiers of the American Air Force. Even the attack on Tony Stark a few days ago could not escape the support of Wakanda. The director of Stark Industries, who had always wanted to replace Tony Stark, clapped his hands and applauded immediately after seeing the news, and then paid a sum of money to let the media pour dirty water on Wakanda. Now Wakanda is isolated and helpless in the international arena, even the countries around Africa will not help him, and under the 7-nation coalition forces of more than 300,000 including the United States, no blind African indigenous country dares to help Wakanda. The most vicious warlords put down their guns at this time and picked up the shovel to act as good citizens. They were afraid that if they jumped too high, the other party would turn around and kill them. Even the aircraft carrier fleet was dispatched. It can only be said that this time the United States did not regard the Wakanda war as a joke, but seriously. But in a few days, all the preludes to the war have been prepared, the tank unit has arrived at the designated location, and other units such as bombers are also ready. The commander this time is Thaddeus Ross, and he took the post after a multi-party game. He and Umbrella's super soldier team have a lot of reasons. After arriving at the aircraft carrier and everything was ready, Ross solemnly ordered, "Attack." Stark Industries, Tony took a period of recuperation after he came back. It can be regarded as healed all the injuries he suffered not long ago. He also temporarily handed over the company's affairs to Obadiah and Pepper. When he returned to the United States, he was in a daze water, even blurted out when answering reporters' questions. But that was what he had in mind. "Sir, Miss Pepper came to you with a guest, they have already arrived downstairs, do you need me to help you stop?" Tony Stark recovered from the projection screen in front of him, and asked Jarvis, "Guest? Who?" The database can't search for the other party's information for the time being, but what he showed is the certificate of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, and it has arrived. As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, he saw Pepper bringing a black man wearing a blindfold to the door, and after entering the password, he brought him in. After seeing Tony Stark sitting on the sofa, Pepper said, "Tony, this is here to ask you about something." "He is. Let me introduce you, Ms. Pepper." Nick Fury interrupted Pepper and said to Tony Stark, "I am the director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, which is the SHIELD Bureau. I am currently responsible for dealing with signs that may threaten peace and wars. For example, what happened to you this time is. And the current war." Tony Stark clicked the instruction, and then the virtual projection continued the war scene just now. Planes bombed, tanks roared, and the huge aircraft carrier fleet on the sea was firing missiles non-stop. Tony Stark could tell at a glance that this was the Yahweh series he developed, which represented a weapon for maintaining peace, but it was now being used as a war. In less than 10 minutes, Tony had already launched 3 Yahweh missiles. The Yahweh missiles alone cost $500 million a week. It's a pity that Tony Stark still can't stop the supply of Stark Industrial Weapons Department to the military. The order was signed before his accident. Investigation. During the war, stop the supply of missiles that have been ordered by the military in advance. Is Stark Industries colluding with Wakanda? Does Tony Stark want to support the activities of extremist organizations and subvert the American regime? When Tony Stark came back, he only dared to say that he would close the weapons department in the future and oppose wars and the like. Faced with the war against Wakanda that was finalized with the joint efforts of many parties, Tony dared not obstruct it, otherwise Stark Industries would also support it. Can't live. You hacked into a military satellite. Nick Fury clicked his tongue, then naturally sat on the sofa next to Tony, and continued, "Don't you think there is something wrong with this war? Sorry, I forgot that you made Iron Man in the hands of terrorists at this time. Let me tell you, SHIELD lost 2 agents in Wakanda before those 2 Air Force fighter jets crashed." Tony Stark apologized and said, "It seems that he is still your common enemy, now you can also avenge your subordinates." "I will avenge my subordinates, because I will definitely find out the real murderer who planned all this behind the scenes. I will investigate anything related to this war. Originally, you were also on my suspicion list, but after seeing what happened to you, I took you off the detective list." After Nick Fury finished speaking, he gave Tony Stark a lot of lists, and continued to say to him, "There are still so many left, but there is something wrong with SHIELD, so I want to use other people's strength." "Oh, do you want to hire me? Can you afford such a high price?" Nick Fury ignored Tony Stark's shady tone, and continued to say to him, "Flip back, there is a plan for the Avengers, you were not qualified before, and now you are still not qualified after this incident. But you have one criterion for agreeing with the Avengers, and that is that you hate war. Think about it carefully, Stark. If you agree, I will give you a gift then." After finishing speaking, Nick Fury left here. He has other things. Although Stark is important, he is not the only one. If possible, Nick Fury didn't want to form the Avengers so quickly. This was just his idea, and now he couldn't find a few suitable people. How peaceful. He could only form an external team, and let a few trusted agents under him provide a reserve of technical personnel for the Avengers in the name of investigation, so that the disturbance would be less, and the enemy would not be aware of his intentions. After Nick Fury left, Pepper saw Tony's solemn expression, and couldn't help asking, Tony, are you okay? I'm fine, Pepper, please leave the company to you and Obadiah for the time being, I may have to deal with some other things here. The information Nick Fury gave him did not take away, so Tony Stark is now looking at it very seriously. It is full of relevant personnel who benefited from the war with Wakanda. There are hundreds of them, but S.H.I.E.L.D. 70% of them carry out investigation and monitoring because of insufficient manpower and sensitive identities of the remaining people. What a troublesome challenge, Avengers. After reading it, Tony Stark handed over all the data to Jarvis for a backup, and then stored it in his personal network. But after watching the Wakanda war for a while, Tony Stark took out the document again, and then said to Jarvis, Jarvis, start working, I will give you a task. Wakanda. Your Majesty, the energy barrier will last up to 3 days, and Wakanda will have no energy barrier by then. The technical research and development personnel reported the news to King T'Chaka. Now the war bombing outside Wakanda has continued for 4 days. Even at night, the frequency of the bombing is only reduced, more missiles. Some Wakanda personnel are even used to the sound of explosions, but they are more afraid. Now Wakanda seems to be an enemy of the whole world. They do have high-tech weapons, energy guns, stealth fighters and beam cannons, etc. But there are too many enemies, and the combatants of several tribes in Wakanda add up to only more than 3,000, and this is counting the Dora guards of T'Chaka. 3 days. T'Chaka looked heavy after hearing the news. According to the news captured by Wakanda's surveillance, they faced 300,000 troops, 3,000 people against 300,000. It's hard to be 1 against 100. We can only use the secret channel to send some people away first, and leave the rest as a cover to attract attention for Wakanda's fire. Dakin, according to the Tinder plan, the inheritance of Wakanda must be handed over to T'Challa. After hearing the words, Dakin, the captain of Dora's guard, immediately asked anxiously, then you, Your Majesty. Only if I die in Wakanda, the United States will reduce the search and arrest efforts. Remember, you must keep an eye on T'Challa and prevent him from living in hatred. T'Chaka said to Dakin with a solemn expression that his son T'Challa had not been exposed, and Wakanda's last hope was on T'Challa. Get ready. When the energy barrier is broken, I will interfere with the radar signal of the Sea Fleet. At that time, you will leave Wakanda through the undersea tunnel and go find T'Challa. Rumble. The muzzles of the reorganized tanks kept roaring, and after a while, bombers with full ammunition passed over Wakanda. By the 3rd day, Wakanda's energy barrier had already shown irreparable loopholes, and their energy reserves were almost exhausted. Wakanda's energy reserves are very rich, but under the bombing of the 7-nation alliance led by the United States, they must open the energy barrier to cover all tribes, and provide the highest limit for the energy barrier 24 hours a day supply. Unless all the energy of the combat weapons is transferred to the energy barrier, but that will only last for a while, and they will also lose their last means of counterattack. In Wakanda, T'Chaka summoned the fighters of all tribes and announced to them loudly, the citizens of Wakanda, now is the most dangerous time Wakanda has faced for thousands of years. Brothers and sisters are united in the face of crisis, and the energy barrier will be lifted next. We must protect Wakanda and repel the vicious invaders. Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. After T'Chaka finished speaking, all the combatants gathered in front of him shouted the slogan of Wakanda with enthusiasm, and shouted it more than 10 times. After their throats were almost dry, T'Chaka let most of the people disbanded to their respective fighting positions. As for lifting the energy barrier, it was discussed by T'Chaka and others, and they were going to use the last bit of energy to launch an electronic pulse to make the enemies on the battlefield lose their command. As time passed, T'Chaka could not help but pray to the Panther God, hoping that the enemy's attack interval would not change. After a while, it may be that the Black Panther God heard T'Chaka's prayer, or that General Ross, the Supreme Commander of the United States, did not change his bombing habits, and the bombing on the Wakanda energy barrier slowly slowed down. At this time, T'Chaka shouted through the communication device, Wakanda forever. This is a signal for their Wakanda counterattack, and a signal for Wakanda to fire to escape. Hum. The energy barrier covering 4 holes above Wakanda suddenly dissipated, and then a dazzling electromagnetic pulse was emitted from the tower in the center of Wakanda. After the electromagnetic pulse reached the air, it exploded into 4, and then attacked the coalition forces surrounding Wakanda in 4 directions. Within a few seconds, the electromagnetic pulse exploded directly, all electronic equipment around Wakanda became unusable, and communication was paralyzed. It's an EMP attack. Fortunately, our equipment is protected. Captain Carlo, are we going to attack now? They seem to have cancelled even the energy barrier. 20 miles away from Wakanda's energy barrier, the American military and Umbrella's super soldier team lurked here early. Ross's staff analysis also estimated that Wakanda would not last long, so the super soldier team was dispatched in advance. Even the equipment of these people is specially customized by the Pent Group, just to prevent various situations. Once the energy barrier is broken, they will take on the task of intruding. Umbrella's team leader is Carlo, who is Umbrella's first batch of super soldiers, and this time also shoulders the orders given to him by Kahn. Wait a little longer, our communication equipment cannot be destroyed by an EMP attack, wait for the signal above. Before Carlo finished speaking, the satellite communication device on his body vibrated, and when it was connected, an order from General Ross came from inside. In 20 minutes, the fighter planes will resume bombing, and they will no longer have energy. Barrier, capture the King of Wakanda within 20 minutes, and kill him if you can't. Carlo replied, understood. Then, he said to the other team members, let's do it. After hearing Carlo's order, the rest of the team immediately took out new equipment from the equipment box, including 20 reconnaissance aircraft with a size of 2 centimeters. These reconnaissance aircraft will pass all the collected information to Queen Red, then all of them will be reminded by the Red Queen. After the energy barrier disappeared, the warriors of the 5 major tribes of Wakanda rushed out instantly. They knew where the enemy's tank positions and rear camps were. When there was no command and electronic equipment was damaged, this was their only chance to turn defeat into victory, especially King Shaka told them. What Wakanda is afraid of is the baptism of intensive artillery fire. If it is just guns and soldiers, they will definitely not be able to break their shields. One of the super soldiers just ran into Wakanda's warrior head-on. Fortunately, they were reminded by the Red Queen and hid in advance with an electronic invisible barrier. This can simulate the corresponding environment according to the surrounding environment. The main production materials are from invisible beasts. Fur. After the Wakanda tribe warrior walked away, this team of super soldiers lifted the electronic invisibility barrier on their bodies, and one of them asked in disbelief, Captain, did I read it right just now, the floating boat and the rhinoceros? Is it a tactic unique to Wakanda, or is that rhino actually a mechanical rhino? Probably a real rhino. The captain glanced at the thermal reaction recorded just now, and he didn't understand the combination of the two, but he still kept the mission in mind, and led the team to continue to the center of Wakanda, Bernanzana. Your Majesty, all the warriors have launched an attack with the enemy, but the opponent seems to have responded to it long ago, and the effect has not been very good so far. After seeing the situation on the battlefield through the unmanned reconnaissance drone, Chaka shook his head sadly and said, they have learned a lot about Wakanda. It seems that they deliberately planted it on us a few months ago. I didn't notice it. Come out. I'm a failed king. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with you. The Dora guards comforted and said that except for the Jaba tribe, the other tribes were very convinced of King Chaka, and when Wakanda was facing a crisis, even the Jaba tribe came with their families. Bonin Zinane suddenly blew the siren, although the Dora guards and Chaka received a reminder from the Technical Supervision Department, Your Majesty, there are enemies sneaking into Bonin Zinane. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Chaka heard a gunshot, and then a strange voice came from his miniature headset, Your Majesty, the hunting operation is now starting, I wish you good luck. Fortunately, Umbrella recruited some black people, otherwise it would not be so easy to sneak in. And after quietly lurking into Bernanzana, Carlo transmitted the split virus made by the Red Queen to Wakanda's independent network. After a while, the Red Queen's split virus slowly captured Wakanda's independent network, and most of the people who stayed in the technical supervision department focused on the frontline war. They never expected that someone would just release the energy after the barrier it lurked in. By the time they discovered the existence of the Red Queen, Carlo had avoided all the monitoring and defense equipment, came to the door of the technical monitoring room, opened the door and shot several times. There are currently 136 people in this tower, 31 of whom are in the highest command room, and 105 people are divided into 21 teams to surround you here. It will take 5 minutes before all of the Wakanda network is taken over. The Red Queen's prompting voice continued to reach the ears of Carlo and the others. With the help of the Red Queen, they were no longer fighting in different places in Bonanzana. The location is clear. Dora's guards also know how much trouble they will have when the technical inspection department is captured, so they are very eager to take it back. The hunt is really about to begin. After receiving the Red Queen's notice, Carlo erased Bonanzana's information about vibranium deposits and veins, and immediately sent it to General Ross. After General Ross received Carlo's news, he immediately dropped an assault force equipped with new weapons to Bonanzana. DA's high-tech fighter jets are getting farther and farther away from Bonanzana. Although their technology has departed, one fighter jet can fight against 5 American fighter planes, but their brains are not very good, and the number is very small. Under the attack of General Ross, regardless of losses, they quickly gained a lot with the casualties of the Air Force. Results. If it wasn't on a warship, Ross would open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. With this credit, maybe he can try for the position of president in the next general election. Wakanda forever. Hey! A laser flashed, and the last member of Dora's guard was instantly sent flying. After landing, 2 more lasers struck her, instantly changing her skin from brown to pure black, and her skin appeared burnt smoke. This kind of slogan is not good at all. If you change to Umbrella forever next time, maybe you can survive. Boom! After Carlo finished speaking, a reply came from the other side of the communication device, already collected almost, but there are still a lot in the veins, and the mining method of vibration gold is very special. I am afraid I can't take much away. Before he finished speaking, Carlo and the others received a reminder from the Red Queen, and then the 4 of them shot at the same time, directly breaking Chaka's limbs, and then Carlo instantly threw a miniature electromagnetic bomb on Chaka, making Chaka. While the bioelectricity in the card was disordered, it also made all the electronic equipment around him invalid. War on, how are you doing? Then give up and meet up as soon as possible. Chaka nodded and said, I know, I won't. The second update, there will be another update in a while. Ask for votes. Before Carlo finished speaking, his ankle was hit. He looked down and saw that it was Chaka who had passed out just now. This situation couldn't help but make Carlo feel puzzled. Even if there is a recovery potion, it is still possible to wake up. It's too fast. Even a super soldier will be unconscious for 20 minutes. Has His Majesty the King also strengthened his body? No, don't. Hurt Wakanda, people. After solving Chaka, Carlo opened Bonanzana's projected 3-dimensional map and looked at it. Apart from them, other troops were also slowly cleaning up the other rebels in Bonanzana, although the remaining people in Wakanda not a warrior, but relying on high-tech equipment, it can still pose a threat to the elite troops that break in. Probably not. After all, I'm not a member of the United Army. Carlo directly put away all the equipment on Chaka's body, then scanned it twice, and injected him with a recovery potion after confirming that it was correct. After all, he is the king of a country, and it will still be useful in the future, so he cannot just die like this up. Carlo slapped Chaka on the neck with a slap, and after knocking him out completely, he continued. End of this chapter. After finishing speaking, Carlo slowly approached Chaka with a laser gun, and said loudly to him, Don't move, Your Majesty, any move by you will make me and my team members attack you. Chaka's small movements were captured by the camera behind him, so Carlo was so decisive, because they could only trust the Red Queen. Heh, it's okay for the female guard to be tough, but the pampered king is still tough. It's quite rare. Let it go, Your Majesty the King, we are a righteous army. If there is no large-scale resistance, the joint army will not carry out massacres. 30 days to end the war on extremism, the United Nations fight against terrorism has finally achieved results. The mastermind behind extreme terrorism King T'Challa of Wakanda, it is reportedly may be taken to the United States for trial. This kind of news suddenly became a widely spread hot topic. A hidden country in Africa has become an extreme terrorist organization, which has attracted many people's great interest. Wakanda quickly accepted the transformation of the seven-nation alliance led by the United States. Although the American military killed nearly 100 members of Wakanda's civilian tribes who might be extremist terrorist organizations, they still expressed their willingness to pay for resettlement innocent civilians who have been deceived. The resistance of the warriors of the 5 major tribes of Wakanda did cause a lot of casualties to the joint army. Their weapons only need the maximum power of a few laser shots to destroy a tank. If they shoot together, they can destroy the fortifications within 100 meters. However, when King T'Chaka was captured and the assault troops occupied Bonanzana, the warrior on the front line of Wakanda lost all fighting spirit and put down his weapons. Because if they resist again, the United States does not rule out continuing to bomb Bonanzana and bury Wakanda's civilians underground. After the resistance was gone, the coalition army quickly occupied Wakanda. At this time, Umbrella's super soldier squad also withdrew from Wakanda. Afterwards, 80% of the joint army will find that Wakanda has been tampered with in advance, as long as T'Chaka's mouth is not too hard, but Ross will help Umbrella lie. If T'Chaka insists on biting someone, he could have committed suicide with 5 shots in the back. An African king who has destroyed his country, all gold mines and scientific and technological achievements have been occupied. The greatest use of his life is to admit his crimes, improve the reputation of the United States, and make this war on terrorism completely legal. However, Kahn is not going to take care of Wakanda's follow-up, and he has already got the biggest benefit. After taking Wakanda's vibrating gold reserves, Carlo and others established a satellite communication channel to connect Wakanda's independent network to the satellite of the Pent Group, and then the Red Queen completely took over Wakanda network. According to Kahn's instructions, the Red Queen deleted a lot of technologies in biomedicine and aerospace fighters, and copied all the rest. If too many deletions were made, people might find out, so the Red Queen just deleted them. Some key parts. Those who come to take over will at most think that Wakanda's research has reached a critical step, and many advanced technologies are still one step away from being realized, and then they will sigh with each other that a small country like Wakanda has such technology. However, after they took over, they will have to study for at least 10 or 20 years before they can break through and restore Wakanda's original technology. If the United States and other countries are allowed to popularize biomedical technology, it will be a big blow to Kahn's company, and the treatment of cancer cannot be monopolized. Even though Wakanda's treatment is very complicated, its appearance means that the monopoly has been broken. After Umbrella's super soldier team came back, Carlo came to the group company immediately and handed over the bag with the traceless extension spell to Kahn. Then Carlo hesitated for a moment, and then reminded, "Boss, we were stopped by a lieutenant colonel when we came back." Even with the order of General Ross, he didn't let him go. In the end, it was General Ross himself who came before he gave in. "Huh? Who is that lieutenant colonel, so brave?" Carlo looked away and said, "I don't know the full name, but his soldiers call him Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes." "Oh, Star Lieutenant Colonel, don't worry about him." After Kahn heard Rhodes' name, he probably had an impression of this person, the Star spokesperson of the Air Force, Tony Stark's friend, and finally became an Avenger. There is really no need to care. A lieutenant colonel who dares to ignore Ross's orders probably has received instructions from his superiors. Maybe there is a gap between Ross and the Air Force, and Carlo and others are just affected. Carlo and the others brought back more than 2 tons of vibrating gold, worth tens of billions in total. Now he can't wait to study the alloys of vibrating gold and other metals. Conventional research is too slow, this time Kahn is going to try with munch fruit. As long as the Red Queen analyzes the characteristics of the vibrating metal, and infers the combination with the existing metal and the special metal of the two worlds of Pirates and Ninja World, he can invent a strongest metal exclusive to the Pent group. In fact, Kahn has always wanted a magic wand of his own, which is different from the small stick of Harry Potter, and more like the scepter that Loki brought with him when he invaded New York. This is also prepared for the Mind Stone. Kahn needs a magic wand to store the Mind Stone. This gem can affect the user. Loki used the scepter to make the Avengers quarrel. Dare to say that it has a defensive effect on the Soul Gem. After returning to Brook Forest Manor, Kahn asked the Red Queen to analyze the metal synthesis. Speaking of which, the construction of the underground beehive is also going well. The 4 places, Brook Forest Manor, Pent Group Building, Umbrella Military Base and Biological Research Center, have all been opened up, and the rest is the deep finishing. If it wasn't for the underground beehive, Kahn would have built a mechanical army long ago, and it wouldn't be like now that there are only dozens of new energy mechanical guards controlled by the Red Queen acting as guards for the underground beehive. While the Red Queen was analyzing the synthesis of vibrating gold, the situation outside Wakanda was slowly calming down. However, after the war, the division of dividends became more intense. The United States directly occupied Wakanda, and the warriors of the 5 major tribes were sent to 12 prisons in the United States. The shortest sentence was 12 years. Wait. To sum it up in one sentence, the United States has occupied everything in Wakanda, and then they will make up for countries such as Britain, France and Germany in other ways. As for the internal division, it is even more intense. With the success of advanced technology, vibrating gold mines and various seizures, etc., even the president cannot balance all interests. If he is biased or greedy, he will under numerous attacks. After discussing this matter for more than a month, it was only after a discussion that all parties reluctantly accepted, followed by trivial matters such as signing a development contract and sending troops to station. Umbrella has also accepted certain military missions. There are some warlord organizations around Wakanda that need to be cleaned up, and it is not far from the Middle East. Maybe the 10 Rings may develop near Wakanda. The mission of Taj and Ancient One is very clear, to protect the earth and human beings. To some extent, Kahn and Taj have the same purpose, and Ancient One will naturally not trouble him for a few common people. Besides, other things can be dealt with later, so he doesn't need to worry too much. The reason why Sharon Carter's investigation progress is so slow is because Kahn doesn't go out much once he studies things. Even if he relaxes, he goes to other worlds to relax. After thinking carefully for a while, Kahn said to the Red Queen, "That's it for the time being. Let Eugene's laboratory prepare for nanotechnology. Red Queen, don't lag behind in alloy research for the time being, continue to study battle suits and biochemical machinery warrior these aspects of the alloy bone." Yes sir. End of this chapter. The Third Watch, ask for votes. This matter, of course, could not be hidden from the spy chief Nick Fury. After he got a copy of this series of confidential contracts, he also kept a paper copy for insurance, and then took it to Tony Stark. Fury feels like the right thing to do from the vested side, and he may be close to an answer. Munch fruit can turn what you eat into a part of your body. In this way, Kahn can also gain the ability of tailed beasts by eating tailed beasts. If you eat all 9 tailed beasts, you might be able to get 6 paths magic. It's really not good with Rinnegan, he can also eat another ghetto statue. After the Red Queen agreed, she passed on Kahn's order through the internal network. The Red Queen reported to Kahn the material properties of the latest alloy, which is an alloy composed of various metals such as vibrating gold, chakra metal and metal from the world of pirates. It's been a long time since I saw Kushina, and the ability of munch fruit should be able to devour the tailed beasts. If I eat all the 9 tailed beasts, I wonder if I can use myself instead of 10 tails. Kahn was still thinking about Kushina 1 second, and remembered about the tailed beast the next second. Kahn thought for a few times in his heart, and then his eyes flooded and said, "You can give it a try, eat two-tailed beasts first, it shouldn't affect me much." The research on metal alloys has come to an end, and Kahn can no longer stare at swallowing metals every day and then spit them out for experimental research. Except that he can't fully use Thunder Fruit's power generation ability, other aspects meet Kahn's requirements. "Sir, this alloy is currently the most suitable ratio for nanoparticles. It just goes along with energy conduction and nanodeformation. Even if it is destroyed, it can be restored to its original state according to the metal memory, but the conductivity still fails to meet your requirements. Now on the Earth, no one can threaten him except Kamatage, and as long as Kahn does not destroy the Earth and exterminate human beings, Gui will come against him if he has nothing to do." Kahn didn't know that a spymaster was asking about him and Hydra, but probably wouldn't worry if he did. It has been 50 years since Konoha, and it has been a while since the end of the war, and the development in Konoha village is booming. The number of people in the village has increased a lot. In response to the increasing number of settlement applications, Konoha has also launched an expansion plan, planning to add 2 residential areas and 3 training grounds on the original basis. Therefore, the enchantment has to be changed again, but Uzumaki Kushina, the monitor of the enchantment class, has a little problem, so the enchantment change is postponed. However, after the war ended, except for some places that were not very safe, the territory of Fire Nation and even Konoha village was very safe. In Konoha Hospital, Kushina waited expectantly for the test results. Although she had been here several times, every time she touched her growing abdomen, she could feel the robust life inside. Kushina Jonin. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Yakushi Nanoyu, who was dressed in white, walked in with the inspection report, then pushed his glasses expressionlessly, and continued to say to Kushina. "The fetus is very healthy and is expected to be born next month, but in view of your status, I have already reported this matter to Master Hokage, and the medical team and Umbu should be sent to your home by then." Kushina was still smiling when she heard the first half of the sentence, but she was a little reluctant when she heard that so many people were going to live in her home. "I don't need so many people, there is still Miss Tsunade here." "Miss Tsunade?" Yakushi Nanoyu sighed lightly. Although he is a student of teacher Tsunade, but regarding Tsunade's character, Nanoyu is really hard to say who will take care of who after she lives in Kushina's house, but Tsunade is indeed delivering Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's child the best choice. She is worth a medical class by herself. In short, let Master Hokage decide this matter. After all, your identity is destined to be a big deal when you have a child. After Kushina heard this sentence, she nodded in distress, but she couldn't help being happy when she thought that her child was about to be born. Then she kept in mind some things that Yakushi Nanoyu told her, thanked her and left Konoha Hospital. After Kushina left, Yakushi Nanoyu could no longer maintain the flat expression on his face, touched his flat and smooth belly, and thought a little indignantly in his heart, they were all about the same time, why did Kushina get pregnant but not her? Is it related to the sequence? Hokage Office. Umbu sent a special report about the delivery of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki would cause fierce resistance from the tailed beasts during childbirth. Although Kushina kept saying that Nine-Tails would not make trouble, Konoha could not do nothing. After seeing this piece of information, Orochimaru thought about it for a while, and then said to Hyuga Hayashi beside him, "Hayashi, you need to keep your eyes on the guard. This is the duty of the Hyuga clan, Hokage-sama." Hyuga Hayashi said that he also knew that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was about to give birth. Since the Third Ninja World War, Kushina's identity has not been a secret among Konoha shinobi, the stomach can't hide it from others at all, and now maybe even other ninja villages have received the news. But what Kushina didn't know was that Orochimaru sent 2 Umbu teams to protect Kushina secretly. If Kushina had plans to leave the village, the manpower would be doubled. Things about the enchantment class rarely run around at other times. Master Hokage, since Kushina Jonin is about to give birth, for the sake of safety, let's carry out an operation to eliminate spies in the village. The suspicious list reported by the police requires a lot of people to monitor. Hyuga Hayashi continued to suggest that many people came after Konoha's expansion, and there must be spies among them, but the security team has no evidence at present, otherwise there would be no need to spend manpower to monitor secretly. Orochimaru nodded and said, "Let's do this. If there is any suspicious behavior, please leave Konoha village. Shursui, please inform Yatsushiro-kun that the security team usually patrols near where Uzumaki Kushina lives, and you don't have to stay by my side anymore. Join your team in protecting Kushina. Anyway, Hokage's office is just shadow clone, and what Uchiha Shursui is responsible for is more like a summons." As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the room, half kneeling on the ground and said, "Of order, Hokage-sama." So fast body flicker technique. Hyuga Hayashi sighed in his heart. No matter how many times he watched it, it was difficult for him to notice Uchiha Shursui's flashing body, and Master Hokage trusted the Uchiha clan so much that he let the guards step in to protect Nine Tails Jinchuriki things. One more thing, Lord Hokage. After Uchiha Shursui left, Hyuga Hayashi frowned slightly and read the information scroll about Umbu in his hand. After thinking for a while, he still said it. Rebel Jiraiya appeared in Tang Country 10 days ago, but Namake's Minato Jonin deliberately avoided here, and Umbu clearly gave him the investigation information in advance. Master-student relationship, understandable, otherwise Namake's Minato will cancel the summoning contract with Mount Mayaboku immediately, forget it, and arrange some S-level tasks for him. Orochimaru chuckled. He just unloaded all the efforts of the Sarutobi clan, and did not attack the former Hokage Sarutobi teacher, but just this is enough to make the heartache of Sarutobi teacher who has been resting at home for a long time. I see, Lord Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi nodded knowingly, and then found out from the classified tasks a task of lurking in Cloud Shinobi village and investigating Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and was going to let Umbu hand it over to Namake's Minato. It is a matter of course for the newly appointed interest group to suppress the old interest group. After all, for the same B-level mission, it takes more than half a year to guard the border, but the escort mission only takes more than a month. You can soak in a bath soup happily. Hyuga Hayashi, as the assistant of Hokage and the patriarch of the clan, naturally understands these things. The Ino, Shika, Cho clan is not bad, it's just a little hard work, but it's the Sarutobi clan. It only takes a period of training to switch from a combat position to a civilian position, but the transition from a civilian position to a combat position may cost lives. This is power. No wonder Mr. Sarutobi keeps power in his hands. Orochimaru sighed a little in his heart. Although he also likes power a little bit, he has more pursuits. Since Jiraiya defected from the village after taking over from 4th Hokage, the current reward list has been sent to various ninja villages by Konoha, but he is good, so no one except Kakuzu tried it. Even after Kakuzu and Jiraiya played against each other once, he gave up this goal, although 70 million taels is very tempting to him. If he can't get it, he might as well take more debt collection business from Kahn Casino. After a while, Hyuga Hayashi continued to deal with affairs, and now he handles most of the affairs in the village, but Hyuga Hayashi also knows that the chance of him being a Hokage is not high, and the next Hokage is probably Nawaki who controls with style. And Hyuga Hayashi doesn't have too much ambition, he just doesn't want the Hyuga clan to be compared with the Uchiha clan. Recently the Uchiha clan's power in the village has expanded too fast, and he must be the assistant of Hokage to restrain the opponent. Except for the water country battlefield slowly calming down, and Cloud Shinobi village has new changes that need to be discussed with 4th Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi handles the rest by himself. After Kushina left Konoha Hospital, he and Uchiha Mikoto went shopping in the commercial street for a while, and after the weather was almost dark, they bought vegetables and prepared to go home. Although the production is approaching, the powerful constitution of the Uzumaki family allows Kushina to act like ordinary people, even flying over the wall. After returning to her and Kahn's house, the Umbu personnel could not follow in. There is not only an enchantment here, but also the perception that can isolate Umbu, so they can only guard outside. And there is Princess Tsunade, one of the Sannin, in it, so there should be no problem in terms of safety. Miss Tsunade, I'm back. Kushina yelled after returning home, and then suddenly felt a little strange after more than 10 seconds, "Aren't you at home?" When she came back before, she could hear Tsunade yelling, "I'm starving to death," but today it was very quiet. After Kushina put the vegetables in the kitchen, he went to the living room, and found Tsunade sitting in front of the round table stiffly, as if he had made a mistake and was caught, and smiled mischievously when he saw Kushina come in. "What, Miss Tsunade, why didn't you answer if you were here?" Because she was reflecting on herself, she came to take care of others, but in the end she became the one being taken care of. Kushina suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind, turned around with surprise on his face, and then hugged Kahn directly behind him. "Don't get too excited, be careful kid Kushina." Kahn didn't dare to hug Kushina up very hard, and then touched the fiery red hair. He was also a little surprised when he heard the news. He didn't expect that after leaving here for a while, he came back with an extra offspring. If there is no accident, it should be Naruto Ponte, and it can also be called Uzumaki Naruto. If it is really called according to Ponte's surname, I am afraid that almost no one in the ninja world is used to putting the surname behind. Kushina snuggled into Kahn's arms with a contented face, kept rubbing her head, and asked, "Did you just come back?" "Well, almost. I have gained a lot this time, and I will tell you where you are going later. Tsunade, have you reflected enough?" Tsunade, who was just about to get up and slip away, sat back in embarrassment when he was discovered, but still said in a low voice, "I want to prepare dinner for you." She also knew that she was in the wrong, and she was used to being taken care of by Kushina, and she was caught by Kahn today, and the other party was her big creditor, so Tsunade had to pretend to be honest. "This meat is too delicious." Tsunade gave out compliments while feasting, and drank a glass of wine from time to time. The taste was simply delicious, and soon there was a happy smile on his face. Kushina on the side was also very happy to eat. The meat of sea kings tastes great when eating, but it will be digested soon after entering the stomach, and then I feel a lot of energy in the body. It can be said that both deliciousness and energy are taken into account, and Kahn still asks the best chef in Alabasta to help cook. After cooking, it has been kept in the space backpack, and when it is taken out again, it is the same as when it was just out of the oven. At present, the best thing Kahn has eaten should be the meat of sea kings, but there are many delicacies in the world of pirates, and he has not tasted them all. After drinking and eating, Tsunade lay on the tatami very casually, and said with a satisfied face, "It's so comfortable to eat." Kahn immediately urged, "Don't rest, get up and clean up the bowl." Tsunade was reluctant when she heard this, but Kushina is now a pregnant woman, and it is impossible to count on Kahn, so in the end she got up to clean up the dishes. Although Kahn can solve it with a spell, he can't see an idler lying in the house. After eating and drinking, Kushina lay in Kahn's arms. Now Kushina's motherly brilliance made Kahn move his index finger, but he couldn't do anything except hug him. He could only learn from Kushina's mouth after he left things. However, Kushina doesn't know much, and most of them are from Ninja Weekly. Although she is now a high-level Konoha, she doesn't even go to Jonin meetings very often, so don't expect Kushina to take the initiative to collect information. This kind of thing Yakushi Nanoyu does more. I will go to her later. Kahn has a lot to know. How is the situation of Noera Lin? Will Uchiha Obito come to make trouble early on the day of Kushina's delivery? If Uchiha Obito awakens Kamui, then Kahn will plan to get the pair of Sharingan. Kakashi's side is very easy to get, find a Sharingan, and then perform surgery to change it while he is injured. As for Uchiha Obito, Kahn is still counting on Uchiha Obito, the Black Glove, to do more things, but you can inquire about the situation of the Akatsuki organization. If the Akatsuki organization is established under the impetus of Uchiha Obito, then he will be useless. I'm sorry for doing this, but this is the law of elimination. People's kindness can accommodate a fool, but they can't accommodate a powerful fool. Uchiha Obito is undoubtedly the latter. Kushina told Kahn all the things she knew. For example, third Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village abdicated and was replaced by fourth-generation AI. To the matter of Kushina's pregnancy. The strongest nine-tails Jinchuriki can't play, and Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, defected, Uchiha Patriarch and would style Nawaki were dragged in Kirigakure. If the news of Cloud Shinobi Village is better, maybe we can find 4th Hokage and 3rd Hokage. The contradiction between 4th Raikage is right about wanting to start another war, and he is already delaying war reparations, just a year after the surrender of Cloud Shinobi Village. The reason why Orochimaru gave Namikaze Minato the S-rank mission about Cloud Shinobi Village was because he felt that Cloud Shinobi Village wanted war, but he would not be like Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Cloud Shinobi Village dared to move, he would definitely be ruthless, fight back fiercely. These news are what Kushina heard from Tsunade, but after she spoke for a while, Kushina felt sleepy. It was getting late at night, and after Kahn comforted her for a while, Kushina fell asleep. Late at night, Yakushi Nanoyu's home. The sound of the violent shaking of the bed continued to sound from inside the room, and after reaching a peak, it was accompanied by a muffled hum, and then stopped abruptly. Yakushi was panting heavily on Kahn's chest, her clothes were soaked and stuck to her skin like a tights. But Kahn prefers Yakushi Nanoyu's dress. The black baishyang looks a bit like a nun's costume, and Nanoyu also likes to wear white silk stockings very much. With that plain expression, she is full of sacred temperament. Would you like some water, Nanayu? No, I'll take a break and it'll be fine. Yakushi Nanoyu took a rest for a while. She was not willing to fall behind too much, so she took the initiative when she saw Kahn, and even delayed what she wanted to say. After a while, Yakushi Nanoyu regained a little energy and said to Kahn, "Boss, as you guessed, Kakashi and Noara Lin were attacked by Mist Shinobi Umbu during an escort mission for medical supplies. Attack, and then Mist Shinobi put 3 tails into Noara Lin's body, ready to make 3 tails turmoil in Konoha. Later, it was the same as Kahn's plan. When Noara Lin was dying, the apparition magic was triggered, and Yakushi Nanoyu was also teleported to treat Noara Lin quickly. However, due to the long time, Noara Lin still lost some memories of her death. When she woke up, she just forgot how she came here. The last memory in her mind was when she was taken away by Mist Shinobi Umbu. Because there are 3 tails in Noara Rin's body, Yakushi Nanoyu can't just let her back to Konoha, so she can only apply a seal first, and then imprison her in Kahn's secret place. It was very close to an orphanage, and only Yakushi Nanoyu knew that apart from not being able to go out at will, Noara Lin was not treated harshly in terms of eating and drinking. After losing chakra, Noara Lin's ability was not enough to escape from the closely guarded place. After listening to Yakushi Nanoyu's words, Kahn couldn't help but said, "Has Kakashi's Sharingan become Sangoyu? It seems that you can do it. Nanoyu, is there any movement from the Daming Mansion?" Speaking of this, Yakushi Nanoyu's expression became more serious. He helped his glasses that were about to fall off, and said, "Daimyo's physical condition is getting worse and worse, but after 3rd Hokage does not hold any position in the village, I took the head of the Yamanaka clan to the Daming Prefecture. Although it was very hidden, our people discovered it. In addition, 3rd Hokage seems to be in contact with Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha family. One of Uchiha Itachi's teammates happened to be sponsored by us. Their team has met 3rd Hokage several times. Is that so? It seems that 3rd Hokage is unwilling to age. Has Danzo made any moves recently?" Yakushi Nanoyu shook his head and said, "There is no news at all. He seldom visits the village recently. Lord 4th Hokage once wanted to designate Danzo as a traitor, but it seemed that he was stopped by 3rd Hokage and 2 other advisors. Finally Danzo also showed up in the village, so there is no follow-up. I can't even receive news from the roots. It seems that this old guy has been hit so many times and has learned to be smart. But as long as he cuts off his roots, he will definitely not be able to hide." Kahn thought for a while, and there are only a few sources of funding at the root. Next, as long as the business of the Ino, Shika, Cho and Sarutobi clan in the Land of Fire is targeted, they can be forced to integrate the family ninja into Konoha. For a ninja, money is an essential thing. Detonating talismans, kunai shuriken, etc. are a lot of expenses, as well as daily necessities. Not as good as common civilians. Yakushi Nanoyu and Kahn talked about many things, including several other big countries, and even the information collected by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce will be backed up and handed over to her for compilation, but Xia Chuan and the others don't know that the person behind the Chamber of Commerce is Yakushi Nanoyu. They thought it was Kushina or Kahn himself. The news of other ninja villages is all secondary information to Kahn. Except for Kirigakure's fourth Mizukage, after taking office, he intensified the implementation of the blood mist policy. Probably Uchiha Obito is taking revenge. After all, Noara Lin just died in mist in the hands of shinobi ninjas. Seeing that Kahn was thinking, Yakushi Nono could not help asking, "Boss, are you going to do something to Kakashi's Sharingan?" Well, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan ability is very rare, but if you want to get him hooked, you need to use Noara Rin, when the time comes. Before Kahn finished speaking, Yakushi Nanoyu suddenly sat up and looked at him through the lens, which made Kahn feel a little strange and asked, "What's the matter, Nanoyu?" The boss is also interested in Noara Lin. There was a move just now. Yakushi Nanoyu said that the two were not separated, and she felt it most clearly, so she was so sure. "What nonsense, because you were in my arms just now." Kahn denied solemnly, "I never thought of that. I haven't said which one, but the boss is the first to deny it." Yakushi Nanoyu pushed his glasses, put his hands on Kahn's chest, moved slowly, and said, "Prove it to me, boss." Not long after that, the sound of the bed shaking was heard again in the room, and the rhythm became more and more intense. Fortunately, an enchantment was set up in the house from the beginning, otherwise the neighbors would definitely be woken up and come to protest. Tanakuni. Namikaze Minato, who was sleeping in the hotel, suddenly opened his eyes, but he stopped halfway through the action of pulling out the kunai. Then a Konoha Umbu appeared in the house, took out a scroll from his arms, and said to Namikaze Minato, "Namikaze Jonin, Master Hokage ordered that the task of tracking down Jiraiya be discontinued and the current task be carried out instead." "Yes, I see." After hearing that the task was changed, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was not afraid of other tasks, no matter how difficult it was. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he would never lose his life. However, the task of tracking down Jiraiya really made him uncomfortable, so Namikaze Minato sometimes could only pretend to be stupid and deliberately staggered with Jiraiya. But when Namikaze Minato saw the new mission, his face turned ugly. Gathering detailed information on Cloud Shinobi Village 8 Tails Jinchuriki, including current strength, place of residence, etc., is considered difficult in an S-level mission. If it weren't for the Flying Thunder God, Namikaze Minato would have suspected that Orochimaru was killing people with a knife. After watching the task, Namikaze Minato used the chakra perception technique to confirm that Umbu had left just now, and then used the summoning technique. "Yo, it's Minato, long time no see." Namikaze Minato quickly put his middle finger on his mouth and said, "Shu, Kosuke-kun, help me pass a message to Mr. Jiraiya, and we need to get it to him as soon as possible." After speaking, Namikaze Minato reported his current situation to Jiraiya, and his tracking mission was suspended, and there may be other hunters at that time. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village. "Father, I plan to attack Konoha. Cloud Shinobi Village shouldn't recognize that shameful treaty, even if the second-generation project signed a peace agreement with Konoha." "Go ahead and do it, AI." Third Raikage stopped the flashes of lightning-style chakra-forged body on his body, and said to Fourth Raikage, after stepping down from Raikage's position, he completely handed over power. Even if AI took the initiative to ask him, Third Raikage still didn't want to intervene. Even if he made the wrong choice, it was still a profound experience for him, which is good for AI's growth, and that's how Third Raikage came here. "I'm not Raikage anymore. If Cloud Shinobi Village needs me to fight, then you just need to give orders. The rest, you are the one who makes decisions for Cloud Shinobi Village." Third Raikage said in a deep voice. From another perspective, he is the sinner of Cloud Shinobi Village. First he lost the Six Paths Ninja, and then lost a battle that caused Cloud Shinobi Village to suffer heavy losses. If he hadn't turned to attack Rock Shinobi after recovering a little bit of benefits, Cloud Shinobi Village will have to recuperate for at least several years before it can recover its military strength. I see, Dad, if the war starts, I will come to inform you. Fourth Raikage nodded and said that he had discussed with the staff for a long time. This time is an opportunity for Cloud Shinobi, so he didn't want to miss it. The practice of Urwei Jinchuriki is also very smooth. The newly selected Jinchuriki has a good talent. He has passed the practice in Turtle Island and has been recognized by Urwei. This is also the confidence that Fourth Raikage chose to test Konoha. They have 2 Jinchuriki who can fight, and Konoha has to deploy a large number of people in the village, let alone send 9 tails. Thinking of this, Fourth Raikage also felt Konoha's stupidity in his heart that he would make Jinchuriki pregnant, not only wasting one of the highest combat power, but also wasting many manpower. If you don't resist, Konoha will suck the blood of Cloud Shinobi Village stronger and stronger in the next few years, which is something Fourth Raikage can't bear. However, Fourth Raikage also needs to contact other people. Otherwise, with Konoha's strength, unless Cloud Shinobi comes out in full force, it's really hard to say. Not long after Kahn came back, Orochimaru and others received the news of his return, and there was no other man beside Kushina except Kahn. Orochimaru didn't bother him, but asked Kahn to find him in Hokage's underground laboratory when he was free. After Kahn's reminder, the detonating amulet buried by Xuanweng in Konoha village was also removed, which enriched Konoha's armament a little. Orochimaru seems to be doing some amazing research, but he seems to be obsessed with the synthesis of alien animals. Although he has also studied human evolution for a while, but after Kahn has future technology, he rarely looks for Orochimaru. Kahn now puts more than half of his focus on Kushina, and the remaining half is on the development of the ninja world. After possessing the abilities of Thunder Fruit and Munch Munch Fruit, Kahn has felt that unifying the ninja world is as easy as picking something out of a pocket. Unless Otsutsuki is making trouble now, there is no reason for him to fail. Almost a quarter of the country's economic development depends on the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, desserts, food, casinos, seafood, izakaya, newspaper offices, etc. Now the Kahn Chamber of Commerce has become a behemoth. Even if Konoha leaves the Fire Country now, it can also be supported by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. But there is no need for such a thing. Kahn has already put the daimyo on the agenda. The daimyo has 2 sons in total. If there is no successor, the position will be inherited by the person he chooses, but the death of the daimyo can also make a final contribution to Kahn. For this matter, he needs to ask Orochimaru. Only Orochimaru can get it. The roots were poisoned before. After staying with Kushina for a while, Kahn used apparition to arrive at the place where Lin Noera was being held. The manor on the outskirts of a remote town in the Land of Fire. If you didn't deliberately detour, you wouldn't notice it at all. A total of 8 samurai and 10 guards from the Kahn Chamber of Commerce guarded here, watching a Noera Lin who couldn't use chakra. It is very easy. However, Kahn shook his head after looking around. The guards are still a little weaker. We can make a few biomechanical warriors, which will be safer. Among the people arranged by Yakushi Nanoyu, the samurai who can use chakra are relatively strong, but they are not trustworthy. Although the remaining guards carry guns, they will always relax. The biomechanical warrior is different. It never sleeps. Its strength and speed can be compared with the body art Chunin, and it is not afraid of death. Kahn didn't make a sound after entering, but when he pushed the door open, he felt a strong wind hit his head, but Kahn stretched out his finger, and the finger directly changed into a sharp lightning, directly hitting the wooden stick that hit his head cut off, and at the same time, there was a "chi" sound, and a smooth burnt black surface appeared on the incision of the wooden stick. My lord. After the attack failed, Noera Lin stepped back quickly, but when she saw who was coming, her face showed surprise and joy. Then Noera Lin quickly pulled Kahn in, and asked, "My lord, how did you come here?" "Here. Are you here to save me?" Kahn was a little surprised when she heard Noera Lin say that. How could she think so? However, Kahn suddenly thought that it might be the influence of the curse mark he left on Noera Lin, which caused Noera Lin to lose her judgment. Now there is no need to use those methods to cultivate intimacy. With 3 tails and Noera Lin herself, then we implemented the plan. Master Gongqing, how did you come here? Noera Lin saw that Kahn's face was calm for a long time without any movement, and her reason returned to her brain. She took 2 steps back and asked Kahn with a vigilant face. Student Noera, I heard from Nanoyu that you lost part of your memory after being revived. Can you no longer remember how you were injured? Kahn was still called a few years ago, but after he finished speaking, the 2 abilities of legilimency and mind network both captured the abnormal movement in Noera Lin's eyes. That's how it is. In order not to reveal your identity, Nonai asked others to ask you, and you also wanted to escape at that time, so you lied to the person who asked you. There was a look of surprise on Noera Lin's face, and she couldn't believe it and asked, Nonayu, are you talking about Teacher Nonayu? The heart is destroyed. Even if there is a medicine for healing, a medical ninja with high medical skills is needed to help you restore the broken heart. Kahn gestured with his heart and continued, the entire ninja world is suitable for this operation, except for Tsunade and Nanoyu, otherwise your situation will not be saved at all. Then, why did you save me? And why did you bring me to this place? Is it, because of the tailed beast inside me? Noera Lin bowed her head and asked a lot of questions. She couldn't believe it for a while. The medical ninjutsu that has been teaching her, Mr. Nanoyu who is like a master, and Mr. Gongqing who is approachable, are they all fake? Teacher Nonayu, and Mr. Gongqing. Have you been lying to us all this time? However, when Teacher Nanoyu taught her medical ninjutsu, she was only in the 2nd grade. At that time, there was no tail beast in her body at all. After thinking about this, Noera Lin suddenly raised her head, with a little expectation in her eyes, hoping to hear from Kahn. To these are false words. That way she doesn't have to believe it, and she will use Nanoyu as a teacher in the future. She also survived and can return to Konoha. How good it would be if everything was fake. It would be best if the person in front of them was also pretending. They deliberately told some lies in order to deceive themselves and wanted to use the power in her body. Since 3rd Mizukage was overthrown, the ninjas of Mist Shinobi thought that the Blood Mist policy could be terminated, but they did not expect that the newly appointed 4th Mizukage not only did not terminate the Blood Mist policy, but changed the Blood Mist policy and implemented it again. Umbu Ninja finished his report, put the letter on the table, and left Mizukage's office quickly. Kirigakure. End of this chapter. After finishing speaking, Kahn put another seal on Noera Lin's body. Although Yakushi Nanoyu knew a little bit of sealing technique, Nanoyu's sealing technique was far worse than Kahn's. His sealing technique was taught by Kushina himself. With an extra layer of seal, Noera Lin couldn't even mobilize her physical and mental energy. And in the name of Mizukage, he relieved Yuanshir and many Mist Shinobi elders from their positions, expanded Umbu, recruited the 7 ninja swordsmen, and monitored the blood successor family, and won the power of Kirigakure in his hands in a short period of time. He picked up the secret letter on the table and looked at it. After reading it, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but let out a deep laugh, which was his imitation of Uchiha Madara's voice. Master Mizukage, the Umbu ninjas captured a Cloud Shinobi spy, but they insisted that they came to deliver a letter to you, Master Mizukage, saying that it was a secret letter from the 4th Raikage. And you have greater value. Uchiha Obito, who likes you, seems to have awakened a great ability. His goal is no longer Hokage, but to destroy the world. You should be the only one who restrains his weakness, so stay here first. Go ahead, except for leaving here, most of the requirements can be fulfilled for you. Kahn sensed what Noera Lin was thinking, so he spoke directly, shattering the hope in Noera Lin's heart. You are very talented in medical ninjutsu, so Nanoyu hopes that you can work for me, and because 3 tails, you are more valuable, so I cannot let you return to the village for the time being. This is the rule of 4th Mizukage, if you walk slowly, you will definitely face severe punishment. The 3rd watch, sorry for being late, tomorrow will be early, and it will also be the third watch. Unlike third Mizukage, fourth Mizukage can command most of Kirigikure's military power, and those who oppose him can only die. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And Kahn also gave Noara-Lin a hint that suicide must never be committed. Unfortunately, Nohara-san, these are all true. Not long after Mist Shinobi Umbu left, a space Uzumaki appeared next to fourth Mizukage, and then masked Uchiha Obito came out of the Kamui space. After Kahn left, Noara-Lin sat on the ground weakly. After hearing so many things at once, she couldn't believe it. She didn't know what she should do now and what to choose. Third Mizukage stepped down, one because he was stupid and made the blood mist move too much, and the other reason was because Uchiha Madara used illusion on third Mizukage. But after teaching the use of Obito Sharingan and the forbidden technique, etc., Uchiha Madara died. However, before Uchiha Madara died, he focused on two people who hindered the plan, Uzumaki Kushina and Nawaki. A nine-tails Jinchuriki who is very similar to the previous one can use the power of a huge-tailed beast. Even if Uchiha Obito awakens the Kamui pupil technique, he may not be able to deal with Uzumaki Kushina. And Nawaki, who can use wooden golem jutsu at this age, even if Uchiha Madara doesn't want to admit it, but Nawaki's wood-style ninjutsu is almost the same as that of Senju Hashirama at this age, and now what he lacks is senjutsu. If these two people are not resolved, there is a high probability that Project Tsuki no Mi will not succeed. Kamui's pupil technique is a bit magical, but not invincible. Unless Uchiha Obito is willing to get back the other eye on Kakashi, otherwise it will be difficult for him to attack those two people. Both Nawaki's caution and Uzumaki Kushina's control over the power of the tailed beast were enough to deflate Uchiha Obito's Kamui pupil technique. Nine Tails Jinchuriki giving birth is indeed an opportunity, but it may not be enough to rely solely on Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Uchiha Obito thought in his heart that he is still thinking about the Project Tsuki no Mi that Madara said, and when implementing this plan, he will toss Mist Shinobi for revenge, and the power of Mist Shinobi also has a high success rate for Project Tsuki no Mi. Then, Uchiha Obito cast an illusion on fourth Mizukage again, and then came to Kirigikure to summon White Zetsu through the Kamui pupil technique. Obito, what can I ask of you this time? White Zetsu always wants to laugh when facing Obito, because when he turned into Obito's grandma, he earned 10 million taels from Noara-Rin. Fortunately, it was controlled by Black Zetsu so that it didn't laugh, otherwise it would definitely be caught by Obito. See the difference? Uchiha Obito asked flatly, did you find out about Danzo's whereabouts? White Zetsu immediately danced and said, of course I found out, this guy actually built his root base in such a dangerous place, so to speak. Find an opportunity to disclose the news of Rinnegan to Danzo, and when the root ninjas come to the Kingdom of Rain to check the situation, guide Root to bump into Hanzo. Uchiha Obito directly interrupted White Zetsu's nonsense, and told him his plan. As long as Nagato has those two partners around, it is always troublesome. It is better to guide Konoha's Roots and Hanzo to solve them in advance, so that Nagato can also slowly controlled by him. Understood, Obito, you can't see the original look at all now. Shut up White Zetsu. Black Zetsu hastily stopped White Zetsu, who was outspoken, and the guy failed with a broken mouth. Uchiha Obito ignored White Zetsu and continued to ask, if you let Hobby deal with Nawaki. Don't think about it, it's impossible. White Zetsu shook his head quickly, and then explained to Uchiha Obito, we are only cultivated by Master Madara with Hashirama cells, and Nawaki's strength is already the same as that of Senju Hashirama when he was young. It's the same, it's not that Madara didn't think about eradicating Nawaki back then, but he failed twice. Black Zetsu added on the side, Rinnegan can, but Nagato has not developed Rinnegan's ability, or wait for him to revive Lord Madara. White Zetsu then added, or let a Fae possess third Raikage. In that case, third Raikage strength will definitely be enhanced. Maybe there is a chance, but you have to convince third Raikage. Black Zetsu continued, if you collect a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, there are also. Let me take care of this matter. First, Go and guide Root and Hanzo to meet in the land of rain. Uchiha Obito interrupted Black Zetsu and left with Kamui pupil technique. After the people left, White Zetsu roared and laughed. He still hasn't completely let go of that man named Kakashi. Obviously a pair of Sharingan is the strongest. Leave him alone, as long as you can complete Lord Madara's plan. After Black Zetsu finished speaking, White Zetsu also controlled his body and lurked underground. The first thing they have to deal with now is the two companions around Nagato. Otherwise, under their influence, Nagato will sooner or later become a man of love and peace. Warrior. In the capital of the Land of Fire, the daimyo's body was getting thinner and thinner day by day. Although he had sent doctors and medical ninjas to treat him, there was only one conclusion that could be drawn, which was lack of sleep and lack of health. Hearing this conclusion, the people around the daimyo first believed 70%, especially the guardian ninja. As the people who protect the daimyo day and night, they know best what the daimyo is doing recently. Today in the daimyo's Tensho Pavilion, Hatake Sakumo and 5 other Konoha Jonin deliberately resigned to the daimyo. It's time for a replacement. They will return to Konoha, and then Hokage will send the next batch of guardian ninjas to protect the daimyo. Except for Hatake Sakumo, 3 of the remaining 5 people are Jonin of the Sarutobi clan. After returning this time, it is estimated that 4th Hokage will send them other tasks, so Jonin of the Sarutobi clan should be the last person to want to go back. But there is no way, unless the daimyo asks to keep people, otherwise it is impossible for them to violate Hokage's order, but the only one who can make daimyo take the initiative to keep people is Hatake Sakumo. The daimyo coughed twice, then folded his fan to cover his face and said, "Mr. Shuamao, I really don't want you to leave. Why don't I tell 4th Hokage that your son also come to live in the capital? My lord, it's up to Kakashi's own choice. After all, he's grown up now. Although he's his father, I don't really want to make decisions for him." Hatake Sakumo also thought about letting Kakashi stay by his side. After hearing that another teammate of Kakashi was killed by him, he became depressed. However, Hatake Sakumo still believed that Kakashi could come out on his own. He also planned to return to Konoha this time. Enlighten Kakashi instead of taking him away. "I'm just going back to Konoha to have a look, and I will return to the capital in a month's time." After hearing Hatake Sakumo's words, the daimyo smiled and said with relief, "In that case, I will wait for Sakumo-kun to come back." The other Konoha shinobi practitioners couldn't help but feel a little jealous when they heard what the daimyo said. They are also Konoha shinobi practitioners. Why did Hatake Sakumo get the attention of the daimyo? Their performance is not bad. Yes, Your Excellency. After Hatake Sakumo finished speaking, he led the other 5 ninjas to leave the daimyo mansion. The defense strength of the current daiming mansion is not weak. There are 14 guardian ninjas that I have recruited. Moreover, this is the capital of the country of fire, and no ninja dares to assassinate the daimyos of the 5 major countries. The departure of Hatake Sakumo and other 6 guardian shinobu is just a trivial matter for the daimyo prefecture. It used to happen often, but the daimyo is very optimistic about Hatake Sakumo. He once hoped that Hatake Sakumo would be the Hokage, but unfortunately later did not materialize. One day, the daimyo suddenly held a banquet and summoned his heirs and many nobles to the daimyo mansion, saying that there was something important to announce. But this kind of thing is usually said after the banquet, so the son of the daimyo and the nobles also enjoyed the banquet happily. But suddenly something happened. The heirs of the Fire Country daimyo and some high-ranking nobles suddenly fell to the ground and convulsed during the banquet, spitting blood at the mouth, and lost their lives not long after. The speed was so fast that other people had no time to react. In the few seconds after more than a dozen people died, Daming screamed, "Come on!" But before he opened his mouth, 6 guardian ninjas appeared next to the daimyo in an instant, and one of the guardian ninjas of the Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu checked the daimyo, and he was relieved after confirming that it was correct. However, they immediately turned into anger. At such a time, someone dared to attack the Daming mansion. Kazuma, who is stronger among the guardian ninjas, immediately stepped forward to check the corpse on the ground, but after looking at it for a while, he found very familiar signs on the corpse. Others may not know it, but Kazuma is very familiar with this poison familiar. Master Daimyo, this is likely to be the poison that is often used in the roots of Konoha. There are not many similar poisons in the ninja world. It will be easier to judge if the medical ninja can confirm it. After hearing Kazuma's words, Daimyo's face turned purple with anger, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was already declining under the erosion of black magic. At this time, the deep part of his mind was directly replaced by another order. Heima, summon Orochimaru and ask him to give me an explanation. Then, summon all the nobles to the castle tower. After the daimyo finished saying this, all the people present were shocked when they heard this sentence, but seeing the corpses all over the ground, if they don't deal with it properly, the entire kingdom of fire may fall apart. Kazuma and the others also felt heavy. They really wanted the daimyo to gather all the power, but now is not the time. Konoha is too strong, so strong that Cloud Shinobi village of the martial arts faction dare not face Konoha alone, let alone them people. Tsukumo Jonin, Master Hokage is calling urgently. It was midnight at this time, and Hatake Tsukumo was just about to rest when Umbu approached him. He waved Kakashi on the stairs to go back, and then asked while getting dressed, "What can Mr. Hokage want from me?" Umbu replied, "I don't know." Except for one person in the house, there were 5 people outside. Hatake Tsukumo suddenly felt something was wrong, but after thinking about it for a while, he felt that there was nothing wrong with him, so he followed Umbu to Hokage's office. When Hatake arrived, he discovered that Orochimaru was not the only one in Hokage's office. The other 5 guardian shinobi were summoned: 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Guard Deputy Captain Uchiha 8 Generations, Hokage Assistant Hyuga Hayashi, and former advisors Yudetane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura who had already resigned from all positions, and another Sannin Tsunade etc. With so many people gathered in Hokage's office, the vigilance in Hatake's heart was directly raised several levels. If nothing major happened, 4th Hokage wouldn't have gotten so many people together late at night. "Mr. Shoamao, you are here." Orochimaru greeted with a gentle attitude, but on this occasion, the gentleness made Hatake Tsukumo and the other 5 guardian ninja even more nervous. "I called you here at this time because a major incident happened in the Daming Mansion. On the 3rd day after you left, someone poisoned a banquet held by the Daming. 17 people died in total, except for the sons of the Daming. Besides, the rest are important ministers of the Fire Nation. The real culprit behind the scenes is still uncertain, but basically it can be identified as Konoha's ninja, because the poison that the roots have always used is not so easy to get." After Orochimaru finished saying this, the expressions of everyone in Hokage's office changed. Assassinating the heirs of the daimyo and a dozen important ministers of the country of fire can basically be regarded as splitting the covenant between the country of fire and Konoha. Maybe Konoha village will fall into a situation worse than that of Cloud Shinobi in the 3rd Ninja War realm. Betrayal. Otherwise, all the ninjas in the village would plead guilty and let the fire country daimyo deal with them. Otherwise, they might face the attack of the 4 major ninja villages, which is impossible for other daimyos to see. As for the reconciliation with the daimyo, the people in the room felt extremely difficult after thinking about it for a while. After Hatake Tsukumo heard the news, his brain went blank. He couldn't think about how the other party poisoned him, and now he was suspicious of them. "Master Hokage. Mr. Shoamao, you are beyond the suspicion of the daimyo, and the daimyo mansion is also investigating this matter strictly, but it should not be wrong to point the poison at the root. Next, I hope everyone will give you a suggestion." After Orochimaru finished saying this, the other 5 guardians couldn't help but feel jealous, but when it comes to this kind of thing, it doesn't matter if they are from the ninja. "Umbu, take the 5 of them to the interrogation class first, and ask them all about everything during this period." After Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Orochimaru's order, he was a little anxious. Among the 5 people, 3 were jonin from the Sarutobi clan, so he quickly said, Orochimaru, it's not good to take it for interrogation so hastily, I believe they will not do it. This kind of thing. 3 Jonin from the Sarutobi clan, 1 Jonin from the Yamanaka clan, and 1 Jonin from the Nara clan. Once they get involved in this kind of incident, future troubles can be said to follow. Unless they betray the village, they will be proven innocent. Dirty work is indispensable. Orochimaru raised his mouth and said, in that case, let Sarutobi-sensei handle this matter. This. After Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words, he immediately felt withdrawn. How could this kind of thing be taken over casually, so he sat back a little weakly, and said, follow the order of the 4th generation. Afterwards, a team of Umbu team held the guardians of the 5 ninjas. They didn't dare to resist at all. Anyone in the room was stronger than them. Honest cooperation might be their only way out. Then the next step is the route. I remember that Danzo Jonin hasn't come back since he left the village last time. I gave enough time this time. Is he still busy with that secret mission? After Orochimaru asked this sentence, the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu were very ugly. At the beginning, it was because of their bag making and the convenience given to the roots before Sarutobi Hiruzen resigned as Hokage, so Orochimaru failed to attack the roots, but now it seems that Danzo has gotten into big trouble. The poison that the roots are used to, he actually poisoned the heirs of the daimyo and the important ministers of the country of fire. Danzo can't be contacted yet, and he will come back immediately after he receives the news. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to excuse Danzo. After all, this is an unprecedented felony. Based on his knowledge of Danzo, it is impossible for him to do it. This kind of thing. Should we investigate again? Maybe it's not the poison at the root. Tsunade on the side suddenly said, Orochimaru 4th Hokage immediately asked Umbu to bring back a corpse. After inspection, it can basically be mixed with the poison left by Umbu. It was used on the roots before. 2 days. Orochimaru took off the Hokage hat, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in an unquestionable tone, in 2 days, let Danzo lead his roots back to Konoha for review, otherwise Konoha will hunt down Danzo in an all-round way. Sakumo-kun, don't leave Konoha anytime soon. Hatake Sakumo nodded and said, I see, Hokage-sama. This time he was lucky, he was protected by a daimyo, and Hokage had no intention of dealing with him. The luck of the other 5 guardian ninjas was not so good. If nothing happened, they would have to stay in the interrogation class for at least a couple of days months. Orochimaru said, if it's okay, let's disband, Hayashi-kun and Yatsushiro-kun stay, Tsunade, you just have to take care of the task recently. Tsunade responded. Her task now is to take care of Uzumaki Kushina. The other ninjas don't know the current relationship between Uzumaki Kushina and Nine Tails, and they are a little worried that Kushina will cause a tail beast riot when she gives birth. Therefore, Tsunade is in charge of delivering Kushina, and only Nine Tails Jinchuriki has this kind of treatment in Konoha, allowing a medical master to take care of it. Afterwards, a group of people slowly left Hokage's office, and Orochimaru also released Shadow Clone. Ryuchi Cave. Now Orochimaru has moved the experimental site to a canyon near Ryuchi Cave, because there is a lot of space to use, and there is a group of fire dragons in Ryuchi Cave, and the space is gradually not enough. When Orochimaru came, Kahn had been waiting for him here for a while. Danzo should never come back this time. If he is not an idiot, he should find a small country to establish an organization. Sitting on the stone bench opposite Kahn, Orochimaru continued with a smile on his face. However, Konoha has not been able to spare more people to track down the whereabouts of the roots recently. Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi seem to have a tendency to join forces. It's okay, I'll draw attention to them. After Kahn heard about Cloud Shinobi, he immediately asked, if Cloud Shinobi starts a war, why don't you let my biomechanical warrior play on the field? I don't like those black skins either. Orochimaru asked curiously after hearing the words, what is that? Similar to puppets transformed by humans, their strength and speed can be compared to Chunin's body art. They mainly fight with muskets and can support 100 of you. Kahn told Orochimaru that he updated the biochemical mechanical warrior data to the Red Queen. The mechanical endoskeleton was made by the Red Queen, and Shinon was responsible for injecting the G virus into the experimental body. There have been 117 successful biochemical mechanical warriors, and they are still continuing manufacture. If the bodies of the people in Pirate World were used, the biochemical mechanical warrior produced would be even stronger. Orochimaru heard that his heart was a little itchy, and he would definitely want to study it when the support arrived, so he said, "Then please, but I heard that the daimyo is planning to choose a new daimyo recently. As long as we have to wait for Kushina to be produced, it's an established thing anyway. Although it's a bit unreasonable, but with Danzo, everything seems so reasonable." Kahn smiled and said, "All nobles who oppose will die under Danzo's hands in the end, and this is a decision made by the daimyo himself, and other people have no qualifications to raise opinions." "That's good. Do you want to come and see my research?" Orochimaru doesn't care much about this aspect. Compared with politics, he cares more about research. He also intends to exchange technology with Kahn through research. He feels that his research should attract Kahn's attention. Kahn became interested after seeing Orochimaru's research results, and then he said that he could support some. His research is just a cub, but a cub transformed from Yamada no Orochi, but the snake head was transformed into a fire dragon head by Orochimaru, and it became 9 heads. This made Kahn immediately think of the name Hidella, and Orochimaru had a big brain to use the 9-tailed beast chakra to cultivate 9 dragon heads, but now it can only spray flames, which is not powerful at all. If all 9 heads can spray the tailed beast bomb, that's Orochimaru's target. However, Orochimaru's final vision is still too short, that is, the tailed beast chakra and the storage method. After these 2 points are resolved, Orochimaru should be able to create a collection of 9 tailed beasts. Kahn can provide the tail beast chakra, and then he told Orochimaru that Konoha should have research records on 0 tails. With these 2, I believe his Della research should be successful soon. After chatting with Orochimaru in Ryuchi Cave for a while, Kahn undid summoning technique and returned to Konoha. Konoha is now in turmoil. What happened in Daming Mansion directly affected Konoha a lot. All the ninjas in the security team cancelled their vacations, and the village seemed to have entered the state of war again. "Itachi, don't practice too late today, remember to come back early." Uchiha Mikoto told Itachi that she also felt the delicate atmosphere in the village recently, so she didn't want Itachi to practice outside all the time. "I know, I will pay attention to safety." However, Itachi was very assertive, and his answer was ambiguous. He didn't like to practice in the clan, and what he gained was praise and let him carry forward the glory of the Uchiha clan. After leaving home, Uchiha Itachi came to a training ground on the edge of the village as usual. Although he has not yet gone to school, his strength is already stronger than many students of the ninja school. After Uchiha Itachi came, a voice came from the woods, "Itachi, you are here." Then a thin figure came out from behind the tree and greeted Uchiha Itachi with a kind smile. "Master Third Hokage." Uchiha Itachi bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen with some excitement in his heart. After receiving the pointers from the third Hokage-sama the first 2 times, his strength has improved a lot, and chatting with the third Hokage-sama can also let him know more. "Itachi, although you are still young, I see Hokage's thinking in you. You will definitely become a Hokage in the future and protect this village." Whenever thinking of this sentence, Uchiha Itachi feels motivated. "Do you still want to practice shuriken today? But with your shuriken throwing, you are at the forefront in the 4th grade of the ninja school. I suggest that you better practice chakra control. For ninjas, chakra is the foundation." Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Uchiha Itachi with a kind smile on his face, and then showed him the practice of climbing trees, and Uchiha Itachi immediately agreed with his heart. Uchiha Itachi is not very old now, even with chakra, he will not practice for long, but his talent is indeed very good, and he has almost climbed to the top of the tree in about half an hour. Take a break, Itachi. I believe that in another half an hour, you will be able to fully control the ability to climb trees. Next, you only need to absorb chakra to become proficient, and then you can proceed to the next practice. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat next to Uchiha Itachi, and told him a lot about his practice and the village. After Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was almost done, he continued while the iron was hot. Mist Shinobi has gone crazy again recently, Hizashi Jonin, it seems that I will trouble you. Uchiha Fugaku said to Hyuga Hizashi with a slight frown after summarizing the news sent by the patrol team recently. Kirigakure, who was already showing fatigue, started a new round of raids on the border of Fire Nation, and the Mist Shinobi ninjas sent out are getting stronger and stronger. Many ninjas have blood successor limits. It is impossible to completely guard against thousands of people, so we can only send as many patrol teams as possible. Hyuga Hizashi also said thoughtfully, the Mist Shinobi ninja seems to have a purpose. Could it have something to do with the incident in the village? Otherwise they stepped up their offensive just after Nawaki Jonin left, and it always feels like they are with Cloud Shinobi negotiated. To attract attention, let the real Mist Shinobi master sneak into the vicinity of Konoha. Let the village know. Uchiha Fugaku thought of this possibility. He also has contact with the clan. He knew that it was the day when Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was born recently, and at this time Mist Shinobi stepped up his offensive, and there were also changes in Tango country. The intentions of these two ninja villages are too obvious. Do you want to take advantage of Konoha village's weakest time to attack? White cloud on the side, Jonin said in the morning, if you are patrolling, prepare as many support troops as possible, otherwise you will not be able to even summon Mist Shinobi's elite lurking troops. After discussing with Hyuga Hizashi and several other Jonin, Uchiha Fugaku decided to report Kirigakure's changes on the battlefield to the village, and then they stepped up their defense and prepared to organize a counterattack. Kirigakure's war has been going on for a year, and their ninja casualties are at least 4 times that of Konoha. I didn't expect to last for such a long time. The war has continued until now, and Uchiha Fugaku is a little tired. A small town in the easternmost part of Yuno country, which is close to the sea, whether it is Cloud Shinobi village or Kirigakure, you can get here quickly by boat. But ninjas are faster, and long-term sea running is common for them. After 4th Raikage came to the beach with 3 assistants, one of the ninjas immediately used perception ninjutsu, but after detecting that there were no ninjas, he shook his head at 4th Raikage. The guys from Mist Shinobi didn't come at the appointed time. Just as 4th Raikage scolded Mist Shinobi, the space in front of him suddenly twisted, and then a man in a black Uzumaki mask suddenly appeared. 4th Raikage and several other Cloud Shinobi ninjas immediately became vigilant. Space ninjutsu, it seems to be more amazing than Tiansong technique. 4th Raikage, thank you for contacting Mist Shinobi, it seems we both have the same purpose. Uchiha Obito spoke, but when he lowered his head, the red eyes and the hole in Uzumaki's mask were captured by 4th Raikage. Lightning-style chakra mode suddenly appeared around 4th Raikage's body, and he said angrily, who the hell are you, Sharingan? I am the messenger of Mizukage-sama, there is no doubt about that. Uchiha Obito answered 4th Raikage's question in a low voice, and then he put his hand near his eyes and said slowly, as for this eye, I got it in the war, and I paid a lot for it. Is that so? I just heard that Mist Shinobi got a supercilious eye, but I didn't expect to get a Sharingan. 4th Raikage also felt that it was unlikely to be Konoha's person. Even if Konoha's intelligence ability is very strong, it is impossible to detect this matter. Then, let's talk about your thoughts. Since you are here, it means that Kirigakure agrees with my plan. Uchiha Obito said, the plan? Mizukage-sama threw it aside after reading it. With all due respect, if you are so timid, Raikage-sama, then Kirigakure wouldn't cooperate with you. Crackling. The lightning flashed on 4th Raikage's body, and he shouted angrily, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** in front of me with space ninjutsu, you are not enough. Don't get angry, but the two ninja villages united and launched such a large formation. Don't you think they are using S-level ninjutsu to assassinate a civilian? Uchiha Obito said calmly, then took out a scroll and threw it to fourth Raikage. This is a major event that happened in the Land of Fire recently. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid there won't be a second time in the future. Fourth Raikage was skeptical when he heard Uchiha Obito's words, and then opened the scroll to read it, but after seeing it, AI was very surprised. This kind of thing happened unexpectedly. It seems that Konoha and Fire Nation are hiding it well. How about it, fourth Raikage? In this case, our plan should be changed. Uchiha Obito's words were full of persuasiveness. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist slightly, and said, the 7 ninja swordsmen plus 2 elite teams, after 10 days, they will lurk in this position, and then they can attack the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. While speaking, Uchiha Obito also took out a map, which not only showed the distribution of Konoha's patrols in the Land of Fire, but also the map of Konoha Village. To get such a detailed map, Kirigakure. Forget it now. The ambition in fourth Raikage's heart was constantly ignited by what Uchiha Obito brought out, and he also changed his plan in his heart. If the sneak attack is done on the day the 9 Tails Jinchuriki is produced, Konoha will lose the strongest tailed beast, and the place where the tailed beast respawns is random, so that their Cloud Shinobi can also have a chance to catch the 9 tails. Since they destroyed the country of Uzumaki, although they didn't get all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family, at least they were able to seal 8 tails. For Cloud Shinobi, this matter has many risks, but also many benefits. If it goes well, it can severely damage Konoha and make Cloud Shinobi the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. That's the decision, but if you don't see Mist Shinobi at that time, then the decision will be invalidated. Fourth Raikage wanted to go back and discuss it again, but thinking that there was not much time left, and what his father said to him, he immediately decided. In that case, I'll go back and report to Mizukage-sama. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he left here directly through the Kamui space. This time, as he expected, after sending 2 pieces of information, the ambition of Cloud Shinobi Village was really ignited. That way, 9 Tails Jinchuriki is an easy fix. Konoha Village. Uchiha Obito sneered in his heart. It turned out that this was the place he wanted to guard, but now that he was in the dark, he also saw a lot of darkness in Konoha Village. This world, after all, still needs infinite Tsukimi to create a perfect world and save everyone. As time passed day by day, it was getting closer and closer to Kushina's due date. Kahn was not worried that the 9 tails in Kushina would make trouble. Now the seal on Kushina's body was only a symbolic 4-image seal. It was very easy for 9 tails to break free with the strength of 9 tails, but it did not take any action. 9 tails was dumbfounded by Kushina's bragging, and Kushina did say a lot of things thousands of years ago, which made 9 tails believe in her a lot. Even when Kushina fought in 9 tails chakra mode, she didn't have to worry about 9 tails occupying her chakra. And every time 9 tails runs out of chakra, Kushina will return it in full. Now the two are really coexisting, but 9 tails still hasn't fully opened up to help Kushina enter Kurama mode. But Kahn has been thinking about one thing: if he injects Kushina with the Sand Ability Serum in advance, then when Kushina directly elementizes the lower body when giving birth, will Naruto come out? At that time, just clean up the sand on Naruto's body, and maybe the fastest production record can be achieved. However, Kahn did not plan to give Kushina the sand fruit ability. Logia's fruit is average, and if he wanted to give it, it should be Paramecia's shock fruit. After a while, Summit War will easily get the shock fruit ability serum. One day, when Tsunade came back, he brought someone unexpected to Kahn. Don't be so surprised, Nanoyu has learned all my medical ninjutsu. If she is there, it will be an extra layer of insurance. I remember that she was recommended to me as a student by you, so it should be fine to stay for a few days. The meal has been cooked okay? Before Tsunade finished speaking, she twitched the tip of her nose, then took off her shoes and slapped into the house. She could already smell the rice, as if it was the meat from last time. After Tsunade left the main entrance, Kahn immediately asked in a low voice, "Nanae, why are you here?" Yakushi Nanoyu arranged the shoes with a calm face, and said to Kahn in a low voice, "It is clearly agreed that I will come to see me at night, but the boss really doesn't count. I have prepared a lot of clothes, but it is a pity that I only use them. Set up. It's been a little inconvenient recently." Kahn apologized in a low voice. Recently Kushina likes to sleep during the day and is more energetic at night, and he can't help it. I will take good care of Kushina Jonin from now on, but as compensation, boss, do you have to pay some? Yakushi Nanoyu stepped on Kahn with her white silk feet while whispering. As for what he has to pay, it is already obvious. Before Kahn could answer, Yakushi Nanoyu walked into the living room. She had a lot of time in the next few days, so she was not in a hurry. Kahn also reluctantly followed. He didn't know about this matter at all, but Tsunade probably proposed it, but she was also for Kushina's good. After introducing each other, Yakushi Nanoyu stayed overnight. She was not the only one who came, and the Umbu outside also increased to 4 teams, and they were all good players in Umbu. Few enemies could break through their guards. At night, Kahn suddenly received a special message from Yakushi Nanoyu. Fortunately, Kushina just fell asleep at this time, but if he pretended to sleep and ignored him, Nanoyu would not say anything on the surface, but the resentment in his heart might be even greater. Kahn had to pretend to go to the toilet, but just after he went downstairs and pushed open the bathroom door to go in, he was hit by the snow-white plumpness, followed by a burst of suppressed to silent embracing and ramming movements. As time went by, Yakushi Nanoyu became bolder day by day. Kahn finally breathed a sigh of relief when the due date was finally reached. Hurry up and make some preparations and bring all these things in. Tsunade's attitude suddenly became tough these 2 days, and he threw a booklet directly to Kahn, asking him to prepare the above things. His and Kushina's residence is the safest place in the whole Konoha, with 2 layers of protection, magic and enchantment. Even 5 it takes a little effort for other ninjas at Kage level to come in. Is this a fox pretending to be a tiger? They are all commanding me. Kahn shook his head, but thought it was for his own child, so he did it honestly. Night fell quickly, and tonight was a full moon, and Kushina's cries of pain could be heard inside the house. At the same time, 3 kilometers south of Konoha village. 4th Raikage, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, Tutai, and 6 other elite ninjas. Not long after the group arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village, several people appeared in the dark forest. It was Uchiha Obito and Shinobi wearing Uzumaki masks. There are 7 people with swords. 4th Raikage, you are here. It just so happens that our people have also arrived, so let's act according to what we said in advance. Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice, but when 4th Raikage saw that there were only 7 ninja swordsmen, he felt a little dissatisfied and said, "At this time, isn't Mizukage planning to make a move?" It seems that Kirigakure's consistent style is to sit back and enjoy the benefits in the village. There is no need to say these words at this time, 4th Raikage, after all, we still have to face nearly 1,000 ninjas from the land of fire. Once Master Mizukage leaves, the situation on the battlefield will be out of control. Uchiha Obito has no intention of wasting time with 4th Raikage. 4th Raikage also knows that this is not the time to be wordy, he just feels that Kirigakure attaches great importance to this, and Cloud Shinobi Village all came to tailed beast Jinchuriki, but Kirigakure came to a few broken knives. Then follow the plan. After 4th Raikage finished speaking, he directly led Killer Bee, Tutai and others, and left in an instant. Soon it was time for the Konoha guard to switch defenses next time, and that was the time for them to sneak in and make a move. After Cloud Shinobi's people left, White Zetsu came out from the ground next to Obito, and said with a smile, "They really didn't find out, but Obito, these avatars are of average strength, and they can't play 7 ninja swords. The strength of the crowd, I'm afraid it can't help you too much. It doesn't matter, it's Cloud Shinobi that draws fire anyway." After hearing what White Zetsu said, Uchiha Obito was also angry with the 7 ninja swordsmen and asked them to lurk near Konoha village, but they were still discovered by the patrol team, and finally they were kicked by a genin into 4 dead and 3 escaped. What a group waste. Let your avatar create some turmoil, and try to attack civilian areas. White Zetsu responded with a smile, no problem, leave it to us. Human beings are really troublesome, and having a baby is really noisy, but this kid from Kushina. Chakra from 6 paths. It's not quite like it, but it's familiar. In the sealed space, 9 tails drooped its ears. It has been bearing Kushina's painful cry from just now until now, feeling very uncomfortable. Although the sealed space has been relaxed a lot because of Kushina's distraction, 9 tails can break free from the seal and escape from Kushina's body with just a shake of its tail now, but it didn't do so, it just felt a little noisy. Moreover, the chakra just felt also made 9 tails a little concerned. Its perception is also very strong, as long as Kushina does not close its external perception window, 9 tails can detect most things. Tsunade and Yakushi Nanoyu, who helped Kushina deliver the baby, were also a little surprised. They had planned to call the sealing class at any time, and even Tsunade had been revisiting the sealing technique these days, but it was useless unexpectedly. Even the seal rune didn't appear on Kushina's stomach, which showed that 9 tails was very honest and didn't move at all. In this case, Tsunade and Yakushi can save a lot of energy. Come on, Kushina. Tsunade didn't expect it to go so smoothly, and Kushina's physical fitness is extremely strong, maybe even the energy potion prepared in advance to restore physical strength and energy may not be used. But at this moment, 9 tails in Kushina's body suddenly raised his head, and the beast eyes stared at the outside of the seal, Gyuki. It didn't take long before not only 9 tails, but even the guard sensed the oppressive chakra nearby. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the forest near Konoha village, followed by a gigantic 8 tails Gyuki that was tens of meters high. Come out, big guy, look at my master 8 tails, performance, oh yeah. While Killer Bee was rapping, he controlled the 8 tails to surround him, and then spun at a high speed. Rumble. In an instant, Killer Bee's move directly razed all the nearby forests to the ground. Even the deepest-rooted trees were reduced to debris under the strong wind just now. However, after seeing this scene, Fourth Raikage roared angrily, by, you be asterisk 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 D, follow the plan. With such a large area around, it is not convenient for them to even sneak in. Unless you make a detour, but that would be a waste of time. At this time, Uchiha Shisui, Hatake Kakashi and other team leaders also brought Umbu here. The place where Killer Bee appeared was very close to Kahn's residence, and the Umbu team they protected around could only bear the brunt of it. Umbu, and the Fourth Raikage. Their target must be Kushina Jonin, send a signal to the village immediately. But before Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, several explosions sounded in the village one after another, accompanied by the flames soaring into the sky. Even if they were far away, they could hear the sound. Fourth Raikage shouted loudly, Mist Shinobi's side has already started to move, then, it's up to you. Understood, big bro, look at my tailed beast bomb by Uncle Killer Bee, oh yeah. The Yin-Yang chakra visible to the naked eye quickly condenses into a high-density chakra sphere with a ratio of 2:8, and then swallows it into the mouth. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui, Hatake Kakashi and others in the distance suddenly changed their expressions. No, it's tailed beast bomb, he's going to launch at Konoha, stop him quickly. After Kakashi finished speaking, a dozen Umbu immediately rushed towards Killer Bee, wanting to get closer and interrupt with ninjutsu. However, this distance was obviously too late. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui and others had just rushed towards 8 tails for a while, and Killer Bee spit out the tailed beast bomb in his mouth. Boom! Tailed beast bomb, a high-density condensed chakra, plowed a deep tunnel on the hard ground where chakra passed. Block it. Having said that, Kakashi himself feels very powerless, but they can only try their best. Earth style, earth flow city wall. Fire style, Haolong fire technique. Water style, water chaos. The Umbu ninjas have used their best ninjutsu one after another, but their ninjutsu is like a mantis arm blocking a car in front of the tailed beast bomb. Even if Kakashi spends a lot of chakra to create the earth flow wall, it will not be able to touch the tailed beast bomb of 8 tails. Same as paper. Boom, the gust of wind from the tailed beast bomb directly sent Hatake Kakashi and others flying tens of meters away, and some Umbu were even seriously injured. Crackling. Suddenly, the tailed beast bomb's speed slowed down, and when it was about to hit Konoha, it slowed down, and there were still fine lightning lights around it. It didn't take long for the tailed beast bomb of 8 tails to stop completely in the air, and a few seconds later, it instantly go back the same way and attack in the direction of 8 tails. But Killer Bee didn't react at all, or the tailed beast bomb was flying too fast, and he had no time to dodge. Rumble. The tailed beast bomb explosion was like a sun appearing on the ground, and the bright light produced instantly illuminated the dark night, and the shock generated by the explosion was clearly felt by people more than 10 miles away, and the sound was as loud as thunder. A few more people have sneaked into Konoha from another location, you go and stop them. Kahn's voice rang in the ears of Uchiha Shisui and others. After hearing these words, they knew that the tailed beast bomb just now was stopped by humans, and the voice sounded a bit like the Lord of the Fire Nation. Although it is not certain, after hearing what Kahn said, Uchiha Shisui's face changed slightly. If the enemy is really allowed to sneak in, their escort mission can be regarded as a failure. Bird. I know the captain, roll your eyes. An Umbu member of the Hyuga branch house rolled his eyes, looked left and right, and immediately said, "We found them, they plan to break into Konoha from the east direction." End of this chapter. Uchiha Obito said lightly, and then a piece of wood stretched out from his palm. He was going to quickly deal with the 2 Umbu, and then go to Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Umbu also did not retreat and recoiled. He pulled out his short sword and slashed at Uchiha Obito's head. Seeing that the masked man was neither dodging nor dodging, Umbu couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. He immediately increased his strength and tried to kill the masked man's head chop off. Too naive. Uchiha Obito said, at the moment when the voice just fell, he immediately rushed towards Umbu. With the Kamui pupil technique, he didn't need to think about any tactics at all, as long as the enemy was caught by him at the moment of surprise, then he would win. I didn't expect to be recognized at a glance after not having a mission for several years. Your intelligence collection is sufficient. Everyone come with me, and I will leave this place to that adult. While Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui and others were attracted by the fourth raikage, Uchiha Obito also came out of the Kamui space and was about to sneak in from the other direction to approach the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. 2 Umbu. It seems that there are indeed a lot of vacancies for the guards here. You guys, it's best not to block my way. Then the two seemed to exchange positions, and then Uchiha Obito turned around slowly and asked, "White's chakra short sword, and that fierce wind-style chakra, are you Ujibaya?" But his outstretched hand also passed through the Umbu in front of him, because a cold knife had just passed through his head, forcing Uchiha Obito to enter the hollow. Uchiha Shisui gave an order, and Umbu who could still move followed behind him, and even Hatake Kakashi had no objection. Compared to the 8 Tails Jinchuriki who was blocked, the enemies on the other side who were getting closer to Kushina Jonin were more dangerous. Laugh. The first update. 2 Umbus suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Obito, blocked his way and said, "Looks like you guys came prepared tonight, not only making trouble in the village, but also bringing the tailed beast Jinchuriki with you. Cloud Shinobi Village really wants to let's start a war with Konoha." After hearing Uchiha Obito's words, the Umbu who just took off the knife also took off the mask covering his face, revealing a face very similar to Kakashi's, and said, "Your ability is amazing, it seems that you can't touch it at all. Hollow is the same. But you should release this state when you are attacking, otherwise there is no need to dodge just now. Stop, I didn't expect there to be enemies in this direction." However, the short sword was submerged into the masked man's head, and there was no resistance to the knife-meat collision as imagined. Instead, it penetrated directly as if passing through the air. Dark clouds cover the moon, and the only thing that can add a touch of light to this dark night is the thunder that keeps roaring in the dark clouds. Xiao Ba, have you noticed where the enemy is? Killer Bee also gave up his usual rap. Within half an hour, he was already seriously injured. If it wasn't for the protection of 8 tails, he would have been seriously injured under the continuous thunder attacks. I still haven't found it, but even with my cooperation, you don't have much time to become a perfect body. If you don't solve it, we will definitely lose. 8 Tails Gyuki's voice sounded in Killer Bee's heart, and he was completely unaware of the other party's chakra, and now it can't even sense 9 tails, and the surrounding environment has changed, as if it was covered by an enchantment. After Killer Bee heard Gyuki's words, he couldn't hold back and rapped, "Yeah, then use it first, Tailed Beast Bomb, blast the sky." After finishing speaking, Killer Bee gathered a large amount of Tailed Beast chakra around his mouth, swallowed it and spit it out continuously. Master 8 Tails, Tailed Beast Bomb Barrage. In just a few seconds, 8 Tails spit out 7 or 8 Tailed Beast Bombs from the dark clouds in the sky. Now, 90% of the attacks Killer Bee suffers come from lightning strikes in the dark clouds, so he must use the Tailed Beast Bomb. The explosion shattered the dark clouds. Although I don't know what kind of spell this is, but the pitch-black cloud obviously doesn't seem to be able to withstand the continuous attacks of the Tailed Beast Bomb. Rumble. The explosion in the dark clouds was like a world falling apart. After the Tailed Beast Bomb barrage touched the lightning, a powerful explosion immediately occurred, and then caused a chain reaction, this kind of muffled sound of thunder and explosion, even more than 10 kilometers away. I can hear you clearly. The villagers in Konoha village were so frightened by the natural disaster that they couldn't sleep at all, and several white Zetsu made trouble in the village, causing riots in the village soon. After the explosion, the dark clouds were blown away, and the bright moonlight shone on 8 Tails Killer Bee again. Seeing that the surrounding darkness was dispelled, Killer Bee couldn't help but rapped again, "Yo, despicable in the dark, always tough on Killer Bee." Boom! A thunderbird appeared out of nowhere again, and then struck Killer Bee in an instant. After the powerful thunder and lightning exploded, the night sky was dyed like day, and Killer Bee screamed miserably. This time Kahn didn't hold back, and directly used the power of 50 million volts of lightning. "Xiaoba, I saw him, in the sky." When the thunder and lightning dissipated, Killer Bee said weakly. The dazzling lightning just now just let him see who was attacking them, but after Killer Bee finished speaking, he directly exited the full 8 Tails form. "Sorry, bye, I need to rest for a while, and then you are careful." 8 Tails Gyuki said to Killer Bee in a weak voice, most of the injuries just now were borne by him, otherwise Killer Bee's life would be in danger. After saying this, 8 Tails directly lost his business and fell asleep inside Killer Bee. Boom! Another thunderbolt struck in the air, knocking Killer Bee unconscious, making it too late for him to dodge. After Killer Bee passed out completely, a flash of lightning appeared beside him. At this time, Kahn came to Killer Bee in a natural way, and sent Killer Bee away after rearranging the 4-element seal on his body. As soon as I came up with the idea of using Munch Munch fruit to absorb tailed beasts, Cloud Shinobi Village delivered it to my door. It's okay, save me from taking 3 tails from Noera Lin's body. Killer Bee also didn't understand Kahn's Thunder Fruit ability, fully realizing 8 tails was simply a living target for him. In the battle just now, he almost used up all the chakra in the Shadow Clone, just to practice the ability of Lightning Strike. At least hundreds of lightning strikes of 5 million volts were blasted. That is, Killer Bee is protected by the Tailed Beast chakra, and it is replaced by other ninjas. Even 4th Raikage may die. B*****************, D, just a few brats. 4th Raikage AI looked angry. He was the shadow of a village, but now he was stopped by several Konoha Umbu. In the distance, Killer Bee's commotion is getting louder and louder, which may have caused Konoha Hokage and many powerful ninjas to besiege him. If he doesn't break through again, he will definitely disappoint Bai's hard work. Thanks to you for saving me, Senior Kakashi, otherwise I would be in danger. Uchiha Shisui looked at fourth Raikage with solemn eyes, and said to Kakashi out of breath, among the 4 Umbu squad leaders who intercepted fourth Raikage, only his body flicker technique could barely keep up with fourth Raikage, and the other 3 could only assist him. Although I can contain him, it is difficult for my swordsmanship to break through his defense. Cloud Shinobi Village's lightning-style chakra mode trains the body like steel. It seems that only the powerful wind-style ninjutsu can break through his defense. After listening to Uchiha Shisui's words, Kakashi thought for a while, and then gave up the idea in his mind. Regardless of speed or power, his Chidori is not sure about dealing with fourth Raikage, and it is not easy to contain it. Another Umbu team leader said, "Try to contain, the members of the security team are coming one after another, they can't escape. Use detonating symbols and shurikens to interfere." Too arrogant, brat. Fourth Raikage roared angrily, the lightning on his body flourished, and he directly turned on the lightning-style chakra mode to the maximum power. Be careful, he's going to use all his strength. After seeing the lightning-style chakra on Raikage, the 4 of Uchiha Shisui raised their vigilance to the highest level. Raikage in this state is not comparable to ordinary Jonin. Even the elite among Jonin can only pass Raikage in this state. Just a few tricks. If Uchiha Shisui hadn't had the 3-hook jade, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to contain Raikage. Hehe, it turns out that the guest is 4th Raikage from Cloud Shinobi Village, what a rare guest. Suddenly, a hoarse laughter sounded, attracting the attention of the people present. Then 4th Raikage AI saw a thin figure walking out of the dark woods, accompanied by a thick white snake. 4th Hokage. After 4th Raikage saw Orochimaru, his eyes widened so much that he was about to burst into real anger. His younger brother Killer Bee restrained many powerful people in Konoha village, and his subordinates attracted more than 20 Konoha guards. Why is 4th Hokage still here? What about Kirigakure's 7 broken knives? How many sparks did they put in Konoha village? Orochimaru came to the side of Uchiha Shisui and others and said, "Stand back, and help the guards finish those people." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Uchiha Shisui responded, but Kakashi hesitated and asked, "Master Hokage, Master Kushina." "Don't worry, Mr. Shoamao is there." After Kakashi heard his father's name from Orochimaru's mouth, he was relieved. Otherwise there would be no guards next to the place where Kushina lived, and there might be problems. Although his father had a mission failure experience, Kakashi still had full trust in him. Later, Uchiha Shisui and other 4 joined the team to deal with Tutai and other Cloud Shinobi, and with the addition of 4 Jonin, Tutai and others soon couldn't hold on, and now they couldn't even escape. When Uchiha Shisui and others left, 4th Raikage launched the body flicker technique to stop a few people, but was noticed by Orochimaru, who had been paying attention to him, and directly summoned a self-explosive snake and rushed to the only way for 4th Raikage, with a loud bang, forcing 4th Raikage to stop. "Don't think about it, 4th Raikage, chasing others in front of me, you're underestimating me." Orochimaru chuckled, and then pale purple eyeshadow appeared in the corner of his eyes. If he was dealing with someone who must die, he didn't mind using Mangekyo to quickly finish off the opponent, but 4th Raikage was more effective if he was alive than dead, so Orochimaru prepared Sage Mode to solve it drop him. 4th Raikage, this is one of the few times I use Sage Mode, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Inside Konoha Village. Hatake Sakumo and another Umbu team leader held Uchiha Obito in place, preventing him from moving forward. This is the first time Uchiha Obito has fought Muyibai. His expression is always so flat, even when he sees his Kamui pupil technique, there is no ups and downs. Muyibai, if it is against each other, it is really a terrifying enemy. Uchiha Obito thought in his heart that not only did he not succeed in several shots, but he almost leaked the secret of his pupil technique. The only thing that the opponent didn't figure out was probably the duration of Kamui. And there is an extra cut on his Uzumaki mask. If it is not hollow in time, I am afraid that Uchiha Obito will show his face. Senior Shoamao, I believe that if you come again a few times, you will be able to kill this person. Next, let me be the bait. Captain Umbu said, it was a pity just now, otherwise the intruder would definitely be killed. Yes, there will be a chance. Although his technique is difficult, it has obvious flaws. As long as the two of them cooperate well, it will be enough to deal with it. Boom. As expected of Muyi Baya, it seems that he has been a guardian ninja for several years. Damn, it's hard to implement the plan anymore. End of this chapter. Ask for some votes, gentlemen readers. Although Hataki Sakumo said so, the wind-style chakra cut that suddenly extended just now was already his most sudden move. Now that the opponent is on guard, it is even more difficult to succeed. It was Kahn who came here. After trying to capture and kill Uchiha Obito failed, Kahn praised, it's really a good technique. I obviously reversed the magnetic field in this area, but it still didn't work, and I just reversed the magnetic field. When you were standing, there was a void where you stood. It's really good, but it's too wasteful to put it on you. Crackling. The publicity minister of the Land of Fire. It seems that everyone has been deceived by you, such a strong lightning-style ninjutsu. As soon as the words fell, Kahn disapparated back home, and he felt that Kushina had finished labor and his son was born. Uchiha Obito under Uzumaki's mask looked very ugly. He was full of confidence, but Naiha had accidents one after another. Gongqing turned out to be a strong man. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Obito directly transferred himself into the Kamui space, but at this moment Kahn stretched out his finger and shot out a bolt of lightning, which seemed to have brushed past Uchiha Obito who was being transferred, and knocked down the trees behind. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill it. Chapter 2, there will be more in a while. Before Uchiha Obito finished speaking, a thunderbolt suddenly hit the place where he was standing just now, and the Umbu team leader and Muyi Baya on the side immediately defended. After Kahn sighed, he turned to Hataki Sakumo and another Umbu with a smile and said, I'm sorry to bother you just now, Sakumo-kun. I'll come to visit again in 2 days. A flash of lightning appeared, and then instantly transformed into a human form. After seeing this person, Hataki Sakumo said in surprise, Your Excellency. Uchiha Obito thought angrily in his heart, and then he said coldly, Don't be too complacent, we are bound to win 9 tails, you will not stay by her side forever. It's ugly, like an old monkey. Kahn held Naruto up and looked it over carefully, and soon joined forces with the nagging son in the future. It seems that Naruto's future teacher is also very important. Why don't you ask Orochimaru at that time? Nawaki used to be careless, but now he is more cautious than a monkey. Newborn babies are like this, how can there be a father who dislikes his son? Tsunade forcefully hugged Naruto from Kahn's hand, and after a detailed examination, he reported Naruto's health to Kushina. It's just that Tsunade doesn't know why Kahn chose such a name, Naruto, which sounds like a ramen side dish, but Kushina really likes ramen. Not only Naruto's body is healthy, but even Kushina's recovery is also very fast. After drinking the energy potion, it took a while to recover to before giving birth. Yakushi Nanoyu didn't know when he was holding a physical examination form and stood beside Kahn. Although he was talking about Kushina's physical condition, Kahn could clearly see it from Nanoyu's face. She looked at Naruto, his eyes were full of envy. However, the birth of life has not been studied by Kahn for the time being, and Kushina should be a special case. He has been irrigating the field of Nanayu every drop in the past few days, which may be because the seeds need too much nutrition. Kahn planned to strengthen Nonayu's body in the future, so that she would not show off often, but in the end she ended the exercise trembling all over. Hey, something big happened outside, you just left for a long time. Tsunade inserted sideways between Kahn and Nanoyu, asking in a threatening tone, enchantment and protective magic have the ability of sound insulation. Kahn frowned and replied, you will know tomorrow. Anyway, it will not be a trivial matter. Maybe the Nawaki on the front line can relax a little bit. Speaking of Tsunade, you are also a Sannin anyway, and you are usually like an invisible person. He always felt that Tsunade was talking too loudly to him, and he planned to take out a 100 million IOU tomorrow to ask Tsunade to pay back the money. With such a large amount, even if Nawaki completed dozens of S-level tasks, it would not be enough. I hate the fight between them. It's okay to forget it. We should have nothing to do here. By the way, if you want to take care of the children, it's best to invite a professional to come. Tsunade waved her hands without interest and was about to go back to rest, but she suddenly remembered that neither of them seemed to be able to take care of babies, so she reminded her. At this time, Kushina was hugging Naruto and giggling. After hearing Tsunade's words, she responded, and then experienced the feeling of being a mother again. The turmoil outside also subsided quickly. Eight Tails Jinchuriki was captured, Uchiha Obito was withdrawn, and finally only 1/4 Reikage was a problem, but Orochimaru in Sage Mode was not afraid of 4th Reikage speed at all. The improvement of perception can allow Orochimaru to capture Reikage's movement trajectory, and Sage Mode can improve the strength of ninjas in all aspects, coupled with the strangeness of inorganic reincarnation, even if 4th Reikage relies on the speed and physical strength of lightning-style chakra mode. In the end it is still lost at the hands of Orochimaru. This is still Orochimaru without the strength of Wood Style and Sharingan, but only with the enhancement of the body by Sage Mode and Hashirama cells. Orochimaru looks thin and thin, but his physical fitness is definitely not bad. In the end, 4th Reikage was burnt black from the bombing, with more than a dozen wounds on his body, and even poisoned by snakes. After being thrown to the medical ninja by Orochimaru, he was simply bandaged. After that, many sealing techniques were arranged on his body, and he was handcuffed 3 layers, throwing into Konoha prison. As for how to deal with 4th Reikage, Orochimaru still needs to discuss it with other people. Killing him directly can only vent his anger, so it is better to exchange some benefits. Inside Konoha prison. Not long after 4th Reikage was thrown in, another person was also thrown in. AI took a closer look and found that it was an earthen platform. So he quickly shouted, "Tutai, are you all right? Master Reikage." "I'm fine, I just almost fell into the hands of Muyi Baiya's son, ahem." After Tutai finished saying this, he coughed twice. When he was besieged, he was almost pierced by Hatake Kakashi's Chidori in the chest. Fortunately, he reacted in time and grabbed Kakashi's right hand, but also backhanded a sword stabbed in the past, neutralizing his momentum. However, the earth platform was later subdued by Uchiha Shirsue's illusion, and when he woke up again, he was already on his way to Konoha prison. "Tutai, where are the others? Have you seen Bai?" 4th Reikage asked anxiously. Maybe he should have been more cautious at that time, or bring more people, and think about the way forward. "The ones who are still alive now, ahem, only you, Mr. Reikage, Bai and I are the only ones left, but I didn't see Bai, so he should be imprisoned elsewhere." Tutai said reluctantly, and then he saw 4th Reikage's annoyed and angry face, and he couldn't help but continue to comfort him. "Don't worry, Mr. Reikage, Konoha shouldn't look down on other tailed beasts, otherwise they wouldn't have distributed them around. We think if you want to go back, the village may need to pay more. As for the price, you can already imagine the ugly faces of 3rd Reikage and Staff Reikage. It should be no less than the agreement signed in the 3rd Ninja World War. After all, they captured 3 important people this time. Damn, those bastards, Mist Shinobi, are a bunch of trash." 4th Reikage smashed the wall angrily, but he couldn't even use chakra, and he was even seriously injured. Hitting the wall so hard could only hurt his fist. The walls of Konoha prison are very special. But AI has already vowed secretly in his heart that after he leaves, he will definitely come back with revenge, whether it is Mist Shinobi or Konoha. "Master Tsunade, Master Nanoyu, Konoha Hospital has sent many civilians and wounded ninjas, and we need your help." Just after Tsunade and Yakushi Nanoyu left Kahn's house, an Umbu appeared in front of them and briefly reported the situation in the village to Tsunade. The ninja probably injured more than 30 people, but the civilians had nearly 100 wounded, and 4 people died. Producers like White Zetsu, who have no moral concepts, commanded the completion of the task. If it weren't for the quick response of the guard, 7 White Zetsu with troublesome abilities could cause thousands of casualties. Hokage-sama hopes that Tsunade-sama and Nanoyu-sama will treat the injured as soon as possible, so as to reduce the impact tonight. Tsunade scratched his head and said helplessly, I got it, Nanoyu and I are going to the hospital right now. This guy Orochimaru is really good at calling people. Hearing this, Umbu didn't say a word. He couldn't talk about Master Hokage like Tsunade, one of the Sannin, and immediately left here using the body flicker technique after getting a reply. Afterwards, Tsunade and Yakushi Nanoyu rushed towards Konoha Hospital, but on the way, Tsunade suddenly said, Nanoyu. After Yakushi Nanoyu heard the words, he tilted his head and asked, What's the matter, Mr. Tsunade? Well, it's nothing. I just want to ask about your relationship status. After all, you are my only student. Tsunade's words made Nanayu slightly startled, and then she immediately recalled carefully. Every time she got up a few days ago, Teacher Tsunade did sleep soundly, and she didn't make any noise. It shouldn't be discovered. However, Nanoyu also collects information all the year round. Regarding Tsunade's weird behavior, he quickly included her in the list of suspicion analysis, and replied, I don't have this idea for the time being. Didn't Teacher Tsunade also look for it? So this is the only thing I don't want you to learn from me. After all, there is really no one around me who is eye-catching. Speaking of this, Tsunade suddenly recalled the voice she heard that night and the feeling of rubbing her legs. Even though she was on the way, she still felt a sudden fire in her heart. Damn, why did I think of that? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* half a body behind, not noticing Tsunade's face, and said directly, "I am the same as Teacher Tsunade." Afterwards, they soon came to my hospital. Because there were too many wounded and there were not enough beds inside, some people had to sit outside the hospital. After seeing so many wounded here, Tsunade immediately made a decision and said to Naneu, "Naneu, I will take care of all the civilian wounded, and you go to deal with some seriously injured ninjas. When this matter is over, I'm asking you to sign a summoning contract with Katsuyu." After seeing so many wounded, Tsunade remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to let Nanoyu and Shigelin sign the summoning contract. Before, Nanoyu had been assigned to handle the hospital affairs, or to be in charge of some troublesome operations, but he did not do so when he was on the battlefield. Take no Naoyu, so I ignored her shortcomings in large-scale treatment. "I see, Mr. Tsunade." After Yakushi Nanoyu finished speaking, he walked towards the hospital. Summoning technique. Tsunade directly summoned a 4 to 5 meter high Katsuyu, and then let it disperse into hundreds of small Katsuyu, slowly crawling towards the civilians inside and outside the hospital. The only way to quickly heal so many people is through the splitting and transmission of Katsuyu chakra can do it. Yakushi Nanoyu came to Konoha Hospital, and an assistant immediately sent a list of injured people. After seeing the people who needed treatment, she immediately had a plan in her mind. "I will perform this operation first, and you will be responsible for these 5 people, and after the end, go to treat the other wounded." After hearing Nonayu's words, another medical ninja asked in surprise, "Vice President Nonayu, don't you need an assistant?" "No, I'm enough alone, let's go to work." After Yakushi Nanoyu finished speaking, he immediately rushed to Hitaki Kakashi's operating room. Originally, other people were ready to start treatment, but since Yakushi Nanoyu rearranged, they followed the order. After arriving in the operating room, Yakushi Nanoyu gave Kakashi an injection of anesthesia, and then arranged a simple barrier to prevent others from seeing what was going on inside. After doing all this, Yakushi Nanoyu took action to treat Kakashi. After she had treated all the wounds on Kakashi's body, she took out a Sharingan with 3 hooks from the non-marking extension pocket on her body. Use this and Kakashi's Sharingan changed a bit. 4 or 5 hours have passed since last night's accident, and apart from some damaged houses, the impact of the enemy's attack has been suppressed to a very low level. All the wounded were treated, and hundreds of civilians were not troubled by tsunade. With Chakra's treatment, more than 70% of the civilian wounded recovered well that night, and the rest of the wounded recovered within a month. The only price is that Tsunade was weakened. After Yakushi Nanoyu gave Tsunade a drink of the energy potion he brought back, she quickly recovered, but Tsunade regretted it a bit after drinking it, and she wanted to study the energy potion ingredients, but she drank the only tube she brought back. The last potion has not been researched yet, although Tsunade doesn't believe in the contract that the god said, but if he asks for it again, he will probably remind Kahn. When it was almost noon, a signal was sent from the Hokage building, summoning all the Jonin. Except for those who were injured and those who were maintaining order in the village, everyone else came to the Hokage building, even Tsunade, who had been busy all night without rest, came here, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who calmed down the disturbance in the village before he had time to contribute. At this moment, he was sitting by the side smoking a pipe, his face was a little dark. After seeing everyone arrived, Orochimaru took off the Hokage hat and said to everyone, "I believe everyone knows what happened last night. Some people wanted to attack Kushina Jonin while giving birth. It can already be confirmed that Kirigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have joined forces." Kirigakure. Some of the Jonin in the house looked confused. They knew that most of the enemies that attacked last night were Cloud Shinobi and a strange creature, and they also involved Mist Shinobi, which they didn't expect. Knowing the confusion of the crowd, Orochimaru explained, Mist Shinobi sent 7 ninja swordsmen to sneak into the Land of Fire secretly, but they were encountered by a patrol team. At the very moment, another Genin might die arrived and used a body the forbidden technique, killed 4 of the 7 and scared the remaining 3 away. After listening to Orochimaru's words, all the Jonins almost couldn't believe it. If it wasn't 4th Hokage who said this, they would think that the other party was lying. But since Commander Fugaku and Lord Hokage at the front said so, it is a confirmed matter. If there were really 7 ninja swordsmen last night, the casualties would not be so light. Now 4th Raikage and Cloud Shinobi are imprisoned in Konoha prison, and Kushina Jonin also gave birth smoothly, but they came so smoothly that all the ninjas stationed in the Land of Fire did not find any traces of their infiltration. The only one who found the patrol team of 7 ninja swordsmen took a shortcut by themselves. Orochimaru said slowly in a hoarse voice, "If Kahn hadn't been there last night, the entire Konoha might have been indiscriminately bombarded by 8 Tails Jinchuriki with tailed beast bomb." Hyuga Hayashi said, "This is indeed a bit suspicious." In order to protect Konoha's logistic supplies, many perception ninjas were sent to patrol and garrison in the southeast area, but Cloud Shinobi was able to quietly come to Mr. Hokage near Konoha village. "I guess there is a ghost inside Konoha. The inner ghost is unlikely. The only ones who know the ninja defense map in the Land of Fire should be a few high-level adults. They must not be the inner ghost." Nara Shikahisa quickly said that he didn't want to give Orochimaru another excuse to eliminate dissidents. If they used the name of the inner ghost, they might be cleaned up again. "It's hard enough now, if I do it again, I'm afraid many clansmen will be disappointed with their clan leaders." Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, and said, "Lu Jokuen, don't be so absolute. Isn't there another former high-level executive who was involved in the assassination of the heir of the daimyo and the important minister of the country of fire? It has been more than 2 days since Danzo Jonin has not shown up Yashiro-kun." When Uchiha Yatsushiro heard Orochimaru calling him, he quickly stood up and responded, "Yes, Hokage-sama. Surround the Shimura family, capture everyone, take them to the guard and interrogation squad in batches, and seize all the assets of the Shimura family. After Danzo Jonin's innocence is proved, they will be returned to the Shimura family." "Yes, Lord Hokage." After Uchiha Yadai responded, he left here immediately. "Wait a minute, Orochimaru, is this a little hasty? Danzo may have something to do." Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to call Uchiha Yatsushiro, but Uchiha Yatsushiro didn't listen to his former Hokage at all, and Orochimaru didn't intend to let Sarutobi Hiruzen continue talking. "If Sarutobi-sensei, you can convince the daimyo, then I will delay the issuance of the arrest document for Danzo Jonin." One sentence made Sarutobi Hiruzen unable to speak anymore. Although he really didn't want to see the Shimura clan disappear in the leaves like this, compared to convincing the daimyo, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no confidence at all. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped talking, Orochimaru smiled silently, and then continued, "Then there are other things, about the fourth Raikage and the Yuno country battlefield." The discussion lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The most influential thing for Konoha's ninjas should be the fact that all the ninjas of the Shimura family were taken down, they were either detained or put in interrogation classes. At the beginning of Konoha's establishment, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were not small ninja clans. Their joining Konoha even surprised Uchiha Madara, but 50 years later, the Shimura clan completely disappeared in Konoha. First, the root base was blown up by Kahn with a large number of bombs, and the Shimura tribe was also affected, causing heavy damage. A few years later, they were ordered by Orochimaru to be imprisoned before they recovered. Although it is said that Danzo's information will be released in full after it is proved, but anyone with a discerning eye knows what it means not to dare to return to Konoha for 2 days. Danzo's *** is not clean, so he directly betrayed Konoha. The Shimura family is probably the first ninja family to be destroyed by Hokage after the establishment of Konoha. When Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shirjo, Yamanaka Hai and Akamichi Choza saw the whereabouts of the Shimura family, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. There is a gap between their clans and Orochimaru, and some worries inevitably arise in their hearts. Except for the Shimura clan, the most discussed one is Fourth Raikage. Some people suggested killing it, but it was opposed by many people. Killing the shadow of a village has no benefit except to boost morale and satisfy the desire for revenge. More people think that it is the best choice to exchange Fourth Raikage and Cloud Shinobi for loot, but this time it must not be the same as the agreement signed during the Third Ninja World War, and goods must be purchased first. Some ninjas also asked Orochimaru about Eight Tails Jinchuriki, but Orochimaru avoided the question. It is too difficult to get back what is in Kahn's hands, especially Eight Tails. Orochimaru himself is not sure, especially seeing the strength he and Kahn showed against Eight Tails last night. Since Kushina became a mother for the first time, she teased Naruto for a long time with some excitement. She didn't hold Naruto to rest until she felt sleepy. After the two of them fell asleep, Kahn took the opportunity to apparate directly to Nonayu's house. After coming here, seeing Nonayu with a tired face, Kahn was smart enough not to ask about Sharingan first, but picked up Nonayu, hugged her in his arms and said, "Thanks for your hard work, Nonayu. It's nothing, for the sake of the boss, these are just small things." This is Kakashi's Sharingan. He woke up and didn't notice anything. Although Kahn was very moved when he saw Kamui Sharingan from Kakashi, he still showed concern for Nanoyu and said, "I'm sorry for your trouble, thanks to your help." Although he said so, Kahn still honestly reached out and prepared to take Kamui Sharingan to take a closer look. If this eye is transplanted to his body, with the recovery of the extremis virus, he should be able to quickly control the Kamui pupil technique. But just when Kahn's hand was about to touch Kamui Sharingan, Nanoyu retracted his hand again, and put Sharingan in the non-marking extension pocket on his body. After finishing all this, she straddled Kahn's body, and said in a flat tone with a trace of complaint, "Kushina is very happy, it is really enviable. I probably found a way, Nanoyu, wait for me to give you, After a minute, Nonayu moved his hands slowly and said, "I also know the method, it's a matter of probability, as long as there are more times, everything will be fine, huh?" Afterwards, Nonayu stopped talking. After the foreign object was put in, Xian equals slowly swung like a pendulum clock. Although he had been busy all night, Nanayu did not lack such things as energy potions. Then recovered. Shouts echoed in the house after a while. This time was different from the previous few days. Although the senses were more exciting when I was at home, the behavior was too depressing, and, softly and cautiously, was not Kahn's style. So this time at Nonayu's home, she immediately recalled the intense stimulation before. After a few times, the fatigue on Yakushi Nanoyu's body was revealed. From the beginning, when her face changed slightly, she began to beg for mercy, and finally she became weak all over. After settling Yakushi no, Kahn had to take Kamui Sharingan out of the non-marking expansion bag himself. Research first, and then replace this Sharingan. If you can get the Kamui pupil technique, or don't use No-Era Lin to threaten Uchiha Obito. Kahn suddenly thought that Kakashi's Kamui can transmit objects to the Kamui space, so that Kahn can transmit a shadow clone to wait there. Next time he finds Uchiha Obito, if he dares to use Kamui's hollow, the shadow clone will directly go up to give Uchiha Obito a knife. After getting this Sharingan, Kahn suddenly realized the moves that Kakashi used to deal with Obito. He always wanted to deal with the Kamui space in essence, but ignored the best routine. It is probably the sage mode that allows the mind to let go. What did you say? After Third Reikage heard the news, his angry face was almost distorted. He didn't expect that AI would fail, and Konoha dared to open his mouth to him. A ransom of 150 million taels is not expensive to exchange for Fourth Reikage, Killer Bee, and Tutai. Their identities are worth this amount no matter where they are. If they are thrown into the underground gold exchange, they will definitely get more. But lightning-style chakra mode, Cloud Shinobi Village's knife skills, and some lightning-style ninjutsu, it's a hemorrhage for Cloud Shinobi Village. There are also a series of mineral resources such as copper, iron, and chakra metal, which basically take away the amount of Cloud Shinobi Village for 2 years. Moreover, these things must be sent to Konoha before they will release people. This time, Cloud Shinobi Village did not pay in batches. Cloud Shinobi Village will never sign such disgraceful agreements. Third Reikage smashed a big hole in the table in a fit of temper, and then continued to shout, "Prepare for war immediately, Konoha is too bullying. Third Reikage, please think again. Now Konoha is ready for war. If we make any changes, Fourth Reikage, Killer Bee and Tutai will really not be able to come back." Staff Officer Reikage and the Secretary of Reikage's office tried to dissuade Konoha from Fourth Reikage's small actions, and now that Wood-style Nawaki of Konoha has led the Konoha shinobi to the border of Yuno country, they can't please them at all. If there is a change here, Lords Fourth Reikage and Killer Bee will die instantly, and Fourth Reikage still has many secrets of Cloud Shinobi Village on him. Third Reikage-sama, let's discuss with Konoha again. If there is a war, we must be the ones who suffer in the end. Fourth Reikage Secretary persuaded, although she knew it would be difficult for Konoha's side to reduce the request, but they, Cloud Shinobi, would never agree to Fourth Reikage and Killer Bee falling into Konoha's hands anyway. After a lot of persuasion, they finally persuaded Third Reikage's idea back. Then they immediately sent envoys to Konoha to discuss about the redemption of Fourth Reikage. The later the day, the secret of Cloud Shinobi Village may be known to Konoha. However, as some people in Cloud Shinobi Village speculated, Konoha has no intention of lowering the demand at all, and they want Cloud Shinobi Village to immediately fulfill the treaty in the peace agreement, and prepare all the things owed to Konoha by Fourth Reikage. After hearing the news, Third Reikage was so angry that he smashed another table, but the next news he received made Cloud Shinobi Village even more powerless. Due to the death of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha Fugaku's counterattack and the instability of Kirigakure's rear, Kirigakure has already retreated, and Konoha has also sent many ninjas to the border of Yuno country. Even if Cloud Shinobi Village is now at war, there is no absolute certainty to defeat Konoha. Especially with style Nawaki, this rising star is not weaker than 5 other Kage-level ninjas. Third Reikage often fought against Konoha's Nawaki in the last ninja war. From the beginning, he needed to join forces with Tsunade contain him, and face him undefeated alone at the back. Third Reikage is the one who witnessed Nawaki becoming stronger step by step. For ninjas, war is the catalyst for becoming stronger. He even felt that if Konoha's candidate for 4th Hokage was not Nawaki's teacher, then the next Hokage would definitely be this young man. Accept their conditions, ask the village to ask the Daming Mansion for help, get things together as soon as possible, and exchange AI, by, and to tie back. Third Raikage pondered for 2 days, and finally made this decision in a weak tone. Cloud Shinobi Village was united and wanted to develop Cloud Shinobi into the top 5 ninja villages. For this, the Cloud Shinobi ninjas of all generations paid a lot of price, but when facing Konoha, they suffered repeated setbacks, and now Third Raikage spirit is about to be discounted. Yes, Lord Third Raikage, I will send someone to the Daming Mansion right away. The secretary in Raikage's office responded, and it was not an easy task to convince the daimyo, especially this time the amount was huge, and the performance of Cloud Shinobi Village from the last war was not good. After this time, the fighting spirit policy in the village may have to change. After spending so much material and money, it is impossible to recover without a 10-year recuperation. Noera Rin's house is being held. Except for the gun guards of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce on the outermost periphery, all the guards inside have been replaced by biochemical mechanical warriors. Noera Lin is not boring here. Apart from being restricted, she can do a lot of things. It's just that after meeting Kahn, Noera Lin's little face still showed a little nervousness. When she was here, what she was most afraid of was that Kahn would come to her, because she didn't know what would happen to her. But this time Noera Lin was a little surprised, because after Kahn came, he untied part of the seal on her body and allowed her to recover some chakra. My lord, what are you planning to do? Noera Lin tried hard to show herself to be stronger, but the fear in her heart still made her reveal a weak tone in her tone, just like a kitten trying to growl. No matter how fierce it is, it will show timidity because of its own strength. I hope you can help me with an operation. Although Nanoyu can also do it, considering that you have already had one experience, this kind of operation should not be a big deal to you. Kahn smiled and took out a 3-tomo Sharingan, put it in front of Noera Lin and said. Sharingan? Could this be Obito's gift to Kakashi? Lin Noera covered her mouth in surprise and said that she just heard Kahn say that she had an operation experience, so when she saw Sharingan, she immediately remembered the eye that Obito gave to Kakashi. How about Kakashi's Sharingan Kakashi? The worry in Noera Lin's heart suddenly surpassed the fear, and she directly grabbed Kahn's sleeve and asked, but this behavior was easily put aside by Kahn, then shook her head and said. Let's do the surgery first, Nohara-san. To be honest, that Obito student who likes you really caused me a lot of trouble last night, but with this eye, he shouldn't be able to do messy things anymore, when he should. I'll take back the other Sharingan when I'm almost done. Sorry, I've talked too much with you. Obito. Noera Lin shook her head with a stubborn face, and said firmly, I won't operate on you. Nohara-san, don't be so sure. Look at the Sharingan over there, and think carefully about what the consequences will be if you don't perform the operation. Kahn was already lying on the crude operating bed at this time, and whispered to Noera Lin like a demon, I really hope you can do things for me, and Nohara-san, think about it carefully, do you have the choice to refuse? These words were like a sledgehammer, hitting Noera Lin's heart hard. She is just a little girl now. After hearing these words suddenly, she was so flustered that she didn't even know how to choose. Kakashi just lost Sharingan, but maybe he's okay. If he doesn't operate on him, then Kakashi is safe. After a while of psychological struggle, Noera Lin weakly picked up the vessel containing the Sharingan, and said in a helpless tone, My lord, why are you doing this to me? If it wasn't for me, you would be in the Pure Land now. Nohara-san, don't you have any gratitude in your heart? After hearing the words, Noera Lin said excitedly, Of course not, I will try my best to repay Mr. Gongqing, but I don't want to be imprisoned here. While Kahn promised that Orochimaru might return the Killer Bee to Cloud Shinobi Village, he didn't promise to return the 8 tails. Killer Bee is Killer Bee, and 8 tails is 8 tails. I almost went to buy Iran at 8 o'clock tonight. Fortunately, my stomach hurts and I was delayed, so I earned 300 yuan in blood. Will you be killed after you go out, Nohara-san? You don't have the ability to protect yourself at all now. You almost killed Kakashi when you killed yourself last time. After being saved by me, you don't have any gratitude to the savior. If you are a little grateful, if you have a heart, then do your best to perform the operation. End of this chapter. However, this eye is stronger on Kahn's body. With his chakra, he can twist off a 1,000-meter-high behemoth. If he gets another Sharingan, then with Kahn's strength, unless Thanos has 2 infinity gems, and there is also a space gem among them, otherwise it would not be Kahn's opponent at all. When the tailed beast leaves Jinchuriki's body, it will take Jinchuriki's chakra away. Without chakra, Jinchuriki will die on the spot. Only the huge vitality of the Uzumaki family can persist, but even this can't last long. That's enough, bring Konoha back to Orochimaru. Although Noera Lin still doesn't understand many things, such as Obito's matter, and her inexplicable being sealed by Mist Shinobi to seal the tailed beast in her body. But one day she will figure it out and escape from here. Not long after Kahn ported the Sharingan, he was able to turn Mangekyo on and off freely. And the Rinnegan and the tailed beast. Next, strip 8 tails out and eat it. Noera Lin didn't know what to say, and finally she could only say in a weak tone, "Yes, I understand." She finally changed her impractical speech just now. No matter what, the other party saved her life fate. It didn't take long for Kahn to strip the 8 tails and put them into the 6 Paths ninja kit, while Killer Bee was unconscious, very weak, but at least alive. Kamui's pupil technique is really pervert. It seems that Kakashi's Kamui pupil technique is to twist objects from a long distance, and the right eye is hollow, but when connecting to Kamui space, both eyes can transfer objects to the space inside. The second update. There will be a third update in a while. Lin Noera, who had made a decision in her heart, was sealed by Kahn after the operation, and then sat in the corner of the house in shock. Extremis virus has a powerful repair ability. After reading the Sharingan's gene, it reorganizes and makes this Sharingan completely become Kahn's own eye. It's just that one is missing, which is not perfect. But at this time, if Jinchuriki could be restored to life, he would be saved, and this small matter was not worth mentioning to Kahn. He has many ways to restore cell activity. Even if he stripped 8 tails from Killer Bee's body, Kahn still revived him. 8 tails power hiccup, I seem to have a bit of indigestion. Kahn was lying on the ground very unrefinedly at this time. His belly swelled to 4 or 5 meters, and kept making various shapes. It would take a while to digest 8 tails, and the shape of horns on his belly continued. No, it was because 8 tails was making noise in his body. The injuries on his body are also recovering quickly, because he had to swallow 8 tails just now, so it is inevitable to fight hand to hand. Then 8 tails counterattack also caused some injuries to Kahn, but consumed some mana and chakra, and soon recovered. After Kahn lay on the ground for a while, he felt a very powerful chakra appear in his body, and at the same time he was slowly controlling the abilities of 8 tails, such as Tailed Beast Bomb, 8 tails Unique Ink Seal and so on. A few hours later, the entire 8 tails was completely digested by Kahn. At this time, the chakra in his body tripled. It turned out that he already had a lot of chakra. After digesting the 8 tails, even the chakra of 9 tails was not necessarily there are many of him. Moreover, the tailed beast chakra's improvement of Kahn's strength is a whole. Now with his huge chakra and the ability of Thunder Fruit, even Senju Hashirama's resurrection can't beat him. Directly unify the 5 major countries. Kahn suddenly came up with this idea, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Now is not the time. He has this strength, but if most people in Konoha village and Fire Country don't support it, even if Kahn takes all the other 4 ninja villages, the people on Konoha's side would not understand the destruction. Even Kushina hates war a little bit. If she defends against other places, she must actively fight, but take the initiative to attack. Unless the benefits of unity are broken and fed to her, Kushina will not understand. Even out of that kindness that shouldn't be there, some Konoha shinobi may secretly rebel against Kahn's rule. In this case, he will have to stay in the ninja world for more than 10 years, massacring and suppressing rebellion for a long time. To put it bluntly, Senju Hashirama's thoughts have influenced many people. The peace they think is peace that maintains the status quo, where everyone understands each other and does not initiate wars. The biggest obstacle to the unification of the ninja world is this kind of thinking. If this kind of thinking is not reversed, even if it is Orochimaru's order, there will be ninjas who will resist. Ji, who was trained by the roots since he was a child, turned his back on the first mission. Danzo's root training is like a joke. Next, we will mainly develop newspapers, TV stations, and the internet, plus the education reform of Konoha village. In this way, Konoha's thoughts should be refreshed in a few years, and then the Kingdom of Fire will unify the ninja world. Kahn probably knew that the Nation of Fire would unify the ninja world in the future, but he didn't know when. But Naruto had already changed a forehead protector when he was 16, and the Ninja Nation of Fire should completely unify the ninja world at that time. After Kahn returned to Konoha with Killer Bee, he handed him directly to Orochimaru. Orochimaru checked after seeing Killer Bee, and felt a little helpless. Kahn really pulled out 8 tails. Don't worry, it's ready for you. Kahn threw Orochimaru a scroll of sealing, which contained the flesh and blood of 8 tails and 8 tails chakra he had cut off during the battle. Orochimaru took the scroll and was satisfied. With this, who cares about Killer Bee's life and death, and ordered Umbu to detain Killer Bee alone during the exchange with Cloud Shinobi, so he didn't plan to pay attention to Killer Bee anymore. But before Kahn left, Orochimaru told him that he hoped to give him some 9 tails chakra quickly, which was just a small matter for Kushina, so Kahn agreed. After handing over Killer Bee, Kahn will also have to deal with the matter of becoming a daimyo. The body of the Fire Nation daimyo will not last long, and the invasion of black magic is not something common people can bear. After he became a daimyo, he hung the Sky City above the capital of the Land of Fire as the new daimyo mansion. After Kahn came home, he happened to meet Uchiha Mikoto teaching Kushina the experience of raising children. After seeing Kahn came back, Uchiha Mikoto got up and prepared to say goodbye. Although Kahn politely stayed with Uchiha Mikoto for dinner, Uchiha Mikoto was very discerning. Declined. After Uchiha Mikoto left, Kahn was about to take out some Sea King's barbecue for dinner. While preparing, he said to Kushina, "At that time, please ask some people to take care of Naruto or I will prepare some robots for you, at least you don't have to do it." Housework. Well, it's still best for you, when the time comes, I will give you a reward tonight. When Kushina heard Kahn's words, she immediately felt a burst of happiness, and immediately hugged him from behind, but not long after Kushina pounced on him, Kahn felt wet on the clothes behind him, and then heard Kushina's panicked voice. "Oh, I'll take care of Naruto first, and I'll come down later when the meal is ready." Good. Kahn probably guessed what was behind it, and after cleaning it up with magic, he looked forward to tonight's events even more. But not long after, there was a movement at the gate, and then Kahn heard Tsunade's voice, "Kushina, do you have anything to eat? That be asterisk 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 D. Orochimaru has arranged a lot of things for me." "Hey, why are you back?" Kahn said helplessly, "This is my home, isn't it normal for me to come back? I remember last time you said you wanted to go back to your own home. There's too much dust since no one has lived there for a long time. Let Nawaki take care of it when he comes back. This guy Tsunade is becoming more and more inappropriate as an outsider." After taking a look at the dinner Kahn was preparing, he licked his red lips and urged Kahn to prepare more barbecue. Just like a husky waiting for a meal. Kahn shook his head and didn't rush Tsunade, enduring her for the last time. After all, he took care of Kushina. During dinner, Tsunade was eating meat and drinking, while complaining to Kushina about his hard work, and at the same time, he said that he wanted to take off his burden several times and want to go to other places in the ninja world, but Orochimaru didn't allow it once. It is impossible for Orochimaru to run around in the ninja world with a medical master. After being known by other ninja villages, it may attract assassination. However, Tsunade hates the atmosphere in the village a bit. The political struggle is too serious. Although the village is developing rapidly, it is somewhat different from what she imagined, that is, it is different from the concept of the village envisioned by Senju Hashirama. Konoha village is not like it now. It's home, and it's like a federation of heating unions. Tsunade was like this when he was drinking, and he fell asleep after eating. In the end, Kushina picked up Tsunade and sent her to the room, covering her with a quilt. In the middle of the night, Tsunade was woken up by intermittent voices in her ears. Because of the alcohol, she felt very hot in her body and her throat was a little dry. Water to drink. After sitting up in a daze, Tsunade happened to find a glass of water on the bedside, so he picked it up and drank it in one gulp. The cool feeling of cold water passing through his throat immediately woke Tsunade up a little. After she regained consciousness, she heard that scorching voice, which was the same as last time, only this time it was more intense. These two people. Sure enough, they shouldn't be lazy to come here. They can't sleep well in the middle of the night. Intoxicating blush and helpless shame appeared on Tsunade's face. Kushina's voice seemed to have magic power, and after a while, her breathing was slightly short, and her legs were grinding together unconsciously. In addition to the magic power of the voice, alcohol is also the best motivator. Tsunade got out of bed with a dry mouth, covered his jade feet with chakra to eliminate the sound, and then walked upstairs slowly. Tsunade blushed. The drunkenness in her body hadn't completely disappeared. She didn't know what she was doing, maybe she just wanted to get closer and hear better. When they reached the corner of the upper floor, the door of the master bedroom was just around the corner, and the voice here was already very clear. This made Tsunade sober up a bit, and after recalling what she had just done, she immediately patted blushing face. Tsunade, oh Tsunade, what are you doing? Tsunade Heim, one of the Sannin, is eavesdropping, and that kind of thing. The footsteps were getting closer and closer to the bathroom, and Tsunade inside put his heart in his throat. But after the end, Kahn suddenly noticed that there seemed to be someone outside the house, so he was going to get out of bed to check. Tsunade closed her eyes and scolded herself in her heart. The most correct choice now is to go back quietly immediately, then have a good sleep, and go back to clean her home tomorrow. The third update, I had finished writing it long ago, but it was too late to change it. Tsunade panicked, and hurriedly walked downstairs with both hands and feet, but the footsteps behind her made her panic. Instead of returning to the bedroom immediately, she hid in the bathroom and made a slight noise. But her legs were a little weak, and for some reason, she seemed to be unable to stand up. After she prayed to the Sage of Six Paths countless times, the door was still opened with a soft crash. This is end of this chapter. Maybe I drank too much, sit for a while, and go back after recovering. After Kahn looked at it carefully, a strange look appeared on his face, and then he walked directly downstairs. It's been a long time since I played sports with Kushina, but this time Kahn was very satisfied. After giving birth, Kushina has a more mature charm, which Kahn likes very much. As soon as he opened the door and came out, he heard a soft sound, which made him more sure that someone was outside just now. However, under the network of Kahn's mind, the number of people in the family has not changed, and when he walked around the corner, he suddenly found a puddle on the ground. Watery traces. Tsunade lightly pressed her chest, which was getting more and more out of breath, while comforting herself by thinking that not long after she convinced herself, those slender thighs also unknowingly grinded together, and at the same time became more and more moist. There was no sound under the night, and after a long time, Tsunade slowly adjusted her breathing. She felt that she should go back to lie down and sleep immediately, forgetting about the absurd things tonight, but when Tsunade just had this thought, she suddenly heard there seems to be a little movement in the house. Inside the house, Kushina fell asleep from exhaustion. I don't know how long it took, as a high-pitched sound passed by in the room, the sound of the bed also calmed down. The Tsunade at the corner outside the room seemed to have reached a limit, and after crossing the peak, it gulped like a fish lacking oxygen breathe up. The bathroom door was pulled open, and Tsunade panicked to see Kahn standing outside the door. Wearing only a pair of shorts, showing the perfect muscles of the upper body, Tsunade had just calmed down the heat in his heart, but after seeing this scene, he rose again. "You, what are you going to do?" Tsunade asked dryly. completely forgetting that she was in the bathroom. She only had a trace of fear in her heart, fearing that her eavesdropping outside the door just now would be discovered. Having had too much to drink tonight, Tsunade woke up a little impulsively, and although she had just come to her senses after O*********M, she was very worried about what she had done. However, after Tsunade regained his sanity, he wanted to turn the matter over with a strong attitude, so he said in a low voice, "This is the bathroom, I'm using it." "You were eavesdropping just outside the door, Tsunade." One sentence from Kahn directly broke Tsunade's rising toughness, which made her very panicked. If this matter was known, how would she face Kushina in the future, and if it got out, Tsunade couldn't imagine the consequences. "What are you talking about? I was just in the bathroom, you suddenly." Kahn interrupted with a smile. "Now the watermark on the corner of the second floor has not disappeared, do you want to go and see it?" "Well." Tsunade's face turned red in an instant, like a swan whose neck was strangled. His voice stopped abruptly, and he couldn't speak a word. She was too flustered to run away just now, and there was no time to clean up, and this kind of thing was discovered by Kahn, which is too shameful. Even if Kushina discovered it, it would be 10,000 times better than now. Kahn slowly came to Tsunade's side, and whispered in her ear, "Tsunade, you don't want Kushina and others to know about this, do you?" After hearing these words, Tsunade's weak psychological defense was directly broken, and the things she was most worried about happened one after another. First she was discovered, and then she might leak the secret. But within a few seconds, Tsunade suddenly regained consciousness and felt that she was supported by those strong and powerful arms, and then asked in a flustered low voice, "What are you going to do?" The suffocation hit again, but this time it was different. Tsunade experienced it for the first time in more than 30 years. After graduating from ninja school, Tsunade has been completing tasks as a ninja. When he was a teenager, he participated in ninja wars. At that time, there was only Jiraiya who showed his heart, but it was not the type she liked at all. Now, although the 100 healings mark ninjutsu can keep her young and make Tsunade look like she is in her early 20s, she has actually been single for more than 30 years and has no experience in this kind of thing at all. Especially Tsunade felt that Kahn's fingers seemed to be full of electricity, and when he swiped lightly on her body, it was like a slight electric shock, which was extremely comfortable and numb. "Stop, stop. Do this, sorry Kushinas." When he said this, an intoxicating blush appeared on Tsunade's face, and he supported Kahn weakly with both hands to prevent himself from falling, and his clothes slipped off without knowing when, revealing a large piece of white snow. But without saying a few words, the suffocation came again, and at the same time, the feeling of the tingling electric current passing through his body made Tsunade unconsciously clamp his legs. I won't say anything about you and Nanoyu, but you have to stop." "No." Tsunade whispered, her voice getting weaker and weaker until she was completely silent, just like her students did in the past few days. I slept so comfortably last night. Oops, I forgot to feed Naruto." After Kushina came to the kitchen and said hello to Kahn, she suddenly remembered that she still had a son, so she hurried upstairs and took Naruto down from the nursery. Fortunately, Naruto was still sleeping and did not wake up from hunger. Kushina looked around and asked, "Where's Miss Tsunade?" "She seems to have something wrong, she went to my hospital." Kahn said calmly, but praised a classic quote from a soldier boy in his heart. "By the way, Kushina, I will go to the capital in 2 days. The Fire Country daimyo may have to elect another daimyo, and all famous nobles must participate." "Then what are you going to do? By the way, you are the Minister of Propaganda." Kushina suddenly remembered Kahn's identity, and then approached with a smile and asked, "If you can become a daimyo, will I be the daimyo's wife in the future?" Kahn said with a smile, "Of course, I will use Sky City as a daimyo mansion in the future. After so many nobles died this time, I have great hope to become a daimyo. Just wait for the good news. There are very few nobles in the Land of Fire who can compete with Kahn. Some time ago, all the nobles who had a deeper background than him died, and the rest are landlord nobles, from other places, plus the choice of daimyo. Kahn can be said to sit back and relax. Kirigakure was also fully repelled by Konoha, lost the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Uchiha Fugaku counterattacked in an all-round way, and directly withdrew Mist Shinobi to the land of water. But that's it. It's impossible for Kirigakure to sign any peace agreement. They have a natural sea barrier. Mist Shinobi can retreat to the country of water by himself, but if you dare to chase it, then compete on the sea. Style ninjutsu. Kirigakure has always followed the husky fighting method, and will harass you from time to time, but if you get angry and counterattack, they will retreat for a while to calm down. But this time under the control of Uchiha Obito, Kirigakure suffered a lot of losses. Even if he wanted to continue the war, he couldn't do it. Cloud Shinobi also retreated across the board. It took them a long time just to gather what Konoha asked for. The direct strength of Cloud Shinobi village was greatly reduced, and there was no chance to develop an arms race in the next 3 years. Moreover, after collecting the materials and successfully exchanging 4th Raikage, Killer Bee and the soil platform, the people of Cloud Shinobi village also discovered that the 8 tails in Killer Bee's body had been taken away. 3rd Raikage immediately shouted to the people on Konoha's side with extreme anger, "Konoha's awful, you actually violated the exchange agreement and handed over 8 tails." Facing the furious 3rd Raikage, Nawaki said loudly without fear, "3rd Raikage, the exchange we agreed on is only Killer Bee, which does not include the tail beast, and Killer Bee has been handed over to you alive. If you are making trouble unreasonably, let's go to war." In order to ensure this stable transaction, Orochimaru sent Hitaki Tsukumo, Uchiha and Hyuga, and 30 Ryuchi cave fire dragons hovering in the sky. If 3rd Raikage wants to do something, the final result can only be of the nearly 1,000 Cloud Shinobi present, only 30% were able to escape. With the fire dragons in the sky alone, Cloud Shinobi was at a loss. Damn be asterisk 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 D, damn it. Damn it. 3rd Raikage knew that he couldn't start the war, but he was very unwilling. It was like smashing his teeth and swallowing it in his stomach. Finally, after being persuaded by his subordinates, 3rd Raikage ordered to return. They must return to the village as soon as possible, otherwise the next batch of logistics will not be prepared. Tanakuni. In a bath in a small town, a blonde young man and a white-haired middle-aged man are lying comfortably in the bath and enjoying themselves. This small town is not very rich, and the residents usually take a bath in their own homes, so when they came, there was no one here, as if it was reserved. However, the blonde young man's expression was not very good. After hearing the news outside, how could he relax and enjoy it? After Namikaze Minato heard it, he nodded and smiled and said, "I see, then I wish Teacher Jiraiya success. He has practiced the perfect Sage Mode, so he knows that Sage Mode can improve the ninja's strength. However, Sage Mode is not suitable for his combat mode. Common Rasengan can already kill 90% of ninjas or lose their mobility. Gone." Jiraiya wanted to say that no one could do it, but he suddenly remembered that Orochimaru killed the previous 8 tails Jinchuriki within 2 months, so he immediately changed his mind. "Don't worry about it, Minato, that's 8 tails Jinchuriki. If you're alone and don't have information, you won't be able to do it in a few months. Mr. Jiraiya, I failed this mission again. I guess after being recalled to the village, I will either be reprimanded or have the same experience as Lugio's seniors. Including Kakashi, who even contacted him some time ago and gave him some warnings. This made him see some hope. Although money can buy people for a while, it can't buy people's hearts, at least Namikaze Minato thinks so. In the next period of time, I may go to Mount Mayaboku to practice Sage Mode. This time, the 2 bosses will give me intensive training. If I can fully cultivate into Sage Mode, it will also greatly improve my strength." Jiraiya wanted to say Orochimaru and Kahn, but he had no evidence. Speaking of Minato, if you can't do it, you should leave Konoha. To be honest, I don't believe that Danzo can poison the heirs and nobles of the daimyo. Maybe someone else did it. Whatever you want, when you return to the village, give this information to Mr. Sarutobi. This is some information about the Kahn Chamber of Commerce that I found recently. It includes things about the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water. Wait for Mr. Sarutobi to get it. After that, you should know what to do. No, Teacher Jiraiya, if I still have a chance in Konoha, but without Konoha, we may never have a chance to make a comeback, and Lord Third Hokage will not agree. Namikaze Minato quickly shook his head and said that although he failed completely in the Hokage election last time, many Jonin in the village felt very guilty towards him because of this incident. Jiraiya's summoning produced an information frog. He found a frog in Mount Mayaboku that was specially kept for scrolls. After handing over the information to Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya continued. Namikaze Minato sighed and said to the white-haired middle-aged man that he really wanted to complete the task seriously this time. After all, this is one of the few things he can do well. The task of chasing Jiraiya failed, and others must understand, but if the monitoring of Eight Tails fails, it is the reason for the negotiation. In particular, Eight Tails Jinchuriki appeared near Konoha village and almost destroyed the village. Although it was blocked, Namikaze Minato still felt a little uncomfortable. Minato-kun, according to your report just now, there was a 2-day blank period in between. What were you doing at that time? In Hokage's office, Hyuga Hayashi asked Namikaze Minato with a solemn face. In terms of business affairs, most of the tasks are now arranged by him, Hokage's assistant. In terms of private affairs, the Hyuga clan can be regarded as following in the footsteps of Orochimaru. He wants to marry Nawaki. The Hyuga clan does not exclude women from marrying out. The marriage of 1 or 2 women will not have much impact on the Hyuga clan. There have been cases of daughters from the clan marrying out many years ago. If it is not for the marriage of the same clan, the blood of the Hyuga clan will continue to thin out. Unable to open white eyes. Namikaze Minato said with an apologetic face, because of the wind and cold, I rested for 2 days before heading to the Land of Thunder. I'm really sorry. Minato-kun, how can you let us do this kind of reason? Hyuga Hayashi said with a heavy face, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Orochimaru. Forget it, Hayashi. After all, the 4th Raikage attack on the village was considered an accident. The mission did not require Minato-kun to rush to the Land of Thunder immediately, it was just a coincidence. Orochimaru said with a smile. His words of reassurance did not relax Namikaze Minato, but instead gave him a bad feeling. As Namikaze Minato thought in his heart, Orochimaru's next words directly made him lose the right to choose. Minato-kun, let's forget about the previous 2 missions. There are both understandable reasons and unexpected factors. However, if there is another accident in this mission, I will consider retiring your ninja. After Orochimaru finished speaking, Hyuga Hayashi also took out a long-term S-rank mission and handed it over to Namikaze Minato. Hunt down the route and head Danzo. Namikaze Minato is not the only one to take this task. There are 10 other elite teams that cooperate with Umbu ninjas, which can be regarded as a benefit for some Jonin elite teams. Umbu ninjas provide information and contain cooperation, and Konoha Shinobi also represents righteousness, greatness. Some root ninjas may not be able to shoot Konoha Shinobi. However, Namikaze Minato's task is more difficult. His goal is Danzo, and if he can't complete it, Orochimaru will really consider Namikaze Minato's withdrawal from the ranks of ninjas. At that time, not only will you have to place various sealing techniques in your head, but you will even live under surveillance for the rest of your life. If there is something wrong, you will have a sealing technique on your body, and you will be interrogated severely or put in prison. This is not the combat power of Orochimaru's self-defeating village. One who cannot use gold to flash, hold back his legs everywhere, and even secretly fight against Hokage, Orochimaru is now just an excuse for Namikaze Minato. It doesn't matter if you fail to hunt down Jiraiya, after all, it is a master-student relationship. This is a task that Orochimaru deliberately gave Namikaze Minato. The failure of the mission to monitor and search Eight Tails' intelligence was accidental and understandable, but if the pursuit of Danzo failed, it would be enough for the interrogation squad to attack Namikaze Minato. Danzo has clearly betrayed the village. If the other Jonin teams have achieved results and Namake's Minato has no progress at all, and the information provided by Umbu is wasted, then Orochimaru will attack Namake's Minato, and the others will not be able to persuade them. I understand, Lord Hokage. Namake's Minato sighed inwardly, and then took the task. It was really his last chance. Exit the Hokage building. Namake's Minato feels that this village is very strange. Although he has lived here since he was a child, there are fewer and fewer things that Konoha can concern him with now. Now even the position of Hokage, he gradually feels that he doesn't care. Moreover, the girl he has always liked since he was a child is now the wife of others and has given birth to children. Boom! A puppy bumped into Namake's Minato suddenly, but after the dog ran away, Namake's Minato wrinkled his eyes and left directly with the body flicker technique. In a remote forest outside the village, Namake's Minato said, "Come out, Kakashi, no one is following me." As soon as the words fell, Kakashi came out of the woods, followed by a summoning dog. This summoning dog has been raised at home. Only the Minato team can recognize the summoning dog of the Hatake family. Kakashi hesitated for a while, and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Minato, I can only contact you in this way. I voted last time in the Hokage election." Namake's Minato interrupted with a wave of his hand, and then said with a smile, "There is no need to mention this matter again, Kakashi. I believe you must have your own considerations and reasons, not to mention you sent me several times of information afterwards." Kakashi was silent for a while, and then said, "Because Obito's grandma is alone, so I need a sum of money for her to live well." Unexpectedly, Lin gave the money to Obito's grandma, and she passed away not long after. That's not because of death, but White Zetsu thought that Obito had been fallen into Uchiha Madara's lie at that time, and it also made money, so he found a chance to get the clone back. Namake's Minato nodded after hearing the words. He also knew that Obito was a close friend to Kakashi. "Well, Kakashi, you did a good job, this is the will of fire. I didn't have much ability at the time, and it happened to me, so I had to. But I'm sorry, Mr. Minato, I made a choice that went against my heart." Kakashi spoke, then took out a scroll and threw it to Namake's Minato. "I can't disclose the secrets related to Umbu, but these are all collected by myself, which should be helpful to Teacher Minato. But I can only do so much, Teacher Minato." Namake's Minato opened the scroll, his eyes were fixed after seeing the content on it, and he was extremely surprised for a moment, and then gratefully said to Kakashi, "This is enough, thank you, Kakashi." Namake's Minato had never known the information on the scroll before. Fortunately, Kakashi provided the information today. Otherwise, if he acted rashly, he might suffer a big loss. But after this, Kakashi probably won't send him information anymore. This kind of thing is very dangerous, and Kakashi is now the captain of Umbu Squad. The only ones who can become the captain of Umbu Squad at this age are Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. Hokage Office. After Tsunade came, his expression was very serious, and he slapped his hands on the desk in front of Orochimaru with a bang. "Orochimaru, do you have a long-term mission to leave the village? Give me one." "No, don't even think about it." Orochimaru didn't listen to Tsunade's words at all, so he refused. "Tsunade, you promised me to stay in Konoha not long ago, why are you leaving the village suddenly? Can it be compared to now? There was a man-eating beast in the village." Tsunade thought with great aggrievedness that she did a stupid thing while drunk, and did something to Sari Kushina in a muddle. In short, she must not stay in Konoha anymore, she must go out. "The situation is different now, Orochimaru, I must accept a long-term mission to leave the village." Orochimaru sighed helplessly and said, "Even if you say that, besides investigating Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi and hunting down Umbu, there are very few long-term outing missions. Are you going to continue 3 missions? This is very difficult for the village. Important, don't delay. Also, what about Nawaki's practice after he came back? Didn't you ask him to practice Sage Mode in Wetbone Forest?" After Tsunade heard Orochimaru's words, she immediately felt very aggrieved, but these things were planned in advance, but now. Nawaki can ask Katsuyu himself for advice, or let Katsuyu summon me to the wet bone forest, but I must leave Konoha soon, I have my reasons, please, Orochimaru. After speaking, Tsunade was going to step forward and grab Orochimaru by the collar, and was going to force Orochimaru to agree to her request with the feelings between teammates and force. Stop, I'm Shadow Clone. Forget it, I'll arrange a task for you, but it's B-level at most, and you should arrange the things in hand before you leave. Orochimaru directly waved his hand and called Tsunade. His shadow clone could not withstand Tsunade's slap, and he also found out that Tsunade's departure from the village was not because of Jiraiya and other things, maybe it was just a sudden idea in the past 2 days. But these 2 days she has been looking for an opportunity to ask Kahn at Kushina's home. Tsunade nodded gratefully and said, Class B is enough, thank you Orochimaru, I will definitely arrange the things in hand before leaving the village, right, can you give me Nawaki's task reward in advance? Orochimaru sighed after hearing this, and said to Tsunade, I'll lend you some, don't think about Nawaki's idea. He suddenly felt that Nawaki was his Orochimaru's younger brother, because Tsunade often paid in advance for Nawaki's missions, which caused his disciple to beg secretly several times. After giving Tsunade 1,000,000 taels, Orochimaru found another task of patrolling and defending near the capital of the Kingdom of Fire to prevent the root members from taking risks and attacking the important ministers of the Kingdom of Fire. Mostly the Chunin team, but Orochimaru knew that Danzo wouldn't have the guts to do it, so this task was mostly sent out as a bonus to the village teams. Anyway, since he became 4th Hokage, Konoha's funding has tripled, and Orochimaru's research funding is independent, mostly supported by Kahn. It is Kahn's suggestion to Orochimaru to use money to appease the ninja and get support. Anyway, the ninja still needs to spend money after he has money. 70% of Konoha's stores are owned by Kahn, and the money will return to his pocket after going around. While civilian ninjas or ninjas who rely on Orochimaru get well-paid and safe tasks, some time-consuming and dangerous tasks are all assigned to ninjas such as Ino, Shika, Cho and Sarutobi. For a long time, relying on Ino, Shika, Cho ninjas can't stand this situation either. Coupled with the media mouthpiece of the Jonin World Weekly, unless the Ino, Shika, Cho and other families collectively rebel, they can only be like the frog in the warm water, whose flesh was cut off by a blunt knife. I really didn't expect that the famous ninja world's darkness would be reduced to what it is now. Hanzo, who was wearing a gas mask on his face, said to Danzo in a dull voice. There was both sarcasm and emotion in his words. At the time of the Second Ninja World War, this person in front of him was using his few soft hearts to force Rain Shinobi Village had to admit defeat, and in the end he had to give up his ambition. Kong has the name of a demigod, but he can only live in a small ninja village, and there are very few missions from his own country, let alone missions from other countries. Now Hanzo has almost given up his dream of turning Rain Shinobi Village into the 6th largest ninja village, as long as his rule in Rain Shinobi Village is guaranteed. Temporary frustration doesn't mean anything, at least I haven't given up yet, and I will definitely get back what I lost. Danzo said in a cold voice, even if he came to seek refuge with Hanzo, his attitude was still very arrogant, and he was not at all worried that Hanzo would not take him in. What do you think of my proposal? Whether it is for you or for me, it is a matter of mutual benefit. Ha ha ha, Liangli. Danzo, why should I trust you? You haven't forgotten how you got the reputation of darkness of the ninja world. Hanzo's exposed half-face was full of sarcasm. He didn't believe Danzo's words at all, and he had lost Konoha's support, so why did Danzo seek help from Rain Shinobi Village? Hanzo, if I were you, I would definitely not be arrogant. Danzo sneered, and then continued to say to Hanzo, recently, the land of rain is not very peaceful. I just heard a beautiful declaration not long after I came here. Pass on the idea of peace and the like, and the name is also very nice, if I remember correctly, it should be called Akatsuki. After hearing Danzo's words, Hanzo's face darkened slightly. Of course he knows the Akatsuki organization, and this is the only organization in the Land of Rain that makes him feel troublesome and tricky. The idea is high, the members are large, and the leader of the Akatsuki organization is not weak. Even there are many people in the Rain Shinobi village longing for peace. It is impossible for Hanzo to mobilize a large number of people to encircle and suppress the Akatsuki organization. If he did so, his rule would be extremely unstable, and no one would obey a man who killed indiscriminately, even if he was a demigod. After a moment of silence, Hanzo asked, "What do you want to say?" "One channel, plus the ninja blocking Konoha, I will help you solve the Akatsuki organization, the team, you know me, I need your help more than those innocent little devils, and you also need mine help." Danzo's words moved Hanzo. If the Akatsuki organization was handed over to Danzo, it would be a good thing for his rule in Rain Shinobi village, but it was Danzo who Hanzo didn't believe. Conspiracy, backstabbing, and ruthlessness are almost Danzo's character traits. Even if he is down and out now, it is not a small risk to cooperate with him. But after pondering for a while, Hanzo agreed to Danzo's proposal. "Danzo, if I find something wrong, then I will immediately implement the covenant with Konoha." The covenant that Hanzo said was signed with them when Danzo defeated Rain Shinobi village. One of them is that Rain Shinobi village is obliged to cooperate with Konoha to hunt down Ren, and now the target of the hunt has become the person who signed the agreement. Danzo said flatly, "Don't worry, I won't do anything unwise." With the cover of Rain Shinobi village, he can slowly plot a small country, and with the cooperation of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, it may not be impossible to accumulate strength outside. Konoha is no longer his ideal Konoha. Danzo deeply feels that he must accumulate stronger power to be able to take back Konoha. As for the Shimura clan, he has transferred all the assets that should be transferred in advance, and the rest of the clan have all it is for his ideal dedication. After leaving Rain Shinobi village, a root ninja suddenly appeared beside Danzo and reported to him, "Master Danzo, you have already obtained the bones of the doctor who transplanted the poison sac for Hanzo, and several strong men from Rain Shinobi village. It's a good job, and the matter in the country of birds should be stepped up, but it should be more secretive. By the way, how is the performance of the crow recently?" Danzo nodded and said, "The next step can be carried out according to the plan. It's very good. I'm currently studying with a well-known geisha in the country of Tang. With her perseverance and learning ability, I believe she will learn some essence soon." Danzo said coldly, "That's enough, let's look for opportunities next, and start some dark lines." The crow is just Danzo spending a lot of energy to cultivate a pawn against Kahn. Although the talent is not bad, her behavior is supported by hatred, and she is not suitable to be his long-term subordinate. In other aspects, Crow's performance can reach up to 80 points, but when it comes to revenge, she has a potential of 200 points. Daiming House of the Land of Fire. Replacing the position of daimyo is a rare event, and the last time it can be traced back hundreds of years ago. Because this kind of situation is so rare, accidents happen to all those who were slightly related to the daimyo. In the end, the people of the daimyo government checked carefully and found that Tsunade and Nawaki from Konoha village were the most qualified to succeed the daimyo. But they asked Nawaki, who was not interested at all, so the matter was left alone. The daimyo was lifted out tremblingly. In just a few years, it is rare for his body to weaken like this, but the doctor couldn't find out what the problem was, and daimyo himself didn't care about it, so other people couldn't do it anymore. Never mind. Today, I believe the reason for summoning you is already clear. The Minamoto clan can't protect the Fire Nation, so I plan to choose another person to become the new daimyo of the Fire Nation, ahem. Before the words were finished, the daimyo coughed violently. Now every word is a kind of torture for the daimyo, but he doesn't feel it at all. When the soul has been controlled by black magic, it is not enough to say that he is a puppet. Not too much. The 14 people below, except Kahn, were all excited when they heard the daimyo's words. How could the local nobles compare with the daimyo of a country, especially the Land of Fire, the richest in the ninja world? After learning the news, they used their own means, some gave gifts to the daimyo's wife, and some contacted the new minister of the Fire Nation. In short, they paid a lot for the daimyo's position. Ahem, in my opinion, the only one who can become the new daimyo and protect the land of fire is His Excellency, Gongqin Gongqin. From now on, he will be the new daimyo of the land of fire. After the daimyo finished saying this, everyone else in the room showed shocked expressions. Propaganda Minister. They know that there is this position, but they are very unfamiliar with Kahn. He is too low-key, and has never had any interaction with them. Therefore, after knowing that the new daimyo is the Minister of Propaganda, they also recalled Kahn, so that they can stand up. Wait a minute, my lord. One person couldn't bear the unwillingness in his heart and shouted directly, "Why is this person? It's too strange, us." But the daimyo didn't wait for the local nobleman of Wangchuan County to finish speaking, so he said with an ugly face, "Hima." Immediately, a ninja appeared in front of the daimyo, half kneeling on the ground and said, "Daimyo. Kill him." Yes. As soon as the words fell, Guardian Ninja and Ma directly used the body flicker technique to come to the nobleman who had spoken just now. Kunai passed by, and a head was cut off directly. But this is not over yet, the daimyo still said with an ugly face, "Hima, you will lead the team and capture all his family members." "Yes, Your Excellency." The change in the field stunned many people. They didn't expect that the daimyo would be so decisive that he would kill a nobleman and arrest their whole family at the slightest disagreement. Many people were so frightened that they almost screamed, but they immediately held their mouths tightly after realizing it, so as not to arouse the daimyo's disgust. The current daimyo gave them the same feeling as a lunatic. It was extremely strange. If there is nothing else, today's discussion will end here. The succession ceremony of the daimyo will be held in 7 days. Come when the time comes. Faced with the daimyo's request, the others could not object at all and could only respond. He is the person with the highest status in the land of fire, and has a lot of military power in his hands, and he can also command Konoha. If he is not afraid of people's comments, he can really kill them all in a short time. This is Kahn's plan. Anyway, the daimyos of the land of fire are dying, so if they can use them for a while. If it weren't for their status, the nobles in the land of fire would have been killed by Konoha shinobi as bandits. The news of the new daimyo quickly spread from the capital to all directions, and many people wanted to visit Kahn after hearing the news. But they only knew about Ninja Weekly and Kahn Pharmacy. They didn't even know where he was staying, so naturally they couldn't find anyone. Kahn also doesn't plan to have any social activities with those people or make false claims. At his level, how can he care about such people? Just know, and the Kahn Chamber of Commerce needs to adjust a bit. It's just that Kahn suddenly discovered that his Chamber of Commerce seems to have more widows. Headed by Xia Chuan, most of them are the wives left over from the Senju clan. Finally, because of Tsunade's introduction, they joined his Chamber of Commerce. But this is not important anymore. Xia Chuan's ability has been recognized by Kahn, and he is now a famous name in the Fire Nation, which also sent out the possibility of betrayal. The Kahn Chamber of Commerce should replace many departments of the Nation of Fire. By then, Xia Chuan and others will be the ministers of the Nation of Fire. Pamphlet Street. In the izakaya, Tsunade drank the shochu in the glass in one gulp, and then clicked her tongue. Although it was already the best shochu in the store, she still felt that it was not as good as the ones at Kushina's house. But ease is the most important thing. That B**************** D actually threatened me, Sanmin. Even though several days have passed, Tsunade can still feel a hot feeling in his body when he thinks back on the events at that time. Hey, the daimyo is going to be replaced, is it true? What? There is such a thing, let me see. The discussion at the next table caught Tsunade's attention. She knew something inside, because people from the daimyo prefecture had approached her, but she was a woman and could not inherit the daimyo, and Nawaki was not interested. Propaganda Minister Kahn, it turned out that it was this lord at the end. When Tsunade at the side heard the name from the next table, the wine glass in his hand almost dropped in shock, and some of the wine spilled out. Why is it him again? The change of daimyo is not a trivial matter in the entire ninja world. This is not the succession of the daimyo of the common, but the replacement of the daimyo's inheritance. The allies of the Fire Nation will definitely send people to congratulate, and the big names of the other 4 major countries will also send people to come. Before the succession ceremony, the Fire Nation daimyo had almost handed over all the power to Kahn. This was witnessed by many people, especially before the daimyo made this decision. It had been checked by many people and it was not under control, etc. It's not that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others don't have the means to check the daimyo's physical condition, but all control techniques in the ninja world are inseparable from chakra, and to detect chakra, no matter whether it is the Yamanaka family or the Hyuga family, there is no check from the daimyo. Find out the slightest abnormality. With Sarutobi Hiruzen maintaining the relationship in Konoha for so many years, it is relatively easy to borrow a branch house guard from the elders of the Hyuga clan and not be known by Hyuga Hayashi. For a big family like Hyuga, even if the patriarch supports Orochimaru, the elders of the clan will maintain it. In other aspects of the relationship, be comprehensive. But whether it will be discovered by Orochimaru is another matter. In Konoha village, Orochimaru also held a jonin meeting on the matter of Kahn succeeding the daimyo. He and Kahn had discussed many times in private, and the two reached a lot of consensus. The jonin meeting was also held to persuade others. Sarutobi Hiruzen also came to this meeting, but his face has been very ugly. It has not been long since Orochimaru became the 4th Hokage, and he is the only one left in the previous generation. Udatane Koharu was imprisoned because of the confusion of financial accounts, and the transfer family did not seize it, and found a huge amount of 200 million taels and confiscated it. The transfer family had no business, and there were few ninjas. When Orochimaru asked Udatane Koharu how the money was when it was saved, she hesitated and couldn't answer. Mitokado Hamura has also completely retired. No Konoha shinobi will approve of what he has done, and it will only waste his face to stay. As for Danzo, he has been labeled as a traitor. The 7 Umbu teams and 7 Jonin teams, together with Namikaze Minato and others, are all searching and hunting down Danzo and his roots. At least in the Land of Fire, he can't stay any longer. Moreover, under the management of Orochimaru, even if the root escapes from the Land of Fire, it will be more and more difficult in the future. The Sarutobi and Ino, Shika, Cho clans are not necessarily willing to take huge risks to help Danzo. If they are caught by Orochimaru, they will almost a ninja is also in danger. Except for those who are away and can't come back in time, almost everyone is here. Orochimaru came to the meeting room, looked around, and said directly, "The Kingdom of Fire has replaced a new daimyo, and the succession ceremony of the new daimyo will be 2 days later. Konoha will also send a congratulatory team. This time I won't go, just bye." Wait a minute, Orochimaru. 4th generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly interrupted Orochimaru's words, and then said, "This is too suspicious, 4th generation, how can you easily change the daimyo's position, and still? In fact, Nawaki should be the first to receive the news. Since there is no heir in the daimyo mansion, Nawaki should be considered the most suitable person to succeed the daimyo." When Orochimaru mentioned the news, most of the jonin in the conference room looked at Nawaki, who was sitting at the front with slight surprise. After Cloud Shinobi retreated, Nawaki returned to Konoha, but he had a bad face with Tsunade. Tsunade hadn't left for long when he came back. Sensing that the people on the left and right and Sarutobi Hiruzen were looking at him, Nawaki nodded and said, "That's right, both the daimyo house and my sister have asked me about this, but I'm not interested in the daimyo position, so the proposal of the daiming house was rejected." "So it is." Jonin in the room nodded silently after hearing the words. From this point of view, the daiming house had been considering this matter a long time ago, and the actions taken some time ago were the last helpless choice. Orochimaru smiled hoarsely, and continued, "Besides, Mr. Sarutobi, haven't you checked many times, and invited the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, and the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan, so you should be able to confirm that the daimyo is not controlled by others. In the next second, Hyuga Hayashi immediately stood up and bowed and apologized. Master Hokage, as the head of the family, he didn't know that the clansmen left the village. This is my dereliction of duty. I don't care about it, Hayashi. Besides, it would be nice for Sarutobi-sensei to check. So Sarutobi-sensei, did you find out that someone was doing something to the daimyo? Orochimaru's question made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face extremely ugly, but since Orochimaru knew about it, he naturally knew the result. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said weakly, nothing was found. Neither his side nor Jiraiya's side have gained anything from the poisoning of the heir of the daimyo and the minister of the country of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya probably never dreamed that it was the daimyo himself who did it. Orochimaru smiled silently, with a look that seemed to be mocking Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing his nails under the table to almost dig into his flesh. Then the congratulatory team this time will be led by Nawaki, Hayashi-kun and Yatsushiro-kun, some people from your two clans, plus Uzumaki Kushina, go to the capital of the country of fire together. Then Orochimaru looked at Nawaki again, and said to him, Nawaki, today I will ask Mr. Hayashi for advice. From today onwards, you will work in the Hokage building. This is almost an imperial decision that Nawaki is the next generation of Hokage, but none of the Jonin objected. Nawaki's combat achievements are too great. From before the Third Ninja War to the previous confrontation at Cloud Shinobi Village, he has been on the battlefield almost all the time, and his wood-style ninjutsu is also powerful. In the entire Konoha village, there are not many who can compete with Nawaki for the position of 5th Hokage. Namikaze Minato is of the same generation as Nawaki, but the gap between him and Nawaki is getting bigger and bigger. Shadow's exploits. Yes, Lord Hokage. Those who were shouted by Orochimaru responded directly. But Sarutobi Hiruzen said anxiously, 4th generation, about Kushina, do you have to think about it again? After all, she is Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki. Konoha village will not do house arrest of Daimyo's wife. Sarutobi-sensei, don't say any more, now I am Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was slightly blue. After hearing Orochimaru's words, he couldn't help but stood up and shouted, Orochimaru, you will regret it. After finishing speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Hokage building angrily. If this continues, the Sarutobi family will definitely be cut by blunt knives and gradually decline. It seems that he must think about what Danzo said. The succession ceremony of the daimyo ended soon. After the ceremony, all guardian ninjas pledged their allegiance to Kahn. The previous daimyo died directly after the ceremony, without persisting for a minute. The rest of the original Lie Daming also moved out of the Daming mansion after the ceremony, and cleaned it inside and out. However, Kahn has no plans to live here. He has asked Shinnong to drive Kong Mean Fortress, the City of Sky, to the capital of the Kingdom of Fire. If there is no accident in the future, the City of Sky will be the new Daming Mansion. The capital of the Kingdom of Fire can also be expanded, a capital that is completely its own. Even in the biochemical world, there is no such feeling. Although Umbrella's power is huge, it is not strictly speaking a country. The Kingdom of Fire will definitely face a huge transformation next. Media, the internet and heavy industry are the directions that Nation of Fire will develop in the future. Except for the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, all businessmen involved in these industries can receive official development subsidies from Nation of Fire. There is also the arrangement for Konoha Village. The current Konoha is too far away from the capital of the country of fire. Kahn plans to build a few acropolis around the capital while expanding the capital, so that Konoha can be moved to the vicinity of the capital as a whole. It is better to develop and regulate only when gathered together. Although Konoha is almost equal to the Kingdom of Fire, at most daimyo has a higher reputation than Hokage, but starting from Kahn, Konoha will be a military force under the command of the Kingdom of Fire in the future. After the daimyo succession ceremony, Kahn specifically talked about this with Nawaki and Hyuga Hayashi. As the relationship between Tsunade and Kushina, and the friendship between Orochimaru and Kahn, the relationship between Nawaki and him is naturally very close. Now the money on her body is only enough for one meal and one night in the hotel, and there is not enough money for breakfast tomorrow. Miwa Kawaki was the first person to talk to Kahn, and was also one of the first few people introduced by Tsunade. Now he manages a huge dessert business, with an annual income of nearly 10 million taels, and it is still rising. Tsunade recalled the gamble just now with indignation. She clearly had the chance to win, but she was disappointed in the end. The 3 million taels she just borrowed from an acquaintance of the Senju family lost in a short time. Just when Tsunade was thinking of asking Chuan Mumihi to borrow money, a person sat down across from her, and she was speaking familiar words. After Tsunade took a look, she recognized the person in front of her, so she immediately said angrily, "Damn it, I lost it all in one afternoon." Nawaki may also have many tasks about planting trees. Among them, the most important one for Nawaki is the official entrusted mission from the Land of Fire. Starting from next month, the missions from the Land of Fire may quadruple, but more than 80% of them have nothing to do with killing people, but more about changing dirt roads and river diversions and the like. Kahn also treats Nawaki as his brother-in-law. However, this is not an immediate action. This plan will not be launched until the capital of the Fire Country is expanded and the roads in the Fire Country are almost developed. The loss caused by the relocation will be subsidized by Kahn merchants, and the proximity to the capital also has a lot of benefits. Business and communication are more prosperous, and Konoha will no longer be in the relatively closed state it used to be. Tsunade is still having a headache where to get money. Besides going all over the world to find patients for treatment, he can only borrow some from those who are good friends. By the way, I heard that Hanako said that Meiha is nearby, so I went to see her. The first update, ask for votes. Yo, long time no see, I didn't expect you to leave the village too. Do you still want to borrow it? Although they are all of the same clan, it doesn't feel good to always find someone. Nawaki and Hyuga Hayashi were a little moved by this. After all, Hyuga and other ninjas have only taken root in Konoha for 60 years, and many businesses are in other places. It is not a big deal for them to relocate, and it is obviously beneficial. They have no reason to refuse. You are so bold to appear in front of me, Jiraiya. As a daimyo, Kahn chatted with Nawaki, Hyuga Hayashi, and Uchiha Yatsushiro about many things, and recorded 10 documents before he finished talking about the things between Fire Country and Konoha. Don't say that, are you still going to catch me, Tsunade? Although he still has white hair, his face and body shape have changed a lot. If it weren't for his teammates of 10 years, Tsunade would have difficulty recognizing Jiraiya. I'm not interested in catching you, but I'm also not interested in intersecting with a Konoha rebel. No matter what your reason is, don't come to me. Tsunade drank a glass of shochu, and then said with a displeased face, "It was enough for me to plead with Orochimaru, otherwise you thought he would send Namikaze Minato to accompany you to play games all over the world. What an idiot." The more I talked about it later, the more angry Tsunade felt. Jiraiya, this guy, defected to Konoha for a reason, and he took Konoha Shinobi's identity as nothing. Tsunade, I left Konoha for a reason, for peace in the ninja world. This is an unavoidable choice. Jiraiya knows what kind of character Tsunade is, and the more she scolds, it means she still regards you as a friend. If Tsunade comes up, let him go, or tell Konoha coldly, etc. That would be the real disappointment. At least for now there is room for maneuver. Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Sherbone Forest are revered as the three great sacred lands, not only because they possess powerful immortal arts, but also because they have knowledge for thousands of years. Tsunade, although I don't know what abilities the immortals in Sherbone Forest have, but I can tell you what the magical ability of Mount Myaboku Great Toad Sage is. When Tsunade heard this, she became a little interested. She signed a summoning contract with Sherbone Forest, and she also had a good relationship with Katsuyu. She even tried to cultivate Sherbone Forest Sage mode, but her chakra volume and recovery ability were not enough at that time. Can't practice Wetbone Forest Sage Mode. Practicing the Sage Mode of the Wetbone Forest requires a very strong recovery ability and thick chakra, otherwise it is very likely that it will not be able to resist the natural energy turning into blood, but after successful practice, the Sage Mode of the Wetbone Forest is equivalent to an immortal body. Even if the heart is cut, it can recover. Tsunade failed to practice Sage Mode, but she developed an S-level forbidden technique, ninja art, mitotic regeneration, based on the Sage Mode of the Wetbone Forest, complement each other. What ability! It is a prophecy, and it has never been missed. Seeing that Tsunade was interested, Jiraiya poured himself a glass of wine, and continued, the last one who obeyed the Great Toad Sage's prophecy was Sage of Six Paths. In the end, he defeated the enemy and saved the ninja world. This time, the Great Toad Sage once again gave a prophecy came out, and I have probably found out that the source of the prophecy is Kahn. Tsunade sneered and said, Heh, Jiraiya, so that's your plan, it's useless. Tsunade, you can ask the immortal Katsuyu. It has been passed down for thousands of years like Mount Myaboku. It should know what happened back then, and it is very clear. Jiraiya sighed, and continued, I have been looking for information in the ninja world for a while, but I can't find anything about the origin of that guy. It seemed that he appeared in the country of rain out of thin air, and the power behind it, that American country, even the farthest rainbow country, I have gone. The prophecy of the Great Toad Sage is him, the one who will end the ninja. Tsunade, I hope you will consider that Orochimaru has been in contact with Kahn long before you, perhaps before you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Katsuyu Immortal. After finishing speaking, Jiraiya saw that the takeaway he secretly ordered just now was also packed, so he said goodbye to Tsunade, and then quickly left here with the ordered takeaway. Tsunade, who was slightly confused, didn't recall the incident until the checkout, and immediately scolded Jiraiya in the izakaya. Because of this stupid guy, Tsunade had to find another way to live tonight. Daming House of the Land of Fire. Are we going to live here from now on? Kushina is snuggled into Kahn's arms, and she hasn't quite adjusted to her new identity yet. Just like that, I became a daimyo's wife, something I never thought of before. For the time being, after the reconstruction of the capital, Sky City will become the new daimyo mansion. At that time, Konoha village will also be moved to the vicinity of the capital. You can go back whenever you want. Kahn knew that Kushina was relatively new to this place, so he told Kushina about his future plans. Kushina will definitely not be bored in the future. Konoha is just 10 kilometers away from the capital, and a few minutes is enough if you want to go to Konoha. As for now, Kushina can also take Naruto back after Kahn leaves. Anyway, the guardian ninja protects all he. As for the Fire Nation, Kahn probably won't stay here for a long time, but even if he leaves, he will arrange everything. No one dared to object to ordering as a daimyo, especially the madness of the previous daimyo before his death, which reminded many people of the power that belonged to the daimyo. In contrast, Kahn's behavior is much milder, at least they are still alive. The development of the media and internet is in charge of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. In this regard, Kahn will not be stingy with money, and Red Queen has also invested a lot of engineering robots. The construction of roads, circuit laying, and other infrastructure projects were provided by the Fire Nation officials. Kahn set a goal and plan for those ministers, how long the roads and railways should be built within 3 years. If they are not repaired, even if they are nobles who have passed on for hundreds of years, I have to resign my position and slip away. If there is an illegal act, the house will be ransacked. This law was recently added by Kahn. Moreover, Konoha village's cooperation is required for the infrastructure construction of the Land of Fire, such as digging pits, compacting soil, and even moving heavy materials. Common construction workers can do a day or two of work, but if handed over to the ninja, it can be done in an hour or 2. Just what Kahn told Nawaki is enough for Konoha shinobi's 4 or 5 years of tasks. Is it that big? There should be millions of people here by then. Kushina was very surprised when she saw the schematic diagram of the future capital of the Nation of Fire that Kahn showed her. Such a huge city will definitely become the center of the ninja world in the future. This is an expected building with tens of millions of people. However, the current population of the Kingdom of Fire is a bit difficult. Instead, we can find a way from other small countries. Anyway, those big names don't care about civilians or refugees. Kahn just talked about Xiaogua, and suddenly remembered what he ordered the day before yesterday. Now that he thinks about it, he is almost back soon, so he said to Kushina. Kushina, there seems to be a Uzumaki tribe in Kushinobu village. I have sent someone to bring her to the land of fire. Maybe you knew her when you were young. Kushina smiled when he heard the words, really, I always thought I was the only Uzumaki in the ninja world. Now there is Naruto. There should be some more. Nuada's family will definitely not disappear, but it is true that they are hiding incognito. I will help you find them slowly. Before Kahn finished speaking, Kushina hugged him gratefully, and Kahn immediately smelled a scent of frankincense, and his thoughts of wanting to say something else disappeared immediately. Let's get down to business here. Kushina, shouldn't you thank me? Of course it's okay, but... Before Kushina fully agreed, she suddenly became alert. This is because she was deceived by Kahn many times before, and she developed a radar-like induction, which may also be Kagura the mind's eye has evolved into a special blood follower for Kahn. What do you want me to do? That's the one. Kahn leaned over to Kushina's ear and whispered something. After listening, Kushina showed embarrassment and anger, and then hit Kahn hard with his fist a few times. You will come up with some embarrassing ideas. Although complaining so much, Kushina finally lowered his head and opened his mouth slightly. Afterwards, Nuada's courtyard was immediately shrouded in a protective spell, and a moving spring scene suddenly occurred inside. Rain Country. Boss Yahiko, Ryanosuke was injured by those bastards from Rain Shinobi Village. This is the 6th incident this month. They are targeting us at all. In Akatsuki's organization, Shota reported to Yahiko with sadness and anger that he also had several wounds on his body, but compared with the Ryanosuke mentioned, his injuries were undoubtedly minor. Moreover, the Shao organization is short of medicines now, so he can only use some herbs to stop the bleeding and recover slowly, even the bandages are gone. How is Ryanosuke's injury? After listening to Shota's words, Yahiko hurriedly asked. What happened recently caught him off guard. Although the Akatsuki organization had grown to its current scale, Yahiko still didn't know how to deal with being targeted suddenly. The leader of Konan took people to treat him. Except for Ryanosuke's serious injuries, the others also suffered some minor injuries. Before Shota finished speaking, Nagato said, Shota, the wound on your body is still bleeding, go and deal with it first. I'm fine. There are not many medicines in the organization now, let's treat Ryanosuke and the others first. When Shota said this, Yahiko couldn't help lowering his head slightly. The Akatsuki organization used to have a batch of medicines, but they used up the emergency medicines of the Akatsuki organization because they were treating some injured civilians in the country of Rain, and now there is no medicine available for members of the organization who are injured. Yahiko secretly made up his mind, and said, I will go to raise another batch of medicine. Nagato, the recent organization operation is up to you. If the guys from Rain Shinobi Village attack us again, then you are welcome. Akatsuki organized the purpose is peace, but it will not be manipulated by others. I see, but Yahiko, where are you going to buy medicine, money from the organization? At this point, Nagato will stop talking about it. With the usual style of the Akatsuki organization, after treating civilians, how can they not treat them to the end? Organize. Moreover, the Shao organization usually accepts tasks to earn rewards, but it is obviously too late in this situation. Don't worry, Nagato, I can do it. Yahiko put down the Ninja Weekly in his hand, and smiled confidently at Nagato. Fire Nation's new daimyo, Kahn Pinter. After reading Ninja Weekly, Yahiko remembered the person the three of them met before learning ninjutsu from Jiraiya teacher. After helping him lead the way, he got some food and finally got some chocolates. Although Yahiko doesn't know how the businessman became the daimyo of Fire Nation, this is the only choice for Akatsuki now. There is no place to borrow money in the Rain Nation, and Konoha has a covenant with Rain Shinobi Village. It is certainly impossible for them to find an unofficial organization. After thinking about it for a while, only the new daimyo of the Land of Fire can possibly support them, and the Kahn Chamber of Commerce is also the #1 drug dealer in the ninja world. Yahiko, are you going to find the new daimyo of Fire Nation? But didn't Mr. Jiraiya say that this guy is not a good person, if we go to him? Nagato said with some hesitation that Jiraiya visited them in the Land of Rain some time ago. At that time, it was not long after Jiraiya became a rebel. Seeing the development of their Jiangshao organization in full swing, he happily told some things, and then left after receiving a sum of funding. He left. They are the students of Mr. Jiraiya. If there is a gap between that person and Jiraiya, then they probably won't support Akatsuki's organization. It's okay, Nagato. You can only know if you succeed if you try it, and this guy should not be a guy who kills casually. Maybe I can succeed. Yahiko comforted Nagato and said, now the Akatsuki organization can only get through this difficulty by asking others for help, otherwise that guy Hanzo will not let us go. I thought that Hanzo, who was hailed as a demigod, was also a great ninja yearning for peace, but now it seems that he is just a ninja of the Ji Xiao Xiao organization. We have dreams and actions. Members of the organization understand each other and hope for peace together. The ideal goal of the Akatsuki organization will eventually be realized. Peace in the ninja world begins with Akatsuki. After hearing Yahiko's words, Nagato and other members of the Akatsuki organization showed yearning expressions. There are many people in the Akatsuki organization who are older than Yahiko, but they all joined because they yearned for Yahiko's idea of peace, or were convinced by the actions of the Akatsuki organization. It is precisely because of Yahiko's ideals and personal actions all the time that the Akatsuki organization has such a high cohesion. That's the decision, Nagato. When I'm not around, the Akatsuki organization will be guarded by you. Yahiko looked at Nagato with hope in his eyes. He knew Nagato's potential and had the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. Rinnegan from Six Paths can give Yahiko confidence. Afterwards, Yahiko made arrangements for Akatsuki's organization, and then resolutely left the Land of Rain and rushed to the capital of the Land of Fire. However, their various behaviors are all under the supervision of White Zetsu. In the ninja world, White Zetsu is the #1 in terms of intelligence detection ability. Apart from Kushina's Nine Tails Chakra mode, there is currently no way to identify and discover White Zetsu. A pitcher plant suddenly came out from the ground next to Obito, and reported with a smile, Obito, Yahiko is leaving, should we continue with the plan? Plan. No need, just step it up a notch, let your avatar change into the Akatsuki organization, and attack Hanzo's confidants directly. If Hanzo hasn't decided to unite with Danzo to deal with the Akatsuki organization, then continue to attack Rain Shinobi Village. In short, let Hanzo attack the secret camp organized by Akatsuki when Yahiko is not around. Obito said after hearing what White Zetsu said. Understood, but Obito is really good at making trouble. Although he was beaten up in Konoha last time, but when dealing with the Akatsuki organization, just a single thought can shatter them. Roll. A shuriken shot out from the Kamui space directly cut half of Black Zetsu's face. What does it mean to be beaten? He has Kamui pupil technique. Even if he retreats, it is easy to retreat, and Muyi Baya, who was forced in his teens, teamed up with another Jonin to fight against the enemy, which is very rare in the entire ninja world. Black Zetsu reminded in a bad tone, Obito, please shoot White Zetsu next time. I am Madara's will, he is not. Ahaha, I'm off to a mission, Obito. After speaking, White Zetsu wanted to run away, but Obito stopped him. Wait a minute, White Zetsu. White Zetsu froze for a moment, then asked, what's the matter, Obito? Obito asked in a flat voice, how long will it take for Three Tails to be reborn? Three Tails? I don't know about this kind of thing, but it usually takes a few years for the tail beast to be reborn. White Zetsu said to Obito with the same laughing tone, "Are you already thinking about Three Tails?" "It's a little too early, Obito. I just don't understand why Lin's body suddenly disappeared after Kakashi's Raikiri killed Lin." Obito turned his head, and a Sharingan appeared from the hole under Uzumaki's mask, looking at White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. If Kamui was really used by Kakashi unintentionally, then there should be Lin's body in the Kamui space, but I can't find it anyway. Do you know what happened at that time? White Zetsu spread his hands and said in a strange voice, "How can we know space ninjutsu, Obito? Don't imagine me too much." Obito calmed down for a while after listening, and then said to White Zetsu, "Go to work." After speaking, Uchiha Obito left here directly using the Kamui space. After Obito left for a while, White Zetsu yelled and said, "This guy, maybe he found out." "Idiot, don't say it here." Black Zetsu reminded sternly that it hadn't created Madara at the beginning, but it had been secretly observing the actions of Uchiha Madara's second brother. Black Zetsu was also quite satisfied with the planner Uchiha Obito, but Noara Rin was indeed an accident, even it didn't find out how Noara Rin disappeared. But this matter is not important, the heart is destroyed, it is doomed to die, and now only Uchiha Obito can't let it go. Akatsuki is the idea proposed by Madara. Only after Nagato sees the darkness and experiences despair, will he give up the naive idea now. The attacks Akatsuki suffered during this period were all done by White Zetsu, and Rain Shinobi Village also suffered the same attack. Hanzo originally wanted Danzo to find an excuse to deal with Akatsuki, but now there is no need to find the connection port of Rain Shinobi Village. Basically, you can directly attack the Shao organization. And White Zetsu is going to add fuel to the fire. If Hanzo's few elite Jonin are killed by White Zetsu, Hanzo will definitely be furious. In fact, White Zetsu's assassination is as high as its level of inquiring information. Spore technique is difficult to detect even 5 Kage-level ninjas, and when spore technique matures, even Jonin will be difficult to deal with, so we can only slowly chakra absorbed by spores. White Zetsu avatar combined with spores can deal with about 70% of Jonin, as long as there is no secret technique to deal with it, he will almost die. Wet Bone Forest. Some time ago, Tsunade was robbed of all the money for staying in the hotel by Jiraiya, so she had to go to Kawaki Miwa overnight, but for a while after that, even if she borrowed a lot of money from Kawaki Miwa, she was not in the mood to have fun. What Jiraiya said was like a spell, and it kept Tsunade at ease, especially since she had just had a super intimate relationship with the Kahn that Jiraiya said. After spending all the borrowed 5 million taels, Tsunade asked Katsuyu to summon her to the Wetbone Forest. However, no matter how many times he came, Tsunade would always be shocked by Katsuyu's body every time. He couldn't see the top when he looked up, and if Katsuyu hadn't separated himself, Tsunade would have to climb on top of Katsuyu's head to communicate. "Little Tsunade, are you here today to practice Sage Mode?" Tsunade shook his head and said, "No, I haven't reached the level of cultivating the Sage Mode of the Wetbone Forest yet. I came to you today to ask you something, Immortal Katsuyu, do you know the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku? It hasn't arrived yet, it should be almost there." Katsuyu Immortal said softly, although it has a huge body, its voice is extremely gentle, which is completely different from the huge body. "Did you mean Hama-wan?" "I do know it, but it's been a long time since we communicated with each other. Mount Myaboku is far away from Shishabone Forest. In addition to some special reasons, in short, I don't want to say that reason come out." "It's good to know, Katsuyu Immortal, can you tell me about Hamamaru? I heard that the Great Toad Sage and Sage of Six Paths saved the ninja world, and they are very good at prophecy." Tsunade directly ignored the previous sentence, and asked very interested in Hamamaru. Immortal Katsuyu said softly, "There is such a thing, but to be precise, it is to save the human world. At that time, I and other summoning beast groups judged that the goddess of Uno had no intention of continuing to destroy the planet, so I stayed behind closed doors. However, Hama-wan has a deep relationship with humans. They turned out to be the summoning beasts of Onmyoji, so they decided to save humans, and there was a matter of pointing out Sage of Six Paths. After hearing this, Tsunade showed a slight disbelief on his face and said, "So it really happened. Immortal Katsuyu, what about the prophecy? Is the prophecy of the great Toad Sage accurate?" "I don't know that, little Tsunade." The words of Katsuyu Immortal made Tsunade's eyes light up, but then Katsuyu Immortal continued, "Hama Wan's ability comes from Onmyoji who have been extinct for a long time. It is said that they have the ability to communicate with Yin-Yang Pure Land and other magical abilities. There should be prophecies, but I don't know if it's accurate. After all, Shirbone Forest has almost no friendship with Mount Mayaboku. After all, the Katsuyu race hates toads by nature, and they communicated with Toad Maru because of the goddess Uno 1,000 years ago. After that, the Katsuyu sages rarely left the wet bone forest. Even the outside news was learned through the contractors." Tsunade nodded and said, "So that's it, I understand, thank you very much, Katsuyu Rishi." Immortal Katsuyu said, "It's nothing, but I didn't expect you to come to ask these things today. I thought little Tsunade was going to practice Sage Mode. By the way, your vitality is already very strong now." After Tsunade heard Katsuyu's words, he waved his hands and laughed and said, "You must have read it wrong, Katsuyu, I haven't practiced much recently, unless I use ninja art, mitotic regeneration technique. The induction is wrong, how could it be?" Immortal Katsuyu separated a little Katsuyu again, slowly climbed onto Tsunade, and then said in surprise, "Oh, I really misunderstood, little Tsunade, the powerful breath of life on your body is the child in your belly, something big happened. I'll just say Katsuyu Rishi you." Before Tsunade could finish speaking, her pretty face froze for a moment. She seemed to have heard some bad news just now. What did Immortal Katsuyu say? Then Tsunade stuttered and asked, S***T, Katsuyu Immortal, what did you just say? What happened to me? Hey, little Tsunade, don't you know, you should be pregnant, there is a very strong breath of life in the abdomen, my induction will not go wrong. Immortal Katsuyu said very affirmatively, but after it finished speaking, Tsunade seemed to be out of his body. The belated third update. Damn it, tomorrow will be early, I swear. As a master of medicine, he shouldn't have made such a mistake. He should be very clear about any changes in his body. But Tsunade has encountered too many things recently. After leaving Konoha, he played wantonly for a while, and then Jiraiya came to the door again and told her a lot of things related to the fate of the ninja world, which directly made Tsunade even have no intention of playing. Even if she borrowed money afterwards, it was because she had no intention of having fun with it. Speaking of which, it was indeed a lot late recently, and she thought it was because of drinking too much. Tsunade clutched her lower abdomen, not knowing what to do for a while. Just now she had the idea of destroying this life immediately, but in the ninja world, newborn children are very important, they think children are the future. Regardless of what third Hokage did before, first Hokage established Konoha village to protect young children from going to war. He has been working hard to do so, but the method is a bit different. Moreover, Tsunade is a medical ninja, and killing a life is a very sinful thing for her, and this is her child. As long as this idea appeared in Tsunade's mind, she was immediately dismissed. But if it is born, Tsunade dare not be responsible for the child, should she tell Kushina? Just thinking about it makes Tsunade feel hard. Although in his 30s, this kind of thing is too strange for Tsunade. At this time, the expression on her pretty face kept changing, she bit her finger while frowning tightly, and touched her belly unconsciously for a while. Immortal Katsuyu didn't know what it said made Tsunade so entangled, and it didn't know what Tsunade was thinking, so he asked, Little Tsunade, what's wrong with you? No, it's nothing, Katsuyu Rishi. Tsunade shook her head in a panic and replied, it took a while before she made a decision in her heart, she was still going to give birth to the child, she really couldn't kill a life, and when Tsunade was stroking her belly, she seemed to be able to feel the child in response to her, although there is a high probability that it is a feeling in my heart. Katsuyu Immortal, in the future, I should come to the Shikoni forest to trouble you often in the future. By the way, if Nawaki comes here to practice sage mode, I will not come. If she wants to have a child, Shigulin should be the best choice for Tsunade, but facing this kind of thing alone always makes her feel a little flustered, if there is a student. After the figure of Yakushi Nanoyu appeared in Dacia, Tsunade couldn't help thinking he scolded Kahn, the big pervert. What an outrageous thing, after her own students, even her teacher was given by the same person. Immortal Katsuyu said softly, "Of course, I don't have the means to contact the outside world like Hamamaru. It would be great if little Tsunade could come here often. There is only one Katsuyu in the wet bone forest. It wants to know the outside situation, only through the contractor. Although the current contractor has an extra Nawaki, he is to learn fairy arts, and does not need Katsuyu to fight or heal. No summoning over it." After leaving the wet bone forest, Tsunade gave himself another checkup, and finally confirmed that he was pregnant, and it had been about a month. Alcohol is about to quit. As a medical ninja, Tsunade naturally knows what to do, but the only thing that bothers her now is that she has no money. Miwa Chuanmu gave several million taels, and Tsunade wasted a lot of it in a few days, and it would not be appropriate to borrow it again. After all, Miwa Chuanki earns so much a year, and she still has her own family. Let's borrow some money from someone else. I will never gamble after borrowing this time. Tsunade made up his mind and thought that a few 100,000 taels of normal expenses would be enough for a year, and including the cost of taking care of the children in the future, it would not exceed 1 million taels. If Tsunade can do 2S level tasks now, it will definitely be enough for her for the next 3 years, but Tsunade's current state is obviously not suitable for doing tasks, and she has to be responsible for her children. "Master Daimyo, there is a ninja from the land of rain begging to see you outside. He said that he is a former acquaintance of yours, named Yahiko." In the Daming mansion, a servant suddenly came to the Tiensho pavilion to report to Kahn. Before the Sky City was moved, he often lived here. In the entire Daming mansion, the environment around the Tiensho pavilion is the best, and it is very quiet. Kahn teased Naruto and said, "It's my acquaintance, let him in." The Uzumaki tribe from the country of grass was taken over by him. Now that Xianglin was just born, the Uzumaki woman could still be rescued, and after the person was brought here, it happened to be a tribe that Kushina knew. Kushina was very happy to see the clansmen when she was a child, and took them to check them up, and then settled down, so Naruto was handed over to Kahn. After a while, Yahiko, who was wearing a black-bottomed red cloud coat, was brought in. After seeing Kahn, Yahiko didn't want to be so jumpy as a child, so she saluted Kahn calmly. "My lord, thank you very much for taking the time to see me. I haven't seen you for so long. It seems that you have grown up a lot. You were not so polite back then." Kahn smiled and said to squinted eyes, "Sit down, what can I do for you? I have heard about your affairs. A good organization has developed. Thank you for your praise, and for the support of other like-minded friends." Hearing Kahn's familiar tone, Yahiko let go of the tension in his heart a little bit, and he suddenly felt that the purpose of this time was very likely to be successful. "This time I came to ask for help from Daimyo-sama. The Akatsuki organization has been targeted by Rain Shinobi Village and is very short of other supplies. I hope that Daimyo-sama can help the Akatsuki organization. We are willing to help Daimyo-sama complete the task." After finishing speaking, Yahiko slammed a seat for Kahn, and the loud voice startled Naruto in his arms. "Don't get so excited, Yahiko, I understand how you feel." After Kahn persuaded Yahiko to get up, he continued, "I said that I appreciate the organization that you like to help other people so much, but the scale of the Akatsuki organization is not small, and now it is enough to scare a small ninja village. Hanzo will not." I have said too much, I believe you must have a solution. If you want to support, I can support the Shao organization with 20 million taels, and then lend you 30 million taels, a total of 50 million taels. After hearing Kahn's last words, Yahiko's face was filled with joy, and he quickly thanked, "Master Daimyo, thank you very much for your generosity. The total is 50 million taels, which is almost equivalent to the expenses of Rain Shinobi Village for more than a year. After the Shao organization got the money, it could be used for at least 3 or 4 years, and even if it continued to help other suffering civilians, it could last for 2 years. My lord, the Akatsuki organization will definitely reward you, whether it's a hiring mission or other methods. But before Yahiko finished speaking, Kahn clapped his hands and said to him, speaking of hiring missions, Yahiko, you can go to the newly built mission department in the Daming Mansion later, because the Kingdom of Fire is planning to make a big construction recently, and many ninjas are needed help. If the Akatsuki organization has spare manpower, you can bring it with you. This is a task that Konoha Village can't take on. Compared with the ninjas in the underground gold exchange, the Akatsuki organization is more reliable. After Yahiko heard Kahn's recognition of the Akatsuki organization, his chest couldn't help but straighten a little, and he quickly replied, I understand, thank you for your attention, Mr. Daimyo, I will go and have a look later. Because of Jiraiya's words, Yahiko has some doubts about Kahn in his heart. After all, comparing the two, Jiraiya is the teacher who has taught them for 3 years, while Kahn is just a person who gave some food at the beginning. Yahiko looked at it, and suddenly felt that the Akatsuki organization could pick up the tasks here, but the Akatsuki organization was in trouble now, and after the trouble was resolved, they could come to the Land of Fire to pick up a large number of tasks. Excuse me, do you have a sealing scroll? But after Yahiko returned to the Land of Rain, before he could tell Nagato and others the good news, he heard a bad news. In the first chapter, the newcomer author asks for a monthly ticket, hoping to make up 1,000, thank you very much. Yahiko thanked again, and waited for him to be brought out by the supervisor ordered by Kahn, and walked to the property management warehouse. This time it was so smooth for Yahiko, so smooth that he doubted whether it was true or not. End of this chapter. However, the head of the Daming Mansion received Kahn's order, and asked someone to take out a sealed scroll, and handed one piece to Yahiko. There are very few ninjas who don't know how to use sealed scrolls, and Yahiko is naturally not in this category. In this way, Shao will not have to worry about the future funds of the organization, and the organization can grow stronger and closer to their dreams. Kahn smiled and said, then if you are fine, then let someone take you to get the money. I think you have something to do with the Shao organization, so I won't waste your time. The stone in Yahiko's heart disappeared at once. With this money, he can buy a lot of supplies and bring them back to Akatsuki. After he put the 2 boxes of money into the sealed scroll, he was only touched, and then Yahiko followed the manager to the place where the mission was released by the Daming Mansion. Yes, thank you very much, my lord. After Yahiko bought everything in the Land of Fire, he just put it in a sealed scroll and took it back together. This sealed scroll can hold a lot of things. Yahiko bought more than 20 million taels of medicine, food and clothes and other materials can all be packed in. But looking at it today, Yahiko feels that Kahn is really nice. Even if the two knew each other before, but they gave 50 million taels when they met today. It is estimated that no one in the whole ninja world can do it except Kahn. Yahiko froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, no, but I'll just take it back, I can move it. This is just a general plan, but many tasks have been issued for laying the dirt roads throughout the Nation of Fire. Konoha Village has picked up many of them, and the rest are relatively remote places. After arriving at the property management warehouse of the Daming Mansion, the manager who led Yahiko said something to the samurai guarding here, and then showed Kahn's order. Not long after, the people here took out 2 large suitcases. A box is 25 million taels. When Nagato went out to escort the team in person, the people from Rain Shinobi Village and the route messengers suddenly attacked the door. They not only killed a large number of members who stayed in the Akatsuki camp, but also captured Konan. However, killing a group of people to weaken the Akatsuki organization is not Hanzo's goal. He intends to completely destroy the Akatsuki organization, so after taking Konan away, he left a threat to Yahiko. If you want a companion, go to a place in the Land of Rain with Nagato by yourself, and no one is allowed. Hanzo knows that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is Yahiko, Conan and Nagato are also more important, but they are not as important in the Akatsuki organization as Yahiko, but after the three are solved at once, the Akatsuki organization is not far from disintegration. Hanzo also asked Danzo to lead his roots to attack the Akatsuki camp again after Yahiko left. All of this is due to Hanzo's own ideas, and the help of Uchiha Obito and White Zetsu. Without White Zetsu's provocation and push, the relationship between Rain Shinobi Village and Akatsuki would not have become so bad. Obito, that guy is finally dead. After Nepenthes poked its head out from the ground, it immediately said to Uchiha Obito in a strange voice, "It's so miserable to die in the hands of my companion," and that guy still took the initiative to send it up. Before White Zetsu finished speaking, Black Zetsu stretched out his hand and twisted White Zetsu from behind. It understood that the bad thing about White Zetsu was that it had a mouth, and it was completely impossible to open which pot and which pot to lift. "Are you reminding Obito not to forget the death of Noeralin?" Uchiha Obito ignored White Zetsu's foul mouth, but said in a cold voice, "Yes, the plan can be carried out." The Akatsuki organization was severely damaged, less than 40% of the people survived, and the three leaders died and the other was abolished. Even if Nagato had Rinnegan, he would not be able to stand up now. According to Black Zetsu's idea, Uchiha Obito should immediately bewitch Nagato, let him use Rinne Tensei technique to revive Uchiha Madara, and if he uses Sengoku Shura's ability to collect tail beasts, absolutely no one can stop him. But now Uchiha Obito seems to have a new idea, thinking about getting out of control not long after the pawn fell. Konoha Village, Sarutobi Clan Land. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Hokage building angrily, he hasn't cared much about Konoha's affairs. After completely losing power, Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed in the clan all day long, but he did not idle, but continued to study ninjutsu, forbidden technique, etc. Even if time was delayed by the affairs of the village, he was still a grandmaster with thousands of skills. Ninjutsu, won the title of Ninjutsu Doctor. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to continue to improve his strength, he can foresee that in order for Konoha not to be led astray by Orochimaru in the future, he and the other party will eventually develop into a war. It's just an exception today. Nara Shikaku came to him for tea, so Sarutobi Hiruzen had a rare day of relaxation. Nara Shikahisa put down his teacup and said, "Master Third Generation, I heard that Mr. Nawaki has ordered enough tasks for Konoha from the Daimyo Prefecture for the next 3 years, and they are very easy. They are all domestic construction tasks without danger." It sounds very good. There are advantages and disadvantages. Ninjas who neglect to fight will lose their strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of dry smoke, and continued, "Although the mission is safer, but in the long run, Konoha's strength will become lower and lower. If there is another war in the future, Konoha will definitely not have the strength to deal with it." What the third generation said is that even if a peace agreement is signed, the threat from foreign enemies must not be forgotten. Nara Shurjo agrees with this very much. Even if Konoha Village does not have military security, it cannot ignore the fighting power of ninjas, otherwise, after 10 years, other ninja villages have recovered their strength, and if the war starts again, Konoha shinobi will collectively use Earth Style. Is it a technique to tamp the foundation? Nawaki is still too young to be stunned by those petty interests in the Daimyo Prefecture. It is a pity that the monitor of the Jonin class is Nawaki instead of Nara Shikahisa, otherwise he will definitely advise Master Hokage to think carefully. When Nara Shikahisa and Sarutobi Hiruzen were chatting, they suddenly heard someone visiting their house. Not long after that, Sarutobi Biwa led Namikaze Minato in. Senior Lugio, Lord Third Generation. Although Namikaze Minato greeted with a smile, the exhaustion on his face could not be erased. He did not release any water for this mission. In more than a month, he destroyed 3 strongholds with roots in the Land of Fire, captured 17 root members. Although he failed to sack and kill Danzo, this performance is well-deserved and considered unique, so he can go back to Konoha to rest. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Namikaze Minato, he immediately gave up a seat and said, you're back, Minato. How is this mission going? It's not bad. All the investigations in the Land of Fire have been completed. Many people in the route have been arrested. Now Umbu is still continuing to track down the whereabouts of the route. If Danzo is found, it is estimated that a hunting team will be sent. Namikaze Minato directly disclosed the task information. He knew that this was a violation, but now Konoha has changed. Don't worry about Danzo, just complete the mission seriously, Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Konoha knows Danzo's information, but Danzo also knows Konoha. He will never let you catch him. I'm not worried about this, but Mr. Third Generation, I received a summons from Mr. Jiraiya when I was outside. He has something to say to you. After saying this, Namikaze Minato stood up and arranged a layer of enchantment around him. When he was learning Flying Thunder God technique, he had asked a lot from the enchantment class and sealing class, so this is also his good at aspects. After laying out a simple enchantment, Namikaze Minato bit his finger and quickly sealed, summoning technique. A little toad was suddenly summoned by Namikaze Minato's summoning, and then the little toad opened its mouth and stretched out a hand from it until Jiraiya walked out of it. Nara Shikahisa said in surprise, Master Jiraiya. Yo, Lugio, Mr. Sarutobi, long time no see. Jiraiya said with a smile, it's rare to go back to Konoha, but it's a pity that I can't go to the bath to collect materials. Don't say those useless things, Jiraiya. You have to know that if you are found out, it will be difficult for you to run out at that time. What are you doing when you come back suddenly? Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Jiraiya angrily, this is Konoha, even if it is covered by an enchantment, it will not be very safe. Don't worry, I left a reverse summoning technique on Mount Myaboku. If someone finds out, I will remove it immediately. Jiraiya smiled and put the toad on his shoulders, and then said with a slightly serious face, by the way, Sarutobi-sensei, I've already met Tsunade, she should be very likely to be persuaded by me. Really? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised and couldn't believe it. It took only a long time to convince Tsunade. However, seeing Jiraiya's confident clothes, he still said, if Tsunade will really stand by us, even if she says it would be helpful for us all to get Nawaki out of this. The number one beauty in the ninja world, medical master, Princess Tsunade and many other titles, Tsunade is very popular in Konoha. As long as there is Tsunade on the battlefield, the morale of Konoha shinobi can be increased by about 50%. Jiraiya spoke out the information he saw with a serious face, but because he had no knowledge and he couldn't go deep into the place because of the heavy defense, so many things couldn't be said at all, and he couldn't explain clearly. The skin on the body turned gray, and there were exposed metal bones in some places, and these people would not sleep day and night, and guns could even grow in their bodies. Jiraiya slowly told the information he saw in the country of T. Groups of people were sent to the country of T. He inquired about the identities of these people, and they were all criminals transported from the country of Fire. After arriving in the country of T, it didn't take long before he was transformed into a monster 2 or 3 meters high. Seeing Namikaze Minato on the side, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of Jiraiya's intention. That's right, with Minato, as long as the village helps you cover up, you can leave the village to investigate the situation in the country of T. The second change, asking for a monthly pass. If it wasn't for the birthmark on the face of one of them, Jiraiya wouldn't dare to confirm that it was transformed by those condemned prisoners. This is a human experiment, and the criminals in the Land of Fire are constantly being transformed into human puppets. Thank you, Dad, for the reward of 1,500. Jiraiya said with certainty that he even told Tsunade what happened thousands of years ago, and at that time, Tsunade was obviously convinced by him. And I will go find Tsunade again. I believe she will definitely stand by our side after seeing the human experiment. After listening to Nara Lugio, he stroked his chin and said in thought, from this point of view, if we can figure out the secrets inside, it can be regarded as an important bargaining chip for bringing down Kahn. Human experiments, most people in the ninja world, this is unacceptable to anyone, not even a criminal. End of this chapter. In short, I hope you can help me. There are too many guards there. I saw hundreds of them. It is conservatively estimated that there are at least 300 of them. There are also those body modifications. However, I came to you this time because of other things. It is difficult to describe it clearly in words. Maybe you will know when you see it. The pharmaceutical factory started, and I saw a remarkable thing in the country of T. In addition to human experiments, there are many metal puppets, but it seems that there is no puppeteer controlling them at all, and there are many strange facilities there, which are definitely the core of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Jiraiya nodded and said, Shadow Clone, Transformation Technique, it is too simple to play a person in the village. Probably, but I believe Tsunade's consciousness, if she knows that the ninja world is about to face a very dangerous change, she will definitely take action. Jiraiya, Orochimaru won't allow us to leave the village at will, and are you planning to have Minato use the Flying Thunder God technique to take us away from Konoha? Master Tsunade, is this enough? After Xia Chuan handed the money to Tsunade, she asked, although she is in a high position now, she is still very grateful to Tsunade. During the most difficult period, if Tsunade had not been helping her, her family would definitely have had a hard time. And this job was also recommended by Tsunade. Enough, thank you very much, Xia Chuan, for your help. Tsunade said with some embarrassment. Xia Chuan was younger than her, so it was embarrassing to ask her to borrow money. Xia Chuan exhorted in a low voice, Master Tsunade, if you want a casino, don't play at the gaming tables of Pent Casino. Even ninjas can't win money there. Technological gamblers are ruined. Xia Chuan is also afraid that Tsunade will go to the casino again. If he gambles with other people, he still has a chance to win, but if he plays with those high-tech gambling tools, even if the Hyuga clan comes, he will lose everything. I'm not going to the casino, this is for my future life in the ninja world. Tsunade said embarrassingly, her reputation as a gambler seems to have gradually spread, and even Xia Chuan, who has not been in Konoha for a long time, knows, but this time Tsunade touched her belly confidently, because she planned to quit gambling until her children born. That's fine, but Mr. Tsunade, it seems that your IOU in the casino has been taken away by the boss. He seems to be planning to ask you for it in person. Maybe the amount is too much, so he didn't care much. Xia Chuan reminded Tsunade that if Kahn didn't mention it, she originally planned to use her own money to help Tsunade pay back slowly. Anyway, after the family has reached a certain level of wealth, it is useless to earn more money. However, the boss suddenly took away all the IOUs related to Tsunade, which made it impossible for Xia Chuan to help Tsunade clear the debt. What is that guy going to do? Tsunade suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart when she heard Xia Chuan's words, but then she touched her lower abdomen and felt that she had nothing to be afraid of, and he should be the one who was afraid. Forget it, Xia Chuan, don't tell anyone that I came to you, especially that guy Kahn. After exhorting, Tsunade asked Xia Chuan about the child. Even though she is a medical master, some situations are relatively unfamiliar. Xia Chuan answered Tsunade's question although he was puzzled. However, not long after Tsunade walked out of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, Xia Chuan picked up the communication phone on the table, dialed the assembly number, and said to the other side, "Please help me get through to the boss, I have something important to talk to him about." The child, plus not being allowed to tell Kahn, Xia Chuan felt very strange no matter how she thought, and she was not violating Master Tsunade's instructions, just asking. Tsunade took the money and left the Kahn Chamber of Commerce in Tamagawa County, which is very close to the capital of the Land of Fire, and she didn't want to stay here for a long time. But before she had gone far, she ran into another person she didn't want to see. Jiraiya, you be *******D, how dare you appear in front of me? Tsunade was so angry that she couldn't help clenching her fists. Last time, this be ***********D said a lot and asked her to go to the Wetbone Forest to ask Katsuyu Immortal, and found out about the child, although it has nothing to do with Jiraiya, but this guy eats and eats. The behavior of taking it is really annoying. Wait a minute, Tsunade, I'm here to see you on a serious matter. Seeing that Tsunade wanted to shake his fist, Jiraiya quickly persuaded him, and then called Tsunade to a remote and uninhabited place with important matters. Although he used the transformation technique just now, there are many Kahn chambers of commerce nearby, so it is better to be safe. Good. This time I found a secret base about Kahn. There are a lot of human experiments and metal puppets in it. That guy is definitely doing some shady things secretly, Tsunade, if you... Tsunade interrupted with a slight frown. Human experiment? That's right, criminals from all over the land of fire were transported to the land of tea, where they were then subjected to human experiments. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Jiraiya explained in detail what he saw. However, Tsunade was relieved when she heard that she was a criminal. Although she doesn't like human experiments very much from the standpoint of a medical ninja, she still understands this kind of thing. She did it herself in order to save Nawaki. A lot of human experiments, and the second grandfather also did a lot. If it is to use those criminals who have committed the most heinous crimes, then Tsunade is still acceptable. They are all people who are going to die, and it is not bad to be able to make some contributions. And she won't go to any forbidden places with Jiraiya at all now. Regardless of her position, she has another life in her belly. I'm not interested, don't come to me for this kind of thing. And Jiraiya, don't forget that you are a rebellious ninja. If you didn't report to Konoha, you were already looking at the relationship with your former teammates. Don't give me an inch, you be asterisk 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 d. Tsunade shouted to Jiraiya with undiminished anger in his heart, then waved his hands and prepared to leave. Wait a minute for Tsunade, this time will definitely reveal the conspiracy that this guy is secretly engaged in. You should know the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. This time is as important as the Sage of 6 Paths 1,000 years ago. Even if you talk about breaking the sky, it has nothing to do with me. Don't bother me anymore. After speaking, Tsunade left directly. No matter how Jiraiya shouted, he didn't stop. After Tsunade left, Jiraiya said suspiciously, "It's strange, why is Tsunade so decisive this time? Is she going to gamble after borrowing the money just now?" But in comparison, she should be more curious about this matter. Compared with gambling, it is obvious that the future of the ninja world is more important, but Tsunade seemed to have no reaction after hearing this, but left in a hurry. Could it be that she has more important things to do? Forget it, even without Tsunade, things should be able to be done. After the evidence is found, she should be on the side of justice. After muttering, Jiraiya left here directly. Okay, I got it, Xia Chuan, you made a great contribution this time, Tsunade will never blame you. After finishing speaking, Kahn ended the call. The news surprised him very much. He did not expect that Tsunade was pregnant. It was so difficult for Kushina to get pregnant once, and it was even harder for Yakushi Nanoyu, but he and Tsunade just hit each other once. Up. And this guy was going to hide it. How could Kahn do what Tsunade wanted? Then he directly used apparition to come to Yuchuan County. At this time, it had been a while since Tsunade left the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, but if Kahn wanted to find him back, it would be fine, but it would be very tiring. A beautiful woman, carrying a box of money, and powerful, this information is enough for Kahn to collect all the radio waves in a nearby area, and then screen, analyze, and judge based on the obtained information, and finally lock the target. However, the more people are in the cheat book, the heavier Kahn's burden will be. The huge information flow will make him very tired when analyzing. Fortunately, there are not many people in Yuchuan town. If the population density is tens of millions, then Kahn will the received radio wave information feedback is like hundreds of millions of ducks quacking in the ears. Found it. After confirming the target, Kahn directly used naturalization to transform into lightning, and teleported there. The next second, Tsunade, who was on her way, suddenly saw a flash of lightning in front of her eyes, and then Kahn appeared in front of her. Why did you suddenly appear? Tsunade took 2 steps back in panic after seeing Kahn. The last thing she wanted to see now was Kahn. Did Xia Chuan tell you? This guy, he won't tell anyone else. She is also worried about you, and looking at your posture, she almost borrowed all the high-level members of the Chamber of Commerce. Kahn took 2 quick steps forward, grabbed Tsunade's wrist and sensed it, and then confirmed with a smile that Tsunade is indeed pregnant, although he doesn't know medical ninjutsu, using radio waves is better than any stethoscope use. Tsunade saw that she couldn't hide the matter, so he didn't dodge anymore, and let Kahn grab her wrist, but he still said stiffly, "It has nothing to do with you, this is a child of the Senju clan." Kahn said indifferently, "It's fine, anyway, just stop avoiding me from now on." Seeing Kahn's appearance, Tsunade felt even more angry, so he took the box and prepared to break away. "I'm leaving." Before she could take 2 steps, she was hugged by Kahn. Such an attack made Tsunade feel anxious and wanted to shout, but before she could speak, she heard Kahn say, "It may be a little uncomfortable for the first time, a little hold on." On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were brought out of the village by Namikaze Minato. When they saw Jiraiya who was not around, they asked, "Jiraiya, isn't Tsunade here?" But at this time, Tsunade really deserves to be the #1 beauty in the ninja world. She had prepared a lot of words of persuasion, but Kahn still didn't say them out and just bowed her head. At this time, only action is the best way to persuade. Kahn generally doesn't treat women like this, but with Tsunade's temper and personality, we can only continue to communicate if we make her weak first. End of this chapter. Halfway through Kahn's words, he suddenly hugged Tsunade into his arms forcefully, and continued, "Is it really forced that day? It seems that I need to remember it for you." Jiraiya sighed, but then cheered up and said with a smile, "But I believe Tsunade, she will definitely stand by our side, for the future of the ninja world. She should have something important to do. I can't persuade her this time." Before Tsunade could finish her angry and tough words, she couldn't help letting out a shy moan. She felt it very clearly this time, it was the hands that caressed her body continuously sending out a weak and imperceptible electric current, stimulating the creatures in her body at the same time electricity, to make her powerless to resist. "I'm really sorry Kushina, it's my fault, but Tsunade." Kahn saw that Tsunade was still very difficult to guard against him, so he changed his previous attitude, leaned over a little stronger and said, "Tsunade, the relationship between us, don't be so vigilant. Yesterday's, there are 3 more today." Tsunade snorted and said, "Humph, you forced me to do that, and Nanoyu, do you feel sorry for Kushina? Don't worry about wandering around. If you don't like this place, there are places to live in other places in the Kingdom of Fire. Don't stay in those hotels." After being operated, Tsunade felt a little uncomfortable, but quickly recovered, and then she asked with some vigilance, "Why did you bring me here? You be *********D, you want me to beat you up?" Boom! Intoxicating blush appeared on the white cheeks. Tsunade lost the heroic spirit of Sannin Tsunade-ji in an instant, and turned into a weak and attractive woman. As soon as the words fell, Kahn used apparition to bring Tsunade to a courtyard in Chuanmu town. This is the house he prepared when he first came to Ninja World. Although the back is vacant, people have been cleaning it. The red lips were slightly parted, and now many words were stuck in her throat. Tsunade could only subconsciously clench the collar of Kahn's body to prevent herself from falling, and her slender thighs also tightened tightly. "It's here, and it will be another 20 kilometers on this road. We can take a rest first," Jiraiya said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, and others that they came this time with a total of more than 30 people. Besides him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shirgyo, and 18 people from the Ino, Shika, Cho family and the Sarutobi clan of 15 people. There are 37 people in total, including them, there are 16 Jonin in total, and the rest are elite Chunin, who are good at uniting against the enemy. They seem to rely heavily on manpower patrols, so I suggest invading at night, so the difficulty of sneaking in may be much easier. While talking, Jiraiya drew a rough schematic diagram of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce's T-country base. Toads are a good way to collect information, especially many toads on Mount Myaboku have human intelligence, and drawing marks is helpful for them, it's easy to say. Nara Shurjo asked, Master Jiraiya, does the other party have sentient ninjas? Not sure, but if there are any, they will definitely find the toads I sent. Within a week, more than 40 toads have not been found. It seems that the other party is very lax in defense, and has never seen a ninja outside. Jiraiya said with certainty that all ninjas in the ninja world wear a forehead protector, even rebellious ninjas will wear a forehead protector, and wandering ninjas will also wear a logo of no ninja village. The status of ninjas in the ninja world is relatively high, so those who have learned one or two ninjutsu can't wait to advertise their ninja status. It's better to be on the safe side. Let me and my companions from the Yamanaka clan use sensory ninjutsu to investigate. Several people stand in different directions, and we should be able to fully explore this base. Namikaze Minato said. Nara Shikaku thought the same way. This time the selection was very careful, among them there were quite a few who could sense ninjutsu. Then, after drawing up the plan, Namikaze Minato left with several perception ninjas from the Yamanaka family, and they were going to carefully perceive the base of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. As for the others, they first lurked nearby, waiting for Namikaze Minato and the others to bring back the news. UB *************************** D. Tsunade felt that his lips were slightly swollen, and he just let this guy get away without knowing it, and he snuggled and kissed for so long, except for the last step, his body was caressed for almost 2 hours. Then she immediately wiped her saliva, stood up and found some wet marks on Kahn's body, so she kicked Kahn in embarrassment and said, I'm going to change clothes, and you are going too. Okay, the house is ready for you. Kahn said with a smile. Tsunade's attitude has succumbed a lot, and it was not in vain to use the Thunder Fruit ability to serve for 2 hours, and Tsunade will definitely not take it with him in the future. The child avoided him. As for the water marks on her body, although there was a relationship once, he only discovered that Tsunade turned out to be this kind of constitution. Unfortunately, she is pregnant now, at least after giving birth. Ding! The communicator on Kahn's body suddenly sent a warning. When he saw the news from Shinnong, he got up and went to the next room and turned on the projection screen. Master, someone is constantly testing the situation in the base, and they seem to be using toads. I captured one alive and disrupted the chakra in their bodies. They should all be toads from Mount Myaboku. Shinnong told Kahn all the situation in the base, and also sent out the images monitored by the satellite. This guy is Namikaze Minato, right? A bunch of yellow hairs appeared in Green's grass, and other people are also Konoha shinobi. It seems that Namikaze Minato or Jiraiya wants to check the news. Kahn smiled slightly after seeing the picture, and then ordered to the Red Queen, since there are intruders, then test the Z-Virus biochemical mechanical warrior, as well as other defense methods in the base, and collect more ninjas. Data. Yes sir. After the Red Queen got the order, she immediately ordered to activate the biochemical machine warrior in the biochemical cabin. Last time, she said that she would lend Orochimaru 100, but in the end Cloud Shinobi did not start a war, so she only gave him a dozen for him to study. And the rest are still dormant in the base. Now that there are intruders appearing, these biochemical mechanical warriors can finally show their strengths. This group is only the most basic, with powerful physical tissues and strong metal mechanical bones, and some unexpected lethal weapons are installed in the body. The main method is to rely on the viruses carried on the guns, claws and teeth. The Red Queen will collect combat data from the battles of these biochemical mechanical warriors and strengthen the countermeasures, and then Kahn will continue to strengthen on the batch of biochemical mechanical warriors in One Piece world. The powerful body in that world has higher plasticity. Even a few arc reactors can be installed in the body as energy drives, and a random punch can reach the impact force of Mach 2. There are a total of 374 biochemical machinery warriors in the country of T-Base, all of which have been awakened from the biochemical cabin by the Red Queen. There are also pure G virus and Z virus infected bodies. These are difficult to control infected bodies, purely for the study of viruses' cell evolution. The Red Queen, try to keep the whole body. If you can't do it, forget it. The priority is to kill the enemy. If there is a risk of the base being destroyed, please notify me immediately. More than 300 biomechanical warriors. If there is no Susanoo like the Uchiha family, it is really dangerous to encounter these weapons specially made for killing. If it is changed to another venue, the biochemical mechanical warrior even has the self-explosion function in his body, but if it is in the base of the country of T, forget it. Kahn let the satellite monitor all the surrounding areas, and he also knew when these guys would do something. If he had to wait for a day or two, he didn't have so much time to spend with these people. Find out where the rest of the men are hiding, and if they don't retreat within a few days, Kahn will take the initiative to kill the gang. Tsunade's footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door. She was wearing a close-fitting kimono. When she opened the door and saw Kahn here, she couldn't help frowning and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Thinking about what to prepare for dinner tonight." Kahn put away the projection screen before Tsunade came in. "I will not talk to Tsunade about Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The child will be born for nearly a year, and Tsunade may be able to accept it at that time. After all, it is more than 10 years mentorship and teammates." Night falls. Nara Shurgyo and the others did not delay. After collecting information, they decided to act immediately. They checked several times and confirmed that there was only one ninja in the base, not a sentient one, so they were relieved, but there were quite a few guards. Although the threat of guns to them was small, it was quite dangerous when there were too many people. Jiraiya and others' understanding of firearms is still relatively backward in the ninja world, but the firearms held by the guards at the Kahn Chamber of Commerce base are very powerful in terms of firing rate and power. Basically the equivalent of Chunin's shuriken throwing. The scope of this base is not small, but according to the information collected by Toad, this should be their core, so we have to bypass these factories and sneak here. After Nara Deer explained all the planned actions, there are many ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, and they will be very smooth in sneaking. After assigning their respective tasks, Nara Shurgyo and his team divided into 5 teams and slowly lurked into the base of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce from different directions. It was originally a village, but it was gradually acquired by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce and gradually expanded to an urban area of nearly 30 kilometers. Pharmaceutical factories, new energy power plants, satellite launch pads, etc. are all gathered nearby. Strange, did they give the guards a holiday? The guards of the Chamber of Commerce in this area are gone. After arriving at the assembly point, the ninja of the Yamanaka clan next to Nara Shurgyo said suspiciously. He used sensory ninjutsu and found that there were very few people nearby, and only 1 or 2 people were guarding the main road. This is different from the collected information, or they didn't collect all the information at all, and they didn't even get the duty information of the Chamber of Commerce guards. Nara Shikaju frowned and asked, "Aside from these people, are there other people?" "No, there are only 7 people. Mr. Lujio, I contacted other people, and there are not many guards on their side. It seems that they went back to rest in the afternoon." The ninjas of the Yamanaka clan communicated with clansmen from other directions using their secret techniques, and this is almost always the case. "Get rid of them, go and have a look first." Nara made a decision and said, and then the Yamanaka ninja lurked in the past, turned around with his heart after getting close to technique, stunned the person next to him with the gun in his hand, and then jumped down from a high place under control, and then lifted the heart turn technique in midair. In this case, the ninjas are crushing against the commons. Solved. After the guards were eliminated, Nara Shurgyo and others also started to lurk inside, but after they walked into the range of the sensor, warrior, the biochemical machine that had been ambushing outside in advance, received the message almost at the same time, and opened his pale eyes. Eyes. After being injected with the Z virus, the biochemical mechanical warrior maintains its actions only with strong cell activity, and completely loses the sense of human survival such as breathing. In addition to the metal machinery, the ninjas of the Yamanaka family did not find them. After Nara Shurjo, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped into the range of alert, their every move was monitored by Red Queen's more than 1,000 cameras without dead ends, and all biochemical mechanical warriors received Red Queen's notification signal. Data analysis, ambushes on the forward route. After the Red Queen gave the order, the pure biochemical weapon at the first pass was released from the biochemical cabin at the first time. This is an appetizer for Nara Shikaku and the others, mainly used to collect ninjas' data, so that the biomechanical warrior behind can better deal with these people. Nara Lugio felt more and more something was wrong in his heart. They came in so smoothly, and it didn't look like the other party's base with important secrets. Hiss hiss. A hoarse hissing sound suddenly sounded, and then everyone became vigilant, and then they saw some incredible creatures walking towards them. What is that? A huge body of 4 or 5 meters high, the exposed muscles are hideous and knotted, and there is only one sharp claw, which is sharp, huge, and sharp. Even the abdomen is still transparent, and the organs inside can be faintly seen. After these monsters approached, Nara Shurjo and others smelled a fishy smell and the smell of chemicals at the same time. Roar! An inhuman roar sounded like a signal in the silent night, and the dozen or so biochemical zombies instantly rushed towards Nara Shurjo and his party. Be careful, shadow binding. Nara Lugio reacted quickly and directly used the shadow secret technique to control the 17 zombies. In the dark night, the shadow binding technique of the Nara family is extremely fast and extremely difficult to detect. However, biochemical zombies cannot dodge in the first place, and they don't even have the chip control of the Red Queen in their bodies, only the instinct to kill. Good wait. After Nara Lugio controlled all the zombies, he immediately felt a huge force to break free from the 17 zombies. These monsters are stronger than wild boars or black bears of the same size. It is really difficult to control them for a long time. Hole. When other people saw the zombies attacking them, they immediately used their own methods angrily, shuriken throwing, kunai or wire restraint, etc. Puchi. Puchi. In an instant, more than a dozen zombies were covered with shuriken and kunai. Among them was a ninja from the Sarutobi family who was good at using swordsmanship, and slashed deeply on the heads and necks of 17 zombies. Already solved. The swordsmanship is very beautiful, the ninja of the Sarutobi clan said coldly, and even let the short sword automatically slip into the scabbard. No, they're still alive. Nara Lugio quickly reminded that he felt the strength of the other party getting stronger when he broke free, and even in the dark night, he could clearly see the wounds on these monsters were healing, and the knife wound on the neck disappeared within 5 seconds. Back to normal. I'll control them, heart turn technique. The ninjas of the Yamanaka family quickly aimed at the zombies, and instantly invaded the spirit of the biochemical zombies, but after the invasion, the ninjas of the Yamanaka family immediately felt a noisy and violent emotion instantly infected his spirit and thoughts. Hungry. Kill. Bite. Kill everything in sight. Food. A wave of tyrannical and disorderly thoughts instantly disrupted the thinking of Yamanaka's ninjas. When he couldn't keep up his mind and turned to technique, and his mental power returned to his body, he subconsciously acted like a biochemical zombie. Food. Eat you. Yamanaka roared loudly with blank eyes, and immediately rushed towards Nara Shikaku who was beside him. Good lord. Yamanaka-Liang, what are you going to do? The situation happened so suddenly, Yamanaka threw himself on Nara Shikaku in an instant, but he regained consciousness just after jumping on it. Just now, his mental power was assimilated by the emotion that lost his instinct, and he regained consciousness not long after returning to the main body. Dear Lugio-kun. Although he didn't bite Nara Shikaku's neck, Yamanaka's movement still interrupted Nara Shikaku's shadow binding technique. Sarutobi pulled out his short sword and warned, "Be careful. They're coming." Dance of the Crescent Moon. In an instant, Sarutobi's separated into two clones in the air, and the three jumped to the zombie and chopped continuously. The short sword attached to chakra was very sharp, but the zombie's muscles and bones were very hard, harder to cut than steel. Bang! With a sound of metal impact, Sarutobi's short sword was directly stuck in the skeleton of the zombie, and then was clamped by the continuously knotting muscles, unable to be pulled out for a while. Hateful! Sarutobi Jipa cursed, but he immediately heard the reminder behind him. "Jijun, be careful." The two zombies seized the opportunity and caught Sarutobi Ji in an instant, immobilizing him. Then they opened their mouths with countless sharp teeth and gnawed directly at Sarutobi Ji. Jijun. Sarutobi Chi. Nara Shikaku was too late to control at this time. The 4 or 5 meter tall zombie, with claws full of claws grasping Sarutobi, was like pinching a thin monkey, and with a casual bite, half of his shoulder was torn off. Usually, when measuring the bite force of zombies, steel plates with a thickness of more than 10 mm are used, and the human body can withstand them. At the same time, more than a dozen biochemical zombies appeared behind Nara Shirgyo and the others and on the roofs on both sides. This time they were crawlers. A deep pounce attack is like firing a cannon. Roar! Roar! The roar of zombies came from all directions, and soon Nara Shikaku and others were surrounded, just like the habit of hyenas preying on them, destroying Nara Shikoku and others' confidence, and then tearing them to pieces. After Nara Lujo noticed more and more biochemical zombies and creepers around him, his face became more and more ugly. Damn it! That should be Nara Lujo from Konoha village. The secret shadow technique is really powerful. I can stand in a stalemate with so many biochemical zombies. Oh my, this trick broke the necks of all the zombies. It's amazing. After seeing Nara Lugio's wonderful performance in the monitoring screen, Shinong immediately laughed in surprise. There are a total of 46 biochemical zombies, and there are still 3 surviving, and Nara Lugio has found the weakness of the biochemical zombies, and now all attacks are directed at the neck. Unfortunately, your collars have been scratched by biochemical zombies, and you are hopeless now, ho ho ho. After Shinong laughed for a while, he asked the Red Queen, do you want to release the biochemical machine warrior to kill them? Although he is responsible for all the transformation of the biochemical machine warrior in the country of T-Base, his authority is 1 level lower than that of the Red Queen, and he has no way to order the Red Queen. All things can only be suggested, and there is no decision-making. 5 teams of biomechanical warriors have been dispatched. Red Queen's indifferent voice sounded in the house, and in the next second, Shinong saw the dispatch of biochemical machinery warrior on the surveillance screen. They are the strongest armed forces in the base, and each one was created for killing people. Even if the limbs and head are cut off, the reduced version of the arc reactor inside the biochemical mechanical warrior can produce an explosion equivalent to 500 kilograms of TNT. The place of fighting. Nara was panting for a long time. He suddenly felt very difficult to breathe, and it seemed that it was difficult to extract chakra in his body. What's going on here? Did the shadow hanging technique consume too much just now? Just when Nara Lugio was panting and thinking, the only surviving person beside him, Yamanaka Liang, also had a mutation. Lugio Jun, it's so uncomfortable and smells so good. Lugio Jun, you smell so good. Yamanaka Liang's eyes almost turned away, only the whites of the eyes remained terrifying, and at the same time, he breathed rapidly, his chest was like a blower box, and the corners of his mouth were drooling. Although he was still talking, he looked more and more like the biochemical zombie just now. Let me take a bite. Eat. Finally, Yamanaka couldn't control his instincts, and rushed directly to Nara Shikaku, but at the very moment, Nara Shikaku extracted chakra with great difficulty, and controlled Yamanaka with shadow binding. So that's it, cough cough cough. Is it contagious? Is it based on the wound? Or, cough cough. Naradir looked at his wound for a long time, and he felt nothing, and the blood he coughed up was extremely black. At this time, there were dense footsteps in the distance again. After seeing the hideous-looking biomechanical warrior with a strange gun in hand, Nara Shikajiu immediately gave up. Swish! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Nara Lugio. Seeing his miserable appearance, he hurriedly said, "Senior Lugio, there is an ambush among us. Teacher Jiraiya asked me to take you away. Take me there first, Minato. I'm dead, but I have something to say. This. Hurry up. Leave Yamanaka alone, he's hopeless." Namikaze Minato responded quickly, "I see." After finishing speaking, Namikaze Minato put his hand on Nara Shikaku's body, and the next second he used Flying Thunder God technique to send it back to Jiraiya. The situation here is not very good either. Jiraiya summoned Ken Toad. They are now besieged by more than 200 biochemical mechanical warriors. They are facing a hail of bullets every second, and even the laser cannons are pouring down like a rainstorm. There was still time to sneak in there. Not long after they were discovered, they had a fierce battle. First they used physical skills, and then they had to use ninjutsu. Finally, Jiraiya even used summoning technique. If he didn't have time, he even wanted to use fairy surgery. The enemy here is too powerful, with strong firepower, fearless of life and death, and orderly advance and retreat. Within a few minutes, 100 or 200 people gathered, and instantly put huge pressure on Jiraiya and his team. They had to join forces with Namikaze Minato. In just a few seconds, a big scorched black pit was punched out of Hamo Jien's stomach. Seeing this, Jiraiya yelled angrily, "Ken Hama. Go back to Mount Mayaboku." I see. Hey! Hey! Be careful, Jiraiya, Vajra enchantment. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw several laser beams combined together and turned into a thicker laser cannon, which directly turned the ape demon into many wish-fulfilling Vajra rods to block Jiraiya. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't take care of Hama Ken. The summoning beast is too big, and Hama Ken can't undo the reverse summoning technique in time. Boom! After an explosion, a huge blood mist filled the air, constantly trying to fall to the ground. At this time, the ape demon couldn't resist anymore. He had to withstand dozens of laser bombardments in 1 second, and within 3 seconds, the ape demon took the initiative to break the diamond barrier. "Hiruzen, I can't take it anymore. Ms. Jiraiya Flying Thunder God enchantment." Namikaze Minato quickly propped up the Flying Thunder God barrier, and all the guns and laser cannons attacking them were moved to the suburbs 20 kilometers away. "Jiraiya, we have been discovered a long time ago. They knew we came in from the beginning. You guessed right, the things here can indeed destroy the world. You will let Namikaze Minato take you and the third generation to leave in a while, don't delay." Jiraiya was flustered when he heard Nara Shikaku's words. How could he do such a thing as abandoning his companions and fleeing? "Shikaku, let Minato send you and the others away first. Don't save the bitten person, it will destroy the entire ninja world. You guys go away, stop arguing." After Nara Shurjo yelled at Jiraiya and others, the biochemical mechanical warrior also appeared from other places. Even if Jiraiya and the others chose a safe position behind them, they could not prevent the enemy from appearing from the sky. Moreover, apart from the biomechanical warrior, the dark clouds in the night also gradually gathered, and the air nearby seemed to be a little more solemn. Namikaze Minato instantly sensed the danger. It was not from the surrounding biomechanical warrior, the danger came from the sky. As for the others, they were not so lucky, all killed by the electricity released by the Kahn shadow clone. He looked up at the sky subconsciously, and found an abnormal dark cloud above his head, with thunder condensed inside. After seeing this dark cloud, Namikaze Minato's brows twitched in shock, and subconsciously grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him, and said loudly, "Teacher Jiraiya, use the reverse summoning technique. There is a difference of 2 people in the number of people. Judging from various data such as body size and position, the two missing are Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey, what are you doing there? Who wants to be with you, guy? I'm just passing by. Check the corpse and check the number of people. Tsunade shouted from inside the house. She walked slowly to the corridor in her yukata, and the moonlight in the dark night revealed a large white chest, which instantly made Kahn forget the dead Jiraiya. The second update, ask for votes. A thunderbolt tens of meters thick instantly blasted the ground, and the powerful electric current set off a powerful storm, but it was immediately stopped by the biochemical mechanical warrior who received the order from the Red Queen. There will be a third update in a while. Boom. Okay, so I'll take you to rest first. As for whether Namikaze Minato uses reverse summoning technique or flying thunder god, I am not sure. After receiving the order, several deepening mechanical warriors with undamaged muscle tissue stepped forward. Fortunately, they had strong muscle tissue on the outside, otherwise the internal mechanical parts would be destroyed by the remaining electric current. Kahn, who was far away in Chuanmu town, touched his chin slightly after seeing the news. The space ninjutsu is still fast. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to escape was because he was beside Namikaze Minato. It's nothing, stretch your body, let's go to rest. Is this the death of Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku, but it can be seen the strength of the biochemical mechanical warrior. For Mount Mayaboku, the life and death of the contractor can be confirmed through the summoning scroll. When the contract effect of a person is lost on the scroll, it means that Mount Mayaboku has lost a contractor. This is not just the means of Mount Mayaboku, Shikbone Forest and Ryuchi Cave can be confirmed in this way. Master Fukasaku, something happened. A toad jumped up and down in front of Fukasaku, and panically said to Fukasaku Toad who was several times smaller than him in front of him, Jiraiya is dead, he cancelled the summoning contract of Mount Mayaboku just now, even the scroll Toad can't sense him gone. What did you say? Little Jiraiya is dead? Fukasaku's old toad suddenly had an expression of disbelief, and immediately used the reverse summoning technique, but its celestial technique chakra only summoned some useless smoke, and no one responded to it at all. Little Jiraiya, really dead, what about Minato? Is Minato still alive? Without waiting for the report from the toad, Fukasaku used the reverse summoning technique again, but this time he could feel the connection with Namikaze Minato, but he did not respond to its summoning. The toad who reported the letter said worriedly, Master Fukasaku, Brother Ken was helped by Jiraiya's summoning, and he hasn't come back yet. Fukasaku sighed and said, I will discuss this matter with the elder, you should go back first. Yes, I understand, Fukasaku-sama. After the toad who reported the letter finished speaking, he hopped away and left here. The news of Jiraiya's death was discovered by them. If Toad Jien was still alive, he would have cancelled the summoning technique and returned to Mount Mayaboku. Afterwards, Fukasaku called Shima, and together they came to the great Toad Sage. Is it Fukasaku? Long time no see. To Fukasaku's surprise, the great Toad Sage was awake, and he quickly said, Great Master, little Jiraiya is dead. Great Toad Sage was stunned for a while, and then said in confusion, Little Jiraiya, who is it? Shima was so angry that he opened his mouth and cursed, Old fool, have you even forgotten little Jiraiya? Great Toad Sage was also not angry, and said slowly, That's not important, I was awakened this time, Fukasaku, this dream is terrifying. Fukasaku asked, What exactly did you dream about? Destroy all. Great Toad Sage said solemnly, Mount Mayaboku is gone, Fukasaku, everyone will die. Jima said angrily inexplicably, what kind of prophecy is this? Mount Mayaboku has existed for thousands of years, this old guy must be sleepy again. Old lady, don't speak ill of the old man. Great Toad Sage persuaded indifferently, don't make noise, Fukasaku, I remember that besides little Jiraiya, there is also a contractor named Little Minato. From now on, the hope of Mount Mayaboku is on him. Give it to him. That? I know, my lord. Fukasaku agreed in surprise, and even gave that thing to Namikaze Minato, which was the first time in Fukasaku's hundreds of years of memory. Konoha village, so many people disappeared all at once, it is impossible to hide this matter. Even if people from the Ino, Shika, Cho and Sarutobi tribes can use shadow clone and transformation technique to conceal it, it is not a long-term solution. Transformation technique can be detected, especially those who died, many of whom are registered in Konoha village ninja, one task can tear their cover. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was rescued by Namikaze Minato, the aftermath of the explosion still made the two of them unconscious for a long time. They barely woke up until the next day, when Sarutobi Hiruzen found that he had only one arm left. Can you still be a ninja with only one arm? A taijutsu ninja may be able to do it, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is already in his 50s. A taijutsu ninja at this age may not even be able to beat the special jonin in the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not focus on taijutsu before. Master third generation. Shall we go back first? Namikaze Minato said to Sarutobi Hiruzen that he originally wanted to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to learn one-handed Madara, and he happened to have studied it for a while, but thinking that third Hokage is a doctor of ninjutsu, he would look down on Sarutobi Hiruzen when he spoke. Go back, Minato, I have to talk to the Nara clan about Shirjo. And Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very sad in his heart. Jiraiya is the disciple who suits his taste the most. The cup he drinks tea with is given by Jiraiya more than 10 years ago, and Shikaju, when Shikeo brought him to visit the Sarutobi clan, said Lujio is better than his father, wishing he could take care of him, but unexpectedly. And the Sarutobi people, and those ninjas of the Ino, Shika, Cho. It seemed that even the ape demon did not escape this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered that before he was taken away by the flying thunder god, he just saw the ape demon screaming in pain. Namikaze Minato's heart is also extremely sad. The last move just now is very similar to the one in the information Kakashi gave, thunder. In other words, it was pure luck that he and third Hokage escaped last night. If he hadn't used all the chakra to come to a far-away flying thunder god coordinate, maybe he would have been captured. The two rested for a while, and then Namikaze Minato ate some military food pills to restore chakra, and rushed to Konoha with Sarutobi Hiruzen. But people have to do things when they die, and it just so happens that Ino, Shika, Cho and the Sarutobi clan are relatively close, so there is such a death note and funeral application on Hokage's desk. If this matter has nothing to do with Kahn, then he will send Umbu to investigate and see who in the ninja world can make Mr. Sarutobi lose so badly. After a while, there were mournful sobs from within the Nara clan. This time, the Nara clan suffered a great loss. Nara Lujio, who had just become the patriarch, died in a secret mission. The most important thing is that it cannot be announced to the outside world. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Namikaze Minato with a serious expression, they can't be like this anymore. Nara's house, let me talk about it. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, I see, Lord third generation. Namikaze Minato came back a few days ago. It seems that they did something when they went out of the village, but let's forget about the heavy damage. I'll go find someone to ask. Poisoning. Suspected Root's revenge. Hayashi-kun, has Root been able to reach inside Konoha, and assassinated a clan leader and more than 30 elite ninjas? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, then took the hat and cloak and left the Sarutobi tribe. Hyuga Hayashi said helplessly, third Hokage's attitude is very tough, and his subordinates can't bring people into check, and the third generation seems to have used the transformation technique. The return of the two immediately caused a lot of shock in Sarutobi's house, especially the broken arm of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, Sarutobi Biwako is a medical ninja, and he treated the wound again, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel better. After waiting near Konoha, Namikaze directly used Flying Thunder God to bring Sarutobi Hiruzen back. After Orochimaru read the explanations of the Ino, Shika, Cho and Sarutobi clans, he threw them in the trash can. Anyone who believes in such words is an idiot, and Nawaki actually handed this thing to him. Minato, let's stay here for now, we should think carefully about the future. Orochimaru shook his head and said, thinking of Namake's Minato who had gone back to the village for a rest some time ago, he immediately guessed the matter. Nanoyu. When Tsunade saw the person Kahn was leading, he immediately kicked him angrily. This kind of thing was already very shameful, how could he let the student Nanoyu know? This kick even used a little strange force. Kahn directly naturalized part of it in advance. Tsunade and Nanoyu were also surprised when they saw his body turned into lightning. It seemed to be Kirigakure's hydration technique, but it was a ghost lamp, the art of the family. Don't be angry, Tsunade, someone will help you when you give birth. In the ninja world, apart from you, Nanoyu's medical ninjutsu is the best. Kahn quickly persuaded that he was doing it for the good of Tsunade and her mother, otherwise, according to her idea, she would use her own shadow clone to help during childbirth, but that was too unsafe, and it would be better to ask Nanoyu to help. It's just that Nanoyu is a little aggrieved now, she stares at Tsunade's still flat belly with envy. Unfair. No matter in terms of frequency, sequence, or medical point of view, it is unfair. Nanayu thought silently, she is nearly 100 times as good as teacher Tsunade, but now the other party is pregnant first, there is definitely a big secret in human reproduction that she does not control. Kahn quickly convinced the two of them. Although Tsunade still has a temper, her character and temper have been tightly controlled by Kahn in the past 2 days. Except her mouth is still a little hard, her whole body has been captured by him. Yakushi may have a little temper, but just feed her before she leaves, on the contrary she is the most mature in terms of things, even though Tsunade is much older than her. Nanoyu, I'm counting on you here, Orochimaru still has something to do with me, and I may have to leave for a while, so I'm counting on you. Yakushi Nanoyu responded, I see, please don't worry, recently, many good seedlings have been dug out in the orphanage. If they graduate from Konoha Shinobi School, they should at least have the strength of elite Chunin. Maybe in the future can be your biggest support for the boss. Whether it is intelligence or other aspects, Yakushi Nanoyu is the one who knows the most. If he cooperates with the Red Queen, he can basically replace his existence, except for the lack of high-end combat power. But a few days ago, Red Queen has collected a lot of data about dealing with ninjas from Jiraiya and others, and has redesigned several new models to specifically deal with the ninja's biochemical mechanical warrior. With the current mass production rate, at least 200 T2 biomechanical warriors can be bred within a year, but the number of criminals in the Land of Fire will definitely decrease in the future, there will be fewer domestic bandits and refugees. As for Orochimaru, I really need him. Konkuen, what happened to Namake's Minato and the others? Orochimaru asked after seeing Kahn, so many people died at once, it was a major event that caused a sensation in the ninja world in the peaceful era, because the truth could not be found out, Konoha had to pin the pot on Danzo's head, his current reward amount is 500 million taels. The ninjas in the underground gold exchange were all crazy with excitement, Kakuzu directly threw away the task at hand, and the whole ninja world searched for Danzo's whereabouts, in the underground gold exchange, except for Danzo, Kahn, who originally had the highest bounty of 200 million taels, but after he became the daimyo of the Fire Nation, this bounty mission was automatically cancelled. An aristocrat who has no real power can touch an underground gold exchange, but they will never touch a daimyo of a country. If the daimyo is angered, the underground gold exchange in the Land of Fire and its allied small countries may not be able to open. They wanted to sneak attack on my pharmaceutical base, and they were killed by the biomechanical warrior. Except for Namake's Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one escaped. Kahn briefly talked about what happened. He didn't talk about Jiraiya, but focused on a lot of things about the biomechanical warrior, which diverted Orochimaru's attention a lot. Is the humanoid biochemical mechanical warrior so strong? But I think pure physical evolution will be better than mechanical plasticity. I need to study it. By the way, can chakra from 3 tails give me more? Orochimaru suddenly realized that his experiment still lacked a lot of 3 tails chakra, so he smiled and said to Kahn, there is no shortage of Eight Tails chakra, and with the body tissues of Eight Tails, a lot of Eight Tails chakra can be obtained by slowly cultivating them. But for Three Tails, he has no clue. Kirigakure has been looking for the whereabouts of Three Tails but failed. Orochimaru did not expect that Kahn would acquire Three Tails in advance. Give you some more. Three Tails is too weak. It will take a long time for it to recover chakra. Kahn said helplessly that he was also extracting Three Tails chakra. During this time, he often went to Noera Lin's place to extract Three Tails chakra while PUA. Affects PUA Noera Lin. The purpose is too obvious, as if raising her is for the Three Tails in Noera Lin's body. Orochimaru, help me keep an eye on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. After they rest, they will definitely come to make trouble. I just have to leave for a while. Maybe these two guys will take advantage of the loophole. After hearing the words, Orochimaru was slightly surprised and said, Namikaze Minato is dead, together with Nara Shikahisa. And Sarutobi teacher, he died a few days after he went back. What? It's impossible. Kahn was surprised when he heard Orochimaru's words, and then directly vetoed, the corpses left at that time did not have Namikaze Minato. Since they escaped, they must be able to get treatment or they don't intend to be Konoha shinobi at all. Orochimaru also thought of this possibility after hearing the words, and said, it seems to be the case, but they have already cremated the body. Teacher Sarutobi is also decisive and leaves the matter to Danzo. Now I am a little worried about Danzo's safety. If he arrives when you really bring Danzo over here, will you exchange him for the bounty? The four clans suddenly suffered such heavy injuries, even Hokage, he is not easy to target, otherwise he would be suspected of bullying the weak. I will eradicate the underground gold exchange immediately. This kind of evil underground organization should not exist long ago. Come to Ninja Village if you have anything to do in the future. Kahn chuckled and said, although 500 million taels is nothing to him, he never spends money wrongly. If he doesn't get a report, he would rather throw the money into the sea and listen to it. Orochimaru asked, if you are in the village, I will help you keep an eye on a few ninjas. Do you need anything else? Enough is enough. A few of them don't have the ability to make trouble. In the future, their living space will become smaller and smaller. Those who have no ability and vision will encounter this situation. They can only helplessly watch their living space constantly being destroyed. Compressed, and finally mustered up the courage to change my life desperately, but all I got in exchange was disappointment. Kahn smiled and continued, I'll go back first, and I'll leave the matter here to you. After speaking, Kahn directly used apparition to return to the capital of the Land of Fire. Before leaving, he naturally wanted to finish the planning and accompany his family by the way. After a period of time, Konan from the Akatsuki organization came to visit Kahn specially. At that time, Kahn knew that Yahiko was dead. Yahiko's promise and the debt owed by the Akatsuki organization may need to wait a little longer. After experiencing Yahiko's death, Konan became calm, especially because Yahiko died because of saving her, which made her feel a little guilty in her heart. To be honest, compared to the original peace organization, Kahn prefers the later mercenary Shao. Proper black gloves can help him do a lot of work, and throw them away when they are useless, and they can bring out their own brilliance. Kahn also thought about whether to kill Uchiha Obito, but after thinking for a while, he slowed down his decision. His most troublesome hollow ability is nothing in front of Kahn. Except for hollow, Uchiha Obito even ran away in front of him. Can't do it. The ants in the palm can be crushed to death at any time. But Uchiha Obito will be more useful alive than dead. Combining him with Nagato can help Kahn disrupt the ninja world. Nagato's second child and boss character, no one will look down on him after he controls Rinnegan's ability. Boundary. Afterwards, Kahn often stayed in the capital, making drastic reforms to the policies of the Fire Nation. Agricultural reform, industrial support, taxation, almost every policy of Kahn cut the flesh of the nobles, but no one dared to oppose it. There were indeed many people who opposed it at the beginning, but these people were all confiscated and imprisoned. They are much more honest. With the power and the military in hand, Kahn can do almost anything he wants, as long as he doesn't formulate an overly outrageous policy like primary night power. A huge military organization like Konoha is basically Kahn's loyalist. Dare to oppose daimyo's policy? Do you also have a ninja village to support? The surviving nobles of the Fire Nation quickly recalled that day, their fear of being dominated by the previous daimyo of the Fire Nation, and the humiliation of having to obey orders. With the exception of the Fire Nation reforms, Kahn wasted little time. Kushina also knew that Kahn might have to leave for a while, and often acted as a female knight who vented her dissatisfaction, but her physical strength was still not comparable to that of Kahn, and she was exhausted after venting twice. In addition to Kushina, there is also Nanoyu who has almost turned into rabbit eyes. She feels that there is nothing wrong with her body. For this reason, she asks Tsunade to find out the details of that night. In the end, she was speechless and embarrassed. Tsunade drives away. However, Nanoyu summed up the problem in the number of times. For this reason, she almost occupied half of Kahn's free time, twice as much as Kushina. In the last quarter of the free time, Kahn distributed it to Noera-Lin and Tsunade according to the ratio of 37. The chakra of three tails still has to be drawn. Whether he or Orochimaru, the demand for three tails chakra is very high. And Noera-Lin's thoughts are also slowly changing. Her will is strong, and she can't ignore that she is only a teenager. She has been detained in one place for a long time, and only Kahn comes here from time to time, which has almost become her life-saving straw. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Rin Noera to stick to her own will, and after she learned what Uchiha Obito had done, she felt a little bit of resentment towards her former companions in her heart. If it wasn't for his recklessness, he probably wouldn't be trapped in this place. This idea gradually came to Noera-Lin's heart. Kahn was able to stay in the ninja world for more than a year, and did not return to the Marvel world until the reform of the Fire Nation stabilized and Tsunade's belly became bigger day by day. Although it is not good to leave before Tsunade is about to be produced, Kahn still has a lot of things accumulated in other worlds, just like the biochemical world. As the Godfather, Kahn needs to check on Alice's growth status and the manufacturing situation of aircraft carriers every once in a while. The aircraft carrier he wants to build can almost be used as a complete space city, and the internal energy supply is comparable to 4 billionths of a planetary core. Kahn also made some deletions and added some more alchemy runes inside to ensure physical damage will be automatically repaired. Such a huge project is impossible to complete in the Marvel world. Without such a deep foundation, even the United States government cannot build it. Only in the biochemical world can there be some hope. The huge power and resources of the Umbrella Group can influence the political alternation of several major powers. If there is a choice between the government's taxation and Umbrella's products, I believe everyone will choose the former. The latter is like air, an essential product for human survival. Even if you die, you may buy Umbrella's investment. Funeral products. It's okay to harvest the complete chakra of 8 tails plus the chakra of 3 tails. If you use the ability of Thunder Fruit to fight, it can last at least 3 days. According to the simplest discharge ability, there should be 500 million volts. Moreover, 8 Tails Chakra's transformation of the body is still improving slowly. Although the improvement effect was the greatest when it was first devoured, it gradually slowed down later, but it still has a little effect now. In particular, there is a similar connection between 8 Tails and 3 Tails Chakra, which coexist in 10 Tails, and 10 Tails grow up by absorbing the life energy of the planet, which can directly change the life level. If Kahn eats all the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, there is a 90% probability that he will transform into a real god. Even in the Marvel universe, he can destroy galaxies. At that time, Thor probably would be embarrassed to meet Kahn. How dare he have the nerve to be associated with the title of Thor with that bit of Thor power? Kamui's words. No way. Kahn just tried the Kamui pupil technique, but he couldn't transfer the object to the Kamui space. It seems that the Kamui space is still on the other eye. It's not impossible to transfer, but it's too far away from the Kamui space, and Kahn can't do it with so many chakra and magic power. Maybe he has a chakra of the level of 10 tails, so it is possible to use pupils and the Marvel World art is connected to the ninja space. But once you get 2 Kamui Sharingan, there will be no problem. With Kahn's current strength, he will not face any fatal threats, protective spells and electromagnetic barriers. These 2 defenses alone can withstand most attacks. After encountering a really powerful attack, Kahn will naturalize the body the moment the electromagnetic barrier is broken. Now Kahn is waiting for Loki to bring the Mind Stone to Earth, and then there will be the Energy Source Stone on his staff. Kahn does not intend to give up on the direction of magic. Although the development limit of Thunder Fruit is very high, sometimes magic works better. Kahn came back to send the news, and here he was away for a few months, and the events in Wakanda came to an end. Now the 3 most important resources of Wakanda have been divided up within the United States. Some of the scientific and technological achievements have been hidden and deleted by the Red Queen, and both Hydra and the US government have obtained fakes. There is also Vibration Gold Mine, which is the most important, but the output of Vibration Gold Mine is scarce, difficult to refine, and extremely valuable. At present, several different forces in the United States have been arguing and negotiating for a long time before they can barely negotiate a solution that is acceptable to all parties. Protocol. The interests involved in this matter are too great. As the representative of one party's interests, the president dare not be greedy easily. Otherwise, Kenny would not be the only president with a big brain. The Pent Group can get a share of 150 kilograms of vibrating gold from the military and Hydra every year. According to the annual mining volume, it can extract nearly 1 ton of vibrating gold. His share is not too small. This is the role of the growing influence of the Pent Group. A loyal umbrella military arm company can also manufacture new energy armament weapons and super soldier serum. No one can ignore the weight of the Pent Group. If the Pent Group is desperate to create super soldier serums, the metahuman community will be overrun. It's not that no one wants to investigate the Pent Group, but there is a lot of resistance. At least in the United States, the FBI and CIA don't have the ability. SHIELD can act freely, and their technology and intelligence capabilities are top-notch, but when encountering magic and artificial intelligence, SHIELD can only catch them blind. There is also heart-shaped grass, which has almost no side effects for human body augmentation herb. If the research results are successful, this will be a new super soldier serum. Not long after Kahn sent the message, Laura called directly. "Boss, Obadiah is a little moved, but he wants to talk to you in person. If he doesn't see you, he probably won't let go. We can also use other methods to slowly suppress the acquisition of shares in Stark Industries." According to the current situation, all industries of Stark Industries have been replaced, and most people will not be able to hold on after 2 years. Who is Obadiah? Oh, I remembered, 2 years is too long. Let him come to the Pent Group Energy Industry Factory. I will meet him there, and smash his last dream by the way. Kahn has been away from the Marvel world for a long time, and suddenly he heard Obadiah's name was still a little strange, and he only remembered this person after contacting Stark Industries. The weapon manufacturing department of Stark Industries is still valuable, almost equivalent to the arms factories of several medium-sized countries. If the Pent Group can acquire it, then its own weapon manufacturing will be even stronger. If Stark Industries continues to produce weapons, it will be as stable as Mount Tai with the military's orders, and if you want to buy it, you must persuade more than 70% of the members of Congress. But Tony Stark killed himself and closed the weapons department. Reactor opens up new business. I get it, boss. I'll make an appointment with Obadiah right now. Sir, the other party also has an independent network. It should be impossible to obtain information, and 70% of the Red Queen may be the artificial intelligence processing system of the Pent Group. I can't break through the firewall of the other party to search, and the other party has already discovered me. The presence. Jarvis's voice sounded in the house. At the same time he was discovered, Jarvis made an emergency system and also activated Tony Stark's independent network to save data. Best way. Artificial intelligence. Are you saying that someone as smart as me has also developed an artificial intelligence? After Tony Stark took a sip of coffee, he praised and said, "It seems that the Pent Group is not simple. Call up all their high-level information, Jarvis. Only the publicized information can be searched, and further searches need to go to the government's database." Tony Stark said without hesitation, "Then go ahead, Jarvis, and try to find out all the news about them from childhood to adulthood." Soon, all the information about Kahn Pinter, Betty Ross, Laura and others were retrieved, but the information collected by Jarvis was revised after the Red Queen, and Killian, Vank and his son people Jarvis can't collect it. There is nothing unusual about the information. Jarvis, but I always feel that this matter has a lot to do with him. If you really can't find any clues, just look at the beneficiaries. What do you think? Jarvis's voice sounded, "I think Mr. is right, other people don't have this ability, but Kahn Pinter doesn't seem to have it either." Manipulating SHIELD agents was something that Tony Stark had analyzed for a long time before he came to the conclusion that such a perfect framing can only be achieved if those agents die voluntarily. But they were performing a Level 7 mission at the time. According to that Nick Fury, agents of this level are absolutely credible and will not be influenced by any force. Jarvis, at the same time, they are only 1/5 of my efficiency, so can we still form the Avengers? If Nick Fury was here, Tony Stark might be more happy to tease. Although he has changed his ideals now, his arrogant character is still difficult to change, especially when SHIELD is not as good as him. Nick Fury, what Roy said that day was like a thorn. It's not that he doesn't meet the Avengers, it should be that the Avengers are not worthy of his genius, Tony Stark thought in his heart, and then he was about to drink a glass of champagne before going to bed. "Sir, Miss Potts is looking for you again and will be here soon." After Jarvis finished speaking, Tony Stark had already seen the long legs slowly appearing from the spiral staircase, and soon Pepper opened the glass door and walked in. "I thought you had been sleeping, so I was thinking about whether to cover you with a blanket. Don't you care about the company at all?" Pepper Potts' tone at this time is the same as the nickname Tony Stark gave her, but because of company affairs, she has been busy late at night recently, but it seems that there is no effective way to save Stark Industries. "I know your intentions, don't worry Pepper, I'll take care of it." Tony Stark didn't care about the company's chaos at all, took out a bottle of champagne and poured himself a glass, then continued. "I have already told Obadiah the same thing. I think you can hold a meeting to discuss the future direction of the company. Rest assured, the company will not collapse." Pepper sighed softly, then said with a slight frown, "Obadiah didn't tell me about this at all. Maybe he's on some model. He forgot about it." "Don't worry, I'll remind him." Tony Stark shrugged and said indifferently. "The second update, there will be another update in a while. At the end of the month, ask for some useless monthly tickets, hoping to make up 1,000. Mr. Pinter." Obadiah has a beard and a big bald head. He looks a bit fierce. He usually likes to hold a cigar in his mouth, which is a standard villain configuration. However, after meeting Kahn, his temper restrained a lot. He is just the second individual shareholder of Stark Industries, and Kahn's status and strength are incomparable. Not to mention the fast-growing Pent Group, even the recently famous Umbrella Military Company is already the world's #1 military security company. Except for Umbrella, no military security company has super soldiers. This is considered a secret to the common people, but since the Wakanda War, Umbrella has not hidden his strength, and has contacted the upper echelon openly. Obadiah also has some news channels, so he naturally knows about it. "Mr. Stanley, let's go in and talk." Kahn took Obadiah to the energy plant. Although it is in the suburbs of New York City, it has been connected to the underground tunnel of the Pent Group. Not far away is Umbrella's Sergeant Training Base and the security company headquarters. To be honest, I don't think you need to die with Stark Industries at all. In this position, what you are after is either money or power, but Stark Industries is now a ship that is about to sink, unless Mr. Stanley persuades Tony Stark reopen the weapons department, which would extend the life of Stark Industries. However, the Pent Group's new energy weapons will always be available, and Stark Industries will still be greatly impacted by then. While talking, Kahn led Obadiah into the factory. All the above-ground ones were for the civilian use of the arc reactor, and all the research and manufacture of weapons and military affairs were in the underground hive. But even the civilian research on the arc reactor was enough to surprise Obadiah. He just wanted to find an ally who could deal with Tony Stark and seize the power of the company. After Obadiah thought twice, he felt that the Pent Group was better than Hammer Industries, so he was invited. But how does Obadiah feel like he's seeing something incredible? Stark Industries has been researching the arc reactor for 30 years. In the end, it was Tony Stark who escaped from the Ten Commandments gang after a narrow escape, and then developed a mature arc reactor. Because after seeing the mature arc reactor, Obadiah was very eager to take the arc reactor and everything from Stark Industries from Tony Stark. This is the arc reactor. Can it be reduced to such a small size? Obadiah swallowed unconsciously and asked. He also recovered the Mark I from the Ten Rings gang, and originally wanted to use this to re-upgrade the Mark I, and then use it as a secret weapon against Tony Stark. You are researching the Mark I, Mr. Stanislav, you should give up that kind of rags. How many generations do you think you have to upgrade to catch up with the technology of the Pent Group? How about cooperating with me and exchanging the shares in your hand for some? Good thing, don't lose all your money in the end. Kahn showed Obadiah the research results of Vank and his son. Whether it is a new energy suit or a new energy mechanical guard, it has been broken through for several generations, and the steel suits shown to Obadiah are all old. Bulky, the latest research of Vank and his son is the nanosuit of vibrating gold alloy. Regardless of defense, weapon diversity, and portability, nano-vibrating gold alloy battle suits will be the mainstream in the future, as well as new energy nano-alloy weapons and so on. Obadiah is like a bumpkin entering the city. After visiting the scientific research results of the Pent Group, his small plans are completely gone, and even the other party knows about the recycling of the Mark I, so the cooperation with the Ten Rings gang is probably also worthwhile. The other party also knew. Why did he come here with a mental illness? Obadiah thought with some fear in his heart, thinking that there must be something wrong somewhere. Mr. Stanley. Obadiah suddenly came back to his senses, his attitude dropped by 30% in less than 2 hours and he said, "Yes, Mr. Pinter, how do you plan to cooperate?" Kahn smiled and said, "Cooperation. Oh, that's okay. I want Stark Industries' weapons department and manufacturing plant. The Pent Group's background in this area is still a bit weak, and some large-scale orders cannot be satisfied. This is a bit difficult, Mr. Pinter," Obadiah said in a difficult way. If he had the decision-making power in the weapons department, he wouldn't watch Tony Stark shut down this gold-earning department. Tony Stark has absolute control over the company. Although he owns less than 50% of the shares, all the directors trust him very much, so even the board meeting has not been held a few times. Unknowingly, Obadiah has already thought that cooperation is the best choice. The biggest secret is known by the other party. The other party does not pay attention to the trump card he relies on. In addition to relying on the Pent Group, he can also go to Tony Stark admitting his mistake. Kahn smiled and said, "The stock price has dropped by 43%, and the wealth in his hand was cut in half by Stark's words. How can you trust me, Mr. Stanley? You said that if the stock price of Stark Industries fell to 80%. What will happen if it is more than %? Then they will want to eat Tony Stark. The arc reactor he relies on is not worth mentioning in front of your company. Compared with Mr. Pent, Tony Stark is not worth mentioning." Kahn couldn't help laughing at Obadiah's flattering words. It's refreshing to cooperate with villains. They know the current affairs and know how to cooperate. If Captain America is changed at this time, he will definitely refuse with a bad temper, and then return to Stark Industries to let Tony be careful, and finally die with Stark Industries. Mr. Stanley, let's have fun. Now I have 7% of Stark Industries shares in my hand. I hope you can cooperate with me to upgrade to half and take control of Stark Industries. I will not close my arms like Tony Stark Department. Moreover, I will also provide you with a human body enhancement plan that can allow you to evolve into a superhuman with a 100% success rate. Kahn waved his hand, and an assistant brought a bottle of fine red wine and poured 2 glasses respectively. At that time, you can still stay in Stark Industries. You have wealth and health evolution. How about it, Mr. Stanislav? After hearing such an attractive offer, Obadiah tried his best to think about it in his mind, but he couldn't find any reason to refuse it. So he picked up the wine glass, touched it with a low attitude, then drank it in one gulp, and said, "I will work hard, Mr. Pinter." "No, boss." Obadiah soon went back to action, except for some secret things about Tony Stark. He was in charge of almost all the powers of Stark Industries. With this level of high-level cooperation, the stock price of Stark Industries can only fall all the way until it is lower than the market value and net assets. At that time, Kahn will almost enter Stark Industries. Kahn did not hide this matter from Betty. Strictly speaking, he and Betty are considered an old couple. After several years of communication, Kahn knew almost every sensitive point on Betty. Before Kahn went to the ninja world last time, Betty's body strengthening plan had already been submitted. Now she has been injected with the perfect extremis virus serum, and her physical fitness has improved a lot. Especially today, Betty has exercised 4 times. Even if she is exhausted, it seems that she intends to fight again after a break. The super soldier serum will make the muscles bigger and turn into pectoralis major, and it will turn Betty from a 1.7 meter female model into a 1.9 meter female warrior, so Kahn doesn't like to let Betty inject super soldier serum. This is very good, the figure is more shapely, and the physical strength is longer. The female knight who used to be weak after 1 or 2 vents can now persist for more than 4 times. The brother and sister have always wanted to talk to you. They seem to have rested for too long, and now they are still thinking about revenge. Kahn expressed his understanding and said, "I will go to talk to them tomorrow." In fact, they can already seek revenge from Tony Stark, but they think a little big, and it's not as simple as teaching Tony Stark a lesson. It is true that such deep memories from childhood will not be let go so easily. Have they caused trouble recently? Betty shook her head and said, "Even the expenses are kept at a normal level, and I seldom go out. The most usual activity is to get together and watch TV." Kahn said, "I see, but you have to keep an eye on Stark Industries for me, Betty. If you successfully acquire Stark Industries, Laura will probably complain that she, a common, cannot last so long after being exhausted by you." Betty panted slightly, and just leaned on Kahn's chest and talked about work. She won't complain. Laura's biggest dream is to become the world's #1 CEO. Now I help her realize it. Kahn slowly stroked Betty's smooth shoulders, and continued, "If it wasn't for Tony Stark's own mistakes, I'm afraid it would not be so easy to acquire Stark Industries." Book. Stark Industries can threaten the military with weapons orders, while the Osborn Group is threatened by the military with weapons orders, and the gap between the two is immediately reflected. Even after being acquired by the Pent Group, there has been no significant improvement. The arc reactor, super soldier serum, biopharmaceuticals, and the bottom hive are the main focuses of the Pent Group, and there is no time to expand the factory. Understood, I will help you. Who made me curious about your research in the first place? Betty smiled helplessly at the corner of her mouth. Speaking of this incident made Kahn slightly hard. The first time Betty was Bruce Banner's girlfriend, she ended up sleeping on his bed wearing black silk with her hips wrapped. Now Betty is pretty much the centerpiece of Kahn's replacement in his absence. If I had been less curious at that time, you wouldn't have gotten me drunk. Oh, what are you doing? Little Kahn was suddenly pulled out, leaving Betty feeling empty, and then she was picked up again. Let's go back to the original scene, Betty. I like how you were dressed and posed. You too, I heard that you have something to ask me. Is it about revenge against Tony Stark? Kahn called the two of them to the villa where he lived. Wanda and Pietro were among the very few who lived in Kahn's manor. Except for the two of them, only Betty's bodyguard came in when he sent her back, and then left immediately. The additional protective spells and Muggle expulsion spells outside the manor have had a considerable impact on Pietro. If Wanda hadn't brought him in every time, Pietro would never have been able to find the entrance. Pietro said, "Yes, sir, we feel that our abilities have been developed very well, and it feels like it's about time. I am also planning to acquire Stark Industries recently, but I have my own rhythm, but if you want to take revenge in advance, you can. I have prepared some things for you here, and you will use them." After Kahn finished speaking, he took Pietro and Wanda to the underground tunnel. The underground tunnel here has established a maglev underground train, and it only takes 5 minutes to reach the research center of the Pent Group's underground hive. In about 3 more years, the underground hive will be completely completed. After boarding the underground train, Pietro and Wanda were still surprised. They lived in the Kahn Manor for a while, but they never knew there was a train tunnel here. Moreover, this underground train is very luxurious, with wine cabinets, round table sofas, and even a series of enjoyable things. After entering, you can see the bustling scenes of the streets of New York City from the window. Climb aboard a city train circling New York City. This is to allow people working underground to see the outside scene. It can be regarded as a way to adjust their mood. It also has functions such as environmental simulation. In the future, this technology will be indispensable for building a survival base on the moon. Kahn introduced to Wanda and Pietro while introducing, he likes to see the shocked faces of others after seeing high technology, just like Obadiah yesterday. Within a few minutes, the underground tunnel train came to the underground hive. The storage and living areas at the bottom are still under construction, and others have been put into use one after another. Eugene's biological laboratory has moved to the 7th floor, but now Kahn and the others are in the nanoweapons laboratory on the 13th floor of the basement. Try this, nano run-up protective clothing. There are 3 opportunities to adjust the plasticity. The usual nanoparticle storage is just a watch. The battle suit is made of vibrating gold alloy particles, which can absorb kinetic energy. At least most weapons are wounded not to you. Kahn pulled out a nanoparticle holder in the shape of a Patek Philippe watch, threw it to Pietro, and continued, "Try it." After Pietro listened to Kahn's introduction, and the explanatory video was played all the time, Pietro quickly used the suit. Hush. In just 2 seconds, the nanoparticles of the vibrating gold alloy covered Pietro's body. The matte black luster and the streamlined shape of the suit made Pietro fall in love with the nanoparticle suit in an instant. Up. After putting it on, he just felt extremely relaxed. This suit also has functions such as relieving muscle pressure. Most importantly, the shape is very cool. Pietro asked happily, "Sir, is this battle suit for me?" Who can refuse a battle suit that is both handsome and helpful to him? Of course, but you can try other functions, and after you are proficient, you can go to Tony Stark for revenge. This way you won't show up, and even if you show up, I can fish you out. After Kahn finished speaking, some researchers took Pietro to another laboratory for testing. After Pietro left, Kahn looked at Wanda, stroked his chin and said with a smile, "And yours, Wanda." Wanda was also a little moved. After Kahn gave her a nanoparticle container, she immediately activated the nanosuit. Nanoparticles instantly covered Wanda's body, compressing her clothes into an ultimate, and then fully reflected Wanda's uneven body. It is a matter of course that the battle suit has the function of shaping, so Kahn saw Wanda's perfect plumpness and slender waist at a glance. At a young age, I competed with models. Kahn couldn't help but take a second look, but he wanted to find out the flaws in the suit, and it had nothing to do with anything else. Mr. Pinter, isn't this a bit too much? Wanda felt that her chest was a little constricted, and when she realized that her body curve was fully displayed, she immediately wanted to remove the cover, but she didn't listen carefully just now, so she didn't know how to remove the suit. This is the best choice, but if you don't want to, you can change it. After Kahn finished speaking, he helped Wanda remove the battle suit from her body, but the beautiful curves were no longer visible. It is not difficult to change to loose nanoparticles, but it is not in line with human mechanics, but if Wanda insists on this, Kahn had to ask the researchers to help her set it up. Afterwards, Wanda and Pietro got acquainted with the suits on their bodies. With this equipment, Pietro and Wanda hoped to seek revenge from Tony Stark immediately. This is an excellent opportunity for Kahn, who just escaped from the 10 Rings and was targeted by 2 superpowers. If Tony Stark is kidnapped again, the stock price of Stark Industries will definitely come back again. The epic class plummeted. Coupled with the cooperation of Obadiah, Kahn could already imagine the decline of Stark Industries, but he suddenly felt that he was full of villains, and he could almost form an alliance of supervillains. Director Fury, Steve Rogers has accepted the status quo, but he has been isolated from the world for too long, and he still needs a long time to learn various abilities, but he has no plan for the Avengers. Steve Rogers' husband Ross Gia is in line with the selection criteria of the Avengers, just. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent said there was a pause, but Nick Fury spoke up for him. Ability is a little low, isn't it? For the ever-increasing event standards, super soldiers are indeed not enough, but we don't have super soldiers. If he wants, he can give Captain America 5 levels of authority to understand the content, so that he can quickly know the status quo. Nick Fury ordered that if it was a good thing to find Captain America in the past, Steve Rogers' sense of justice was too in line with his criteria for choosing the Avengers. But now the environment has changed, super soldiers don't talk about bad streets, but they will definitely not be as rare as before. The military even created a super soldier squad, and now there are more than 50 people. Sharp Blade, this has been reflected in the Wakanda War. There is also Umbrella Military Security Company, the boss behind it is the researcher of extremist virus serum, the source of super soldier expansion. Now there are 20 or 30 super soldiers added every year, and all the serum is provided by Kahn Pinter. The increasing number of superhumans will destroy the human ecosystem, and Nick Fury has never believed in the slogan of the evolution of all mankind. The evolution of all human beings needs a process, and when this process is halfway to 1/3, there is a 90% possibility of war between superhumans and common humans. The differences and contradictions between the two sides will inevitably lead to the elimination of one side. The other side. When human beings were still very unfamiliar and unaware of the superhuman field, Nick Fury believed that it was very dangerous to step into it rashly. It's a pity that the benefits are so great that it is impossible for him, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., to stop this matter. Get me through Coulson. Nick Fury said that some things must be done as soon as possible. Stark Industries. At present, the helm of the company is still Obadiah. Not only has he been in the company for more than 30 years, but he has also been developing Stark Industries to its present scale after Howard Stark's death. But now Stark Industries is facing a huge trouble, that is, Tony Stark, who cut off his own arm, is temporarily unable to solve the daily falling stock price. Obadiah. Pepper Potts came to Obadiah's office. She was Tony Stark's assistant. The relationship between the two was a little close, but they never made it clear. Tony Stark was always a playboy before he was kidnapped. After returning, I have been busy with other things. Why did you cancel the board of directors suddenly? This will make them more disappointed with the company. Tony should have told you how to deal with the board of directors. I think those are very feasible. Obadiah sighed, threw the cigar aside, and said very realistically, I know what Tony means, but it's useless now. They may have received the message. If the board continues, it's a joke. Pepper asked in confusion, what news? Look for yourself. According to the statement recently released by the Pent Group, their breakthrough in new energy has completely reached the level of controllable civilian use. An energy center made by the arc reactor is enough to supply 3 cities for 2 years. Need. Obadiah handed over the latest news of the morning to Pepper, and continued to perform, and I asked someone to inquire. The Pent Group is already in contact with the New York City government and the state government. Even if we confirm the plan immediately, it will take 3 or 4 years, and then you can only beg behind the other party. How did this happen? How do they have this technology? Obadiah glanced at the transmission progress of the Red Queen on the computer, and continued to deceive Pepper. I don't know, but Pepper, the best way now is to restart Stark Industries' weapons department, so that it can still give Stark Industries Tucker Industries brings in profits, and the directors need a say. Pepper almost believed Obadiah's words now, but she still said with some embarrassment, but Tony won't agree to this. Then the company is doomed, the stock price keeps falling, the board of directors is disappointed, and Stark Industries is dissolved. Pepper's pretty face was a little flustered after hearing the words, and she swallowed and said quickly, I'll go and tell Tony. The house leak happens to rain overnight, probably referring to Tony Stark. Pepper and Tony Stark had a quarrel, and it didn't take long to find that Tony had been kidnapped, and Tony Stark was wearing an Iron Man suit and was defeated by 2 people also wearing metal suits. Was taken away. This is also a multi-party investigation by S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was finally determined that the man wearing the steel suit was Tony Stark. As for who the other 2 superpowers were, Nick Fury didn't know. This is the first battle between the Maximov brothers and sisters. No matter how strong S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence capabilities are, it is impossible to find information about Pietro and Wanda through the nano suits, especially since this is the first time their abilities have been revealed. S.H.I.E.L.D. soon came to Tony Stark's house and sent many people here to investigate. Pepper Potts was a little flustered with worry, but she was warned by Coulson, so this matter even Obadiah did not tell. Miss Potts, we will investigate this matter as soon as possible. Before the results are out, you must pretend that Tony Stark is safe and sound. Agent Coulson was comforting Pepper Potts, but an agent suddenly came to the side and said anxiously to Coulson, Agent Coulson, I think you have to take a look at this. After finishing speaking, the agent took out a tablet computer, on which was the largest video platform in the United States, and the top video was related to Tony Stark. The video begins with the steel suit that appeared in New York City not long ago, and after being stripped off piece by piece, it reveals that the person inside is the missing Tony Stark. Coulson immediately ordered, let the people in the technical department track down the clues of the address where the video was released, and immediately analyze everything in it. However, the video is very short and there is nothing to analyze. It is too difficult to analyze where Tony Stark is from it, and if it is released on purpose, the other party should not be so easy for them to collect clues. After a while, the technical department of S.H.I.E.L.D. reported that they could not find any clues. But now people all over the world know that Tony Stark has been kidnapped again. He is not only the largest arms dealer in the United States, but also a well-known figure with multiple titles such as Charity Tycoon and Playboy, and the soul of Stark Corporation. The first time Tony Stark had an accident, the stock price of Stark Industries fell by about 20%. Although Tony Stark rose a little after he came back, he immediately announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing department, allowing Stark Industries to the stock plummeted, almost to the point of being cut in half. But at that time, the board of directors still has a little confidence in Tony Stark. They think that the company has the genius of Stark, and there is still hope for the stock price to recover. If the board of directors really has no confidence in Stark, then Obadiah doesn't need to look for foreign aid. The joint board of directors can directly seize the power of Stark Industries and continue to open the weapons manufacturing department. But this time Tony Stark had an accident again, which directly shattered the board's last hope for Tony Stark. Obadiah took the opportunity to hold a meeting of the board of directors, and he wanted to announce the acquisition of Stark Industries by the Pent Group. About $20 billion. After falling so much, the board's patience with Tony Stark has been worn out. Not only did he not care about the company's development for a long time after he came back, but he also single-handedly made the promising Stark Industries look like this. Hiding at home and not caring about the company, everything is handed over to an assistant, plus today was kidnapped again. The shareholders of the board of directors have also decided to give up Tony Stark. They have to think about their own wealth. Dear directors, I believe that many of you are like me, because the future of Stark Industries is unclear, resulting in a large loss of wealth in your hands, but if the Pent Group is allowed to acquire Stark Industries, I believe that you will never worry about the loss of wealth. Obadiah said passionately at the board meeting that almost all shareholders were very excited. This time the board of directors originally notified Pepper Potts, but she was absent because of Tony Stark's affairs, so Obadiah was completely in charge. Moreover, the benefits given by the Pent Group are great. The biopharmaceutical company that has risen rapidly recently is under the name of the Pent Group. The miracle drug of limbs, which also caused the market value of biopharmaceutical companies to soar in the world by hundreds of billions in a short period of time. The net profit of the company is frighteningly high. The money earned by the company that saves people is several times the net profit of the company they killed. If the conditions are really the same as Obadiah said, then the directors of Stark Industries feel that they can immediately raise their hands and agree to the Pent Group's acquisition plan, and they will consider shortening the time to within 8 months. Who knows what will happen to Tony Stark? If it is not for the rules and wealth, they all want to sign a contract. Boom. Just when Obadiah was discussing with the directors, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened, and then a group of people walked in, led by Pepper Potts and a man in a suit. The leading man in the suit came to Obadiah, and after showing a certificate, he said in a cold voice, "Mr. Stanley, we are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and now I suspect that you are colluding with terrorists and kidnapping Tony Stark related to the matter. Please come with us." After listening to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, all the directors of Stark Industries in the house were stunned, and then looked at Obadiah Stanislav in disbelief. If this matter is true, then they can only say Obadiah's courage is too great. But Obadiah didn't panic at all, took out a new cigar and lit it, and then said unceremoniously, "S.H.I.E.L.D. Why do you doubt me? I will definitely let my lawyers sue you, if you don't 10 news TV stations apologize to me in public, and I will spend it with you to the end." The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent said flatly, "Whatever, this is your personal decision, but now you must go with us and cooperate with the investigation. All our actions have been at the level of the U.S. government, and everything is legal." Humph, wronging good people casually, even if you are a government department, you will definitely not be able to please. Obadiah knew that he might have to take a trip today, but he was not afraid at all. If it was before, he might have felt a little guilty, but now that all the evidence has been eliminated, what else is he afraid of? Everyone, today's board meeting was disturbed by some ignorant people. Let's continue next time. After finishing speaking, Obadiah picked up the phone and followed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside. He had already notified his lawyer and the Pent Group, and he would not say a word before that. After Obadiah was taken away, Pepper Potts asked a little angrily, "What's going on? Why didn't I be informed about the sale of Stark Industries? This doesn't comply with the regulations." "Potts, Obadiah said he notified you. Besides, the board of directors made a decision a long time ago, and you knew it at that time." A director explained, and then another director said, "Miss Potts, we now need a way to preserve the wealth in our hands. In this case, do you have a better opinion? Even if we reopen the weapons department now, those military orders also need to be reobtained. You call the police and arrest Obadiah, who will solve these problems." Pepper Potts explained loudly, "He colluded with other people to kill Tony. If there is evidence, we will not support Obadiah's behavior." The director who spoke just now continued to say, "But if there is no evidence to prove that this matter is related to Obadiah, then the Pent Group, the board of directors, will definitely push forward with the acquisition of Stark Industries." The board of directors just broke up, and Pepper temporarily took over most of the company's affairs as Tony's assistant. In addition to the most profitable weapons department, Stark still has many profit points related to industrial manufacturing. She wants to stabilize these. At the same time, I hope S.H.I.E.L.D. will find Tony Stark back quickly. What Obadiah said just now was correct. that is, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not have any evidence in their hands, and they just took emergency action. Obadiah estimated he would be back in 2 days. But S.H.I.E.L.D. has another plan. Agent Hill, think carefully about who you are facing in the future. General Ross is not a good temper. Hill sighed slightly. She didn't expect Kahn's attitude to be so tough, and she knew who she called just now. It seems that this mission is going to fail. Betty replied while driving distractedly, it probably has something to do with this matter, but he wants to have a family dinner with my daughter. Before Hill finished speaking, Kahn reached out and took her ID, tore it in half and threw it aside, then picked up the phone and called Ross. We were stopped near your house. It's S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau people. It is indeed approaching the election for a new term. Thanks to Ross' contributions and the support behind him, he has a high chance of becoming the president. If he has this plan, then the Pent Group will fully support it. However, when approaching Ross's house, the road ahead was suddenly blocked by several cars. I'm agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill. There was another car behind the sports car, which was Betty's 2 super soldier bodyguards. One of them was supposed to drive, but Betty suddenly wanted to drive there by himself. That I see. Before Hill finished speaking, the other end of the phone interrupted forcefully and said, I don't care who you are from S.H.I.E.L.D. If you dare to touch them, you will be ready to face the pursuit of the New York State 3rd Air Force and the Super Soldier Squad. Well, I will prepare missiles immediately, and let you guys know what restraint is. End of this chapter. Kahn lay on the co-pilot's seat and asked, the number of times he came to me is one of the few, and most of them are official matters. Could it be that you can drive faster because you want to run for President Betty, and no one will give you a ticket? The second update, there will be more in a while. What is your father looking for me for? Hill hung up the phone, then waved his hands to the people blocking the road ahead, and the cars quickly let them go. Sorry, Mr. Pinter, it's my duty. But this matter does not need Kahn to come forward at all. Betty can decide alone. Without waiting for a while, Kahn handed the phone to Agent Hill with a chuckle, motioning for her to take it. After Betty stopped the sports car, several people from the other party came down, walked to the convertible sports car, took out their ID cards and said to Kahn and Betty, Mr. Pent, we are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and now there is something that requires your cooperation in the investigation. S.H.I.E.L.D. does have a lot of power, and will sometimes resort to necessary means. But it also depends on who you meet. This is the territory of the United States. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an outsider, to put it bluntly. It is enough to fool the leaders of some small countries. No one in the Bureau dared to react. Kahn doesn't know what the S.H.I.E.L.D. people are crazy about, but if S.H.I.E.L.D. really dares to attack him and Betty, then Ross will really dispatch the Air Force and Army to seal the S.H.I.E.L.D. people in New York State. The next step is to supervise S.H.I.E.L.D. by spying on military secrets, then restrict rights, and finally deport or arrest. Agent Hill didn't think about the consequences. They probably ignored that Betty was the intermediary of the military's super soldier project. If it wasn't for the super soldiers from Umbrella Military Security Company, the military would send someone to protect him. What are those bastards from S.H.I.E.L.D. planning to do? They dare to attack you. I think they forgot who is in charge of America. While serving the crappy dishes he made on the table, Ross said cursingly to S.H.I.E.L.D. nice. Kahn frowns slightly and fiddles with the grilled perch, and at the same time explains, they may have convened and smashed into the wall because of Tony Stark's kidnapping, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed a bit arrogant. How can they be better than me? Arrogant. Tony Stark was kidnapped. Many people in the military pay attention to him, but more people hate this guy. After he delivered the last order, he closed the weapons department. What does he think the military is? General Ross's words were full of dissatisfaction with Tony Stark. When did these arms companies dare to turn against customers and start their business by relying on arms orders, but now they pretend to be pacifists and bite back. However, some people who are close to him are also tracking the kidnappers. It has nothing to do with you, right? After hearing Ross's words, Betty lowered her head and started to cut the sea base, but she didn't even put the sauce on it. Kahn said, how could we do such things as kidnapping? We don't have the time. Ross froze his beard after hearing this sentence. Sure enough, forget it, let those two people pay attention, the intelligence capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. are still very troublesome. If they find out something, it may be very troublesome. Kahn laughed and said, say something else, are you going to run for president? Ross sighed and said, I have this plan. If it's vice president, it's absolutely fine, but running for president is still a bit uncertain, so I want to hear your opinions. What are you short of? Money or votes? These Betty can do it, if it is the support of the congressman, then it is not a problem. Ross glanced at Kahn and said, that's enough. What else can I ask for from running for president? If you're willing to help, I'm at least easier than that half-black guy. Kahn said directly, then let Betty help you. With the Pent Group, you don't need to worry about money, unless your opponent is standing behind the federal biopharmaceutical companies, orders for new weapons, coupled with extremist virus and recent new energy civilian negotiations. Even if Kahn does not save money for materials from other worlds, these projects are also sharp weapons for attracting money. In addition to political money, the Red Queen can also manipulate public opinion on the internet to some extent, which is the greatest help to Ross, followed by parliamentarians and political money. During dinner, Ross said something about running for president, and with the support of the Pent Group, he had a good chance of winning. What the hell are you trying to do? I can't remember what happened 10 years ago, and why don't you go to the person who used the weapon, but to find a weapon manufacturer instead? If so, I suggest you go to a more upstream raw material supplier. Revenge. Tony Stark felt like he was going crazy. Has he been so unlucky recently? He just escaped from the Ten Rings gang, and now he was captured by two superpowers. I do more charity than you think. But you didn't save Sokovia, and you provided powerful weapons to the rebels there. I hope you can apologize and repent for your previous hypocrisy. The weapons produced by Stark Industries only brought war and no peace. Your statement on news TV is disgusting. It is not you who brought peace, and it will never be. It could be you. Pietro said with a very indifferent attitude that he had a deep impression on them in those few days of childhood. The three words Stark hung around his and Wanda's necks like Shinigami's sickle. What disgusts Pietro the most is that Stark Industries is an arms dealer, and their existence is of no benefit to world peace, while Tony Stark has always claimed that the weapons he invented have brought peace to the world, but the fact is that most of the weapons used by people in war-torn areas are Stark Industries. Instead of peace, Stark brought nightmares and anxiety to the siblings. In addition, those who started the war are dead, but you didn't pay the price for your hypocrisy. Pietro and Wanda didn't have the idea of killing people. Their biggest idea was to tear off the false peace coat that Tony Stark had worn before, and then teach him a lesson. Tony Stark asked again speechlessly, just repent. Will you let me go? Yes, we won't kill people, but it's okay to let you experience the feeling of childhood. Their hatred is not so easy to forget, but it is over. Pietro and Wanda are not reconciled. At that time, the sale of weapons to the Sokovia rebels was absolutely approved by Tony Stark. Any flow of weapons required his nod. Obadiah would only secretly sell weapons to organizations that were beneficial to him. Sokowi, the Asian rebel army, is obviously not within the scope of Obadiah's consideration. In order to go back earlier, Tony Stark only needs to agree to Pietro's request. Okay, as you wish, I will confess my mistakes now. Do I need to go to church? Tony Stark has no way to save himself. These two people are not the same as those idiots of the Ten Rings gang. The two superpowers control him to death, and they don't want to get any benefits from him. Tony Stark didn't recognize the material of that streamlined battle suit alone. He has no choice but to agree to the other party's request. While Tony Stark was being imprisoned, Obadiah was also released by S.H.I.E.L.D. In addition to having no evidence, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions in the United States were also warned. Pierce took Nick Fury and was reprimanded by the council members for an hour. Finally, Agent Hill and another brought back to Obadiah. All agents were downgraded by 2 levels. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. has to deal with unlimited complaints from Obadiah's lawyer team. Although they don't need to care too much, the continued lawsuits will tarnish S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation, and they have to ask Obadiah for forgiveness. Potts, I remember that the board of directors did not give you full authority to handle company affairs. You can temporarily suspend Tony Stark's power, but you have no right to object to things approved by the board of directors. Not long after Obadiah returned, he brought some directors to Pepper's office and gave her a final notice. At the board meeting a week later, we will restart the Pent Group's plan to acquire Stark Industries. You have no help this time, Potts. Pepper Potts said sullenly in his heart, you killed Tony, Obadiah, you have worked with him for more than 10 years. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been waiting for this signal. As soon as the video appeared, S.H.I.E.L.D. technicians joined Jarvis to search the global network, and finally track down the source of the signal in Pennsylvania. Even if Tony Stark returns, it is impossible to stop this acquisition. A month later, the acquisition plan was inadvertently spread, which directly caused a lot of shock in the United States. Some people said that the Pent Group was taking advantage of the fire, but they soon quarreled with another group of people. Third update, sorry for being late. S.H.I.E.L.D. contacted the Air Force, and immediately dispatched fighter planes to find Tony Stark at the source of the signal. After finishing speaking, Obadiah and other directors left here. Although the acquisition can only be proposed at the formal board meeting, they have discussed many things in advance, and they have also discussed twice with Laura, the CEO of Pent Group. Tony Stark threw the cross in his hand aside, and said with some regret, "Thank the Lord, but if you had come a minute earlier, you would have met those two guys." Ask for a monthly pass, readers. After being freed, Tony Stark saw the fighter planes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American Air Force not long after, and the people who came were all acquaintances he knew, Rhodes and S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. Obadiah said confidently, if he was talking about the Ten Rings gang last time, he was indeed the one who did it, but this time it has nothing to do with him, he dared to say that even on a lie detector. However, the noise of these people will not affect the Pent Group's acquisition of Stark Industries. The board of directors of Stark Industries first removed all powers from Tony Stark, and then chose Obadiah to be the new helm of Stark Industries. In this way, the acquisition can be carried out steadily. And at this time, there was another live video about Tony Stark on the internet, about his acknowledgement of causing harm to Sokovia in the first place. Fortunately for them this time, Pietro and Wanda felt that their goal had been achieved, so they released Tony Stark, but Pietro kicked Tony Stark before leaving. After this video spread, there was a lot more condemnation of Tony Stark, and the anti-war voice was still loud. This is why Stark Industries sold a lot of arms before, and Tony still used peace as an excuse. Finally, sit in the position of assistant to the chairman, and there will be no chance in the future. This matter has nothing to do with me. Do you think I can buy two superhumans? Potts, your statement is useless. The directors will distinguish between true and false. After Tony Stark found out that the company was gone, he didn't panic, but learned the details and accepted the reality. He is a smart man. Obadiah's joint board of directors has done a perfect job in the acquisition of Stark Industries by Pent Group within a month. Now it is supported by the board of directors, shareholders, and the market, and the only objection possibly he, the founder's son. But his objection has no effect at all. Now Tony Stark is a director in the company, and all his positions have been removed. His personal reputation has also dropped to the bottom because of 2 online videos, and it is useless to reopen the weapons department now. After such a long time, the shares vacated by Stark Industries in the past are estimated to have been divided up by other arms companies, and the former customers of the American military in Stark Industries may not necessarily recognize them. From before the Wakanda War to the present, in more than half a year, those organizations that needed arms and equipment could never wait for Tony Stark to change his mind, and this time, there was no Obadiah secretly selling arms to maintain business. It's long gone. Stark, do you want to join us now? Nick Fury didn't leave Tony Stark after sending him home, but sat next to him and asked. Avengers, now some selection criteria can be lowered. Your brain is what we need, but you lack executors, to be honest, your armor is too flawed. S.H.I.E.L.D. has several ways to deal with it. Hearing Nick Fury slandering his armor, Tony Stark immediately said, that is the Mark III armor. Many functions are not perfect. Your judgment has no reference value. I will make a major upgrade to the armor next time. First of all, you have to face the scrutiny of the US military and Congress. I believe you will receive a subpoena in a few days. Secondly, the arc reactor is not unique to you. The Pent Group has developed a civilian. The Arc Energy Station is currently negotiating with New York City. Nick Fury briefly told Tony Stark what happened in the past few days when he was kidnapped. The world is changing too fast. Even if he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he can't handle it. After the news spread, Nick Fury checked the previous information, and then confirmed another Soviet scientist who invented the arc reactor. Now Tony Stark is full of trivial matters, and he is still facing a subpoena and several charges, which seems to be a bit of a wall, but most things can be solved by S.H.I.E.L.D., but Tony Stark needs to join the Revenge Alliance. How many people did you call? I can't be the only one. After Nick Fury heard Tony Stark's words, he took out the tablet and showed him the Avengers plan and said, this matter has been approved by the Council. More and more emergencies require a special plan. Handling troops, genius brains, old soldiers, green monsters plus 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This is Nick Fury's initial idea of the Avengers. If Tony Stark joins, with his creative ability, he can update the equipment for other members. He has no doubts about Tony Stark's ability. It was Tony's father Howard Stark who provided strategic scientific guidance and technical equipment for S.H.I.E.L.D. And Nick Fury still wants Tony Stark to provide financial support, because S.H.I.E.L.D. has been in trouble recently, because he let Agent Hill test Kahn Pinter, which caused the American Congress to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. Period of financial support. You can even recruit these people. Okay, I promise, wait until I finish dealing with the matter at hand. Tony Stark agreed that he was a little moved, but he couldn't get away now. What are your plans next? Continue to get revenge on Tony Stark, or are you going to do something else? Kahn asked the Maximov brothers and sisters that they didn't know what to do after their revenge. Although they were still cooperating with Kahn's research, they had to find something to do. We don't know either, Mr. Pinter. Do you have any good suggestions? Pietro asked. This is a question he and Wanda discussed in advance. They were still wearing the nanoalloy battle suits of the Pent Group, and they didn't know where to go when they left here. In addition to cooperating with blood tests every once in a while, everything else is delicious and delicious. It is estimated that selling blood in other places will not have such a good result. But if they are asked to do something they are not willing to do, Pietro and Wanda may not be willing. Umbrella or Pent Charity, which one do you want to choose? I guess you don't like reading, so go to school and forget it. Kahn touched the green snake's head, and then called up the virtual projection, so that the Red Queen could show Umbrella's latest plan to Pietro and Wanda. Umbrella plans to carry out the next round of expansion. At present, he plans to expand the number of registered security guards to 20,000, and open branches in 37 countries, the most important of which is the Superhuman Vigilante Squad, which is full of superhumans. Or people with special abilities to carry out anti-terrorist security activities. Here is the plan, which is a company secret, so don't tell others after reading it. The project of superpowers has been in preparation for a long time. It is to extract the genes of magical animals to transform humans, so that they can obtain some abilities of magical animals and thus become superpowers. At present, the experiments have been basically completed, and the extraction of the magical animal genes has also been completed. As long as the human experiments are completed, Umbrella's people can be transformed on a large scale. Kahn intends to grow Umbrella into the world's largest military security company and mercenary organization of choice in 4 years, and the Transhuman Vigilante Squad into a symbol of peace. Vigilante and counterterrorism. I can go here, I think it's a perfect place for me. After Pietro read it, he said it directly, and only after he finished speaking did he realize that he hadn't asked Wanda's opinion. After reading everything, Wanda said, I'd better go to Pent Charity, maybe it's more suitable for me. You might as well participate in both. If you want to do charity, you can do it. If the transhuman vigilante team needs you, then you can go back to carry out peace operations. Kahn's suggestion was more in line with Wanda's psychological expectations. If it didn't make the other party feel that she was too arrogant, Wanda wanted to propose it just now, and it is just right for Kahn to propose it now. But charity is not that simple. You still need to learn when you get there. I will contact someone to teach you. As for how much money Wanda can spend on charity every year, Kahn doesn't care at all. Even if it is $2 billion a year, it doesn't matter, money is just a number to him now. Pent Biopharmaceuticals has gradually become a benchmark enterprise for human health. To a certain extent, Pent Biopharmaceuticals controls human life. Kahn is not short of property now. If he is short of money, he can go to the biochemical world to move a gold mine or a diamond mine. Now Kahn only needs to accumulate strength, and the only ones who can threaten him in the future are probably only two, Thanos and the Celestial team. To deal with Thanos, Kahn is going to take the mind and space gems at once after Loki comes to Earth. With 2 gems, he is not necessarily afraid of Thanos, and Supreme Mage does not need to hand over the Time Stone. Thanos with 3 Infinity Stones is indeed difficult to deal with, but not invincible. As for the army of Thanos, Kahn took the time to go to the biochemical world. If the aircraft carrier is completed, he will bring his air base. This is both a space base and a war fortress. With an aircraft carrier and Umbrella's military force, Kahn feels that he does not need to be afraid of Thanos' army. Wakanda's hand-to-hand combat can go back and forth with the Thanos army. If his war fortress is worse than Wakanda's melee combat, Kahn will smash the aircraft carrier himself. Things are moving in the right direction. Apart from going to the board of directors of Stark Industries, Kahn seems to have nothing to do. The Red Queen, Betty and Laura are enough to help him with all trivial matters, but on the board of Stark Industries, Kahn did not see Tony Stark. Here is his assistant, Pepper Potts. Pepper's ability is not weak. After the board of directors ended, Kahn nakedly sent an invitation to Pepper Potts. If she is willing, Pent Group will leave her a high-level position. After the acquisition, Stark Industry also has her room to play. Poaching people in business is very common, and Pepper Potts has not yet confirmed the relationship with Tony Stark, so it is not impossible to poach corners. Even if it is unsuccessful, Kahn's business card can add a thorn in the opponent's heart. While waiting for some free time, Kahn suddenly became obsessed with his former Wonder Zoo project. So he asked Laura to apply for the right to use an island next to Brook Forest, and construction would start immediately after approval. In addition, he is proficient in Thunder Fruit ability, and finds time to make a batch of alchemy items. Kahn felt that his magic level seemed to have stagnated, so he had people collect the whereabouts of the Dark God Book and the Witches Saga from all over the world. The Dark Book in Ashajia's hand should be a copy, and there should be another Dark Book that has not been found. Kahn remembers this plot, but he is not very clear. Although the Dark Book has a powerful ability to bewitch, but Kahn's Thunder Fruit can build an electronic barrier to defend against mind invasion, coupled with his means of spiritual invasion, maybe he can be immune to the bewitching of the Dark Book. Knowing that he can obtain powerful magical knowledge but not learning it because he is afraid, Kahn will feel very sorry. He would rather find the Dark Book and study it carefully. If he has the ability to be bewitched, he will go to other worlds to find a way. If Kahn's magic level wants to go further, he may have to see different magic systems, or collect all the magic knowledge in the wizarding world, and study hard. Although Kahn read a lot of books, the knowledge he learned only came from Hogwarts and Nick Mailer. There are many other inheritances in the wizarding world, such as Merlin and the American wizarding world. And there are not many genetic samples of magical animals, and Kahn may bring a batch of live magical creatures to the Marvel world. Wizarding world. Since Tom Riddle was resurrected and arrested, the European magic world has become much more stable. When Hermione was in the 5th and 6th grades, Kahn also came back once or twice, but mainly to get some magical biological materials for experiments. By the way, check out Hermione and Fleur, and take the goddaughter for a few trips elsewhere during the summer. At the end of the game, I took a batch of potions that Hermione made from Hermione. Although many of them are useless to Kahn, they are still more useful to his subordinates in other worlds, and Felicia still has a good effect on him. Let Kahn have a nice experience. In addition, Kahn has been promoting the development of the goblin industry. The flying broom is just a toy for students. If the goblins do not want to reveal their alchemy techniques, they must follow Kahn's ideas and requirements. Flying boats, flying warships, etc. are the direction of the development of goblin crafts, or Kahn will modify and enchant the airships equipped with modern weapons to increase speed and protection capabilities, as well as the ability to automatically repair physical damage. If the energy of the flying boat uses the arc reactor, it will be very fast. Coupled with the accelerated drive of magic, the speed can break through another limit, and there will be no damage with the protective spell. This is the charm of speed and technology. Many places on Kahn's aircraft carrier plan to add alchemy, but some will be entrusted to goblins, and some will be done by Kahn himself. When Hermione was in her 4th year, the goblins were still unwilling to accept Kahn's commission, but after a year or two, the goblins gave in. The Kahn Magic Material Store has opened branches in 8 European countries. He monopolizes 36 commonly used magic materials, and the remaining ones are also vigorously purchased by the Kahn Magic Material Store. Now the Kahn Magic Material Store classifies customers in detail, and has launched 2 groups of common VIP and high-end VIP. Basically, only those who spend a long time and accumulate certain consumption points can become common VIP. Not only potion magic materials, Kahn Magic Material Store has also merged many mineral magic materials and wood plant magic materials. In this case, if Goblin's Workshop refuses Kahn's request, they will be stuck on raw materials, unless they choose to build their own channels. But this is impossible. If the goblins want to obtain a large amount of magic materials to meet the operation of their workshops, they can only rely on the Kahn Potion Material Store, or go to the magic material plantation themselves. However, there are not many goblins in the group, so how could a part of them be separated to do this kind of thing? In the end, when Hermione was in 6th grade, the Goblin Workshop succumbed to Kahn. They completed the transformation of 50 flying warships every 6 months, in exchange for Kahn Potion Material Shop for their material supply. A year has passed, and Kahn has also brought back 100 magical flying warships from the Goblin, 40 of which he plans to bring to Pirate World and Ninja World, and put the rest on the aircraft carrier. This time Kahn returned to the Wizarding World. In addition to continuing to place orders from the Fairy Workshop, he also wanted to buy a batch of magical creatures to take back. By the way, dig into the background of the magic world again. Among other things, Kahn was immersed in practicing Vila a few times before, and he always forgot the time turner. This time he must take this magic item away for research. Hermione, are you still preparing for NEWT? I don't think it's necessary at all. If Hogwarts #1 student fails the exam, it can only be said that they are targeting you. When Ron and Harry passed by the Great Hall, they saw Hermione was still preparing for the exam with some books they didn't understand, so they couldn't help asking. Their grades were not bad, but Hermione often read some magic books that they couldn't understand, which made them unable to communicate at all. This is not the content of NEWT. It's Nicholas May's notes on alchemy potions. As you know, Nicholas May used the Philosopher's Stone to create the elixir of immortality. Compared to this potion, Felix Felicity is not enough. I think. Even in the 7th grade, Hermione can still talk endlessly after talking about what she is good at. And Ron and Harry couldn't understand at all, and they didn't come to Hermione to discuss knowledge, but for the prom. Ron glanced at Harry, then swallowed, and interrupted, Hermione, we're here to ask you if you want to go to the prom, you know, we'll be graduating in a while. Now Hermione is almost a golden flower in Hogwarts, and behind her stands Mage, the most powerful magic in Europe. Everyone knows that if you provoke Dumbledore, the other party will only laugh, but if you provoke Hermione, maybe it has nothing to do with magic materials. And Hermione herself is also very good. After Slughorn and Snape, the most famous potion master in the European magic world, she sold her first bottle of Felicia in the 5th grade. Potions meant nothing to her. In addition to her own abilities, Hermione's appearance is also very outstanding. Her exquisite facial features and outstanding temperament make Hermione like a Hogwarts princess. There are many suitors in the school, but Hermione doesn't like any of them. Ron and Harry are the only boys who usually talk to Hermione the most. They are one of the few who can talk to Hermione, but in the last 2 years they had little communication because of their studies. Prom. I should go, but you should think more about things after graduation. For example, Harry, you are going to become an Auror, but now you don't even understand the Auror exam. Before Hermione could finish speaking, a house elf suddenly appeared beside her. Harry and Ron recognized it immediately. It was the one in Professor Pinter's house. Phil, what's the matter? Hermione asked in surprise. If nothing happened, Phil and Isaac wouldn't suddenly appear by her side. Phil squeezed his fingers a little excitedly, and said with tears in his eyes, "Little Master, Master is back. The Godfather is back. Take me back, Phil." Hermione happily asked Phil to take her away with Apparition, but then she thought that she still had a lot of things to do in school, and her thin eyebrows frowned slightly, a little tangled. Phil quickly said, "Little Master, the Master told you not to worry, he will come to you." "Okay, then remember to tell the Godfather, the 7th grade prom will be in 3 days." "I see, Little Master." Phil responded respectfully, and then used Apparition to leave here. "I still have something to do, I'll go back first." After Phil left, Hermione picked up the magic book on the table, said something to Ron and Harry, and went back to the dormitory. After Hermione left the auditorium, Ron asked with a sigh, "Harry, do you think I still have hope?" "Ron, I think." Harry patted Ron's shoulder and said comfortingly, "Laboon is not bad, at least she likes you, doesn't she?" After Kahn returned to the wizarding world, he asked Phil to inform Hermione, and he came to the main magic material store in Diagon Alley. It has been expanded to the 3rd floor 4th gate, where many wizards jointly cast the space extension spell, and the area is larger than Gringotts. Moreover, there are more than 40 storage warehouses, which are preserved according to the characteristics of different magic materials. The total employs nearly 300 people, and there are 60 wizards in England alone. Next, ask Luinamoto for me. I need to buy some magical creatures, many of which are on the prohibited list. Let him help me get it done. After Kahn just said a word, Fleur's slender hands untied little Kahn, and then Jean Blue's pupils were like a pure nun, bending down to look up at Kahn. Luinamoto has become the Minister of Magic. Rufus Scrimgeour had the best hope after Connolly stepped down, but with the support of Kahn, he became the familiar Luinamoto support. She knew that the boss's request was sometimes difficult, but this time it was really beyond Gaetel's expectations, but she still took the list and left to work. There were many legal captivity on it, so I got these magical creatures first. Good job, Gaetel, your talent in business even exceeds that of potions. Let's continue to expand like this. Also, we can form wizard guards for Kahn's magic material store. After all, the business is so big, relying on it alone Aurors are not allowed, you can choose from graduates from this year or previous years. The second update, there will be more in a while. End of this chapter. Although Gaetel left, Fu Rong did not follow her. Fu Rong studied with Gaetel for 2 years, and now she is the deputy store manager of Kahn's magic material shop, and she has great power. Business in Vengalun. After the door was closed, Fu Rong reached out and undid the cord buckles on both sides of the collar, so that the slit of the corset skirt revealed a smooth waist. This is a hidden sexy corset skirt, which is very convenient to a certain extent. Gaetel gasped after taking the list of magical creatures from Kahn. Is this going to open a zoo? After Xiang Tong served for a while, Fu Rong stood up, opened her slender thighs wrapped in white silk, and sat down slowly, after her heart was filled, Fu Rong began to chant softly. After Hermione graduates, she will join the Ministry of Magic, and then Luwanamoto will slowly lift Hermione to the position of Minister of Magic. This is the agreement between Kahn and Luwan. Professor, you are finally back. I see. Furong, I'm back this time for business, you. I know, I listen to the professor at any time. If I don't remember, the professor can punish me. Kahn's praise made Guy Turtle wonder whether she should be happy or not. Potions have always been her dream, and she still hasn't given up until now. Before finishing speaking, little Kahn came to a warm and humid place. Once Vila's talent was developed, at least no one could match her in serving people. Kojima Haim, a real snake spirit, can be compared, but she is greedy for Kahn's body. It seems that Furong is also. After Tom was arrested, the invisible depression in the wizard's heart disappeared. Especially when Tom was arrested with such a ridiculous posture, he was turned into a thin black cat by black magic, and was imprisoned in Azkaban, got some cat food. Without the threat of the Dark Lord, everything in the wizarding world is developing in a good direction. For example, the Hogwarts 7th grade graduation party. This day is the day when Kahn defeated the Dark Lord, and is now used by Hogwarts as a celebrate the holiday. Swish. After Kahn used apparition to arrive at the place agreed upon by Hogwarts and Hermione, he saw Hermione trotting towards him in brightly dressed clothes. The slightly curly hair was smoothly draped on the snow-white skin, making the gully on the chest looming in the scattered hair, and the slim evening dress set off the tall and slender waist. The current Hermione is more charming than at the Warriors' Ball 2 years ago, especially since she seems to have taken some beauty potions, and she is also researching improvements. Godfather. Hermione trotted to Kahn's side, and then smiled like a princess and took Kahn's arm. Kahn smiled and said to Hermione, "Hermione, long time no see, I will give you a present after you graduate this time." Hermione's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and then she smiled and said, "Then thank Godfather." At the time, it was not as tall as his legs, but it turned out that 7 years had passed in a flash. What Kahn wanted to give Hermione was the Extremis virus serum mixed with magical creatures. After Hermione was injected with the Extremis virus serum, her magic power would increase by a notch. Big cut, plus Luwan's power transfer to Hermione and the influence of Kahn's magic material store. It's almost time to unify the magic world. After Hermione and Kahn entered the Great Hall, almost everyone's eyes were on them. Whether it is Professor Magepent, the strongest demon who defeated Voldemort, or Granger, the rising master of potions, it is the center of the prom. "Oh hee, Professor Pinter, you are welcome." Dumbledore laughed and said, "Without the threat of Voldemort, he is becoming more and more like an old bee now. The only fun now is to eat sweets, or go to other places to eat sweets. The management of Hogwarts School is almost entirely by Professor McGonagall took over." Kahn also smiled and said, "Principal Dumbledore, I have something to ask you after the ball is over." "Of course, I have time any time. Want a butterscotch with honey chocolate filling?" "No need, I like spicy food." Kahn said respectfully, even if he likes to eat desserts, he would not eat such heavy flavors. Just thinking about it makes him feel tired. After greeting a few professors, the prom began. Only the 6th and 7th graders participated in the prom. Most of the current 7th graders have found jobs and places to go. Even Ron made arrangements at home, prepared to join the Department of Magical Sports and Sports at the Ministry of Magic. Those like Harry were in the minority. He said he wanted to become an Auror, but he was not prepared at all. Maybe it was the Potter family's treasury that gave him some confidence. Even if he didn't become an Auror, he would still be able to live a prosperous life. When it comes to the dance party, dancing is of course indispensable. This is the last happy time of the 7th grade. Kahn also came to the middle of the dance floor at the invitation of Hermione. The dance party was going on happily. After dancing with Hermione, Kahn was invited by other people. With his fame and appearance, he is definitely the most popular among women in the audience, but being too popular is not very good. He ended up dancing with crazy girl Luna before leaving the ball with Hermione. In the corner of the auditorium, there was a lost gaze. After seeing Hermione tonight, Ron always had a feeling of emptiness in his heart. He seemed to have missed a treasure. Even if Laboon licked him again, Ron couldn't cheer up. Especially when Hermione faced Kahn, the smile from the bottom of her heart made her as dazzling as the pearl tonight. It's a pity that the smile was not for him. Harry, you're saying Hermione has nothing to do with the professor, right? Harry and Ginny on the side looked at each other helplessly, then Harry paused for a while and replied, Ron, this is over, we can't control Hermione's choice. Ginny couldn't help but said, Ron, you should pay attention to Laboon, she has been angry and left for 10 minutes. Ron said with a lost spirit, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Ginny said helplessly to Harry, let's go dance, Harry, he's hopeless. You're right, Ginny. Harry agreed, and then returned to the dance floor with Ginny, although in the 4th grade, Harry still liked Zhang Qiu, but with Cedric around, Harry couldn't do anything, can only end this unrequited love. Godfather, are you going to explore the ruins of ancient Greece? Hermione followed Kahn to the principal's office just now, and from the conversation between Kahn and Dumbledore, she also knew Kahn's plan. Let's go to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry first. With Dumbledore's letter of introduction, it should be easy to borrow the magic books there. Then I will go to find the ruins of the legendary mage. I just don't know how much I will gain. Kahn told Hermione that although it was possible to narrow down the scope a bit from the notes left by Nicholas, it was uncertain whether the legendary wizard's ruins could be found, or whether they left anything behind. Try your luck. It can only be like what Dumbledore said. In recent years, many wizards have the same plan as Kahn. There are both successful wizards and unfruitful wizards. If you are rich and powerful, you can always drink Felicia to find wizard ruins. So Hermione has become Kahn's lucky star. She has accumulated 3 bottles of bliss elixir, and it is estimated that there will be a good result this time. From Dumbledore, Kahn learned that mysterious magic prevailed in ancient Greek magic, which was completely different from the current wand magic, which moved Kahn very much. Except for a small number of wizards such as Merlin and the founder of Hogwarts, most legendary wizards come from ancient Greece. I heard that there is a big difference between the ancient Greek wizards and the current magic system. It would be great if we could find some. Magic needs a lot of knowledge and experience to become stronger. Kahn still has enough time, so he can stay in the wizarding world for a while. Godfather, I want to go too. Hermione said with bright eyes, there is nothing going on in the school right now, and the Ministry of Magic is still a few months away from recruiting people. Take me with you. Kahn thought about it for a few months, and it took time for Guy Tell to collect magical creatures. During this period, he happened to be with Hermione to find the ruins of the legendary wizards. Of course you can. After you get back, pack up and go. Go to the American Academy of Magic first. It is difficult for other wizards, but it should be a lot easier for Kahn. He can use magic and Red Queen to invade the satellites of the United States and the Soviet Union. He also has Thunder Fruit's radio search ability and many drones. After returning, Hermione took a long vacation with her parents, and then followed Kahn to the house in Diagon Alley. Hermione would travel with Kahn in the past 2 years, so the Grangers were very relieved about this, and they also can receive special products from other places. The house in Diagon Alley was also expanded, and then only the left and right 3-story buildings were purchased, but after the internal renovation, it was as big as a castle. With Kahn's financial resources, he could buy a castle, but it was not necessary, he wouldn't live long here at all. Professor, Hermione, you are back. Seeing Fleur who came back 1 step earlier than her, Hermione snorted coldly in her heart. This was probably the only unpleasant thing about her. This home is full of memories of her and her godfather, but now an outsider has moved in. Although Furon's reason for moving in is very reasonable, the deputy manager of the magic materials store can go to work and rest only 2 minutes away. I still have something to deal with, I'm going to rest first, Godfather. This is completely different from Furong's Vila constitution, but Kahn was blocked by the dexterous tongue in the next second, making Kahn speechless. Furong said clearly, with pure Jean blue eyes and lustful Vila demeanor, she had already expressed her plans for tonight without opening her mouth. It's all taught by the professor. Tight and hot. After Hermione finished speaking, she went upstairs and returned to her room. Kahn shrugged helplessly, and then told Fleur that he and Hermione would go out for a couple of days. The extra clothes were quickly removed, and Furong seemed to have changed a different fragrance just now, but this made Kahn feel an irresistible impulse, and this slightly jerky gesture is very good for cultivating sentiment, but Furong seems to be too in a hurry. I see, Professor. Before Kahn could speak, Furong leaned forward and hugged Kahn, and whispered softly, "Turn off the light, Professor." Before Kahn could reply, Furong turned off the lights in the house with the skill of casting without a wand up. In the middle of the night, there are only 2 lights on in Kahn's house, just enough to allow him to read the contents of the spellbook, but also to keep the room from being too bright. There was a sound of light footsteps from the corridor outside the house, and then Furong pushed open the door and walked in, but she immediately closed and locked the door after entering. Hibiscus. Casting without a staff, Furong, you have improved a lot. As Fleur approached the door, Kahn seemed to feel her take a deep breath, and then her charming body sank suddenly. Under the strong attack, Kahn temporarily put aside other identities and responded to the enthusiasm and initiative of the opponent. End of this chapter. As soon as the words fell, Furong was very enthusiastic and proactive, but Kahn felt a little strange that Furong seemed to be too enthusiastic tonight. Until one time, the body of Furong changed, but Kahn and Furong did not stop, but continued. Early the next morning, Phil and Isaac kept bringing hearty breakfasts to the tables, and the long family dinner table was filled to the brim with Kahn's big appetite. Furong rubbed her temples and came to the dining table. Even with delicate makeup on her face, it was still difficult to cover her tired spirit. "Professor, Granger brought me a glass of milk last night, and I fell asleep after drinking it." She originally wanted to wait for Hermione to leave before going to Kahn, but unexpectedly, she fell into a deep sleep after returning to the house, and it was already morning when she opened her eyes again. Kahn coughed twice, and then said seriously, "I know about this, I will educate Hermione well, sit down and have some breakfast first, I have something to tell you later." Furong nodded, but she was a little bit aggrieved. Professor Ponte had little time to come here, and now he was delayed by Granger for one night, but after looking at the cutlery on the table, she asked suspiciously, "Didn't Granger come over? She might not be awake yet." "Oh." After Furong heard this answer, she sat aside and ate breakfast, but after eating 2 bites, her mind became active again, maybe after breakfast. It's not that Furong's desire is too strong, but that Kahn's temperament, which is similar to that of a unicorn, has an inexplicable attraction to women, just like men seeing Vila, they will subconsciously be stimulated to hormonal desire. In addition to temperament, Kahn's appearance and other abilities are an excellent experience for Fleur. At first she could comfort herself with the excuse of, for the Delacour family, but now she no longer wants to cover it up. A few years ago that was not a threat to her, but an opportunity. But Fleur's idea failed. She had just finished her breakfast when she saw Granger walking towards the dining table rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Morning, Godfather, Miss Delacour." Although Hermione was still very tired, her tone of voice was much lighter today. She has caught up now, and from her feeling, the Godfather obviously likes her more. Common's compound decoction can only last for 1 hour, although Hermione and Snape jointly researched a way to prolong the effect of the compound decoction, but it did not exceed 2 hours. And Hermione stayed there for more than 4 hours before leaving. It was already a little bright at that time, so the Godfather must have found out. "Why don't you take a break?" "Because I'm too hungry. By the way, Godfather, when are we going to leave?" Kahn thought for a while and said, "Wait for another day of rest, you can start tomorrow morning." He understands how heavy the exercise last night is for a girl, so it's good to rest for a while. But Hermione shook her head and said, I'm fine, I've packed my things, let's go this afternoon, Godfather. That's fine. Kahn didn't care, so he agreed. Kahn's purpose is to collect the magical knowledge of the wizarding world. Before he set off, he let the Red Queen invade the global satellite network, and then continued to use satellites to observe strange places in ancient Greece when the United States and other countries did not find it. The analysis ability of the Red Queen is still very powerful, and every subtle point will be recorded, and then control the unmanned survey aircraft to explore the situation. If the unmanned survey plane loses contact, it is likely to be the intervention of magic. Magic power can interfere with the magnetic field and make all electrical and electromagnetic equipment invalid. Every powerful wizard is equivalent to a humanoid EMP bomb. Although most of the legendary wizards in history came from ancient Greece, they may not return to their hometown before they die. Kahn can only explore slowly. If there is nothing to gain, just play around. Kahn and Hermione didn't take the plane, but let the fire dragon pull the chariot directly to the United States. The disillusionment spell he arranged could make any radar monitoring ineffective, and Kahn could also use thunder fruit to interfere with electromagnetic waves. The plane was too crowded, and Hermione probably couldn't bear it if she disapparated, so she had to take the fire dragon, and the speed of the fire dragon was not slow, 3 or 4 times faster than the firebolt, almost half the speed of Mach. There is a huge space in the chariot, and Kahn just strengthened Hermione's body. After injecting the Phoenix gene, Hermione's control over magic will definitely be improved to a higher level. Not to mention Kahn's level, at least there should be a top wizard in the control of magic. Potential. And Kahn also taught Hermione how to build the source of magic power. When Hermione builds the source of magic power, her strength will increase several times. Even if Voldemort escapes from Azkaban, it is probably not Hermione's opponent. Godfather, it's amazing. This feeling seems to be much stronger than before. Even fiend fire can be easily controlled. After Hermione adapted to the Phoenix gene, she also felt a strong affinity for flames and magic. She even used the fierce fire curse in the dragon chariot with ease, and fierce fire couldn't hurt her at all. Hermione's palm was like a jumping flame elf. There is also the source of magic power, Hermione. This is the basis for you to become stronger. It will make your magic power constantly stronger, and it will be no problem to grow to my strength in the future. Kahn reminded with a smile, but building the source of magic power requires not weak alchemy knowledge, but with Hermione's current talent for magic, it shouldn't be difficult. Hermione felt that the exhaustion was disappearing quickly, and her body was a little hot, so she stared at Kahn with bright brown eyes, and said boldly, Godfather, I've recovered. In the end, for some reason, the arrival at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was delayed a bit, but the boundary of Polyjuice Potion was broken, and Hermione and Kahn became closer. With Dumbledore's letter of introduction, coupled with Kahn's influence and reputation, he and Hermione soon came to the library under the leadership of Principal Agilberta of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The library of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry may not be as rich as Hogwarts, but there are a lot of them. After careful screening, there are still some magic books that Kahn has never seen, many of them are related to warlocks and occultism. Well, these two categories of magic happen to be given little attention at Hogwarts, but they were treated equally here. After obtaining Agilberta's permission, Kahn quickly asked Shadow Clone to select and copy the magic books he hadn't read, and at the same time presented some magic books he had collected to the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. During this period, Kahn and Hermione went to visit other places in the United States. In the past 2 years, he was in Europe and East Asia. Hermione has never been to the United States. More than a month later, Kahn had almost collected the magic books of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and then came to the vicinity of Delos, which originally belonged to the ancient Greek region, with Hermione. This is the first suspicious place marked by the Red Queen. The place. According to rumors, this is a place brought by Mopsos. He is a powerful prophet and can even predict the outcome of the next battle, so as to avoid harm. Godfather, there are indeed traces of magic here, but they are on the verge of dissipating. It must have been caused by other wizards unintentionally. Hermione's sense of magic has also improved a lot now, but her title has not changed, although the relationship between the two has undergone substantial changes, which will make her feel more exciting, and she is not the only one who feels this way. It is indeed possible, but since it is here, let's look for it carefully. After Hermione came back, she joined the Ministry of Magic. This time she was very satisfied with the game. Not only did she become much stronger, but she also had the potential to become a legendary wizard. She also fulfilled what she had always expected in her heart. End of this chapter. At this time, Hermione has already missed the time for the Ministry of Magic to recruit new students, but it doesn't matter if she goes a little later. The Minister of Magic personally takes the blame for her, and the news of Kahn's return has spread. No one dares to trouble Hermione. I found it, Godfather. There is also the place where Hierbo lived, but there is nothing there. But Kahn found many traces of the curse invented by Hierbo on the wall. After entering Hierbo's cave, Kahn even suffered the curse of black magic, but he has been naturally resolved, otherwise he will become the same as those skeletons on the ground. After wandering outside for more than half a year, Kahn and Hermione have gained a lot. Except for the place where Hierbo and Enzo really left things, the three legendary wizards Mopsos, Karl Cass and Ander Ross, his magic book and notes were taken by him. After a brief look, Kahn and Hermione took all the things here. For this reason, Kahn and Hermione visited almost all the places in ancient Greece and ancient Egypt, and stayed in Africa for 2 months. After Kahn tidied up his harvest, he also strengthened Furong's body, and prepared to return to the Marvel world. Hermione's brown eyes opened wide, and she took Kahn's arm excitedly and said, "Only Kahn has this ability. He can directly start from the magnetic field. If you change to other wizards, if you don't follow Mopso's wishes, you will never be able to open the secret room left by him." But the time turner was borrowed by Guy Tell, and Lewin did his best at this point, and the galleons that Kahn gave him every year were not in vain. The first update. Kahn opened his mouth and said that he has the ability to sense radio waves, and can subtly identify all the places where the magnetic field is wrong within 10 kilometers nearby. After careful exploration one by one, he found it in a short while. The magic book, the notes of Mopsos, and a divination crystal ball and magic wand. The magic wand of more than 2,000 years ago is very different from the current one. Mopsos's magic wand is nearly 2 meters high, but it is made of wood. The body of the stick is a little withered. When Kahn and Hermione returned to England, Guy Tell had almost acquired magical creatures. However, some of them were still not collected. Even with the help of the Ministry of Magic, it would be difficult to communicate with the Ministry of Magic of another country. In addition to Mopsos, Kahn and Hermione successively found several places where other legendary wizards lived and left their belongings. Among them were Karl Cass, Ander Ross and Enzo. A legendary wizard who has been famous since BC. It is a secret room hidden underground. The hidden magic on it is already very weak, and it needs a special astrological day to open it. It is a bit like a prophet and wizard, but Kahn directly destroyed the flow of the magnetic field and lifted the hidden magic on it. Magical creatures need to settle down and extract genetic experiments, so let's put them in the underground hive for the time being. They have special abilities, but the powerful ones are more threatening than thunderbirds and fire dragons. After reading the magic book, I can organize it. Sooner or later the collection of books exceeds that of Karmatage. After Kahn came back, he checked his harvest again. There are a lot of magic materials and magic desserts, and he will not be afraid of shortages in other worlds in the future. He has not finished reading the magic book, and the biggest gain this time should be black magic and occultism. Magic book. His magic power is strong enough, but he was not as good as Dumbledore in terms of magic knowledge before. Nearly 100 years of magic knowledge and experience are not comparable to Kahn's quick reading of a few books. However, Kahn digested and learned all the knowledge in the magic books and notes he had harvested, and his magic level should be the standard of a legendary wizard. Mopsosa's research on occultism is more inclined to astrology and divination, but another wizard, Karl Kass, has more research on the nature of the universe. With his method, he can observe nature in a more subtle way. After putting all the magic books in order and sending a few orders to his subordinates, Kahn began to study the understanding of magic by legendary wizards in Harry Potter's world. Kahn is most interested in the naturalism of the universe in occultism, that is, the research of Karl Kass. He quickly drew an observation magic circle with magic power according to Karl Kass' magic notes. It would be faster with a wand, but Kahn's wand is now a metal rod without the Mind Stone, and with his command of magic, it's okay to leave out the wand, just not very mage-like. The magic power gushed out, and under Kahn's subtle control, a complex and cumbersome magic circle slowly appeared on the ground, with a total of 99 runes, one rune nested with another rune, and many magic materials were used. It took Kahn half an hour until all the magic runes were connected into a whole, and the drawing of the survey magic circle was considered completed. The magic circle of Karl Kass can amplify the wizard's perception, allowing the wizard to observe the nature of the universe more clearly. After the magic circle was completed, Kahn took a step and stood directly in the magic circle. For a moment, Kahn suddenly felt clear-sighted, as if his soul had left his body and flew beyond the earth, observing the earth and the universe from a very special perspective. The consecutive magic circles on the earth finally converged at the three cores. After Kahn saw these magic circles, he understood that they were used by Kamatage to guard against the invasion of the dark dimension Dormammu. In addition, Kahn also saw the real nature, which is different from the common natural energy, and nature is also divided into many types. What Kahn perceives most clearly is thunder and fire, that is, the mixed energy of light and heat. This is also related to Kahn himself. He has the genes of Phoenix and Fire Dragon in his body, and he is very affectionate to fire by nature. The stronger the flame, the more it can give. Kahn brings benefits. And after sensing these two natural phenomena that were very intimate to him, Kahn felt his soul come home at once, and immediately appeared next to his body, watching himself start to absorb natural energy unconsciously. No, except for electricity and fire, everything else is ruled out. Just after this idea flashed in Kahn's mind, his body consciously changed the way it absorbs natural energy, and even the energy in his body began to change consciously. Chakra, magic, natural energy, etc., are all transformed into two very pure energies, electricity and fire. However, an accident happened at this time. The survey magic circle was suddenly out of balance by the concentrated energy, and it lost its ability directly, allowing his consciousness to return to his body all of a sudden. When he opened his eyes again, Kahn found himself sitting in the invalid survey magic circle, but the experience just now was not fake, and Kahn is still very comfortable in his body now. Nature becomes a god. The rules of the Marvel Universe are really interesting. The path to becoming a god is so simple. No, most people don't have the genes of phoenixes and fire dragons, or thunder fruit. Kahn's mood suddenly improved. He seemed to perceive the rules of becoming a god in this universe for a moment just now, and he was not the god of Thor, but the god of rules like Sithorn or Visandi. The god of thunder, Kahn, or the god of fire, Kahn. After becoming a god, Kahn can also write some magic about thunder and lightning, and write a book of thunder. The more people he learns, the more powerful the rules he controls. This is a bit like the power of faith, but in the Marvel Universe. It works very well. In other places, he can still grope slowly. Anyway, Thunder Fruit has changed himself. Kahn is now the human being who is closest to thunder and flame. Absorbing the energy of flames, can it also be adjusted and transformed into a superhuman biological force field? Kahn suddenly thought of this question, but it was only his conjecture. In that case, he would have to change the magnetic field in his body at any time, which was not a small difficulty for him. Now his harvest is big enough, he has changed the absorption of natural energy, adjusted the energy structure of his body, and explored the road to becoming a god in the Marvel world. Next, there are hundreds of magic books that need to be read and controlled, as well as the magic in his hand. Biology. Almost forgot, come out, Isaac. Kahn was released from the dragon pocket Vice Admiral Isaac, and the house elf was quite frightened reading in it, with a dragon of that size, although the dragon would not hurt anyone. Isaac said tremblingly, Master. Isaac, you will be responsible for the cleaning of this manor from now on. Don't let outsiders see you. There is also a talking green snake and a basilisk in the sea. Try not to leave the range of the protective spell. Kahn ordered that his manor needed someone to take care of it, and the existence of the green snake and the basilisk could not allow the common people to come, so he had to bring the house elf. There is another hostess here, and you will see him later. After Isaac recovered, he immediately said respectfully, Got it, my master. After speaking, it disappeared in front of Kahn, and after a while, he served a cup of black tea. Although he came to a different world, Isaac also came from the time close to the 21st century. Under the influence of Kahn and Hermione, he is no stranger to some electrical appliances, learned to cook and often go to the Muggle world. Karma-Taj. Gui suddenly looked up at the sky, with a hint of interest on his face, and then said, Unfamiliar magic, is it the same mage as Agamotto? She had paid attention to this strange person before, and at first thought that Kahn Pinter was using methods such as dream travel to feel the existence of other universes. Although such people are pitifully rare, they are not without. But as Gui looked at the past through the eyes of Agamotto, he realized that this was not the case at all. Gui would not care about people who did not threaten the earth, no matter whether he was good or bad. Even if the terrorists who slaughtered over 1,000 stood beside Gui, she would not take action. But for Kahn, Gui suddenly became curious, not about this person, but about the magic he used. Self-centered magic without any sign of rules at all. Gui has lived for so many years and has never seen it. Gui found her student and said, Modu, there seems to be a strange mage in New York, please send me an invitation, I hope he can come to Karma-Taj to communicate with him when he has time. A long time ago, Ancient One was also very eager to learn magic, but as her lifespan came to an end, she focused on defending against the Dark Dimension and the next Supreme Mage. I see, mage. The unfamiliar mage, Modu was a little confused, but since it was the order of the ancient mage, he didn't think much about it. After receiving the invitation letter from the ancient mage, Modu set off directly, from here to New York, only it's just a transit through the temple. After Kahn organized the magic books, he went to the underground beehive. The place where the magical animals are held has been built, and there are many compartments in it. Even the fire dragon can fit in. The underground hive is gradually completed, and the engineering robots have been refitted into new energy mechanical guards and new weapons. This is the hidden armed force of the Pent Group. Now there are more than 200 new energy mechanical guards. Each mechanical guard is equipped with 18 kinds of weapons. It will be the most terrifying war weapon on the battlefield. After the complete acquisition of Stark Industries, the Red Queen will take over the weapons department of Stark Industries and use the industrial base to manufacture larger weapons and armor. According to this direction, the era of Gundam may be opened by the Pent Group. After cooperating with the biological experimenters to put all the magical creatures in order, and to make them calm down without hurting the blood-drawing experimenters, Kahn left the underground hive and returned to the manor. However, when he was about to read the magic book for a while, Isaac suddenly appeared and reported to Kahn, Master, there is a person outside who wants to visit you. He can detect the Master's protective spell and Muggle expulsion spell. Superhuman. Kahn was surprised, and then apparat to the entrance of the manor. It was a black man dressed strangely. After seeing Kahn who suddenly appeared, Modu showed surprise and thought of a space magic that was completely different from Karma-Taj. Then he said, Mage, the Ancient One of Karma-Taj Mage would like to invite you to visit Karma-Taj, this is her personal invitation. After hearing Karma-Taj and Gui, Kahn murmured in his heart, but he accepted the invitation from Modu, and said, I know, I'm a little busy now, and I will come to visit when I have time. 177a, Bleecker Street, Manhattan, Karma Taj is waiting for you. Modu said very politely, then turned and left. After Modu left, Kahn shook his head and said, let's talk about it after a while. He just planned to go to the world of pirates. The second update, there will be more in a while. Alabasta, the most famous country in the first half of the Grand Line. The place where the 7 warlords of the sea Kahn Pinter resides is almost the most affluent country outside the Holy Land of Mariaho, and it is also one of the few safe places in the world. Everyone in Alabasta knows that their patron saint, Kahn Pinter, hates pirates very much, and has a team of ability users who specialize in dealing with pirates. Thanks to these people, even several nearby countries are much safer. After learning about this incident, the nearby countries are very envious of Alabasta. The citizens living here are definitely the wealthiest civilians in the first half of the Grand Line, because they have been honored by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. And in 2 years, Alabasta has changed drastically. It used to be the famous country of sand, but now 60% of the country has become an oasis, and there are wide roads between several major cities, and even 2 towers with a width of 20 meters were built between the Sandora River. Bridge. In the Shichibukai War, the Kahn Chamber of Commerce captured thousands of pirates. Although the strong ones were taken away by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, the rest of the pirates were not weak. Building roads, building bridges, etc. are done impressively. And it's enough to give 1 bite of food every day. For minutes of hard work can't kill people, and if they die, they can be exchanged for rewards to return blood, but the Kahn Chamber of Commerce has been doing this for half a year, and finally the Marine branch near Alabasta couldn't stand it anymore. The pirates of Alabasta recorded them all, and then changed them into slaves. There are more than 6,000 pirates in Alabasta, and there are 5,000 people in the Creek Pirates alone. If they all come to exchange money with their corpses in the end, then the Marine headquarters will feel sorry. After Marine refused to recognize the identities of these pirates, the Kahn Chamber of Commerce barely increased the food for these people, from 40% full to 60% full, but even so, some pirates still couldn't support their deaths. But these people have no value after death, and Kahn is not around, not even the person in charge of the experiment. That Jean just now is really a good person, and Vivi, Nami, when are we going to find Vivi? She still owes me a meal. When Luffy talked about the meal, his mouth was drooling, and his eyes turned into roasted meat. But Nami punched Luffy on the ground directly, and pulled Luffy's rubber face angrily. Idiot, you did something like that just now, and you still dare to find Vivi. She is the princess of this country, and she is a professional catch the pirates. Hey Keisai, Vivi's 4 powerful blades. Luffy's mouth was pulled for a long time, but it was still difficult to say this sentence. A good man knows what he says, so there must be a meal. As for the release of Jean just now, Luffy thinks there is no problem. That Jean is also a good person. When they first came here, he told them a lot of things to pay attention to, and he didn't want their meat. Zoro helplessly knocked Luffy on the head with a knife. Luffy, you are messing around in Vivi's country, we might be wanted by now, there is no time to find Vivi for dinner. Even he knew how serious the consequences would be if he released the pirate named Jean, but Zoro could see that Luffy was serious at the time. Since it was the captain's decision, he didn't stop it. What? You be asterisk 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 D, it's all your fault for keeping me from seeing Vivi. After Sanji heard it, he immediately pulled Luffy and shook him vigorously. Such a beautiful and heroic Vivi sister came to Alabasta but couldn't see that Sanji felt his heart was bleeding. Boom, boom. Nami gave a fist in anger, and warned, be honest now, you know that we may already be wanted. Mama, Nami, don't worry so much. Usopp looked relaxed and proud, and counted with his nose high. When Luffy let go of that Jean, I was watching with the eyes of a sniper. No one around saw Luffy's behavior. Maybe Alabasta is now not found. We can go to things with confidence. Nami, the ultra-long-range sniper rifle that I promised me before is here. Nami smiled easily after hearing the words, really, then I can rest assured. Before Nami could finish speaking, a group of Alabasta Guard soldiers suddenly ran over, and said while hurrying, "Hey, why did you suddenly issue a summoning order?" "Don't mention it, there was AB *******D wearing a straw hat who released a pirate slave, and then that slave released a lot of people, maybe all the slaves were released." An uninformed guard soldier cursed angrily, "Which be ****************** D is it? You are so bold that you even dare to release Lord Ponte's slave. A straw hat, 3 knives, a long nose and a woman." The voice got farther and farther away, and Nami, who turned her back to cover her back with gauze, almost burst into tears. Didn't all of this be seen by the other party? Boom! Usopp and Luffy got punched twice again, one for talking big and the other for getting close. "Listen, let's get Sanji and Chopper to replenish the food now, and then get out of here quickly. If you stay here, you may all be caught." After hearing what Nami said, Zoro tilted his head and said to Sanji, "Hey, cook, buy more wine." "Oh, 3 knives, I only buy cooking wine." Zoro and Sanji looked at each other coldly, their faces were almost touching. "What did you say? Don't you know that wine is the life of a swordsman? Cooking wine is also the life of a chef. Do you want to eat unqualified dishes?" Boom! Hang Poseidon punched Zoro and Sanji with 2 punches again. "What time is it? You guys are still arguing." But through the conversation just now, Nami and the others also know that they are in a very difficult situation. Let alone the meal that Vivi promised, they even have to stay away from meeting each other. Who made their stupid captain make such a big mistake when he came here? It's wrong. Alabasta is a very tolerant country, but 2 years ago because of what happened to Kolokdar and Doflamingo, Alabasta didn't have any good feelings for pirates. Luffy, Nami and the others still hold the pass given to them by Vivi to stop near the port. Originally, they could have stayed in Alabasta for a while, but now they can only replenish their supplies and leave. Fortunately, the people just did not mention Sanji and Chopper, otherwise it would be difficult for them to buy things. Pirate riot? How did they uncuff the handcuffs? After Cobra heard the news, he quickly asked, but he was not worried about the civilians, because 2 years ago, he proposed to disperse the 600,000 national standing troops in various cities at Kahn's suggestion, and now most of them are equipped with new guns. Except for Rainland City, there is no standing army garrisoned, because there is the headquarters of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, which has its own armed forces. Cobra was just a little worried that those stupid pirate slaves would crash into the business environment of Rainland City, so that Mr. Kahn would not give an explanation after he came back. Yigram reported the news he had heard, and also named the culprit who released the pirates. What? Yigram, you said the one who released the pirates was wearing a straw hat? Is it this guy? Vivi on the side was taken aback when she heard what Yigram said, and then took out the Luffy arrest warrant she had taken before and showed it to Yigram. Vivi has also been saving money in the past 2 years, and the way she saves money is to catch pirates, but influenced by Kahn, Vivi is used to investigating thoroughly before arresting people. She met Luffy and his group in Drum Kingdom after a fight. She couldn't do anything to the opponent's group, but thanks to the new energy fighter, Luffy couldn't do anything to her either. After the end, Vivi also received information about the Straw Hat Pirates sent by the Intelligence Department of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. He was convinced that they had no crimes and were good people, so he gave them the Alabasta Pass. But I didn't expect Luffy and the others to destroy the peace of Alabasta. Princess Vivi, I don't know too well, the Kahn Chamber of Commerce hasn't sent any photos yet. As soon as Yigram said that, a guard soldier ran outside, took the surveillance photos at that time and reported to several people in the palace, Your Majesty, this is the straw hat photo from the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Before the guard soldiers finished speaking, Vivi snatched the photo in his hand, and seeing that it was really them, Vivi bit his lips angrily and said, It's really you, straw hat bastards. Father, let me handle this matter. Vivi said loudly, and then ran out of the palace, catch all this group of people, and then she can save enough money to upgrade the armor, and then she can go to New World to catch pirates. The pirates are rioting again. The ability user team and the Sky Island team are not here, baby. 5, this matter can only trouble you. Robin rubbed her head with some headaches. She already had a lot of things to be responsible for, so these guys should stop messing her up. Hey. Am I being needed again? He. Baby 5 covered her face with a smile and said, although Kahn corrected her habit before leaving, which made Baby 5 resolutely refuse when confronted with strangers, but she was still powerless to resist the begging of acquaintances. After Robin discovered this, he asked Baby 5 to do a lot of things, especially there was an excuse to train her, which allowed Baby 5 to quickly master the fruit of weapons. Then I'm counting on you, Baby 5. After Robin finished speaking, he stretched out a palm in front of Baby 5 with flower fruit, and gave her a high five to wish her success. Give it to me. Baby 5's hands turned into Gatling and laser cannons, and he walked outside with his head held high. In 2 years, Baby 5 has used weapon fruits to control 12 high-tech weapons, and the more weapons she controls, Baby 5 feels that the fruit ability is getting easier to use. If you have a deep enough understanding, you will know that she has almost reached the fruit awakening now. With the awakening of the weapon fruit, you can change the weapons you have changed faster, and you can separate a part of your body to turn it into a weapon for others to use. As long as Baby 5 controls more and more types of weapons, she will be able to complete the fruit. Wake up. Remember not to kill too many people, they are still useful. Nico Robin warned later that the number of pirate slaves is getting smaller and smaller, and there are still many projects to be completed in the Alabasta and Kahn chambers of commerce, but the first half of the Grand Line and East Blue and South Blue have fewer and fewer pirates. I don't know if Baby 5 has heard of it, but Nico Robin has no choice but to deal with the transaction with the Fishmen Island. She only communicated with the Fishmen Island a year ago, and since then the trade has continued. The Fishmen Island has gradually created trust in Nico Robin. Not long ago, relying on this trust, she asked King Neptune to watch the main text of the history, and finally got permission. Although this piece of historical text is not what Nico Robin wants to know, seeing 3 historical texts in 2 years is already a big gain for Nico Robin. She had not found the whereabouts of a single historical text in more than 10 years, or with the help of the forces of the 7 warlords of the sea to slowly approach. Next, we only need to strengthen the intelligence department and Chamber of Commerce, and investigate slowly. Nico Robin knows the true strength of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. There are 53 monster-like biochemical mechanical warriors locked underground. Self-destruct. There is also the Proverb of the Ark, a long-range aerial artillery fortress that can be bombed thousands of meters away. Basically, except for the 4 Emperors pirate group, there are very few pirates in this sea that can deal with the Proverb of the Arkansas. The next step is to develop intelligence forces to the New World. The 4 Emperors pirate group should have a lot of historical texts in their hands. After Nico Robin thought about it, he felt that he could hire the Sandia for a long time. Anyway, they are full of curiosity about the ground, and they can be regarded as a good combat force. Even if the Fishmen Island has joined the world government, it is also very good at communicating with outsiders. According to Kahn's method, Nico Robin is the first person to eat crabs. He decisively monopolized the special products of the Fishmen Island, using Sky Island and other places' materials and weapons and the Fishmen Island trade. That's why Alabasta is at the center of the first half of the Grand Line, because there are so many rare goodies. Come on, kill them all. Imprisoned us for 2 years and didn't even give us a full meal, damn Alabasta. Damn Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Kill them, kill these people. The released pirates almost want to vent all the resentment of the past 2 years. Each face is full of resentful twists, even if they desperately want to rush to Alabasta's guards. However, there are also some smart people who have other plans. They plan to leave this place where even the devil can't stay, and run to the port or the sea one after another. Even if there is no boat, they will swim away. What do these guys think this is? This is Alabasta. Fire me. The captain of Alabastus National Standing Army immediately shouted the order when he saw the pirate slaves rushing towards them clamoring. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the muzzles of hundreds of AK rifles sprayed like fire snakes, and bullet casings rained down under the guards' feet, and the bullets slanted towards the pirates like a violent storm. Dang 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 dang. Even if the pirate slave held a shield that could be blocked, under such fierce firepower, it was still difficult to move forward half a step. Bazooka ready. Put. Whoosh. Whoosh. A series of more than a dozen rockets blasted towards the place where the pirate slaves were in an instant. The powerful explosion directly sent several people flying into the sky, and then they were smashed into sieves by the bullets. After a while, there will be dozens of hand thunderstorms. In an instant, dense gunshots and explosions sounded near this area. The hundreds of pirates who attacked the city, under the attack of thousands of standing guards, were all wiped out within half an hour. Hey, he still said it was a big pirate, what kind of garbage? Clean up the battlefield, tell the higher-ups that there is no need for support here, and send him a ride if he is not dead. After hearing the captain's words, the deputy captain on the side reminded in a low voice, Captain, this is a slave of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, maybe they will be useful in the future. When the captain of the standing army guard heard it, he slapped his head violently, regretting and said, Damn, I forgot, quickly organize people to save them, and keep as many alive as possible. This is also the case in other places. After leaving the palace, Vivi directly took out a full set of T-10 series battle suits. Although the energy is not full, it is enough to deal with these garbage pirates. She flew directly to the port, and according to the guard's report, where the most pirates rushed. When Vivi arrived near the port, he happened to see that many pirates had grabbed their weapons and were engaged in an anxious battle with the guards of the standing army. Still let them burst out a lot of potential. This is one of the few chances they can escape. But when Vivi got here, their chances were shattered. None of the more than 2,000 pirates here is capable, even if they snatch a few guns, they still can't break through Vivi's armor. Go to hell. Vivi raised her hand, switched her weapon to the beam cannon mode, and then opened the strafing mode on the pirates below in the sky. Against other people, Vivi still has a little kindness, but the madness on the faces of these pirates is like a demon. To be kind to them is to be irresponsible to Alabasta, so Vivi directly fires with full firepower. Not only has it switched to the beam cannon attack mode, but there are also 4 beam cannon turrets floating around. It has an intelligent attack mode that destroys all enemies within 20 meters of Vivi. If no enemy approaches, it will conduct a coordinated attack according to Vivi's attack target. After Vivi, the Sky Fortress, appeared, the pirates on the ground soon showed a tendency to be defeated. Vivi could kill more than a dozen people in a single attack. There is a limit to the madness accumulated in a moment. When enough people die around them, the remaining pirate slaves will remember that although they have no freedom in their lives, at least they are still alive and can eat. After comparing with death, they are no longer crazy. Because of the trust in the people, all the weapons eliminated by the National Standing Army were given to the civilians by Cobra. At that time, he considered that there were many pirates in the country, and it didn't matter if the civilians had weapons, they could be used now. Laser weapons that can cut even steel, Gatling hands with unlimited bullets as long as the physical strength is enough, and continuous launch of missiles. If someone approaches, Baby 5 also has armor protection and transforms into a strategic missile and explodes directly. Apart from here, the turmoil in Rainland City has also been quelled. Why go to the second half of the Grand Line? At this time, Ajin no longer hesitated. He instigated some people to go to various places to make troubles, and he led people to the Rainy City to rescue the leader Creek. Slowly, the turmoil here was quelled by Vivi and the King's Guard. The pirate riots in Alabasta were quickly quelled, and there were still some pirates who were hiding sporadically. The National Standing Army had already searched everywhere, and all the ports had been blocked. They couldn't hide for long. Jean, who was born in the Creek Pirates, after he was released by Luffy, originally wanted to liberate some members of the Creek Pirates to rescue the leader. but he couldn't control it later, and released all the pirates' efforts at once come out. Chapter 1. A voice suddenly sounded in the house, which shocked Nico Robin, but when he turned around and saw that it was the familiar scumbag boss, Nico Robin couldn't help sighing, and said in a slightly higher tone, "Ah, the boss who hasn't appeared in 2 years, it's been a long time." Kahn confidently took out some magic desserts, put them on the table and said, "I'm going to buy desserts for you, but this is not important. What happened to the slaves? These more than 1,000 people are not enough for Baby 5 to solve by himself. There are still a few big projects to come, so many slaves died all at once. Should we go to the second half of the Grand Line to catch pirates?" But they were thousands of pirates, and they didn't rush into the rainy city at all, and were stopped by Baby 5 alone. After Nico Robin heard Kahn's words, he said helplessly about the life experience that just happened. The pirate slaves rioted, and now it is estimated that there are still more than 3,000 left. However, the strength of the pirates there is very high. Even if the team of ability users and the Sky Island team may not be able to capture a few pirates, Robin is also worried about the sudden shortage of people. The news kept coming back to Nico Robin, and every time he saw a report, Nico Robin would sigh. "These bastards killed my 3,000 slaves all at once." Kahn values his own wealth the most, and pirate slaves are one of them, so he is still a little angry after hearing the news. He can take the initiative to distribute his wealth, but others cannot steal it. What about those people? Nico Robin looked at the news sent back, and said helplessly, "It should have left, and the rest of the pirates were being captured at that time, but many of these pirates still need treatment. Don't treat them either. Send all the seriously injured to my underground laboratory. It's not worth spending so much on these bastards." Kahn told Robin that it would cost at least 100,000 Baileys to successfully heal a seriously injured slave, and it also required a lot of time and manpower. Simply transform them into biochemical humans implanted with electronic chips, so that only a small amount of T-virus serum is needed, and the electronic chips will be implanted after atomization. Understood, but there are still a lot of things that need to be dealt with here. You left so soon to find Baby 5, right? Nico Robin uses the flower fruit ability to grow a hand on the table, then pulls Kahn back, and then pushes him back on the chair with additional hands. "Although I don't really want to disturb you, there are some facts that I, the Vice President, can't decide. There is also the whereabouts of the main text of history. I only got one piece in 2 years. At this rate, I'm afraid I will be in my 40s or 50s. It's time to get it all together." Kahn corrected and said, "Robin, this speed is already terrifying. You must know that under the supervision of the world government, you have not gained anything for more than 10 years, but now, well, you can find the Fur tribe in Wanakuni. There are historical texts in these 2 places." After hearing the news, Nico Robin smiled again, then poured Kahn a cup of tea and said, "These things really need you to deal with, but leave the rest to me." Robin took out 5 documents from a pile of documents, and she took all the rest to another table in the house, and then poured Kahn a cup of black tea very intimately. These few things are all relatively important, the earliest of which can be traced back to a year ago, but was dragged down by Robin. Naval Headquarters, or should I say world government, they want to buy the aeronautical technology and energy issues of Ark Proverbs. Now Marine has invented Seastone warships, which can pass calm belts smoothly. If the technology of Ark Proverbs is available, it can be used on a large scale on the warships of the headquarters. The news that the Kahn Chamber of Commerce used the Ark Proverbs to destroy the pirate group has been known to the world government and Marine. It fired artillery shells at an altitude of several thousand meters and wiped out a pirate group of hundreds of people in just 10 minutes. It is the most terrifying war machine. Moreover, it is difficult for the pirates on the ground to fight back against the high-altitude Ark Proverb. Unless special demon fruit power is available, even Zoan's flying ability users will be killed by the dense hail of bullets. What's wrong with the world government? How can you ask people for things casually, and tell them that I won't give them technology unless they exchange it with Logia devil fruit? Kahn directly needed this document and threw it into the trash can. Before he left, he guessed that someone would be interested in art proverbs, so he made technical protection. Even if ordinary people approached the power part of art proverbs, they would not be able to see through it and forcibly dismantle it. Can only lead to self-explosion. Letting Vegapunk come may be thoroughly studied. Kahn is not too clear about how strong the world's previous technology is, but Vegapunk is obviously not on the same path as world government. Robin, why would the 9 snake pirates dare to rob us? Kahn asked with a slight frown. A batch of goods worth more than 1 billion Baileys was snatched by the 9 snake pirates, because the other party was also the 7 warlords of the sea. After naval headquarters learned about this, they specially sent the Marine of the branch to come advise Nico Robin. Boss, you were not there at the time, and their leaders were not bad. Although Arc Yen Yen can deal with the Daughter Kingdom, Boa Hancock can also deal with the Kahn Chamber of Commerce alone. Nico Robin sighed, but boss, you are back now, what are you going to do? Let Arc Proverbs go to bomb the daughter country, and then ask them to pay 5 times the compensation. If Marine doesn't want the 2 sides to go to war, he should persuade the 9 snake pirates. Kahn gave the order directly, and then quickly finished the remaining 3 matters. It is difficult for the Fishmen Island to get weapons. Most of the weapons cannot be used in the sea, unless they need to fight at sea. I will prepare a list later, and let the Fishmen Island exchange them with Sea Kings. What Kahn needs to handle now are some big moves of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Nico Robin doesn't know what Kahn's plans are, so he temporarily settled down. But the purpose of Kahn is very simple, that is to collect resources. Establishing power is also for this purpose. The most distinctive feature in Pirate World is Devil Fruit. Physical training methods and some other resources are also good, and they are all reserved trading items of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Nico Robin quickly wrote down Kahn's instructions, and then asked, what if the 9 snake pirates don't plan to compensate? No compensation. Robin, are we short of shells? Kahn chuckled, now who knows that the Kahn Chamber of Commerce in Alabasta is an arms dealer that directly supplies Marines, all kinds of new firearms, missiles and cannons, and the Kahn Chamber of Commerce is also the largest buyer of gunpowder in East Blue and South Blue. Propaganda, using new guns to clean up all the pirates in the 300 miles near the trade road. The calm belt where the Daughter's Island is located is a joke, and Boa Hancock is also a person who can't see the current affairs clearly, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant, and look down on anyone if he eats a sweet fruit. The reserve ammunition on the Ark Silence can plow Daughter's Island all over the place. Nico Robin chuckled and said, understood, boss. Then Baby 5 came back suddenly. She wanted to report the situation to Nico Robin, but when she saw Kahn in the house, her eyes turned into red hearts and she threw herself into Kahn's arms, and then she kept rubbing against her like a kitten. In Baby 5's eyes, Kahn is already her husband, and he is also a husband with first-class appearance and temperament, whom she needs. Kahn was also very helpless, so he had to take Baby 5 out of here first, and then spend a lot of time comforting Baby 5. After several hours of shocks, Baby 5 was in a trance, and then he let go she. Kahn couldn't put it down because of Baby 5, who is a small bird and has been educated by a maid. If Vivi hadn't heard the news of Kahn's return and came to him, Kahn would definitely hug Baby 5 and rest for a while. Vivi left contentedly, and when she left, she also took away the latest energy-absorbing alloy nano-armor and its configuration set, which Vivi saved 400 million Baileys in exchange for. Originally, 400 million Baileys were not enough, but in the end she used a series of methods such as pretending to be pitiful, being coquettish and cute, and finally signed an IOU of 500 million Baileys in exchange for this suit of armor. Nano-energy-absorbing alloys are not the most important upgrades, but the intelligent analysis of fighting and nanobombs are the most powerful. Wearing this suit of armor, Vivi can deal with pirates with a bounty of less than 100 million with physical skills alone. And if nanobombs are used, except for Logia Demon Fruit power, most pirates are not Vivi's opponents. After Kahn came back, Nico Robin's style of doing things changed. When the boss was away 2 years ago, she considered more balance and consequences, but now that her confidence is back, Nico Robin is not afraid of anything. Even if Robin knows what Kahn is doing with Baby 5, it doesn't matter, as long as he is here. The Kahn Chamber of Commerce has a whole card. The airship of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce set off again. This is a transport ship researched according to the proverbs of the Ark, and it can also be used to pick up people. Just after Hina finished speaking, another Marine came to report, "Colonel Hina, just now the Kahn Chamber of Commerce's Ark proverb and the airship set off at the same time, but the direction seems to be different. Do you need to notify other branches to pay attention?" The second update, there will be another update in a while. This time, they set off for Sky Island to transport supplies and trade. At the same time, they hired 4 Sandia warriors. They fought for the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Not only can they earn a lot of rewards for the Sandia tribe, but they also like to fight. At the 4th update tomorrow, we will start to pay back the Big Brother's debt. After Hina finished speaking, she continued to take out a cigarette, lit it for herself and smoked. "Search the Straw Hat Pirates, and if you are still around here, please inform me as soon as possible. By the way, report to the headquarters what happened here, and report the news of the Straw Hat Pirates, really." Smoker met someone stronger than him 2 years ago, and with the existence of Kahn Chamber of Commerce and Vivi, there were very few pirates that Smoker needed to watch in the first half, so he took the initiative to apply to go to New World, but before going to New World, he returned to the headquarters for training for a period of time. The Marine branch near Alabasta also received the news, and now the colonel here has become Hina. The direction is inconsistent. It's really rare. By the way, tell the headquarters and let them speculate. At that time, there were too many outsiders in Alabasta. Thousands of pirates stormed the various cities of Alabasta, allowing them to quickly inquire about the news, but at the same time, it also allowed them to recognize the arms sold by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Hina was relieved to see the news from Alabasta. Fortunately, Alabasta and the Kahn Chamber of Commerce quickly suppressed the riot. However, the Straw Hat Pirates made a big fuss in Alabasta, causing Alabasta's pirate slaves to riot, but it was still spread. After Smoker left, Hina was sent here. She was much better than Smoker, the problem child, and Alabasta's branch Marine was also in charge of arms transportation, so Hina was strong enough. The Straw Hat Pirates, these guys really make Hina angry. If the armory factory is attacked by pirates, Hina will be blamed. But regarding the Straw Hat Pirates, we still need to deal with it. The peaceful Sky Island is not suitable for Wappa and the others. Even if the dream of their ancestors is realized, farming is not what they should do. Portable and powerful, it is completely different from the current 4 Cs and Grand Line firearms, making many people envious. Straw Hat Luffy again, Garp, this time your grandkids are in Alabasta. After receiving the news from Hina, Sengoku saw Garp stealing his senbei, and shouted out of anger. The son is a revolutionary soldier, and the grandson is a pirate. If he didn't believe in Garp's justice, Sengoku would have doubted whether this old guy was mixing intelligence in Marine. Luffy? This guy Sengoku, do you have any more senbei? B************ D Garp. Sengoku knew that Garp was not very cool when it came to his relatives, so he discussed with Tsuru and the others about the bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates. This time there was no sand crocodile for Luffy and his group to clean up, but Sengoku also realized the ability of the Straw Hat Pirates to cause trouble, and the turmoil caused almost hit the military factory of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, so after the discussion, they directly doubled the bounty of the group times. Luffy, as the captain, has a bounty of 60 million Baileys. As for the matter of the Ark proverbs and the airship, Hina is too cautious, and has to report this matter. But it is much better than Smoker. It would be great if everyone in Marine was as responsible as Hina. When he was talking about this, Sengoku also took a special look at Garp, hoping that this guy would be ashamed and brave, he didn't expect this look to make him very angry, and the B***************** D even secretly ate the senbei he had hidden. As a result, the two elderly guys started arguing again. Tsuru ignored Garp and Sengoku, and picked up Hina's report to read. Crane felt that Kahn's actions were not so simple. As Hina said, when the Kahn Chamber of Commerce was conducting trade, the Ark Proverb and the airship had never been separated. Before, the Ark Proverb was more like the escort of the airship, but now they are suddenly separated. In addition, the airship of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce was robbed by the 9 snake pirates when it was unloading the cargo. Although they were persuaded by Marine, they persuaded Robin, the vice president of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, not Mage himself. Now Crane is a little worried. The Shichibukai demon mage who disappeared for 2 years has returned. In the first year Kahn didn't show up for a long time. Marine didn't care much. If they didn't look for them before, they rarely saw Kahn. In the second year, the world government began to test the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, wanting the floating technology of the Ark Proverb, but was held back by Vice President Robin. Although there is no real evidence now, she always has a feeling that this is a way for the Kahn Chamber of Commerce to announce the return of Shichibukai. Tsuru wanted to speak to Sengoku, but saw that the quarrel between him and Garp was getting worse, so he picked up the phone bug himself and sent a message directly to several nearby marine branches to get their attention. Although the proverbs of the Ark sails in the air, it usually does not fly very high, and it can still be observed with a telescope. Vice President Robin, Hina is here to receive this batch of arms and equipment. In the office of the president of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Hina told Robin the purpose of this trip. She could go directly to the military factory to receive it, but Hina received the order from Crane, so she came to Rainland City to have a look. This batch of munitions has been prepared. Colonel Hina can go directly to the munitions factory to pick them up. Do you have other business here? Robin asked with a chuckle. After dealing with Marine for 2 years, she is no longer afraid of Marine. The disguise device on her face and the people behind her are the source of Robin's courage. Hina lit a cigarette and said, Hina is indeed a little bit troubled. Some time ago, the Straw Hat Luffy has been given a new bounty. In view of the relatively bad crimes they committed, the department doubled the bounty for each of them. Robin smiled and said, then I would like to thank Colonel Hina. By the way, the boss also knew about this and was very angry about it, so he also added a little reward to the Straw Hat Pirates. If they are captured here alive, yes, you can select a batch of goods worth 100 million Baileys from the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Sure enough, that Shichibukai is back. Hina thought in her heart, but she also remembered the Ark Proverbs that she left a few days ago. Can Hina meet Mage? I'm afraid not, Colonel Hina, the boss is busy. As for what she was busy with, Robin rubbed her forehead. It has been a few days. Last time she wanted to ask something, but she heard Baby Five's sluggish voice again, waiting at the door. As for whether Kahn is available now, Nico Robin doesn't want to see it. Then, Hina will leave first, Vice President Robin. Since she couldn't see anyone, Hina just wanted to go back immediately and report the news to the headquarters. The existence of the magic mage Kahn really made Marine very relaxed. There were very few pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, and many branches were idle, and even the pirates in East Blue and South Blue were also targeted by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, which led to the conflict between these two sea areas. Pirates were hit hard. But the magic mage is also merciless towards Shichibukai. Before becoming a Shichibukai, he killed the sand crocodile, and then almost killed Doflamingo. This time, he will probably attack the Empress Boa Hancock. Naval headquarters soon heard from Hina, and they also became aware of other activities by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. The Kahn Chamber of Commerce captures the pirate slaves. There are 2 main countermeasures. One is the Demon Fruit Power Team. Except for a few people, the rest are all Demon Fruit Power. The other is the team that is good at using various Sky Island shells. These people are Grandmasters, and their combat methods are closely related to Sky Island shells, so they are also difficult to deal with. Now these two teams have all been recalled to Alabasta by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, and Alabasta's standing army is also gathering strength. The pirate slave riot still has this kind of movement, and naval headquarters can only think of going to war. Naval headquarters immediately sent a vice admiral to the daughter island Amazon Lily Kingdom, ready to intercept the possibility of war between the two sides. The era of great pirates is gradually improving, and naval headquarters is also concentrating on advancing to the new world. At this time, Shichibukai is an important military support. Don't let a civil war happen again. Where's Hancock? Gloriosa came to the palace and asked the other two sisters that she had something to discuss with Hancock. Santin Sonia said, "The big sister is taking a lunch break, mother-in-law, what can you do?" Last time, the ammunition for the weapon that Hancock snatched was almost out of ammunition. I asked someone to try it elsewhere. It was difficult for them to make it, so the firearms in Amazon Warrior's hand are almost out of replenishment. We should negotiate with the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, buy ammunition from them. Although my mother-in-law said so, but the big sister is not allowed to be disturbed by other people when she is sleeping. Let's report after she wakes up. Knowing Hancock's habit, Gloriosa complained angrily, "Really, I would have persuaded that girl if I knew it, but she even attacked the Shichibukai Chamber of Commerce." Fortunately, the other party did not pursue it. Even if they pursue it, so what? I have a reason to be forgiven by them. The gate of the palace was suddenly opened, and then Boath Hancock came out from inside, speaking extremely arrogantly, "Because this king is so beautiful, they will definitely forgive me." That's right, Hancock. The eyes of the mother-in-law were red, but it didn't take long for her to recover, and said angrily, "Idiot, that is Mage, who is also one of the Shichibukai with you, but he defeated two Shichibukai." "Shut up, I am the Emperor of the Amazon Lily, and you are just a remnant of previous eras." Boath Hancock's head was almost tilted back, and he said to Gloriosa with his nostrils upturned, "I don't need you, an old woman, to teach me." But... Boom! Rumble. On the other hand, after the mole vice admiral came near the daughter island, it happened that the bombing had started on the island, and then he asked someone to take out a telescope to look at the sky. After confirming that it was the Ark Proverbs, he took out the phone bug and reported to the headquarters. Before Granny Yi could finish speaking, Hancock interrupted forcefully and said, "It's so noisy, throw her out." After getting rid of the nagging and annoying mother-in-law, Hancock heard the continuous bombing outside, and then said to the two sisters, "Assemble the 9 snake pirates and go out with me to repel the enemy." Remind book friends, there are double monthly tickets on the 2 days at the end of the month, and the monthly tickets on hand can be reserved until the end of the month to vote. Marshall, I'm a step late. Mage's Ark Proverbs have already started bombing Daughter Island. I don't have the other party's phone bug contact, so I can't stop the war between them. Explosion. What happened outside? End of this chapter. Before Gloriosa finished speaking, a series of explosions suddenly sounded outside. Yes, I will continue to monitor and try to stabilize the situation. Use moonwalk to climb up. Marshal Sengoku, don't be kidding, it's a few thousand meters high, you'd better let the admirals come over. After hearing the explosion, Santa Sonia and Marigold immediately walked out of the palace, ready to check the situation, but at this time, the mother-in-law didn't feel very good. The place where the explosion sounded just now was not the location of the Amazon gunpowder depot. The two sisters came back soon, and they immediately reported the situation outside to Boa Hancock. "Sister, it was the enemy's attack just now, someone bombed Daughter Island from the air." "Look, my concern is not unfounded, it must be the motto of the Shichibukai demon mage, only his ship can be in the air." The explosion was very powerful, and the bombing started from the edge of the island, and it was estimated that it would reach the royal city soon. The third update, the fourth update tomorrow. He is the one who has the most contact with the Empress Snake and the Vice Admiral. Although she has to admit that this woman is beautiful, the mole Vice Admiral actually looks down on Boa Hancock, who was born as a pirate. After finishing the phone bug communication, the mole Vice Admiral returned to his indifferent expression. Now that someone is attacking the 9 snake pirates, the mole vice admiral is looking forward to it. Even if he has the ability to stop it, he will delay it for a while.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.